The system transported Wolf Black into the realm of Harry Potter. He was compensated with a high-level Observation Haki and a demon fruit that weakened to the brink of being merely a phantom beast, and then unceremoniously cast aside in the forests of Albania, Astoria. Didn't you perish? My fiancé, Wolf. Then you must first bear me a football team, my dear. Hermione, will you serve as the Minister of Magic? Wolf. Too exhausting, I would rather amuse the dogs. Harry, how can I possibly kill you, Wolf? Wolf. Avada Kedavra, you glutton. Malfoy, boss, save me. The dual socket is out to annihilate my family. Wolf. Hold on. I need to pacify your sister-in-law. She won't let me leave. Ron. You truly ought to be dead, Wolf. Wolf, huh? You're still alive, little Ronnie. Dumbledore. How shall I guide you, Wolf? Wolf. Madam, my teacher mentioned he is awaiting you for dinner at home. Grindelwald. Foolish apprentice, observe closely, the gas stove should be at this level. Wolf. I come, I see, and I have conquered a woman. Chapter 1. Wolf. I too can be considered one who possesses a system. In 1985, within an abandoned underground bunker in the southern part of the Albanian forest, a sudden arc of electricity illuminated the dark, tranquil space, conjuring a gust of wind that enveloped the room in dust. Cough, 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 followed by a youthful boy's voice. Dog system, could you possibly be more reliable? What is this situation? Are you trying to suffocate me in this wretched place? As the young boy muttered to himself, he waved his small hands vigorously, attempting to disperse the dust that surrounded him. Suddenly, a virtual, ethereal sphere of light appeared before him. The radiance emanating from the sphere filled the room bright, yet gentle, imbued with warmth and comfort. The boy appeared to be around 6 years old, standing at about 1 meter tall. His silvery hair shimmered under the light, glinting like pearls, with slightly curled ends resembling meticulously sculpted clouds. The hue of his hair was strikingly unique, not the gray of the elderly, but a nearly transparent silver, adorned with a subtle golden halo, akin to freshly fallen, snow-kissed by sunlight. Most captivating were his eyes. The right was a clear, bottomless amber, while the left was a rare pale gold. The two colors sparkled with mysterious brilliance in the warm light, as if they contained fragments of an entire galaxy. His facial contours were smooth, with slightly prominent cheekbones that did not appear harsh, and a well-defined jawline. The overall silhouette exhibited a blend of ruggedness and softness, embodying both masculine vigor and an elegant classical beauty. Dong, dong, dong. Welcome, esteemed host, to the world of One Piece. Listen. Wait, where am I? A virtual female voice emanated from the luminous sphere, transitioning from excitement to confusion, followed by a crackling sound of electricity. The young boy, however, grew anxious. What's going on, system? This sudden turn of events is a bit much for my heart to bear. At present, there exists both a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The orb of light began to flutter up and down. What the hell? Is this the time for your antics? It'll circle you like a shrimp if you don't hurry up and speak. Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. The good news is that although we took a wrong turn during our traversal, this world is significantly safer than that of the pirates. It leans more towards a life-oriented existence, devoid of excessive bloodshed and violence. Upon hearing this, the young boy exhaled deeply. While he yearned for the freedom and scenery depicted in the pirate world, he was also aware that the anime portrayed only the beautiful facets, concealing the more gruesome and sordid realities beneath the protagonist's glorified perspectives. After all, while Luffy may be somewhat acceptable, Zoro's 3 swords are no mere playthings one cannot cut without drawing blood. And what about the bad news? Can't you take me along? Well, your ID has already been utilized. You got to be kidding me. The boy laughed in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? Become an illegal resident in this world? Moreover, you must tell me exactly where I am. Dear host, do you think I am an unreliable system? I assure you, I will arrange everything properly. I would never let our system's reputation be tarnished. Do you truly believe that statement? The boy sighed, masking his exasperation with a wry smile. After scanning through our system, it appears we have landed in the world of Harry Potter, specifically during Harry's 6th year. Instantly, a wave of joy washed over the boy upon realizing he was in the Harry Potter universe. Akin to an unexpected windfall, IT felt as though he had mistakenly boarded the wrong sedan chair, yet found himself wedded to a prince. His knowledge of the world of One Piece had primarily come from social media and fan fiction prior to his traversal. Yet, Harry Potter was a realm with which he was intimately familiar. He recalled the days of sneaking under the covers with a flashlight, reading the physical books until dawn to escape parental oversight. For him, Harry Potter represented the gateway into the literary universe, marking the inception of his journey as a bookworm. As a common excuse among his compatriots, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Furthermore, it was indeed a superior choice. The boy rubbed his hands together, gazing mischievously at the system. What do you intend to do? The system seemed inexplicably anxious. You see, even though I faced challenges before my traversal establishing a training institution in 2019 and purchasing a property at a high price in 2021, I still found myself leading a rather mundane existence under the red flag. You lured me with promises of a grand adventure. Now, you have abandoned me here alone, which warrants a reasonable explanation. I have witnessed the call of the Master God while traversing the passageway. Should I find this unsatisfactory, I may raise a ruckus. What is it that you desire? The system's voice trembled slightly. Other systems come equipped with beginner's gifts. Surely, we cannot fall short. As an illegal resident, you ought to rectify my situation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the beginner's gift pack. You have obtained Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, and the mythical Zoan-type Dog Fruit, the Great Mouth True Body Fruit. Suddenly, a crackling sound reverberated as the system's voice shifted to a tone devoid of emotion, cold and hollow. Due to the discovery by the celestial order of this world, this system expended vast amounts of energy to evade pursuit. Consequently, the Advanced Conqueror's Haki and Advanced Armament Haki have been removed from the novice gift package. The divine form of the mythical beast has been considerably diminished, retaining only the ability to transform, aligning more closely with the animagus magic of this realm. As a result of the conflict between the system and the celestial order, a significant leakage of energy has occurred, leading to a dramatic surge in the magical elements of this world. The upper limit for wizards has been elevated from legendary to demigod level. This system has appropriated a portion of the celestial order's authority and is now tasked with harmonizing the host's physical attributes and compiling identity information. The system has optimized this coordination for the host, enhancing their affinity for animals, shape-shifting talent, spellcasting aptitude, and potion-making skills to an advanced level, while reducing their herbalism and prophetic talents to the lowest tier. The alchemical talent has been locked, barring any entry for a lifetime. The host's identity has been established. The father is Regulus Black, the legitimate second son of the Black family, and the mother is Conna Prince, the legitimate daughter of the Prince family, named Wolf Black, with a birth date of September 10th. Following Regulus Black's mysterious disappearance, Voldemort exacted vengeance upon both families, with Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix making great sacrifices to preserve the Black family, leaving the Prince family to bear the brunt of his wrath. Conna Prince, before her sacrifice, entrusted Wolf to an orphanage in Surrey, within the Muggle world. Due to his appearance and heterochromia, young Wolf has long been perceived as a monster by the other children and staff at the orphanage, enduring relentless bullying. 3 days prior, when he was thrown from the third-floor balcony, his magical powers erupted, demolishing the entire orphanage and inadvertently activating apparition to the southern forests of Albania. The Ministry of Magic has intervened in the investigation and discovered Wolf's identity. Severus Prince Snape, as Wolf's cousin and the only living blood relative, harbors deep remorse for failing to rescue his maternal family in time and for Wolf's ordeal, pleading with Albus Dumbledore to assist in locating Wolf. Upon concluding, regardless of Wolf's calls, the system remained utterly unresponsive, suspended in midair without a hint of movement. Approximately 10 minutes later, the system spoke again, its voice returning to the previous lively yet urgent tone. You startle me terribly, host. I just had a confrontation with the Celestial Order and appropriated a portion of its authority. I have fulfilled all my promises to you, but I have learned from the timeline that this world possesses various abilities to extract and view memories. Therefore, I must apologize. I will erase all memories you hold regarding the system and your life before this journey. As compensation, I will enhance your talents, making you a natural master of mental barriers while preserving your awareness of the Harry Potter universe. Even if you fall under suspicion, it will only lead others to mistakenly regard you as a great seer, safeguarding the existence of the system. This is, in fact, a form of protection for you. By the way, while narrowly escaping, I stumbled upon 2 entities in the Albanian forest, one good and one bad. The first was Voldemort, who was possessing Nagini and approaching us. He would likely arrive in about an hour. The second was a newborn wolf cub, which I surmised had been inhabited by an unknown soul we inadvertently brought with us during our passage, thus transforming it into a magical creature that I chose to extinguish that soul, preserving only its pure animal instincts, instilling within it an unwavering loyalty to you. Consider it a perfect companion for you. Speaking of which, you are now 6 years old. I shall reserve some energy to protect you until you turn 11, ensuring your safety, provided you do not leave this forest. Now I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, a flash of lightning illuminated the area, and the system vanished, leaving behind a fruit resembling a tomato and an unconscious wolf cub. Wolf, I suppose this means I have had a system of my own? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 2. Newt Scamander. July 16, 1991. Northern Albania forest. A thicket of knee-high weeds rustled violently, as if a large beast were scurrying within. Moments later, two wolves leaped forth from the underbrush. One was adorned with a luxurious coat of silvery white fur, its paws and the tip of its tail black, exuding an air of nobility and beauty. Yet, as it emerged from the grass, its fur was marred by an unsightly collection of debris. Its crimson eyes reflected a weariness and a lingering fear. The other wolf, cloaked in a coat as dark as night, bore nothing but a gleaming set of white teeth and the whites of its eyes. Even its tongue was black. It was only upon reaching the base of a grand tree that the two wolves came to a halt, tongues lolling as they panted heavily. The silver wolf suddenly spoke, inquiring whether Nagini was pursuing them. The black wolf cast a sidelong glance at its companion, as if to suggest it could simply rely on its own senses. Nevertheless, it perked its ears and inhaled deeply, discerning the air for a moment before shaking its head in response, indicating that they were safe. Suddenly, the silver wolf rose, its form elongating as its long snout receded, gradually transforming into that of a young boy, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age. He wore tattered clothing that barely concealed his body, a ragged t-shirt and jeans so worn they resembled postmodern art, clearly remnants from years past, ill-fitting and barely reaching his knees. His silver hair hung in disarray upon his shoulders, the uneven tips suggesting he had carelessly snipped them after they had grown long. Feeling a pang of hunger, the boy, named Wolf, took a large bite of an unfamiliar fruit, swallowing it without chewing. An indescribable, grotesque taste surged within him, nearly inducing a retch. Yet a persistent voice inside urged him to endure, to swallow, and to consume the remainder. Wolf was baffled by this compulsion, yet he resolved to endure the distaste and finish the peculiar fruit. Despite his body's instinctive resistance, his mind commanded him to eat every last bit. As he forced the last remnants down, a sudden transformation engulfed him, and he became a silver wolf, scarcely able to comprehend his new form. The urgent voice within him grew more frantic, and he felt goosebumps sprout beneath his fur. Without a moment to ponder, he seized the slumbering wolf cub nearby in his jaws and dashed towards the exit of the bunker. Upon emerging from the bunker, he spotted a massive python slowly slithering out from the nearby thicket, causing Wolf to nearly bite down on the cub in panic. Steadying himself, he beheld the imposing figure of the reticulated python, which had raised its head in a menacing posture, and without hesitation, Wolf took flight. Thus began a relentless chase that would span 5 years, a harrowing survival in the wilderness. Over this time, Wolf gradually untangled the threads of his memories, uncovering his lineage and how he had come to be in this predicament. Wolf Black, the last surviving member of the illustrious Black family among the Sacred 28, was one of the 2 legitimate heirs of the Prince family, with Sirius and Bella imprisoned in Azkaban. It was a most fortuitous beginning. Yet fate had cast him into a life of peril, perpetually stalked by a 6-meter-long python. Wolf was nearly paralyzed with fear, transforming into a silver wolf and sprinting away with Wonkai in his mouth. This very scene ignited an intense curiosity within Voldemort, who relentlessly pursued him through the forest. Although Wolf contemplated fleeing this wooded realm, each time he neared the forest's edge, an inner voice warned him that departure would lead to his demise. This near-prophetic intuition had saved Wolf's life countless times, instilling in him unwavering trust in this instinct. For 5 years, even during the darkest times when he was pursued for 3 consecutive days without rest, Wolf never entertained the thought of leaving. Fortunately, the forest was vast and bountiful enough to sustain him. Initially, the young Wonkai was a burden, demanding care for his sustenance while requiring Wolf to carry him to safety. Though Wolf had considered abandoning him, the moment such thoughts arose, he would gaze into Wonkai's soulful eyes, finding himself unable to act on them. Perhaps that was the essence of his name, Wolf. How could a wolf king forsake his companion? Thus, he named him Wonkai, ensuring that whatever morsel he consumed, Wonkai would have his share as well. Together, in this expansive, desolate forest, they provided solace and warmth to one another, gradually growing stronger. Suddenly, Wonkai lifted his head from Wolf's leg, his ears twitching as he assumed a defensive stance, emitting a low growl towards the nearby underbrush. Wolf's heart raced, but upon observing Wonkai's posture, he felt a slight easing of his tension. After all, Wonkai was not dragging him away but preparing to confront an unknown threat. At least they were ready to fight, unlike the moments spent fleeing from Voldemort, where escape was their only thought. It was akin to encountering a tiger in the wild. Aside from prayers and hoping the tiger had just dined, there was little else to contemplate. Wolf focused intently, spotting a small creature with a duck bill and 4 orange paws, covered in blue fur, peeking from the foliage. Wonkai, calm down. It's merely a sniffle, he reassured. As he approached, intending to cradle the tiny creature, the sniffle rejected his embrace, instead tugging at Wolf's pant leg, signaling for him to follow. Wolf, possessing an innate affinity and trust for magical creatures, accepted the sniffle's invitation without hesitation. He brushed off the grass from his trousers and trailed behind the sniffle into the thicket. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing a small patch of underbrush, the once bouncy and leisurely Sniffle suddenly crouched low and began to run on all fours, prompting Wolf to quicken his pace and ultimately jog behind it. Eventually, Wolf spotted a tall phoenix tree, beneath which stood an elderly man with a white beard and hair tied into a small ponytail. Despite appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, the old man stood tall and robust, exuding an energy that belied his age. Clad in a black robe, likely tattered from his journeys through the forest, it bore remnants of grass and even a few strands of his pale ponytail. The old man smiled warmly at Wolf and slowly extended his hand, greeting him. "Hello, young one. I am Newt Scamander. You may call me Newt. Greetings, I am Wolf." Wolf Black. Chapter 3, Newt's Case. The door to the Hogwarts headmaster's office was forcefully thrust open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Severus Snape strode into the office with urgency, his strides long and hurried. "Albus, I received a message from the Patronus that the child has been found. Is it true?" Albus Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, set down his quill and looked up at the breathless Snape, clearly agitated. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the sofa in the guest area shifted slightly backward, as if inviting Snape to take a seat. Once Snape settled himself, Dumbledore began to speak slowly. "Severus, the news is indeed true. Newt has just sent me an owl from Albania, stating that he has located the child in the forest. Furthermore, the name Wolf Black has appeared on the list of permitted entries. So please, calm your nerves. At the very least, we can ascertain that he is alive and well. Is that not so?" Dumbledore observed the usually meticulous Slytherin head, the most esteemed potions master at Hogwarts, who, upon receiving such news, was so flustered that he had misbuttoned 2 of his robe's inner buttons and even wore mismatched shoes. Dumbledore couldn't help but offer some solace. "Patience, Severus. Perhaps you could brew a calming potion and rest for the night. Tomorrow, Newt will present the child to you." "I cannot wait, Dumbledore. It has been 5 years. Ever since I learned that Connor had a child, forced to wander due to my actions, my heart has been in torment. I have searched for him for 5 years. And now that I finally have a lead on his whereabouts, you suggest I brew some useless calming potion? I cannot wait a night, not even a minute." Snape roared at Dumbledore, seemingly releasing the pent-up grievances and guilt of all those years. "Severus, I have never seen you so uncomposed. Please, regain your composure. The massacre of the Prince family by Voldemort was not your fault. You were at Hogwarts at the time, unaware of the events. You cannot blame yourself for the misfortunes of the princes simply because the Malfoys protected the Blacks. You know Voldemort is a madman. It was even Bellatrix who emptied half of the Blacks' vaults at Gringotts, and it was Lucius Malfoy who intervened to ensure the Blacks were preserved." Dumbledore, faced with the nearly distraught Snape, remained calm, offering gentle and patient counsel. I know, but I could have done something. The princes are no less than the Blacks. They are an ancient family of potion makers, their wealth far surpassing that of the Blacks. And for that person, I have done so much. My influence should weigh more than that of Malfoy. If only I had known sooner, if only I had been aware, I could have intervened. Truly, I could have. Snape gradually sank into the sofa, attempting to embed himself within it, utterly drained, muttering incessantly. Dumbledore gazed upon this student he had watched grow since childhood with a sense of compassion. In a moment of reverie, I once again beheld that fateful night when Severus Snape, in a heart-wrenching display of desperation, forsook his aspirations and cast aside his very life to implore for the salvation of Lily Evans. The anguish of the child was palpable, yet his own scheme could not proceed without this very individual. A fleeting flicker of compassion crossed Dumbledore's heart, his gaze hardening with resolve. For ultimately, it was for a cause of greater significance. Thus, aside from the overarching plan, he would endeavor to accommodate this tormented soul. Truly, his suffering was profound. "Severus, I can arrange for Fawkes to escort you to Albania immediately, but I believe it prudent for you to first attend to your appearance. After all, we ought to make a favorable impression upon our initial meeting, should we not?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Snape's eyes. Yet he lowered his gaze to his attire, prompting a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Wordlessly, he turned away, and as he closed the office door behind him, I awaited Fawkes, counting the minutes, 10 to be precise. 5 hours prior, in the forests of Albania. Wolf followed Newt to the far side of a sycamore tree. Newt raised his hand to point at a particular leaf-laden branch. "Wolf, look over there. I pursued this little creature all the way from California for its sake." Following Newt's direction, Wolf spotted a thunderbird perched upon a branch, standing over half a meter tall. Its left wing bore a conspicuous wound, still oozing blood. The thunderbird's eyes were filled with sorrow as it gently flapped its right wing, intermittently emitting mournful cries. Captured by magical creature traffickers from its habitat in California, it had managed to escape to this location just days prior, seizing an opportunity to flee while the traffickers were away on business. Newt's voice was laced with both empathy for the thunderbird and disdain for those who exploit magical creatures. A cold glimmer flashed in Wolf's eyes. Those who disrupt the lives of others deserve their fate. Newt glanced at Wolf, fully aware of the hardships this child had endured. Living alone in such an uninhabited forest for 5 years, one could only imagine the suffering he had faced and the nightmares he had encountered daily. A wave of sympathy and compassion washed over Newt, yet he chose silence, only allowing a sigh to escape as he turned his gaze back to the Thunderbird. Wolf, filled with curiosity, looked at Newt, genuinely perplexed by his ability. He emitted a sound resembling the Thunderbird's call, and with a simple wave of his hand, the Thunderbird descended from the tree, landing gracefully upon Newt's shoulder. Logically, one would expect an animal that had just escaped from the clutches of a trafficker to be most wary and resistant towards humans. How could it have come down so readily? Noting Wolf's inquisitive expression, Newt refrained from explaining, instead smiling as he suggested, "Shall we take a look in my case, Wolf? I need to tend to this little one's wounds." Newt's case appeared to be a rather ordinary brown leather suitcase, somewhat worn, with noticeable signs of use at the corners, indicative of the many adventures it had accompanied its owner on. The case was rectangular, adorned with metal fastenings and a lock, resembling an ordinary Muggle travel bag. Inside the box lies a complete magical ecosystem, segmented into various distinct regions, each meticulously designed to replicate the habitats of different magical creatures. Upon entering the box, one is greeted by a quaint wooden table, brimming with Newt's research notes, quills, ink bottles, and an array of magical instruments, such as thermometers and hygrometers. The walls are adorned with sketches of fantastical beasts, clippings, and several enchanted maps. In a corner, one might also find a few manuscripts of fantastic beasts and where to find them. Observing Newt diligently tending to the wounds of a Thunderbird, Wolf, after securing Newt's consent, began to explore the interior of the box. The box features multiple doors leading to different magical realms, each intricately crafted to cater to the needs of various magical creatures. The desert area emulates a hot, arid climate, likely intended for sand-loving beings like the Ashwinder and the venomous Tentacula. The rainforest section is humid and misty, with dense foliage suitable for the bowtruckle and the mooncalf. The swamp region, characterized by muddy waters, may be home to the Grindelwald or the Kelpie. The snowy mountain cave presents a frigid rocky terrain, potentially designed for the ferret or the icebird. The grassland area offers expansive meadows, ideal for the erumpent and the sniffler. Additionally, the box contains a modest bedroom equipped with a simple bed, a bookshelf, and storage cabinets, providing a resting place for Newt during long journeys. After attending to the Thunderbird's injuries, Newt searched for Wolf's whereabouts and was taken aback upon spotting him. To his surprise, Wolf lay sprawled atop the belly of a venomous Tentacula, blissfully resting, while a bowtruckle swung playfully from his tousled hair and a snake-like bird coiled around his arm, affectionately nudging his face. Nearby, an invisible beast, typically shy of humans, quietly nestled against Wolf's leg, its large eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. Meanwhile, Fong was engaged in a playful wrestling match with a venomous Tentacula. "You seem to be quite popular among these little creatures," Newt remarked as he approached to rouse the slumbering Wolf. Wolf lifted his gaze to meet Newt's. "Mr. Scamander, may I inquire what price I must pay to acquire a box like yours?" "Oh, what compels you to desire such a box?" Newt asked with curiosity. "It grants me an indescribable sense of security. I can no longer remember the last time I rested as I did just now, sir." Chapter 4. The old bee in the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, sat in the main chair, his chin resting on intertwined fingers, observing the striking young man with silvery hair seated across from him. Filled with curiosity and scrutiny, he discreetly glanced at the languid black wolf lying at the boy's feet, then turned his attention to Newt, who was savoring a cup of red tea beside the youth, and finally to Severus Snape, who lurked in the shadows, a thoughtful gleam flickering behind his thick round glasses. "Good day, Mr. Black. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Wolf subtly adjusted his ill-fitting t-shirt and shifted uncomfortably, betraying a sense of nervousness. "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. I am Wolf Black." Upon witnessing this, Dumbledore's lips curled slightly in amusement. "No need to be anxious, Wolf. Would you care for some honeybee nectar? Or perhaps a chilled glass of lemonade? On such a sweltering day, a refreshing drink would surely uplift one's spirits." "Very well, I shall have a glass. Thank you," Wolf replied. "An astute choice, my child." With a gentle flick of his right hand, Dumbledore conjured 2 glasses of lemonade, each exuding a cool vapor. To Wolf's astonishment, Dumbledore added 3 sugar cubes, prompting Wolf to think, what a true honeyed soul he is. "Now, Mr. Black, all the information we have about you halts at that fateful night 5 years ago when your magic erupted and obliterated a Muggle orphanage, allowing you to disapparate from the scene. It was not until today that Newt discovered you in the Albanian forest and brought you before me." Dumbledore took a sip of his lemonade, fixing his gaze upon Wolf, and slowly inquired, "Would you be willing to share what you have experienced over these years?" As Wolf opened his mouth to respond, a sudden, mild sting pierced his mind, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. During the years spent entangled with Voldemort in the forest, Wolf had learned to recognize the ominous signs of impending danger, as unexpected events had never occurred before. Is this old honeybee trying to harm me? Wolf thought, alarmed. In an instant, he surged to his feet, bracing his left hand on the table while sweeping his right leg towards Dumbledore. Without any visible reaction from Dumbledore, Wolf felt as if he had kicked a solid stone wall, causing him to gasp in pain. Undeterred, he utilized the recoil to perform a sideways flip, transforming midair and landing in an attack stance, baring his teeth and growling at Dumbledore. At that moment, his companion, Fong, seemed to sense Wolf's sudden aggression and leapt forward, using his hind legs to launch himself at Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his right hand, pointing at the airborne Fong, who froze mid-flight as if struck by a stasis charm. Suspended in the air with fear evident in his wolfish eyes, yet unable to move. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, so swiftly that Newt, standing nearby, remained oblivious. Still holding his cup of tea, staring blankly at Dumbledore, a natural master of mental barriers, a born animagus. Mr. Black, your gifts are truly remarkable, Dumbledore remarked, gradually lowering his hand. Fong descended gently to the ground and regained his mobility. Immediately, Fong positioned himself in front of Wolf, shielding him with growing terror in his eyes, yet not retreating an inch. From the shadows, Snape reacted, swiftly drawing his wand and stepping forward to stand protectively before the two wolves, demanding, "What have you done?" Before Dumbledore could respond, Wolf interjected, "I do not know what he has done, but he has attacked my mind. This old honeybee harbors ill intent towards me." At the mention of old honeybee, Dumbledore's lips twitched involuntarily, while Newt, unable to contain his laughter, spluttered his tea across Dumbledore's desk, doubled over in mirth. Snape couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips, struggling to suppress a laugh that threatened to erupt. However, he quickly realized that you had employed the soul-reading spell on Wolf. No, Severus, believe me. I could never resort to such magic on a child yet to enroll in school. I was merely sensing his emotions, you know. That individual has been wandering in the forests of Albania. Wolf has lived there for 5 years. Please forgive an old man's excessive caution. Dumbledore helplessly waved his hand at Snape, unaware that Wolf was a natural master of mental barriers, and that his stress response would be so intense. At this moment, Newt, belatedly grasping the situation, comforted Wolf, urging him to calm down, assuring him that Albus would never harm him. Scamander, if it weren't for those magical creatures, Wolf's words trailed off. But everyone present discerned his unspoken meaning. He harbored distrust towards Newt, trusting only the magical creatures, extending his affection towards them. Newt awkwardly rubbed his nose, casting a look of reproachful appeal towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed to maintain his composure and skillfully diverted the conversation. Very well, Mr. Black. I apologize and promise to make amends. Shall we sit down and continue our earlier discussion, for Severus's sake? Observing this, Dumbledore felt another wave of awkwardness wash over him, but said nothing, instead fixing his gaze on Wolf, awaiting his narrative. I have never met my parents or any relatives. Since I can recall, I have been at the Mont Orphanage in Surrey. In that place, I was met only with abuse and harm. 5 years ago, the head cook, Atesh, whimsically decided to ascertain whether a person would die from falling from the 3rd floor and to what extent they would be injured. He seized me from the dining table and hurled me off the balcony. At this juncture, Wolf's eyes blazed with fury, and his magical aura began to surge, indicating an unsettling instability. Snape placed a hand on Wolf's shoulder, a gesture of both consolation and sympathy, his gaze filled with profound pity. Wolf inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. I was terrified at the time, and then I lost consciousness, waking up in an underground bunker in Albania, where I found Wangai. Upon stepping outside, I encountered that monstrosity, a 6-meter-long reticulated python, and the vile spirit that clung to her, calling itself Voldemort. At this point, Wolf could no longer contain his emotions. His magic erupted violently, causing all the objects in the office to levitate. The armchair he was fixated on began to twist and distort, emitting a piercing, creaking sound. That vile creature has hunted me for 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? Do you? As Wolf's roar intensified, the armchair ultimately succumbed to the strain, shattering into fragments that flew in all directions. If it weren't for my ability to transform into a wolf, if I weren't inherently attuned to danger, if it weren't for Wangai and the creatures of the forest, I would have perished long ago in the jaws of that great serpent. I was merely half a meter away from those filthy, foul fangs. Damn it, just half a meter. Had it not been for a silverback gorilla pushing me aside, sacrificing itself, I would have perished, do you understand? Dumbledore let out a long sigh, waving his right hand to restore the disheveled decor. Tom, what sins have you committed? This morning, I was being pursued by that massive python alongside Wankai. After narrowly escaping, we encountered Mr. Scamander and my, Uncle Wolf. The latter's title proving somewhat unfamiliar. Upon hearing this designation, Snape could no longer contain his emotions and began to sob quietly. I am so sorry, my child. I truly had no idea of your suffering. I should have found you sooner. I should have found you sooner. I apologize to Connor. I am so sorry. Snape held Wolf tightly in his embrace, ultimately succumbing to tears. At that moment, Newt's eyes were also glistening with tears as he retrieved a piece of honeycomb candy from his pocket and offered it to Wolf. Child, have a little sweetness. It may lighten your spirits. Wolf gazed deeply at him, accepting the candy yet refraining from eating it. Wolf, did you not desire a trunk like mine? It would be impossible to craft a new one on such short notice, but if you do not mind, I could gift you my spare trunk. Albus mentioned compensating you, and I will ensure the internal space is enlarged and the weather charms are properly secured. Observing Wolf's emotions stabilizing, Dumbledore yearned to inquire about Voldemort, yet recognized that it was not the appropriate moment. He opened a drawer and retrieved an envelope. My dear, the hardships shall eventually pass. Here, I congratulate you, Mr. Wolf Black, on your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. The following morning, Wolf awoke on the expansive floor of the Slytherin common room. Though he moved lightly, he still roused Wonkai, who had been nestled beside him for warmth. Gently shaking his somewhat dazed head, Wolf slowly rose and approached the windowsill. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, warming his face pleasantly. Although he was still unaccustomed to the softness of the grand bed, he understood that within this castle, he was safe, allowing him to enjoy an unprecedentedly deep slumber the previous night. Remembering how Snape, with reddened eyes, had brought him here, he noted that the man had only instructed him to rest well, uttering nothing more. A smile crept onto Wolf's face. This uncle was surprisingly warm. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Wonkai stepped forward to open it with his paw, and Wolf turned to see Snape already dressed and prepared. Uncle, good morning. He called softly. Good morning, Wolf, Snape replied, his smile awkward and strained. Yet it was evident that he was making a significant effort to convey this expression. He wished to present his gentlest side to his nephew, the only child of his late sister. Glancing at the neatly made bed and the slightly wrinkled carpet, a flicker of compassion passed through Snape's eyes, yet he said nothing, slowly moving to Wolf's side and gently pushing open the window. I believe you should rise now. Your schedule is quite packed today. We must first visit Madame Malkin's robe shop to procure several suitable outfits for you, and along the way, we shall also gather the items on your shopping list. Very well, Uncle. However, as you know, I have just emerged from the forest. Observing the slightly awkward Wolf, Snape promptly interrupted him, stating that this was a back-to-school gift from your uncle. Moreover, Wolf, you need never fret about galleons. On the surface, the Blacks are the oldest and wealthiest family in the wizarding world, yet your mother's lineage, the Prince family, also one of the Sacred 28, is by no means inferior to the Blacks. Snape placed a reassuring hand on Wolf's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his face, as if he could discern Connor's likeness within him. The girl who never scorned or mocked his heritage, who nurtured him and warmed his entire childhood. Suddenly, Snape's expression darkened, his visage contorted with ferocity. However, we must make a trip to Azkaban to confront that filthy wretch. Wolf's inaugural adventure to Diagon Alley was far from pleasant. Indeed, it was uncomfortable. Previously brought to Hogwarts by Fawkes from Albania, Wolf had remained in Newt's case. Thus he had not personally experienced the discomfort of apparition. This time, however, he found himself expelling his breakfast from Hogwarts entirely. Very well, Wolf. We have but one final item to procure, and it is the most crucial of all. We must visit Ollivander's wand shop to select the wand most suited to you. Snape crossed off the cauldron from the list. How absurd. For a master of potions at the pinnacle of the field to require a standard cauldron from a shop. Any cauldron retrieved from the corners of his office would surpass those painstakingly chosen from the store. Wolf glanced up at the sun, now low in the sky, letting out a long breath. Who could have predicted that such a simple shopping trip would consume an entire day? Of course, most of that time was spent at Madame Malkin's robe shop. He was simply too handsome, to the point that Madame Malkin proposed he model for her shop, posing for promotional photographs. In the end, Madame Malkin herself outfitted Wolf with a total of 10 complete ensembles, from linings to robes, all emphasizing nobility and elegance. She even took the initiative to style his hair. Meanwhile, Snape stood by, quietly amused, watching without uttering a word. Madame Malkin urged him to procure other items and promised to return for Wolf once everything was gathered, but Snape showed no inclination to leave. He remained there, quietly observing. Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. An unkempt old man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, emerged from the shelves filled with wands as he descended from a ladder. Severus Snape, you, silence, Ollivander. Acutely aware of Ollivander's eccentricities and his remarkable memory, Snape interrupted the old man before he could finish. He gently nudged Wolf and addressed Ollivander. I have brought my nephew to select his first wand. After all, Ollivander is also one of the Sacred 28. Well then, young Mr. Black, do you prefer to use your left hand or your right? Every young wizard grapples with this question. However, Our esteemed Ollivander family has been crafting wands since 382 BC, and we possess our own unique methods of deduction and calculation. Rest assured, you shall undoubtedly find a wand that suits you here. Remember, it is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but rather the wand that selects the wizard. With that, Ollivander turned and walked towards the back shelves, selecting a box after a moment of contemplation, brushing off the dust that clung to it. Try this one, he said, vine wood, with a dragon heartstring. Wolf obediently accepted the wand from Ollivander's hands, but before he could even wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. No, 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 not this one. Let us try this instead, a wand made of willow, featuring unicorn tail hair. After testing a dozen more, Ollivander visibly grew impatient, scratching his head vigorously, causing his already disheveled hair to appear even more eccentric. Setting aside all conventional combinations, he decided to explore some more unusual pairings. As he muttered to himself, he ventured to the innermost shelf. Climbing to the highest point, he retrieved a wand box that exuded a sense of antiquity. Try this one, he said. Acacia wood paired with a basilisk feather. Before even grasping it, Wolf felt a peculiar resonance with the wand. The tip began to emit a faint green glow. Oh, it seems this wand truly resonates with you, Mr. Black. Look, it is already quite excited, even before you have touched it. It is as if it has awaited a century for its rightful master, Ollivander exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his aged face flushed with a somewhat unhealthy hue. Severus Snape, waiting nearby, was equally captivated by the scene, curiously examining the wand. This was the last wand crafted by the first head of the Ollivander family, Roger Ollivander. It is said that the day after its completion, Roger was found peacefully passed away in his bed. The wand's body was forged from millennium-old acacia wood and a mithril alloy, radiating a cold, silver sheen akin to moonlight, with spiraling golden vines entwined around it, each line flowing as if it had grown naturally. Under light, the golden patterns revealed faint inscriptions in ancient runes, proclaiming that only the strongest heart may wield the highest power. Ollivander took the exquisite wand from Wolf, gently caressing its surface. The wand's core housed a basilisk feather, rumored to be the first feather from the first basilisk bred by the nefarious heir of Slytherin, possessing immense and unfathomable power. The grip was wrapped in protective leather crafted from mermaid scales, feeling like silk, yet indestructible. The fingertips could sense subtle temperature fluctuations on the scales, adorned with 9 tiny black diamonds arranged to form the constellation of Corona Borealis, hinting at the metaphor of the holder's destined coronation. This is a realm I can scarcely touch, an existence I have always sought to emulate, yet never surpassed. Reluctantly, Ollivander handed the wand to Wolf. Please treat her well. And here is a word of advice. Acacia wood itself signifies tremendous power, further enhanced by the mithril. The head feather of the basilisk has long been a symbol of power and death. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, one must remain true to their original intentions and not be corrupted by power, nor lose oneself in the midst of slaughter. I shall, Mr. Ollivander. I sincerely thank you for selecting this wand for me. I will treat her with kindness, I promise. Wolf accepted the wand and bowed once more. No, Mr. Black. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. 10 galleons, please. Chapter 6, The Grim and the Madwoman. Uncle, how credible do you think Mr. Ollivander's words are? After exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Wolf and Snape apparat directly to the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, walking towards the castle under the moonlight. Regardless of its truth, at least it is the wand most suited for you, is it not? Snape remarked, handing Wolf a small bag containing various items, which had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. However, based on the information above, he has always been a gentle soul. A person forced to seal away his emotions, a tragic figure toyed with by fate. Reflecting on the moments spent together over the past few days, Wolf murmured as he walked, one day, we shall find our new lives under the sun, dear uncle. Does you would pair with basilisk feather? Dumbledore sat at the head of his office, contemplating a letter sent by Ollivander, his expression revealing deep thought, lost in memories or perhaps in the remembrance of someone. Unconsciously rubbing his thumb and forefinger against the parchment, a firm knock interrupted Dumbledore's reverie. Enter. Dumbledore tucked the letter away as he turned to face Snape, who entered the room. Albus, did you call for me? Snape asked, instinctively standing in the shadows. Severus, have you been enjoying your time with Mr. Black these past days? Dumbledore inquired, removing his glasses to clean them. He then replaced them and gazed directly at Snape, who was shrouded in shadow. At this point, Dumbledore rose from his seat and approached Snape. Wolf is a natural master at concealing his thoughts. Such individuals inherently hide their emotions, making it arduous for others to perceive their true selves. Lily's child is to enroll this year, Severus. A flicker of struggle crossed Snape's eyes as they stood in silence for a moment before he finally spoke. After his words, Snape pulled open the office door. Once it was shut with a resounding thud, Dumbledore sighed. Severus. In the following days, Wolf immersed himself in his studies within the dormitory, practicing spells from the first-year curriculum. he discovered that he possessed remarkable talent in transfiguration and charms. Not merely proficient, but exceptionally strong. So much so that upon grasping the principles of a spell, he could simply utter the incantation without contemplating the wand movements. With a gentle flick of his wand, he could successfully cast spells. Even simple ones like Lumos, Alohomora, and Reparo could be performed wandlessly and silently with minimal practice. Indeed, magic is a manifestation of the mind's power. As Wolf sat on the sofa, recovering his magical energy while affectionately rubbing his familiar's head, he felt a sense of tranquility. Today, the destination I must visit is quite inconvenient for you to accompany me. However, next time, I shall ensure that we explore this castle together at leisure. Wonkai abruptly pounced upon Wolf, knocking him off the sofa, and the two engaged in playful antics. In Beihai, Wolf and Snape stood at the entrance of Azkaban, seemingly awaiting someone. Their robes billowed dramatically in the sea breeze, even causing Snape's meticulously styled hair to appear somewhat disheveled. With a sharp clap, a tall, middle-aged man materialized beside them. "My apologies, Professor Snape, for my tardiness," he said, his chestnut hair cascading to his shoulders, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression serious and efficient. Snape regarded him with a cold glance and nodded slightly. The middle-aged man bore no offense. Instead, he turned to scrutinize Wolf momentarily, then pivoted and led the two toward Azkaban. In the deepest recesses of Azkaban prison, a manic voice echoed, "Sirius, my dear brother, are you still alive?" "Ha!" The space reverberated with frenzied laughter. "How dare you insult my master, you wretched insect? I should have drowned you in the washroom of the Black Residence the moment you were sorted into Gryffindor." Bellatrix roared in fury. Concurrently, filthy curses erupted from other cells. Sirius grimaced, rubbing his aching ears. "You bunch of scoundrels, the refuse of magic, hunting hounds for evil. Go kiss the rotting bones of your deceased master at his grave." In this bleak prison, such exchanges of vitriol seemed to constitute their daily ritual, a grim testament to their survival, an attempt to derive some semblance of amusement from their wretched existence. Suddenly, a man cried out, "Dementors are coming." Instantly, everyone fell silent, retreating to a corner, striving to suppress their emotions. Sirius, however, turned on the spot, transforming into a disheveled black dog, trembling in the corner. "Is that my uncle? And the madwoman beside him is my aunt?" Wolf pondered, standing outside the prison with Snape and Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic, gazing at the disheveled man gasping in the corner. "You are Wolf, Regulus's child?" came a voice, trembling and hoarse. Beside him, Bellatrix rushed to the bars, gripping the iron railings tightly, her eyes fixed on Wolf with venomous intensity. "You damned brat. If it weren't for the filth of your father's mind, I would not have faced my master's wrath and nearly lost his esteemed trust." Wolf frowned. Although he had no memories of Regulus, he was nonetheless aware that he was his biological father, the man who had given him life. Witnessing this scene, Sirius suddenly erupted into laughter. How reminiscent. Truly a natural-born black, with such repulsive manners. He laughed until tears streamed down his face before gradually ceasing. "Slugworm, did you bring Wolf to seek the black inheritance?" Sirius inquired, rising from the ground and approaching Wolf, his gaze fixed intently upon him while questioning Snape. "Indeed, he is imprisoned in Azkaban. And Wolf is the sole heir of Black. Who else could it be? As for whether Wolf is willing to care for Harry, only time will reveal that." Wolf, clearly aware of the situation, glanced down at the slightly soiled key before tucking it into his pocket. "I will," he said. Upon hearing this address, Sirius visibly twitched but refrained from speaking, merely turning away to face the opposite direction. Wolf turned around, observing Bella still writhing on the ground in pain. "Farewell, Aunt. I hope that when we meet again, I can offer you a more hospitable reception." Chapter 7. The Aristocratic Aunt. With a sudden crack, a figure materialized in the alley of Spinner's End. It was a tall woman with flowing golden hair, her features exquisitely refined. However, her tightly pressed lips and arched eyebrows lent her an air of haughty aloofness. Most striking was her alabaster skin, so pale that one could almost discern the veins beneath. Her elegantly tailored robes and exquisite hair ornaments indicated that she was a woman of considerable taste and refinement. Upon arriving home, Severus Snape barely had time to brush off the soot from the fireplace before he heard a loud knocking at the door of number 19 on Spinner's End. With a flick of his wand, the door swung open, revealing a woman whose hurried steps and anxious demeanor signaled her distress. Rarely did Snape forego his usual sarcasm. He understood precisely why this woman sought him with such urgency. "He is at Hogwarts, not here with me, Narcissa," Snape stated, preemptively clarifying her intent before she could utter a word. "Severus, take me to him," Narcissa implored, stepping forward to grasp Snape's arm. At that moment, a somewhat heavy male voice emanated from outside. "Narcissa, dear, do not rush. Let us at least understand a bit about the child from Severus first." Lucius Malfoy spoke with a tone of reluctant reassurance to his anxious wife, regretting having mentioned the boy's discovery during dinner and casting an apologetic glance at Snape. Snape waved a hand dismissively at Lucius, indicating it was of no consequence. Then cast a cleaning charm on himself and gestured for the Malfoy couple to sit on the sofa. Observing Narcissa's demeanor, he deemed it unnecessary to prepare tea. Then I shall be succinct, he declared. After listening to Snape's account, Narcissa buried her face deeply in Lucius's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. In truth, ever since learning from her husband 5 years ago that Wolf was still alive, she had never ceased her search, even surpassing Snape in her fervor. She had leveraged all the connections of the Malfoy family, yet her efforts yielded no results. In her generation, the Black family had 4 legitimate children, the eldest, Bellatrix, married to Rodolphus Lestrange, the second, Narcissa, wed to Lucius Malfoy, and the younger siblings, Sirius Black and Regulus Black. Among them, Bella had been fervently infatuated with Voldemort during her time at Hogwarts, so much so that her marriage was orchestrated by him, and she remained distant from her own spouse. Sirius Black has always been the outlier within his family, being the first Black to be sorted into Gryffindor in a millennium. Throughout his formative years, he found solace only in the companionship of Regulus and Narcissa. During Voldemort's reign of terror, Narcissa was deeply concerned for her husband's safety, compelling her brother Regulus to join the Death Eaters for mutual protection. She has long held herself accountable for Regulus's mysterious disappearance and the tragic death of her sister-in-law, Constance. Narcissa stubbornly believed that had she not urged Regulus to join the Death Eaters, he would have remained unharmed. This profound sense of guilt has relentlessly tormented her for 11 years. The futility of her regret left her feeling helpless in all matters. Thus, upon hearing Lucius mention that Wolf had been found by Snape, she abandoned her dinner, casting aside her utensils and disapparating directly to Spinner's End. Upon learning of Wolf's harrowing childhood and the 5 years spent fleeing from Voldemort, Narcissa's guilt reached a breaking point. She clung to Lucius, her last bastion of warmth and safety, weeping inconsolably until her voice was but a whisper. With reddened eyes, Narcissa hoarsely inquired whether Hogwarts was now inaccessible. He had spent these years in the Albanian forest, living among beasts and dancing with death. This morning, when I sought him out, I found him unaccustomed to the softness of a bed, instead nestled on the carpet with the black wolf who had grown alongside him. He needs time. At this, Snape's eyes reflected a flicker of compassion. Moreover, he had just encountered Bellatrix and Sirius, and as you know, that woman has become quite deranged, which always takes a toll on him. He deserves a restful night. Upon hearing this, Narcissa relinquished her stubbornness. Indeed, after 5 years of searching, waiting one more night was inconsequential. The following morning, in London, at Grindelwald Place, Narcissa and Lucius, accompanied by Draco Malfoy, awaited the dawn. As the sun gradually ascended from the east, a tumult of emotions swirled within Narcissa, anxiety, joy, and a tinge of apprehension. She feared that Regulus's child would blame her for the suffering endured over the years and harbor resentment towards her. Lucius, having shared a bed with her for many years, discerned her unease and clasped her hand tightly, offering silent reassurance. Draco, observing the scene with confusion, had never witnessed his mother so discomposed the previous day. No matter how he inquired, his usually indulgent parents refrained from offering any explanation. Unbeknownst to him, Draco had been roused early by his mother to prepare for the day. Standing foolishly in anticipation, he pondered why, given the Malfoy family's stature, anyone warranted such solemnity, even more than the last visit to the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, where his mother had merely advised him to adhere to propriety. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Draco beheld his godfather, Severus Snape, arriving at the square alongside a striking young man with silvery hair. The youth was exceptionally handsome, possessing a pair of captivating heterochromatic eyes. Her right eye shimmered with an amber hue, while her left glowed with a delicate golden shade, radiating brightness under the morning sun. Upon catching sight of Wolf, Narcissa could not restrain her tears, covering her mouth as she wept. She believed she could maintain her composure, yet with just a single glance. She was overwhelmed by the haunting image of her missing brother and Wolf, and sorrow surged within her. Prior to his arrival, Wolf had learned of their identities from Severus and offered a slight bow to Lucius and Narcissa. "Good morning, uncle, aunt." Narcissa, unable to contain her emotions any longer, rushed forward and enveloped Wolf in her arms, weeping silently. Overwhelmed by the depths of both sorrow and joy, words eluded her. After an extended moment, she finally released Wolf, who was struggling to catch his breath. "I'm so sorry, my child." Wolf interrupted gently. "It's all right, aunt. I understand everything. I do not blame you. I trust my parents and will not hold you accountable. I am grateful for your efforts in searching for me all these years. You need not feel guilt or self-reproach." Lucius stepped forward, wrapping his arms around his wife, allowing her tears to dampen his shirt. With gratitude, he turned to Wolf. "Hello, Wolf. I am your uncle, Lucius Malfoy," he said, gesturing to Draco. "And this is your cousin, Draco Malfoy." Wolf bowed once more to Lucius and nodded at Draco. In the drawing room of the Black family estate, The group that Narcissa had guided through the house sat together, savoring the red tea brewed by Creature, who had now regained his composure. Wolf, since you have successfully inherited all that belongs to the Black family, I shall also entrust you with the key to the Prince family vault, Severus said, producing a key from his pocket and handing it to Wolf. Uncle, this! Wolf exclaimed, taken aback by Severus's gesture. Severus merely waved his hand dismissively. Wolf instantly grasped the implication. Severus was a master potion maker, and if he so desired, Wolf would be no obstacle. Thus, he turned his attention to Lucius. Uncle, I have heard that you possess extensive connections within the Ministry of Magic, held in the highest esteem. I wish to consult you on a matter. Lucius reveled in Wolf's youthful flattery, straightening in his seat to focus on him, eager for his inquiry. I believe that both the Blacks and the Princes are ancient families, surely supported by substantial enterprises and loyal vassals. I understand, Uncle Lucius. Chapter 8. The renovation plan for the estate after enjoying a dinner meticulously prepared by Creature. The four of them, along with a somewhat bewildered Draco, gathered around the coffee table on the sofa for a leisurely chat. I have an idea. I would like your thoughts on its feasibility. Do share, young Wolf, Lucius urged, his impression of Wolf exceedingly positive, though still somewhat inexperienced in social etiquette. The boy had a remarkable ability to perceive the essence behind appearances. Narcissa and Severus also regarded him with mild curiosity. I find the current style of the estate rather unappealing. It reminds me too much of the Muggle orphanage I once resided in, evoking memories of unpleasant experiences. Moreover, this resembles a medieval decor style, which, while reflective of the family's rich history, ultimately feels somewhat antiquated. As the current head of the Black family, this matter is not open for discussion. You may decide on your own. Upon hearing Wolf's suggestion, Narcissa immediately expressed her support. Thank you, Uncle, for your enhanced backing, Wolf said, raising his teacup in a gesture of appreciation. Firstly, I wish to unite the attic and the fourth floor, transforming it into a sunlit garden that simulates a forest environment. Secondly, on the third floor, I intend to retain only the master bedroom, study, a small reception room, and 2 nurseries. Thirdly, the entire second floor will be designated as guest quarters, with 4 rooms allocated, 2 for you, Uncle, and 2 for Aunt and Uncle. These will be your exclusive chambers. Fourthly, the ground floor will be divided into a kitchen, living room, and dining area. Fifthly, the basement will serve as a magical training room, a storage space, and a resting area for house elves. Lastly, the second basement will be a repository for books and a reading room. I also wish to deepen one level for a secret chamber. Wolf completed his ambitious plan in one breath, gazing hopefully at the 3 of them. Snape, Lucius, and Narcissa exchanged glances. The forest and secret chamber are entrusted to me, Snape declared first. I shall enlist Professor Sprout to meticulously design the forest. As for the secret chamber, I will take it upon myself. The remaining matters are trifles that can be resolved with galleons, Lucius remarked, languidly reclining against the sofa. The Malfoy family possesses a dedicated construction team. Once the forest and secret chamber are completed, we can finalize everything within 3 days. Narcissa nodded in agreement, while Draco, astonished, could only gape, his mouth agape and eyes wide with envy. Cousin, what do you intend to do with the forest and secret chamber? Draco, during my years in Albania, I discovered my extraordinary talent for the breeding and training of magical creatures, a fact acknowledged by Mr. Scamander. At this point, Wolf suddenly rose, bowing slightly to Lucius. I understand this may be somewhat excessive, but I must request your assistance, Uncle. Regardless of species or potential danger, I would like your help in acquiring more magical creatures. I cannot agree. How can the head of the Black family associate with that fellow Scamander, spending his days among beasts? Narcissa vociferously opposed, her elegant brows furrowing tightly. Snape, standing nearby, also furrowed his brow slightly. Aunt, I do not wish to squander my talents in this regard. Furthermore, they will never betray me. Will they? I concur. I will do my utmost to help you procure more magical creatures. But Lucius, upon hearing her husband's words, Narcissa grew anxious. Narcissa, we must trust Wolf. He is the most resolute and imaginative child I have ever encountered. Moreover, let us not forget, Hogwarts has its own forbidden forest, Lucius gently reassured, stroking Narcissa's back. It is far better for me to assist him than for him to wander aimlessly in the forbidden forest. With that, Lucius turned back to Wolf. I have acquiesced to your requests. Therefore, you must also agree to 2 conditions. Lucius slowly raised 2 fingers. First, you must promise your aunt that you shall not enter the forbidden forest unless absolutely necessary. In this regard, I believe Severus will keep a watchful eye on you. Secondly, I shall arrange for a tutor from the Malfoy household to guide you. Once the old mansion has been renovated, I will host a banquet in your name here, to announce the continuation of the Black and Prince line. Wolf, this banquet. He did not expect Lucius to present such 2 requests. Do not decline, Wolf. This banquet must take place. There is someone who has long wished to meet you. Narcissa seemed to recall something, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Severus. who had initially been puzzled, suddenly understood and shared a conspiratorial smile with Wolf. Despite his confusion, Wolf felt reassured that those present would not wish him harm, and thus he did not persist in his objections. He turned to Severus, his expression grave. Although the Black Estate possesses its own protective enchantments, it is important to note that the Black bloodline extends beyond just my aunt. Therefore, after the banquet, I would like my uncle to cast the unbreakable vow here and serve as a confidant. Once everyone had departed, Wolf sat in contemplation on the sofa before calling for Creature. With a pop, Creature appeared before him, vibrant and alert. Master, how may I serve you? It was hard to reconcile this spirited creature with the lethargic, grumbling house elf from earlier that morning. Creature, I have asked Lucius Malfoy to procure 3 house elves. Before he could finish, Creature visibly wilted, his large ears drooping and a dullness clouding his eyes. Does Master find Creature too old? Creature is truly useless, disappointing Master on the very first day by needing to be replaced. He then began to frantically bang his head against the floor. Wolf furrowed his brow at the suddenly frantic Creature and commanded, "Stop that, Creature." Seeing Creature frozen in place, Wolf continued, "The 3 new house elves will require your supervision and guidance. Remember, the 3rd floor and the chamber are off limits to them. You alone are permitted to clean there. Arrange the rest as you see fit." Upon hearing Wolf's words, Creature's expression transformed from disbelief to ecstatic joy, akin to a character from an animated series. Master needs Creature. Master has appointed Creature as the head butler. Thank you, great Master. May Merlin always bless my noble master. Since you are now the head butler, take care to improve your appearance. Change out of that tattered pillowcase and don a proper butler's uniform. In the coming days, assist me in tidying the entire estate. Some items must be packed away in preparation for the renovations. As you wish, my master. Creature bowed deeply to Wolf. Chapter 9. The Slytherin pendant box. In the days that followed, Wolf engaged in etiquette training while collaborating with Creature to organize the belongings of the old mansion. Everything was manageable. He handed broken items directly to Creature for disposition. Whether to discard or preserve was left to Creature's discretion, as Wolf remained unconcerned. What poses a greater challenge are the black magic artifacts collected by the ancestors whose minds are filled with the thoughts of the swamp plant. These sinister objects serve no purpose other than to take lives, and I truly fail to comprehend the rationale behind their collection. Therefore, Wolf could only pen a letter, beseeching Lucius Malfoy to assist him in disposing of them. On the 5th day, Wolf received an owl package from Newt Scamander. Eagerly, he tore open the wrapping, revealing a pristine suitcase before him. The suitcase, adorned in a rich brown hue, was crafted from leather, its edges encased in a metallic gold-like finish, exuding an air of substantial value. Following the instructions outlined in Newt's letter, Wolf successfully unlocked the suitcase and stepped inside, as if ascending an escalator, feeling remarkably steady. Upon entering the suitcase, Wolf discovered himself within a room that seamlessly blended a study and a lounge. This rectangular chamber, approximately 25 square meters, embraced a theme of serene languor, its gray-blue walls harmonizing with the walnut-colored flooring. A floor-to-ceiling window on the northern wall filtered natural light into a soft haze. The magical chandelier overhead, in conjunction with a floor lamp nestled in the corner, created 3 distinct lighting modes: a warm white light ideal for reading, an amber glow for relaxation, and an intelligent starry projection for nighttime. The eastern wall had been transformed into a grand bookshelf, complemented by a library-style movable ladder. It was likely this very ladder that Wolf had just traversed upon entering the suitcase. To the west, a small bed was arranged with a nightstand and bedside lamp, while a simple desk leaned against the southern wall, beneath which lay a magical mini refrigerator. Adjacent to the desk was a single door for entry and exit. Observing this delightful space, Wolf felt an immense satisfaction. Although devoid of decorative items and the bookshelf remained barren, it resembled a pristine canvas awaiting his personal touch. Opening the door, Wolf found himself by a small lake, where Newt had thoughtfully placed a sign indicating a habitat for aquatic creatures. The water surface measured approximately 100 square meters and plunged to a depth of 58 meters. To the east lay a swampy rainforest, to the west, snow-capped mountains. To the south, arid desert hills, and to the north, a steppe of gobi grasslands. Each area emanated a subtle magical aura, suggesting that Newt had already cast protective enchantments to prevent the animals from attacking one another. Corresponding flora had been planted in each region, establishing a rudimentary ecosystem, though it consisted solely of mundane plants devoid of any magical essence. May Merlin bless you, Mr. Scamander, Wolf mused, thoroughly pleased with his newfound surroundings. And he could not help but praise Newt. After spending nearly 5 hours wandering through every corner of the suitcase, he grew increasingly enamored, marveling at the prowess of that old bee, Dumbledore. Both the enchantment simulating the celestial movements of day and night, and the weather spells mimicking nature's storms were astonishingly realistic. Most daunting was the fact that Newt's suitcase had expanded to its current size through years of gradual enhancement. while Wolf's suitcase had reached a similar magnitude in less than 10 days, all thanks to Dumbledore's efforts. Thus, this is the task entrusted to you by my father, which you have yet to fulfill. After dinner, Creature unexpectedly presented Wolf with a locket box, explaining its background and significance. Upon seeing the locket box, Wolf's mind was instantly flooded with information about it. The Slytherin locket box, a horcrux of Voldemort, perhaps? The box boasted a silver exterior, intricately etched with a serpentine symbol adorned with emeralds, its eyes set with two small rubies that flickered with an eerie glow as the light shifted. Approximately the size of a palm, it felt cold and heavy, its links presumably woven from goblin-forged silver, showing no signs of wear even after centuries. The edges were inscribed with runes, and the scales of the serpentine relief were stained with dark red blemishes. As Wolf pondered while toying with the box, he wrestled with the decision of whether to keep it until the last moment to hand over to Potter or to present it directly to Dumbledore. Ultimately, he resolved to surrender it to Dumbledore, if only to spare the old bee from exerting too much thought on him. Moreover, he was curious to see if he could extract something valuable from the old bee through this locket box. As for handling it himself, what a hassle that would be. It was not his responsibility. When the sky falls, let the tall one bear the burden. His task was merely to locate that tall one. Now, to number 19. Spinner's End, to find Uncle Snape. He instructed him to contact Dumbledore and request his immediate presence at the Black residence, stating that he had sensed an aura from the Albanian forest. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two appeared at Grimmauld Place, led by Creature into the old house. Snape regarded Wolf, who was leisurely seated on the sofa sipping tea, with a raised eyebrow and a probing glance. The rapport they had cultivated over the past few days allowed Wolf to instantly comprehend his meaning. He gently shook his head at Snape and then gestured towards the locket box resting on the coffee table. Professor Dumbledore, Creature entrusted this to me tonight, and I immediately sensed Voldemort's presence upon it. This matter is of utmost importance, and I had no choice but to trouble you at this late hour. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, observing the nonchalant Wolf. He did not immediately concern himself with the locket box, although they had only met a few times. He believed he understood Wolf's character. If it were truly dangerous, this scoundrel would have fled long ago, rather than sitting here enjoying tea. Yet, he had no alternative, for he too sensed the intense, dark magic emanating from the locket box. He could only adapt to the situation and see what this little rascal intended. With this thought, Dumbledore ceased speculating on Wolf's intentions and turned his gaze to the locket box. A single glance caused him to exclaim, "The Slytherin locket box?" He leaned closer, observing it intently for a considerable time, acutely attuned to the magical aura surrounding it, and then fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, a look of realization washed over his face. Tom, is this the method to evade death? Truly cowardly and despicable. Beside him, Snape seemed to have an epiphany as well, a flicker of disdain appearing in his eyes. Under the light, Albus, the answer to the problem that has troubled you for so many years is indeed laughable. Dumbledore couldn't help but shake his head, his eyes reflecting a profound disappointment, tinged with an unmistakable sense of frustration. At this moment, it was Wolf who appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the circumstances at hand. Snape, recognizing the confusion etched on Wolf's face, took it upon himself to elucidate. He explained that throughout history, all powerful wizards have sought means to conquer the legendary deities. To date, the only deity with clear documentation of existence is death itself, thus rendering death the hypothetical adversary of all wizards. Legend has it that Merlin once wagered with death, declaring that whoever could discover a method to permanently evade death would secure a victory for wizards, compelling death to reveal the secrets of divinity. Conversely, should the wager fail, death would claim the wizard's soul, binding it to eternal servitude, devoid of rebellion. Another figure, the despicable Halbo, stumbled upon a grim discovery, under extreme emotional duress. Employing the killing curse to take a life would fragment one's own soul. However, such a vile act of soul division through murder, aimed at achieving a false semblance of immortality, would incur the wrath of the heavens, resulting in unending calamity and the cessation of lineage. While horcruxes may allow for the preservation of life as long as the soul fragments persist, the price is a mere existence as a specter, rendering it a fate worse than becoming a ghost. Furthermore, the fragmentation of the soul leads to a disintegration of one's mental faculties and innate talents. The more one divides their soul, the more pronounced these fractures become, ultimately transforming the individual into a maddened and grotesque monstrosity. It is said that Halbo divided his soul into 9 pieces, and by that time, the once handsome and exceptionally gifted Halbo had devolved into an ugly and vile creature. Upon his 10th division, his soul could no longer bear the burden, resulting in obliteration, along with the destruction of the 9 horcruxes. Thus, horcruxes emerged as a taboo not merely forbidden, but as an abomination that allows for survival at the cost of humanity, an existence in a spectral state, all while being cursed with eternal damnation. Therefore, it is not merely that you fail to comprehend Voldemort's purported method of immortality. Rather, You subconsciously assume that someone as extraordinary as Voldemort would not resort to such a foolish means of attaining his so-called eternal life. Ultimately, Wolf could not restrain himself from posing a rather pointed question. Well, Wolf, after all, the young Voldemort truly embodies the phrase a prodigy among prodigies, Dumbledore remarked, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The pressing question now remained. Just how many horcruxes had that wretched individual concealed? Wolf's metaphor was ever so vivid, illustrative, and precise. Chapter 10, Regulus Black. The steep black cliffs loomed like a rusted giant sword, thrust into the surging dark tides. The moonlight, fragmented by the clouds, dribbled down in meager, pallid strands, illuminating the jagged rocks below, reminiscent of ancient beastly fangs. The wind howled from the sea, carrying the briny chill, shrieking through the crevices atop the cliffs. Clusters of withered grass trembled, their roots clinging to the rock fissures, perilously close to being uprooted and cast into the abyss. In the distance, the lights of a freighter shimmered through the fog, dim and yellow like dying pupils, slowly gliding into deeper darkness. A sudden crack shattered the nocturnal stillness as Dumbledore, Snape, and Wolf, guided by Creature, apparat to the precipice of the cliff. Is this the place, Creature? Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings, sensing no trace of magic. No, sir. It is down there, in that cavern below. Yet Creature was of no help, unable to transport his master and the gentleman directly to the location. Frustrated, he struck his forehead, recalling that he had once been able to apparate directly inside the cave. Why, then, was he confined to the mountaintop this time? Such arrogance, Tom. Dumbledore murmured as he peered over the cliff's edge at the cave below. Foolish pride indeed. Without hesitation, Dumbledore leapt from the precipice, halting mid-fall, suspended in the air before gliding into the cave. Quite impressive, Wolf exclaimed in admiration. Humph, Snape scoffed lightly, transforming into a swirl of black mist that enveloped Wolf and Creature, propelling them toward the cavern below. Upon landing, Wolf blinked his striking mismatched eyes at Snape, who understood the unspoken question, his lips twitching. This is a variant of the levitation charm, suitable only for short distances. I'll teach you when we have time. Still relying on those old tricks, Dumbledore remarked with a tone of disappointment and disdain, bloodletting to weaken the intruder's strength. Without waiting for a response, he drew his elder wand, and with a forceful sweep, violently dismantled the protective enchantments left by Voldemort, blasting open the rock wall. Creature gasped, quickly retreating to the side. This old bee is quite brutal, isn't Wolf blurted out, astonished by the scene. In response, Wolf raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, though the smile at the corners of his mouth was hard to suppress. Nearby, Snape watched Wolf teasing Dumbledore, feeling a surge of joy, his spirits lifted. My nephew, he thought, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips, unnoticed by others. The three, guided by the glow of their wands, ventured deeper into the cave, while Creature clung tightly to the hem of Wolf's robe, following closely behind. Here, darkness was not merely a hue, it bore a weight. The air was thick, akin to rancid grease, each breath a struggle, laden with a brackish, suffocating quality. Water dripped from the rock walls, not clear but glimmering with an eerie green hue, reminiscent of some venom secreted by a creature, slowly cascading and etching winding grooves into the stone. From afar, the sound of waves echoed, yet the sea remained hidden. The noise was dull, like the heartbeat of a colossal beast, resonating from the depths, sending tremors through their feet. After approximately half an hour of traversing, they finally reached the edge of a small lake, its waters dark, where shadowy figures occasionally drifted beneath the tranquil surface. In the center of the lake was a smooth islet, upon which a small altar stood, cradling a stone basin that emanated a faint white glow. As Wolf's wand slipped from his sleeve, and he prepared to make a move, Dumbledore halted him. Tom won't be so foolish. He must have left other protective spells. Let us first investigate the center of the lake. Don't you wish to see what Regulus left in the basin? Not at all. If he truly had any parting words for me, he would not have placed them in such a cursed location. The flying curse is undoubtedly ineffective. We can only summon the undead one by one. Snape shifted the topic, saying, Albus, there are quite a number of corpses at the bottom of this lake. I had heard that in a nearby Muggle village, over 2,000 people mysteriously vanished overnight, and the Ministry of Magic investigated for 6 months without any leads, ultimately leaving the case unresolved. It seems they are all here. Dumbledore sighed deeply, glancing at the wand in Wolf's hand. Such unrestrained power. What choices would you make, Wolf? Finding them one by one is certainly impractical, but Wolf and Snape had no alternative. They could only cast hopeful glances at Dumbledore. Although the old man often seemed eccentric, he was undeniably reliable. Without wasting words, Dumbledore wielded the Elder Wand, thrusting it forward with a sudden motion, cleaving the lake's surface as if it had been bisected, revealing the lakebed overgrown with aquatic plants. With another wave, all the corpses appeared in the divided space, as if summoned. Hurry, Snape, I cannot maintain this for long. Dumbledore's voice trembled with effort. Snape swiftly drew his wand. Regulus, come forth. Among the army of corpses near the island, a young man clad in a splendid wizard's robe emerged, yet his transformation into an undead left him unrecognizable, his once handsome visage now a mask of horror. Snape retrieved a potion vial filled with purple liquid from his pocket and hurled it at Regulus. With a flick of his wand, the glass shattered, drenching Regulus in the potion. Instantly, the once menacing corpse fell still, its terrifying expression transforming into one of tranquility, as though it had drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Creature wept uncontrollably, crying out for his young master. Creature, take Regulus and leave, Dumbledore commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching corpses. Recognizing the urgency, Creature embraced Regulus's lifeless body and disapparated away. Once the corpses had gathered, Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with Snape. In an instant, Snape transformed into a swirling black mist, sweeping up Wolf and soaring toward the cave's exit. That was incredibly cool. I must learn that spell. Chapter 11, Malfoy Manor. After interring the ashes of Regulus Black alongside Anna Prince, Dumbledore exchanged Wolf's Slytherin locket box for his transfiguration notes and a manual on firemaking from their school days. He promised that once the fragment of Voldemort's soul was destroyed, if Nick LeMay could restore it, the Slytherin locket box would be gifted to Wolf in honor of Regulus. The unsung hero. After teaching Wolf the art of flight, Snape hurried to Professor Sprout's laboratory. Wolf spent the next 2 days meticulously combing through the old residence to ensure no items were overlooked, preventing any harm to the construction workers who would soon arrive. Once the vast collection of the Black family's extensive library was hastily packed into boxes, it was relocated to Malfoy Manor for a temporary stay. In the serene woods on the outskirts of Wiltshire, Draco Malfoy stood idly beneath a grand tree, listlessly kicking at its roots. Cousin Draco, were you waiting for me? Wolf's sudden appearance startled Draco, who, upon recognizing him, lightly thumped Wolf on the shoulder, grumbling, "Why are you so late? I've been here for nearly 20 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he took Wolf's hand and led him toward the clearing. In an instant, the space warped, revealing a manor enveloped in mist, both opulent and enigmatic. As Wolf followed Draco through the ornate wrought iron gates, he felt as though he were traversing through clouds. The manor exuded the dignified aura of a lordly estate, towering and magnificent, with diamond-shaped glass windows on the ground floor casting a warm glow that contrasted with the dark garden surrounding it. The meticulously designed garden featured fountains and free-roaming white peacocks, their feathers shimmering with a silvery sheen under the moonlight, exuding an air of aristocracy. The grand foyer was spacious and lavish, adorned with portraits that graced the walls, while the stone floor was nearly concealed beneath exquisite carpets. A marble fireplace and gilded mirrors epitomized luxury. Draco, Wolf murmured, your Malfoys are truly wealthy. Enough of your nonsense. You have inherited the ancient houses of Black and Prince, yet you jest about my family. Draco shot back with a disapproving glance. Mother has prepared dinner. Let us be swift, lest she grows impatient. At this, Narcissa's eyes glistened with emotion. I understand, Aunt. After all, that man still lives. And the identity of my uncle, along with my father's actions, necessitate discretion. Thus, I did not invite anyone to my father's funeral. It was merely a private ceremony conducted by Uncle Snape, where my father's ashes were interred alongside my mother's ashes. For before Narcissa could finish her question, Lucius interrupted, Enough, dear. I believe Wolf is hungry. We can discuss matters in more detail after dinner, by the fireplace. He cast a knowing glance at Narcissa, who, understanding the cue, took the box from Wolf's hands and handed it to Dobby, who was waiting nearby, before leading Wolf into the dining room. After the dinner, once Draco was settled, the three gathered around the fireplace. Dobby served 3 cups of red tea before being dismissed by Lucius. Of course, Wolf could not divulge the matter of Voldemort's horcrux to Lucius, especially since a notebook remained hidden within Malfoy Manor. Wolf was filled with curiosity about the creature lurking in the Chamber of Secrets. While I was sorting through the old house, I discovered some belongings of my father at Creature S, which yielded insights regarding that individual. I promptly informed Uncle Snape and Professor Dumbledore, and through their deductions and investigations, we finally located the last place my father visited. We journeyed to a small island in the English Channel, where we uncovered the remnants of a Muggle village decimated by that person's dark army. My father has been transformed into a corpse. Wolf slowly sipped his red tea, allowing the 2 individuals a moment to process the revelation. Narcissa was momentarily unable to accept the tragic fate of her brother, reduced to mere bones, and the overwhelming grief took her breath away, causing her to faint. In the ensuing days, Wolf remained in the library, meticulously organizing the Black family's collection of books, fervently absorbing their knowledge. However, he found himself at a loss on how to approach Narcissa, a woman engulfed in the sorrow of her brother's untimely demise, while Lucius occasionally cast him reproachful glances. Meanwhile, Fong and Draco became fast friends, spending their days in playful antics. Wolf, come quickly. Fong is in trouble. Draco's urgent shout jolted Wolf from his reading of the modern history of the magical realm. Upon hearing that Fong was in distress, he hastily abandoned his book and rushed out the door. Grabbing Draco by the collar, he demanded, "What has happened to Fong? Where is he?" Draco was taken aback by Wolf's sudden intensity and quickly pointed towards the forest. Upon reaching the woods, Wolf was confronted by a massive black wolf, frantically rampaging through the underbrush, toppling trees with ease. Wolf stood in stunned silence, gazing at the creature whose shoulders towered 5 or 6 meters high and whose body stretched at least 11 or 12 meters in length. Regaining his composure, Wolf called out for Fong. The colossal wolf gradually calmed upon hearing Wolf's voice, lowering its enormous head in an attempt to approach him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wolf's mind. "Wolf, it is I, Fong. What has happened to me?" Completely bewildered, Wolf was grateful for the unspoken bond forged over years of shared experiences, as he and the wolf communicated earnestly until the truth of the matter unfolded. Fong had witnessed Draco fall from a tree in a moment of panic, inadvertently activating the magical bloodline within him, granting him the ability to alter his size and to speak. "Your ancestry is rather complex, Fong. The ability to change size is akin to that of a bird snake. While the gift of speech belongs to the Sphinx," Wolf remarked, relieved that it was a positive development. Fong, still unaccustomed to articulate speech, merely offered Wolf a pitiful glance. It seemed teaching him to speak would indeed be a significant undertaking. Turning to see Draco hastening towards them, accompanied by Narcissa and Lucius, Wolf smiled. "And I have an excellent assistant." Chapter 12, The Black Manor. In the following month, Wolf became acutely aware of the mischief that a spirited child could unleash. The little one persistently clung to Wolf, occasionally playing pranks that left him exasperated, only to turn away with a haughty demeanor, showcasing a platinum-colored crown of hair. Finally, after Wolf had managed to reduce Fong to the size of a wolf pup and entrusted him to Draco for instruction in speech, he was granted a much-needed respite. This book, Decoding Advanced Dark Magic, is indeed intricate. Wolf rubbed his swollen, aching eyes, feeling as though his mind was overflowing, weighed down by knowledge. At that moment, Draco's head popped into the room. "Wolf, Mother is calling for you." "All right, I'm coming." As Wolf emerged from the box, he beheld Narcissa, gracefully engaged in conversation with Madame Malkin, who was holding a measuring tape. "Wolf, come here." Narcissa beckoned, and as he approached, Madame Malkin began to measure him with the tape. The black ancestral house was undergoing its final touches, for his uncle had decided to host a banquet there in 5 days. "I observed the attire Snape had procured for you. They were merely casual garments, unsuitable for such an occasion. Hence, Anne has enlisted Madame Malkin to custom-make a formal outfit for you." Madame Malkin seamlessly interjected, "Ah, little Wolf is the nephew of Mrs. Malfoy. Such remarkable genes, indeed, for the entire family possesses enviable beauty." Upon completing her measurements, she playfully pinched Wolf's cheek. "When you last visited my shop, several proprietors of ready-made clothing happened to see you and praised me for having such a handsome model. My sales increased significantly thereafter." With a somewhat feigned smile, Wolf bowed slightly in gratitude and said, "Thank you for the compliment, madam. If possible, I would prefer my formal attire to be rather unembellished. I favor simplicity. It would be splendid if it could feature the Black family crest." "Very well, I wish you both a delightful day," Madame Malkin replied, offering a brief wave to Wolf and a nod towards Narcissa before gracefully departing, her slender figure swaying as she exited. "What a captivating fairy," Wolf murmured softly, eliciting a light chuckle from Narcissa, who observed the scene with delight. "Master Black, the lady awaits you in the drawing room to try on your suit." Dobby suddenly appeared before Wolf, bowing respectfully. Having been in the garden, where he had watched Fong chase Draco, who was playfully flying low on a child's broomstick, Wolf set down the peacock he was holding, acknowledged Dobby with a nod, and called out to the grinning Draco to accompany him to the foyer. Madame Malkin's efficiency was remarkable. Within 3 days, the formal attire was ready. When Wolf donned the robe, everyone was astounded, and Madame Malkin dramatically covered her mouth, her eyes wide with amazement. The robe was a deep gray, reminiscent of mist, adorned with silver thread embroidery, depicting the Wolf King in its majestic form. A solitary Wolf King stood against the moonlight atop a mountain, surveying the world with an air of authority. As Wolf moved, the eyes of the wolf seemed to scrutinize anyone who gazed upon them from any angle. Beyond this, the robe bore no adornments. Instead, the fabric itself flowed with ancient, magical textures. The collar was high and crisp, subtly matte, evidently charmed against wrinkles, forever retaining its sharp silhouette. The sleeves were ample, yet the lining tapered, revealing a dark wand sheath securely affixed within, combining aesthetics with practicality. A slender belt of dark silver encircled his waist, seemingly ordinary. It was woven from a secret silver thread crafted by fairies, glimmering like a whisper of Nivern under candlelight. The buckle was fashioned in the shape of the Black family crest, with the French inscription below the shield embossed in gold, signifying eternal purity. The hem of the robe, enchanted with a silencing charm, cascaded down to the ankles, gliding across the ground like a whispering stream, stirring not even a speck of dust. Draco circled Wolf several times, in search of any imperfections. Compared to you, Wolf, I feel like a mere country bumpkin, he jested, playfully patting Wolf on the shoulder. At the banquet, I shall ensure you remain at least 3 meters away from me. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Narcissa, pulling her theatrical son aside, called over Madame Malkin. I feel as though something is amiss. Though the style complements Wolf splendidly, it seems incomplete, and I cannot quite place what it is. Madame Malkin, upon hearing this, began to reassess Wolf with her discerning eye. Just then, Narcissa noticed Draco fiddling with his brooch and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I know what it is." She turned and dashed upstairs. Shortly thereafter, Narcissa descended with a box in hand. Inside lay a small obsidian lapel pin, shaped like a smoothed ancient coin, etched with a blurred celestial design, an emblem of a long-lost divination symbol. This addition imbued the entire ensemble with an air of dignified elegance, steeped in centuries of history. Understated yet profoundly meaningful. Perfect, Madame Malkin applauded from the side. After dinner, Lucius addressed Wolf, stating that the Black ancestral home had been fully renovated and inquired if he would like to take a look. Intrigued by the state of the manor, Wolf nodded in agreement. The 4 of them then disapparated to Grindelwald Place, where Wolf beheld the rejuvenated residence. The once weathered exterior had been freshly painted, and the overgrown ivy had vanished, standing solemn and stately in the glow of the evening sky. The first floor did not merely consist of a living room, kitchen, and dining area as Wolf had requested. Instead, Lucius had transformed it into a grand banquet hall. A 30-square-meter section was designated for receiving guests, furnished with luxurious sofas and coffee tables. Beyond the banquet hall lay the dining room, leading to the staircase to the second floor, with the kitchen discreetly tucked behind the dining area. The overall decor exuded simplicity while subtly hinting at opulence, showcasing the Black's rich heritage without ostentation. Any discerning eye would recognize the considerable value of each piece of furniture. Even the dining table was crafted from rare golden Namu wood from the east. However, Wolf displayed little interest, merely thanking Lucius politely. Yet, upon ascending to the 4th floor, he felt as if he had entered another realm. Snape had employed a non-detection expansion charm, amplifying the space tenfold, much like Wolf's own trunk, which was similarly secured with celestial and weather spells. Under Professor Sprout's careful design, the entire area was transformed into a picturesque landscape of mountains and lakes, with the staircase entrance nestled at the confluence of the lake and the mountains. As the scenery shifted, the terrain evolved from marshy grasslands to lush rainforests, culminating in a snowy peak. The habitat of most magical creatures has been meticulously simulated, with the exception of the Gobi Desert, yet Wolf feels no regret in comparison. Firstly, he has never been fond of deserts, and secondly, he possesses a remarkable box. If he cannot reside here, he shall dwell within that box instead. Aside from the underground library and secret chamber, under Lucius's guidance, Wolf explored the entire estate. No, it should no longer be referred to as the Black ancestral home, but rather as the Black's new residence. The renovation of the estate nearly cost 5,000 galleons. Lucius wore a satisfied and proud expression, having allocated 2,000 galleons for labor and materials, 1,500 for furnishings, 1,000 to Sprout for the creation of a forest, and the final 500 to Snape for the construction of the secret chamber. However, the specifics of the chamber remain known only to Snape. I have yet to visit it myself. At this point, Lucius appeared somewhat vexed. You shall have to wait until you move in to see for yourself. There is no need for such urgency. Dear uncle, I have complete faith in you. Upon hearing this, Lucius affectionately ruffled Wolf's hair, revealing his genuine fondness for this newly acquainted nephew and his deep expectations for him. Wolf, remember this. Many profound friendships and steadfast contracts have faltered over inconspicuous accounts. Those who aspire to great deeds must not be entangled in trifling gains. After a pause, Lucius suddenly remarked, I eagerly anticipate the day you stand atop the mountain, radiating brilliance. I believe that will be the most beautiful sight in the world. In every endeavor, one must seek, ponder, and ultimately achieve. Thank you, dear uncle. Chapter 13. Did you not die, my fiancé? Time swiftly ushered in the day of the banquet. Dressed in formal attire, Wolf, along with Snape, Lucius, and Narcissa, gathered in the reception area of the banquet hall, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of guests. Meanwhile, Draco cradled a wolf cub-sized companion, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a certain someone, occasionally casting mischievous glances at Wolf. This was privileged information he had begged his father for, and he was keen to witness Wolf's potential embarrassment. If not for Narcissa's stern intervention, he would have gladly captured this historic meeting with a magical camera. Undoubtedly one of the most memorable moments of Wolf's life. Around 6 o'clock, guests began to arrive in a steady stream, with Lucius introducing Wolf to the prominent figures of the wizarding world, all of whom were either wealthy or influential. The earliest arrivals included Lady Zabini and her son, Blaise Zabini. Wolf, maintaining decorum, took the opportunity to observe Lady Zabini, a renowned figure in the magical community, often referred to as the Black Widow. Her reputation is indeed well-deserved, and the title of a timeless beauty aptly fits her. Following them were the Nott family, represented by Odin Nott and his son, Theodore Nott, as well as the Shafik family, with Ulysses Shafik and his daughter, Jocelyn Shafik. It must be noted that the Malfoys excel in networking, and Lucius indeed possesses an extensive circle of influence. The Sacred 28, barring the extinct and ostracized, were present, alongside several newly prominent families, such as the Folly and Scrimgeour families, who also made it to the gathering. Wolf trailed behind Lucius, his smile nearly frozen as he struggled to maintain the so-called demeanor of nobility. Draco, meanwhile, had gathered his companions, watching Wolf with an amused expression, occasionally flaunting his pet phone. Suddenly, Malfoy exclaimed in delight, "The one we have been waiting for has finally arrived." Wolf curiously turned his gaze toward the entrance, while Lucius, holding 2 glasses of red wine from the serveress tray, stood patiently, anticipating the visitor's arrival. "Long time no see, Lucius," the man greeted as he accepted the wine from Lucius, clinking their glasses before downing the contents in one go. "It has indeed been a while, Cowis." After exchanging pleasantries, Cowis Greengrass turned his attention to Wolf, scrutinizing him for a moment before remarking, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, yet possess the virtues of your mother." A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia and sorrow passed through Cowis's eyes. "He was a dear friend of your father, one with whom he shared a bond of life and death." Lucius introduced him, saying, "Behind me is his daughter. The older one is Daphne Greengrass, who is your age, and the other is Astoria Greengrass, a year younger than you." At this juncture, Lucius revealed a mischievous smile, while Draco and his friends, having crept closer unnoticed, stared wide-eyed, eagerly awaiting Wolf's reaction. Under the cover of Severus, Narcissa stealthily produced a magical camera, poised to capture Wolf's reaction. "She is your betrothed, arranged by your parents, bound by an unbreakable vow," she noted with a sly undertone. Wolf's gaze became vacant, his pupils dilating, eyes wide yet unfocused, as if struck by lightning, his soul momentarily detached, struggling to comprehend the absurd reality before him. His lips parted as if to speak, yet his mind faltered, ultimately producing a mere, "Huh?" His entire expression crystallized into a blend of shock and bewilderment. As if petrified by a spell, forgetting how to move even his eyebrows, his hand hovered in the air, as if seeking something to confirm he was not dreaming, but ended up grasping at nothingness. His voice emerged like a stuttering tape recorder. "Wait, is this not?" He resembled a dazed fawn caught in a flash, or a muggle just informed of the existence of magic, exuding a pure, foolish astonishment. Suddenly, a puff of smoke erupted, enveloping Wolf's confusion, Astoria's flushed cheeks, and the boisterous laughter of Draco and Daphne, all captured by Narcissa's magical camera, alongside the varying expressions of those present, some maliciously amused, others smiling or inquisitive. In a moment of embarrassment, Astoria, blushing under her sister Daphne's encouragement, feigned indifference, tilting her nose upward as she extended her right hand toward Wolf, uttering the words she would regret for a lifetime, which would become a source of jest for Draco, Daphne, and even Wolf. "Aren't you dead, my fiancé?" Instantly, the room erupted in laughter. Astoria possessed a cascade of golden curls, her delicate features diverging from the rugged ideal of Western beauty, leaning instead towards the soft and ethereal charm characteristic of the East. Her porcelain skin radiated a luminous glow, and when she smiled, 2 faint dimples graced her cheeks, rendering her utterly enchanting. She seemed to have been sculpted directly from the fantasies of Wolf. Yet, beneath her captivating gaze lingered a hint of melancholy that evoked a profound sense of empathy. Regaining his composure, Wolf extended his hand and gently shook Astoria's, jesting. "I am Wolf Blake, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my fiancée E," and he shared a playful smile with her. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am likely to enjoy a long life ahead, so you need not worry about the future." At this remark, Astoria's already rosy cheeks deepened to a hue that seemed almost to bleed with embarrassment. After indulging in the evening feast, the guests gradually dispersed, leaving only the Malfoy family and the 3 from the Greengrass clan. Snape exchanged pleasantries with Wolf before hastily departing, citing matters at Hogwarts. The 7 of them settled in Wolf's private parlor on the 3rd floor, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Wolf, the magical creatures I promised you last time are, in fact, entirely entrusted to Cois," Lucius declared, setting down his teacup. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol or the comfortable company of trusted friends, his typically cautious demeanor was replaced with a hint of bravado. The Greengrass family owned a private magical creature breeding ground in Turkey. Cois then produced a small cloth bag from within his robes, revealing an assortment of creatures: a bird snake, A thunderbird, an 8-eyed giant spider, a symbol horse, a venomous horned beast, a kelpie, a zowu, an invisible beast, a moon beast, a thestral, and a tree guardian. Pausing briefly, Koiz continued, I heard from Lucius that Mr. Scamander lauded your natural talent in the breeding of magical creatures, so I have prepared pairs of each for you. All as gifts. After a moment's hesitation, Koiz seemed to resolve himself, stating, if you can successfully breed the kelpie and the zowu before your graduation from Hogwarts, I shall present you with a pair of cheilants, and upon your marriage to Astoria and the birth of your offspring, I will entrust you with the breeding ground. Wolf raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Koiz in surprise, as if a realization dawned upon him, shedding light on Koiz's decision. Mr. Greengrass, while this is indeed our first meeting, and though my parents have arranged a betrothal between me and Miss Greengrass, I must confess my yearning for genuine love. Thus, discussing such matters may be premature. In business, I shall compensate you at market value for these magical creatures, and should I successfully breed their offspring in the future, I would prioritize a partnership with you. I wish to continue the camaraderie between the blacks and the greengrasses. Haha, I told you Wolf would never accept anything for free. Lucius laughed heartily, teasing Koiz, who wore a satisfied smile. Put away your clumsy test, brother. Though Wolf is young, he is indeed a clever little fox. I've mentioned before that this child possesses the ability to see through facades and grasp the essence of things. Very well, Wolf. At this moment, Narcissa smiled at Wolf, stating that every gift in this world comes with a price tag, and where would one find the serendipitous event of a pizza falling from the sky? Even if such an event were to occur, it would hardly land precisely upon one's head. However, Narcissa's tone shifted as she gazed at the quietly pensive Astoria beside her. You are still young, with a long future ahead. Everything is worth a try. Ha ha ha. Chapter 14. The inventory before school begins once everyone had departed. Wolf did not hasten to settle the magical creatures, but instead summoned Creature and the 3 newly acquired house elves, Eats, Monty, and Tom. Wolf instructed Creature. Tom will reside in my trunk, assisting me with the care of the creatures within. As for you, Creature, I do not care how you manage it, but procure a variety of muggle animals for the 4th floor, those that fly, crawl, or swim. Ensure their feeding is well arranged, and establish a proper ecosystem. The chamber and the 3rd floor are to be cleaned solely by you. I shall not intervene further. Wolf regarded Creature, who was impeccably attired in his butler's attire, and said, You have performed admirably today. I am quite satisfied with the banquet's fare. During my time at school, the black residents will be entrusted to your care. Should any issues arise, you may find me at the school. At your command, my master, Creature replied with a bow before departing. Wolf closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then picked up the bag and trunk, proceeding to the 4th floor. Upon entering the trunk, he released all the magical creatures. It must be said that Kais had undoubtedly put considerable thought into this. These magical beings were perfectly paired by gender and were all on the cusp of adulthood. With proper nurturing, they could certainly reproduce. Wolf frolicked with them for a while, allowing them to familiarize themselves with his presence before letting them seek out their respective habitats. After transforming into a wolf, he lay by the West Lake, deep in reflection. Although everyone, including Dumbledore, claimed to be a natural animagus, Wolf was acutely aware of the truth of his own circumstances. He understood that his ability to transform was unequivocally linked to the fruit he had consumed in the bunker in Albania. He meticulously sensed the flow of magic within him until he discovered that a soul resided at his heart, the very essence of his wolf form post-transformation. Wolf attempted to touch the slumbering soul with his magic. Suddenly, he felt his magic surge violently toward that soul. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, a wizard's magical power typically accumulates with age, but the rate of accumulation drastically diminishes after the age of 35, and for those of ordinary talent, it may cease altogether by the age of 60. From the insights Wolf gleaned from Snape, he learned that the current magical society categorizes wizards into 6 levels based on their magical prowess. The first 2 years at Hogwarts correspond to magical apprentices, while the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years are classified as magical practitioners. The 6th and 7th years, along with graduates, are referred to as wizards. Professors at Hogwarts and ordinary aurors within the Ministry of Magic are deemed magical masters. Then there are the legendary wizards of the caliber of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort, culminating in the mythical demigod level. Despite the official designation as demigod level, the magical community generally refers to anyone reaching this tier as a god of magic. Historically, since records began in the realm of magic, only Merlin has achieved this status. Even the 4 founders of Hogwarts remain confined to the legendary level. It is said that only Salazar Slytherin has slightly grazed the barrier of the god of magic. The formidable challenge of ascending to the legendary level has left many mired in the mage tier, resulting in a widening chasm among those of the same rank, leading to the emergence of an unofficial classification known as the Archmage. This title, however, lacks official recognition and exists merely as a consensus among the populace. Notable figures such as Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, and the head of the Ministry of Magic's Auror Office, along with a select few elite Aurors and the heads of many noble families, belong to this echelon. Drawing inspiration from this title, the term Archwizard also emerged for similar reasons. Of course, all these references are not absolute, but rather relative to the capabilities of ordinary wizards of modest talent. For instance, when Dumbledore enrolled, his magical reserve already reached the Archwizard level, and by the time of his graduation, he was nearing the Archmage status. Thus, in any world or time, geniuses cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Currently, Wolf possesses a magical reserve characteristic of a wizard, which explains the high expectations held by Snape, Lucius, and Cows for him. As the power absorbed from the soul increased, just as Wolf's magical reserves were nearing depletion, the ethereal wolf form finally solidified, simultaneously revealing its crimson wolf eyes, proclaiming, "I am the great mouth, true God." A voice, indistinguishable in gender yet imposing, resonated within Wolf's heart. "Mortal, surrender your flesh. This is your greatest honor." Awakening of the Zoan-type devil fruit. With that, it surged toward the sea of Wolf's consciousness, entangling and gnashing at his soul. The great mouth, true God, and Wolf's soul engaged in a fierce struggle, initially leaving Wolf at a disadvantage, resulting in the severing of one arm and one leg. At that moment, a flash of white light emerged from the depths of Wolf's soul, instantly restoring his body and subduing the great mouth, true God. Seizing this opportunity, Wolf entirely devoured the soul of the great mouth, true God. Subsequently, he heard a strangely familiar voice. "This time, I truly depart. I can no longer protect you." My first host. After merging with the soul of the great mouth, true God, Wolf not only experienced a direct breakthrough to the Archwizard level, but also underwent a transformation in appearance. His once silver hair turned pure black, and his heterochromatic eyes vanished, replaced by amber irises tinged with a faint gold. However, Wolf discovered that whenever his magical power began to circulate rapidly, his hair would shift back to silver, and his pupils would emit a red glow. At the zenith of his magical prowess, his hair would transform entirely to silver, and his eyes would become engulfed in crimson, obscuring any trace of sclera or pupil, leaving only a deep scarlet hue. Within the soul of the great mouth, true God, Wolf came to realize that his transformation had never been into a silver wolf, but rather into the beastly form of the great mouth, true God from Eastern mythology. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Wolf found himself unable to harness any of the formidable abilities bestowed by the great deity, even with the complete amalgamation of his two souls. Nevertheless, he distinctly perceived a substantial enhancement in his vitality and aptitude for water-based magic, which served as a modest consolation. With a resigned sigh, Wolf acknowledged that he was left with no choice but to embrace his role as an animagus. The following day, owing to such a drastic alteration in his appearance, Wolf felt compelled to pen letters to Severus Snape and Narcissa, informing them of his second magical surge that had resulted in a change of hair and eye color. That very evening, the two arrived at the Black Estate, initially astonished by Wolf's magical reservoir reaching the level of a grand sorcerer, yet concerned for his physical well-being. Even Snape summoned Dumbledore, who, after a thorough examination and confirmation of Wolf's health, allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Time passed as Wolf adjusted to the surging power of his magic and engaged in correspondence with Astoria, leading them to the end of August. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the school year. Observing Creature diligently packing his belongings, Wolf downed his cappuccino in one go, proclaiming, "Here I come, Hogwarts." Chapter 31. I am at a loss for words. Allow me to share a jest with you. I held my breath, concealed within the wardrobe, and through the crack of the door, I witnessed my sister crawling on the carpet, magnifying glass in hand. This self-proclaimed teenage detective, akin to Sherlock Holmes, was intently analyzing the crumbs from the biscuit I had dropped that morning. The 12th family meeting commenced. Mother placed a bubbling pot emitting violet smoke at the center of the dining table, as today's focus was on enhancing our domestic skills. Father adjusted his crooked glasses. Remnants of last week's notes on preventing the misuse of the washing machine as a microwave still visible on his notepad. I counted the ticks of the wall clock. And indeed, as Mother spoke of innovative nutritious meals, a timely wail from the neighbor's dog echoed outside. It had mistakenly consumed the spinach and blueberry buns Mother had concocted. "Old Lynn, go open the balcony door." Grandmother's roar pierced through 3 floors. Father, as if propelled by an invisible force, hurried up the stairs in a synchronized manner, not forgetting to stow the remote control into the refrigerator. Ever since last month when he accidentally scorched rice with the air conditioner remote, he had developed a profound aversion to household appliances. On the occasion of Grandmother's 70th birthday, our family stood neatly outside the hotel suite, exchanging glances. Mother insisted on showcasing her latest creation, volcanic lava longevity noodles, simmering in a thermos and bubbling with a vibrant green foam. My sister's detective pouch bulged, reportedly containing test strips capable of detecting food toxins. Shaolin, the restroom is. Before Uncle could finish his sentence, Father instinctively pressed the button nearby. With a crisp click, the electric blinds descended, trapping my aunt, who was carrying a cake, on the 3-meter-wide observation balcony. The banquet hall fell into a silence so profound that the bubbling of Mother's thermos could be distinctly heard. Through the tinted glass, one could clearly see my aunt's exaggerated mouth movements. Open the door. The cream peach-shaped cake she cradled was visibly melting at an alarming rate. Fingerprint recognition failed. Incorrect password. Voice command invalid. Under the crimson glow of the electronic lock, beads of perspiration trickled down my father's forehead. My younger sister abruptly produced a magnifying glass and directed it towards the keyhole, exclaiming, "Look, there are signs of violent tampering. The perpetrator must have used this. That's merely the grease from the chicken leg you devoured yesterday," I retorted, unable to contain my frustration as I pulled her away from her theatrics. Seizing the moment, my mother lifted the thermos, releasing a jade-hued broth that bore a scent reminiscent of hydrogen sulfide. My cousin, closest to the source, immediately donned a mask of agony. When the repairman arrived, armed with cutting tools, my aunt's chi-pao had transformed into an abstract oil painting. As she gracefully stepped off the balcony in her 10-centimeter heels, my mother's specially prepared longevity noodles toppled from the turntable, spilling broth that corroded the tablecloth into a honeycomb pattern. In truth, it was quite an aesthetic. My grandmother calmly picked up a piece of the tattered tablecloth, reminiscent of the cotton shirt I had ruined with nitric acid in my youth. In the late-night mediation room of the police station, our family huddled neatly on a bench. The incident had begun with my sister's insistence on reporting an illegal confinement case on the balcony, and during the review of the surveillance footage, we unexpectedly discovered that my father had pressed the fire alarm button, explaining why the entire building's sprinkler system had been activated. The officer, struggling to suppress laughter, turned crimson. "Why don't you address last week's noise complaint while you're at it? You know, the one about the bluish-purple smoke emanating from the kitchen window?" That was my mother's purple sweet potato sesame paste. My sister and I chorused. Suddenly, my father retrieved half a flattened mung bean cake from his pocket, the dental imprints still perfectly retaining the curve from this morning when the door had caught it. Perhaps we would never become the model family that others aspire to emulate. But at least in the neighborhood gossip columns, we had secured our status as the perennial suppliers of humor. Cleese watched Wolf's departing silhouette without uttering a word, deeply bowing before vanishing from sight. Wolf donned a plain white t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans. His slightly naturally curly hair was neatly styled, giving him a particularly sunny appearance. He attracted the attention of several muggles along the way, with some audacious women pausing to gaze at him in a daze. Reluctantly, Wolf cast a low-profile charm upon himself to evade excessive scrutiny, standing bewildered between platforms 9 and 10. He regretted not having accompanied Aunt Narcissa and Draco as he had been advised. Resigned, Wolf closed his eyes, gently tapped his foot, and silently released a perception spell, attuning himself to the magical fluctuations on the platform. Following the magical guidance, he approached a stone pillar. Upon closer inspection, he noted that between platforms 9 and 10, there were 4 pillars, and the one before him was the third when counting from platform 9. So this was indeed platform 9 3/4, a design unmistakably by Ravenclaw. Wolf reached out to touch the stone pillar, only to have his hand pass straight through. At that moment, he fully comprehended the principle of the protective magic. A look of exasperation on his face as he grasped his suitcase and boldly collided with the pillar. Through the stone pillars, platform 9 3/4 was already bustling with parents bidding farewell. Careless young wizards' pets scurried about, with the calls of owls, toads, and cats creating a lively cacophony, intermingled with parental admonitions to their children, resulting in a warm yet boisterous atmosphere. A steam train, painted in a striking deep crimson, rested at the platform, its front adorned with the words Hogwarts Express, releasing plumes of steam. After a brief glance, Wolf picked up his suitcase and made his way into the carriage, consciously seeking an empty compartment at the rear to settle in. Not wishing to be disturbed, he cast a locking charm and a silencing spell on the door. He released his wolf cub-sized companion, Wonkai, from his bag and retrieved the book Advanced Defensive Magic for Entertainment during the long journey. After the train had been in motion for over half an hour, Wonkai, feeling a bit bored, nudged Wolf's calf with his head, rousing him from his reading. "Wolf, I'm so bored. I want to go play with Draco." Wolf affectionately ruffled Wonkai's fluffy head, smiling indulgently and with a wave of his hand. The compartment door swung open. "You should remember Draco's scent. Go find him yourself." After happily licking Wolf's palm, Wonkai darted out of the compartment. Wolf chuckled helplessly. Although Wonkai could now speak, his intellect resembled that of a human child of 5 or 6, making him quite mischievous. After putting away the book, Wolf leaned back against the seat, pretending to doze. He knew that the moment he opened the compartment door, tranquility would elude him. From his understanding of Draco, it would be no more than 10 minutes before Draco would arrive to question why Wolf hadn't waited for him on the platform or shared the same compartment. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Draco's somewhat irate voice echoed from outside. Wonkai, is this the compartment? The door was then roughly pushed open. Do you have any idea how I've been searching for you on this train, like a headless owl? Draco, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, stood at the door, glaring at the feigning Wolf, and immediately felt a surge of frustration. Look at you, lounging here so leisurely. Wolf quickly raised his hands in surrender, producing a licorice wand from his pocket to hand to Draco. I didn't rest well last night, so after leaving a message for Aunt Narcissa, I found a compartment to rest for a bit. Draco glared at Wolf, snatching the licorice wand and biting into it fiercely, as if to vent his pent-up irritation. Have you heard? Harry Potter is on the same train as us, Draco said, sitting down opposite Wolf. I've been in this compartment since I boarded, so naturally, I wouldn't know. Wolf pulled out some jerky from another pocket to feed Wonkai, who was nestled in Draco's lap. Are you going to look for him? Aren't you curious about what kind of person he is? How he managed to defeat the Dark Lord back in the day? Draco asked with keen interest. At that time, he was just a baby. What could he possibly remember? Wolf waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to go, you can go with Goyle and Crabbe. I shall not attend. After all, I will eventually encounter them at school. Not long after, Draco, cradling Fong, departed alongside Goyle and Crabbe. Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Theodore Knott, and Blaise Zabini then entered. Where's Draco? Wasn't he looking for you? Given their previous encounter at the Black Estate soiree in the absence of any significant occasion, the group forewent the usual pretense of pleasantries, with Pansy directly inquiring about his apparent ire. At this juncture, everyone chuckled softly, save for the typically aloof Theodore, who stood with an air of indifference by the door, scrutinizing Wolf with a gaze brimming with curiosity. It seemed Draco had been the subject of their playful jests during his search for Wolf. Theodore, am I lacking in decorum? No, I am merely intrigued. What remarkable qualities does one possess to be deemed exceptional by the adults? Theodore's voice was somewhat raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against metal. Upon hearing this designation, Wolf, having just accepted a bottle of lemonade from Zabini, nearly choked as he took a sip. What nonsense are you spouting? He coughed, vigorously rubbing his chest until he regained his composure. Astoria, and I merely exchanged a few letters. Besides, how old are you to understand so much? I am merely concerned for my sister, Daphne remarked with a dismissive pout. You simply lack exposure. Pansy and Blaise are far more knowledgeable than I. The sudden betrayal from her close friends left Pansy and Blaise with puzzled expressions. After engaging in light-hearted banter for a while, Wolf suddenly faintly heard Fong's howl. He sprang from his seat, pushed past Theodore who blocked the box door, and flung it open, striding purposefully outside to the astonished gazes of the others. Why do so many insist on courting danger? Wolf's demeanor turned solemn as he advanced towards the direction of Fong's cries, greeting young wizards who had attended the soiree along the way, ignoring their presence, while Daphne and Blaise hurriedly provided explanations for Wolf. Consequently, a growing crowd followed in his wake, though Wolf recognized few among them. Some were friends of Daphne and Blaise, while many simply wished to join the throng out of curiosity. Before anyone could react, a beam of red light struck Percy, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a seat within the box. After Percy was incapacitated, Wolf waved his hand, summoning the petrified Fong to him. Oh dear! A silent disarming charm and summoning spell? A collective gasp of disbelief arose from the crowd. How old is he? Wolf paid no heed to the murmurs, drawing his wand to dispel the petrification curse on Fong. Once freed, Fong nuzzled against Wolf's leg in a display of grievance. Wolf, Fong was careless. That red-haired one attacked Draco, and when I merely scratched him, someone struck my backside, rendering me immobile. Wolf said nothing, simply bending down to embrace Fong, gently stroking its back in silent comfort. At that moment, Percy Weasley rose from his seat and approached Wolf, towering over him as he spoke. Is this talking dog yours? Is this the one that attacked Fong? Standing at a height of 1 meters, Wolf, though impressive among his peers, paled in comparison to the 5-year-older Percy. Your dog injured Ron? Percy frowned, sensing that Wolf did not seem inclined to engage in a civil conversation. It was Weasley who attacked me first. Fong only retaliated. Before Draco could finish his explanation, Wolf raised his hand to interrupt. Did you attack Fong? He continued to fixate on Percy, his expression betraying no emotion. He cared little for the sequence of events or who was right or wrong. It was, before Percy could complete his sentence, Wolf swiftly waved his wand, casting a spell. Bind swiftly. Bell jar. 2 spells struck Percy's chest, sending him crashing onto the top of the carriage, indifferent to the mix of indignation, anger, and embarrassment that clouded Percy's gaze. With an air of calm, Wolf turned to Ron Weasley. Do you intend to throw Fong out of the window? Ron, now trembling with fear, muttered incessantly, Your dog attacked me first. Your dog attacked me first. Excuse me, may I offer an explanation? Harry Potter suddenly interposed himself between Wolf and Ron. Although he was equally frightened, he did not wish for his newly made friend to be harmed. Realizing that Harry's intervention meant the matter would have to end here, Wolf acknowledged the futility of confronting Dumbledore. He knew he could not overpower him, and any aggression towards Harry might invite unknown repercussions once they arrived at Hogwarts. After scrutinizing Harry for a moment, Wolf slowly remarked, "In Black's world, actions are not judged by right or wrong, they are dictated by allegiance." Then, recalling something, he addressed Harry, "You have a wonderful mother, safeguard your eyes." Ignoring the bewildered expression on Harry's face, Wolf turned to the cowering Ron. "Potter's favor does not always apply. Be mindful of your words next time." He then retrieved a gold galleon from his pocket, flicking it to Ron with his thumb. "In Black's world, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. This galleon should suffice for your wounds. Should you have further issues, feel free to seek me out." With a final glance at Potter, Wolf departed the compartment with Draco. Upon exiting, they found the entrance crowded with young witches and wizards who had followed Daphne. Their gazes towards Wolf were a mixture of curiosity, fear, and admiration. As Wolf emerged, the crowd parted, creating a passage. He nodded in acknowledgement to Daphne, expressing his gratitude, before holding Fong tightly and striding confidently down the aisle without a sideways glance. Following him closely was Daphne, who, after gracefully curtsying to Wolf, was the first to trail behind him, followed by Draco, Blaise, Theodore, and Pansy. However, a hint of fervor flickered in Theodore's eyes. For the Knot family creed was to follow the strong and become strong themselves. "Could you please put Percy down?" Harry called after Wolf, who had only taken a few steps. "He will come down in 15 minutes. This Potter displayed a lack of discernment. He had the audacity to refuse friendship with the noble Malfoy, and instead chose the impoverished Weasley. Draco continued to whine to his companions, lamenting, "So you love what you cannot have and have attacked Weasley?" Daphne's perspective was always so refreshingly unique. Malfoy was visibly perturbed, casting a resentful glance at Daphne. Unable to endure his gaze any longer, Daphne hastily raised her hand, exclaiming, all right, I shall refrain from further comment. You may continue, esteemed Mr. Malfoy. I merely couldn't resist taunting Weasley a bit. The pauper approached me with the intent to strike, and then Fong promptly dealt him a blow." Blaise looked astonished at Fong nestled in Wolf's arms, wondering how such a small creature could possess such formidable prowess. Fong rolled his eyes at Blaise but chose to ignore him, continuing to snuggle in the warmth of Wolf's embrace. The group erupted into laughter at this spectacle. After declining the Sales Witch's snacks, they engaged in a game of wizard's chess until the train was nearly at its destination, at which point they dispersed. Wolf changed into his wizarding robes but opted not to leave Fong behind, keeping him cradled in his arms. The moon hung high in the sky, its cold, silvery light cascading upon the surface of the Black Lake, gently swaying with the ripples, reminiscent of countless luminescent fish scales. In the distance, the lights of Hogwarts Castle twinkled, the silhouette of its towers reflecting in the water, distorted into a hazy illusion by the ripples, resembling an inverted magical realm. On a summer night, fireflies occasionally floated by the lakeshore, akin to stars descending to the water's edge. The young wizards' gasps of wonder broke the tranquility of the scene, each of them dreaming of life at the Magical Academy, eagerly anticipating a new tomorrow. As the procession of first years drew closer, Professor McGonagall, standing at the entrance, let out a long sigh of relief, her heart calming as a faint smile graced her lips, until Hagrid presented the newcomers before her. The vice principal's commanding presence gradually silenced the murmurs and exclamations from the young wizards. "Welcome to Hogwarts." McGonagall had yet to finish her sentence when suddenly, "Oh, my Trevor!" A chubby little boy burst forth from the crowd, dashing toward the stairs where Professor McGonagall stood, only to trip over his own feet, eliciting a soft chuckle from the young wizards. Observing the blushing Neville Longbottom as he picked up a toad named Trevor from the ground, McGonagall seemed to sense something ominous. She silently vowed that if that confounded hat dared to place this little boy in Gryffindor, she would ensure it found companionship in the restroom's toilet alongside Moaning Myrtle. After confirming the number of students, Professor McGonagall began to outline important information for the newcomers. When the topic of sorting was introduced, whispers began to circulate among the young wizards, discussing ancient Hogwarts traditions involving dragons, giant spiders, and trolls. Some timid youngsters, believing the tales, began to whimper quietly, further instilling fear in those who were previously skeptical, their faces gradually losing color as they nervously swallowed. "Ladies and gentlemen, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. You have a few minutes to tidy yourselves," McGonagall announced, surveying the crowd before adding, "Please remember, the entire school faculty and student body is observing you." The young wizards hurriedly checked and adjusted their somewhat disheveled robes from their journey along the path. Only Draco gazed longingly at Wolf, who knowingly waved his hand, casting a silent, wandless cleaning charm that instantly transformed Draco's somewhat disheveled robes into immaculate attire. At this moment, Daphne, Pansy, and several other familiar daughters of nobility gathered around. Wolf cast a fleeting glance at Draco, and with a hint of exasperation, directed a cleaning charm towards him before gently patting his own chest to perform the same spell on himself. Such an adept execution of a silent, wandless incantation would surely earn you an additional 20 points from Professor Flitwick, Mr. Black. In response to Professor McGonagall's commendation, Wolf offered a slight bow, performing a mock removal of his hat. Seeing that everyone was ready, Professor McGonagall wasted no time and directly pushed open the grand oak doors that stood before them. A magnificent and enchantingly magical hall unfolded before the young wizards, as if the oak doors were not merely an entrance, but a barrier separating two worlds. The hall boasted a rectangular shape, supported by intricately carved green granite columns, with the ceiling soaring to a height of 100 feet. The ceiling was enchanted to display a realistic starry sky, complete with twinkling stars, drifting clouds, and the occasional comet streaking across the expanse. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire hall with a radiant glow. In the center of the hall were 4 long tables, representing Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin houses, crafted from rosewood, adorned with gleaming golden plates and shimmering silver goblets. The banners of each house fluttered above their respective tables. Facing the entrance, a massive banner emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest covered the entire wall. The professor's designated long table was already occupied, with the white-haired, bearded Dumbledore seated at the center. The seat to his left remained empty, presumably reserved for Professor McGonagall. Beside the vacant chair sat a somewhat plump, simply dressed, and amiable middle-aged woman, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. On Dumbledore's right was Professor Snape, with Professor Flitwick, a short yet formidable elder of fairy lineage, seated next to him. The young wizards instinctively formed a long line behind Professor McGonagall, standing in the aisle between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. Professor McGonagall procured a 3-legged stool from the side and placed an ancient, patched hat upon it. Then, the bizarre and whimsical song of the Sorting Hat began, initially bewildering Wolf, but soon he found himself captivated by its peculiar charm, akin to the allure of second-hand roses. Even after the song concluded, he felt a lingering sense of anticipation. Now, the young wizards whose names I call shall step forward and don the Sorting Hat, which will announce their assigned houses. As Professor McGonagall retrieved a piece of parchment, she called out, "Hannah Abbott." The Sorting Hat officially commenced, and the young wizards summoned to the stage included none other than Harry Potter. As Professor McGonagall uttered the name, a hushed murmur swept through the auditorium, even prompting the professors at the head table to lean forward in curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned boy who had survived great peril. The sorting for Harry seemed interminable. It was a full 10 minutes before the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Gryffindor." Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table on the far right. George and Fred Weasley even leapt atop the table, hand in hand, performing an odd tap dance while exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" True to Professor McGonagall's premonition, the bumbling Neville Longbottom was ultimately sorted into Gryffindor as well. McGonagall discreetly cast a glance at the quiet Slytherin table, where the elegantly dressed young snake sat, then turned her gaze to the boisterous Gryffindor table, filled with its messy, raucous lions. The stark contrast evoked a sigh of resignation from the deputy headmistress, who had long endeavored to refine the comportment of Gryffindor. At long last, Wolf Black heard his name called by Professor McGonagall. He approached at a leisurely pace, bowing slightly to her before taking a seat upon the stool. Before the Sorting Hat even settled atop his head, it loudly declared, "Slytherin." This was unexpected. Ordinarily, there would be a brief exchange before the hat mentioned Azkaban and Nemontgard, or at least offered 2 houses for him to ponder. Was he truly so heavily imbued with Slytherin traits? Bewildered, Wolf placed the hat down and walked toward the applauding Slytherin table. "Welcome, Mr. Black," greeted the male prefect, a tranceburster, as he rose from his seat and extended his right hand. Having regained his composure, Wolf cast a stony gaze at Burster, opting not to shake his hand or engage in conversation, instead bypassing him entirely. This moment sparked a flurry of whispers among the Slytherins. Several upperclassmen, after a brief moment of astonishment, regarded Wolf with keen interest. Across from Burster, the female prefect Jemima Farley wore a bemused smile. "Is the Wolf King returning to his den? Though one must be a king to claim such a title, Mr. Black." Professor Snape, who had been observing this exchange, quickly discerned Wolf's intent, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Meanwhile, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Dumbledore's slightly clouded eyes behind his round spectacles. "Severus, kindly inform Madame Pomfrey to prepare for an extended shift. However, I trust we shall not go too far. This is, after all, a school." Snape paused, momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in acknowledgement to Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick, nearby, wore an expression of distaste, internally lamenting the presence of the Riddler at Hogwarts. Wolf silenced the impatient Draco with a mere glance, showing no intention of providing an explanation. He took the little creature from Draco's arms, yet, observing Draco's hesitance and the puzzled expressions of Daphne and the others, he softly advised, "Do write more letters to your fathers." With that, he settled into the seat that Draco had thoughtfully reserved for him, cradling the creature and engaging it in silent play. As the last new student was sorted, Dumbledore tapped his goblet with a spoon, calling for quiet. He infused the gesture with magic, ensuring that every student could hear him. Suddenly, Wolf felt a sharp pang, goosebumps rising across his skin. This familiar sensation immediately thrust him into a state of alertness. Yet, it was fleeting, had it not been for the remnants of the goosebumps. He might have dismissed it as mere illusion. Wolf? The creature sensed the familiar aura too, looking up at Wolf. That wretched hybrid lurked within Hogwarts, in this very hall. Wolf's pupils began to glimmer with a hint of red, and his dark hair seemed to shimmer with silver. He instinctively glanced towards Professor Quirrell at the staff table, but sensed nothing amiss. I apologize for encroaching on your dinner time. Let me conclude with this. Enjoy your meal. You sniveling fools, Dumbledore declared. As his words faded, a plethora of delectable dishes silently appeared on the long table. Wolf surveyed the room, keenly attuned to Voldemort's presence. Just as he locked eyes with Snape, he shared a knowing glance before. To the astonishment of the young Slytherins, he walked straight out of the hall, cradling the creature. Standing by the corridor window, Wolf awaited Snape, who arrived shortly, unexpectedly accompanied by Dumbledore. That wretched hybrid, that foul maggot, was hiding within Hogwarts, in that very hall. Wolf wasted no time, addressing Dumbledore directly. I felt him for a brief moment, but now I cannot locate him. His tone bore urgency, laced with barely concealed menace. It must have been when he discovered your presence. In his excitement, his aura leaked, allowing you to sense him, Dumbledore mused, absently stroking his beard. Then why not during the sorting? Dumbledore paused, exchanging glances with the others. The newcomer. Wolf gritted his teeth, and simultaneously, Dumbledore and Snape exclaimed, Filch. However, when Wolf and Snape, under Dumbledore's guidance, located Filch, he lay unconscious in the first-floor mop closet. Fortunately, Voldemort had been cautious, inflicting minimal harm, merely siphoning a small amount of life force, likely leaving Filch gravely ill but alive. After the fruitless endeavor, Wolf took a quick bite in Snape's office before following the portrait's directions, his expression dark as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering the lounge, Wolf immediately beheld Bress Dabini, Theodore Knott, and Pansy Parkinson sprawled on the floor, with a trickle of blood seeping from Theodore's lip. Draco and Daphne were cornered by 6 fifth-year students, led by Bress. Draco stood protectively in front of Daphne, brandishing his wand in defiance. The moment Draco spotted Wolf, his face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Finally, the one who will deal with you lot has arrived. Wolf, already in a foul mood, felt his eyes blaze crimson, and a significant portion of his hair transformed to silvery white. His wand slipped from his robes into his hand, and he swung it violently towards Bress. Anticipating the attack, 2 fifth-year students behind Bress hastily cast a shield charm, but in an instant, their defenses crumbled, sending them crashing against the wall of the lounge. This brief moment allowed Bress and his companions to react, unleashing spells at Wolf. With a scornful gaze, Wolf observed the 4 of them, and his familiar, Fong, expanded in size, leaping in front of Wolf just as the spell struck, leaving not a single hair out of place. I had intended to toy with you a bit longer, Wolf remarked, stepping out from behind Fong, stroking the creature's head with one hand while pointing his wand towards the sink in the corner with the other. His voice was devoid of emotion as he fixed his cold stare on the terrified faces of Bress and his companions. I never anticipated your utter incompetence and lack of cunning. With a flick of his wrist, the water in the sink transformed into a massive serpent that coiled around Bress and his friends, drawing them near to Wolf. The Slytherin students, who had been leisurely observing the spectacle, quickly gathered together, with several 7th-year graduates combining their efforts to cast a powerful shield charm, shielding the remaining students behind them. At that moment, a hauntingly soft female voice resonated from the staircase. You wouldn't want to kill these worthless fools here, would you, Mr. Black? Gemma fairly descended the stairs gracefully. She had expected that Wolf, being of noble lineage, would at least offer her the opportunity for negotiation. Yet, she had forgotten that an enraged beast would tear apart any prey before it and would never entertain reason. Enough of your pretense, fairly, Wolf declared, waving his wand to bind her in place. With a flick of his left hand, she was drawn towards him as if ensnared by an irresistible force. Helpless and unable to utter a word, she found herself grasped by the slender, pale neck and hoisted into the air. Release fairly. Several 5th-year girls suddenly surged forward, brandishing their wands at Wolf, shouting in unison. Wolf regarded them with casual interest before turning his gaze back to Fairly, whose complexion had grown increasingly pale, her fear nearly palpable. He nonchalantly tossed her towards the girls, and as the binding spell was lifted, Fairly clutched her sore neck, coughing and gasping for breath, genuinely believing for a moment that Wolf intended to strangle her. You are correct, Miss Fairly. I cannot eliminate these wretches here, Wolf said, his back turned to the now-seated Gemma Fairly, seemingly unfazed by any potential ambush from behind. With a wave of his hand, he released Bress and his companions, the serpent vanishing instantly, leaving the floor completely dry. Wolf slowly approached the tearful and choking Burst, gradually lifting his right foot. However, I never intended to let them off easily. With a sudden stomp, a sharp crack echoed as Burst's arm was crushed beneath Wolf's foot, eliciting a painful wail as he incessantly struck Wolf's rock-solid calf. Subsequently, Wolf, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, executed the same fate upon the remaining 5. The only sounds in the vicinity were the anguished cries of these 6, as no one dared to utter a word. Even Draco gazed at Wolf with sheer terror. Only Theodore, now upright, seemed almost to overflow with fervor, murmuring, "Follow the strong. Become strong." Wolf cast a glance at the other Slytherin snakes, ensnared under the overwhelming ironclad curse. With a gentle sweep of his wand, the protective barrier disintegrated into dust with each flick of the tip, disregarding the horrified snakes. He then surveyed the shaken Gemma Folly and her companions. Blake operated on the principle of an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Suddenly, Wolf levitated, his magic surging wildly, his robes billowing as though caught in a tempest, the air crackling with power. His once white hair danced in a frenzy, and Wonkai, expanding in size, appeared beneath Wolf's feet. The aura emanating from the great wizard instantly overwhelmed the entire assembly, rendering everyone incapable of lifting their heads. Even Burst ceased his lamentations. Wolf's eyes were now completely suffused with crimson. Here, I, Wolf Blake, am the arbiter. Who is in favor, and who opposes? Slytherin, encompassing 7 grades, totaled 153 students. Even those sprawled on the ground, including Burst, struggled to support one another to rise and bowed their heads in respect, acknowledging the king of Slytherin. A resounding wolf howl erupted from the Slytherin common room, reverberating throughout Hogwarts. In his office, Dumbledore murmured, "The new king has ascended." The Slytherin common room, located near the dungeons of Hogwarts, was now enveloped in an eerie silence. Wolf lounged regally on the sofa, cradling Wonkai, who had returned to the size of a wolf cub. Observing only Daphne, Theodore, and Blaise standing behind him, Wolf couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment towards Draco. After all, having been raised in a sheltered environment, encountering bloodshed would naturally evoke an instinctive aversion and a desire to distance oneself. While Wolf understood, it did not imply acceptance. Whether Draco could re-enter Wolf's inner circle would ultimately depend on his own fate. Each year shall send forth a representative to stand before me. Upon hearing Wolf's command, the snakes murmured among themselves, and within 3 minutes, 6 individuals had seated themselves before him. Excellent. It took merely 3 minutes for you to be nominated. It appears you each hold considerable esteem within your respective grades. The 6 representatives were as follows: Cloris Bach from the 7th grade, Marcus Flint from the 6th, Gemma Folly from the 5th, Shauna Rosiel from the 4th, Devial Selwyn from the 3rd, and Mickey Caro from the 2nd. Except for Gemma Folly, who hailed from newly ennobled lineage, the others were descendants of the sacred 28 families. I recall you, Cloris Bachworth, the first to cast his gaze upon the 7th grade representative at the soir he held at the Black Estate. Wolf was profoundly impressed by Bach, not for any other reason than the countenance of a 10th-generation villain, which one could hardly believe could commit any virtuous act. His inverted triangular eyes, lips as crimson as blood, exaggeratedly hooked nose, and skin so pale that one could discern the veins beneath, all combined to present a visage that seemed utterly devoid of goodness. "Master, what are your commands?" Bach inquired, bowing his head. "I detest that appellation, Cloris. I am not a slave owner of the last century, nor do I require a laborer to cultivate cotton." Wolf's gaze swept across the assembly before honing in on Bach once more. "You may address me simply as Sir or Mr. Black. My true name, unlike that of a maggot, is not meant to be obscured." Upon hearing these words, those present who understood Wolf's implications could not help but feel their pupils constrict. From this day forth, Slytherin shall institute a head-of-house system. The heads will manage affairs across the grades, and should any issues arise that they cannot resolve, they are to seek me directly. The 6 individuals you have nominated are to serve as the inaugural heads of their respective grades, with the first year led by Blaise Zabini. The 7th and 5th grades, due to the ordinary wizarding level examinations and the ultimate wizarding level examinations, are to be left undisturbed by the other grades. Bach and Farley, you are responsible, regardless of whether it be morning or evening study, even if it means enduring the most excruciating of circumstances. I demand that both your grades achieve no less than the minimum standard in this examination. Blaise, why would you follow this madman Black? Mickey Caro inquired, voicing a question that had long lingered in his heart as he looked at his childhood companion. Why? Do you not find that question rather absurd? Blaise Zabini retorted, spreading his hands in mockery as he surveyed the other heads who appeared to share his dilemma. If you can decipher it, I wholeheartedly welcome you to join us. Conversely, if you remain perplexed, perhaps you should consult your elders confined in Azkaban. Blaise gradually suppressed his smile. Yet regardless, this was now Black's domain, and thus, Black's will must be executed without fail. In accordance with Mr. Black's directives, our 5th year, along with the 7th year, which Cloris inhabits, Need not partake in your trivial games, Gemma Farley remarked, still vexed by her near demise at Wolf's hands. Surely, the sensation of suffocation is unpleasant, yes? Did you not just witness your great-aunt waving to you? Blaise observed her with a sardonic grin. If you wish to avoid such an experience again, I would advise you to choose your words more carefully, Senior Farley. In truth, you are all aware that the two directives from our sir are intimately connected to your own well-being and will yield immeasurable benefits. Each wolf in the pack has its own mission, whether aged, limping, or ailing. There will come a day, there will come a moment, when each will fulfill its rightful role. Thus, in accordance with Mr. Black's instructions, Selwyn, Rosier, you shall pair and adjust each other, while Zabini and Caro will liaise with Flint to swiftly form teams for mutual oversight and learning. Cloris Bach decisively stated, what are your thoughts on Mr. Black's third directive? Rosier promptly produced a piece of parchment and began sketching. To be frank, Mr. Black's instruction resonated deeply with me. I harbor no fondness for this eerie lounge. With a few swift strokes, Rosier successfully delineated the entire lounge, encompassing several vacant dungeons next door. The lounge was divided into the Slytherin private library, a beverage area, a relaxation zone, a gaming section, and a training room, with the most crucial aspect being the Slytherin kitchen. After a brief contemplation, the rest of the assembly concurred with this proposal. Thus, Selwyn and I were to report to Professor Snape and notify the headmaster's office. Flint was tasked with contacting the construction team, while Farley and Zabini would handle procurement, and Rosier would coordinate any issues arising during the construction phase. Bach reaffirmed, let us not keep Mr. Black waiting too long. Let him witness our capabilities. 10 days. Everything must be completed within this time frame. Gentlemen, the endeavors we undertake today will undoubtedly be chronicled in the annals of Slytherin history, and our name shall endure alongside the rise of our esteemed master. Blase clenched his fists in excitement. Blase, you truly are a loyal hound to the master, remarked Daviel Selwyn, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly turning to address Blase Zabini as they departed. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The most significant disparity between those of noble lineage and those of common birth has never been the quantity of galleons and Gringotts, but rather the wisdom, platforms, and legacies bequeathed by ancestors. When a commoner excels in academics or any field, genius may serve as the threshold for recognition. However, one remains merely a monkey from the chaos of heaven, just another among the countless heavenly soldiers felled with a mere swing of a staff. The following morning, as Wolf emerged from the dormitory after freshening up, he discovered Theodore waiting at the door. Good morning, sir. Theodore greeted with a bow as Wolf stepped out. Good morning, Theodore, Wolf responded, nodding as he handed his suitcase to Theodore. The two descended the stairs, with Theodore consistently trailing a step behind Wolf. Did you come to see me so early for a specific reason? Wolf inquired. Theodore replied, Mr. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Hogwarts early this morning and took Draco from the dormitory. He brought a bag, enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, which I was instructed to deliver to you personally. With that, Theodore produced a small cloth bag from his robe and handed it to Wolf. Wolf immediately recognized it as a bag specifically designed by the Greengrass family for transporting magical creatures. My uncle is indeed a remarkably astute man. Wolf chuckled as he accepted the bag without opening it, casually placing it in his cloak. He acknowledged the others with a slight nod. Good morning, everyone. All the little snakes simultaneously bowed to their serpent king, greeting him with a good morning, sir. Wolf gestured toward Bach, who was at the forefront of the crowd. When Cloris approached, Wolf stated, I am unaware of the class schedules for each year. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities. Understood, sir. Cloris Bach nodded in agreement. I am aware that all of you have been in contact with your elders. After all, the hooting of the owl kept me awake through the night. Wolf stepped into the midst of the crowd and began to speak slowly. I do not concern myself with the commands you have received from your elders. Whether they are convoluted or merely conformist, I wish for you to understand that students of Slytherin should possess the wisdom of survival and inner resilience. They ought to bloom like wizards even in the muck, leading societal change and progress with pride. They must possess the courage to launch fearless charges at any time and in any place, and be free-spirited souls. They should not become hollow puppets upon the throne of pure-blood aristocracy, nor transform into venomous serpents that lose their essence in the pursuit of power, only to be hammered into the pillar of historical disgrace by the inexorable passage of time, becoming lamentable footnotes in the annals of change. You should now all be aware that I am an orphan raised in the forest, and whether you privately deem me barbaric or coarse matters not. I adhere to the jungle law of the survival of the fittest, a timeless truth that the capable ascend while the inept descend. I do not require you to grovel like slaves, kissing my toes to profess loyalty. What I seek is a mutual support system, where we encourage one another on our path forward. I do not fear your charge towards the Slytherin throne. On the contrary, I admire such courage. Force has always been a necessary condition for kingship, and violence is the sole annotation of power. This was the very reason for the directives I issued to you yesterday. Go forth and grow stronger. Strive and fight. Slytherins, I genuinely look forward to encountering you at the pinnacle of magic. By the way, let me share something you most are unaware of. The pestilence that your forebears, or the prisoners currently confined in Azkaban, followed, whose name is scarcely uttered in the wizarding world, did not perish on that fateful night 11 years ago when Harry Potter rose to fame. Since I was 6 years old, I have been entangled in a fierce struggle with him in the Albanian forest for 5 years. Standing outside the lounge, having listened to Wolf's complete address, Dumbledore turned to Snape and remarked, "He truly is a natural leader, reminiscent of a certain dear old friend from Numengard. He will not become a second Grindelwald, Dumbledore." Snape replied, maintaining his characteristic icy demeanor. "He shall not become the third Dark Lord of the wizarding world. Let us hope so." Originally intending to address the bloody incident from yesterday, Dumbledore refrained from entering the Slytherin lounge, instead turning away with a heavy heart. Unable to confront a youth so similar to his own younger self. Yet, even you, the greatest white wizard of the wizarding world, revered as the White Lord, ultimately succumbed to time. Do you not, Albus? Snape gazed at Dumbledore's somewhat forlorn figure, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, Lucius Malfoy sat on the sofa, observing his anxious son standing before him, and sighed helplessly. "Draco, do you understand why I have always held Wolf in such high regard?" Observing Draco's bewildered expression, Lucius could not help but feel a surge of anger, speaking with a severity he had never displayed before his son. At the tender age of 11, you have already touched the barrier of a great sorcerer. Do you know who the last individual with such a gift was? Grindelwald. Dumbledore. If he does not meet an untimely end, do you fathom where he might ultimately tread? Lucius abruptly rose from the sofa, his frustration boiling over. His potential lower limit is that person whose name is too dreadful to utter, while his upper limit could even surpass Dumbledore. Do you comprehend the weight of this statement? Even that wretched spawn of the Black Widow, Blaise Zabini, understands it better than you. Theodore, raised under the tutelage of that mindless brute, Odnoth, possesses greater clarity than you do. He is your kin. You could have been his staunchest ally. You are aware that Black's decisions are based solely on blood relations. Are you not? After venting his pent-up frustration, Lucius sank back onto the sofa, gazing at Draco, who had been frightened to tears. His tone gradually softened. Had I not calmed your mother last night, she would have rushed to Hogwarts and given you a sound thrashing. Do not forget, your mother is also a Black. The two remained silent for a considerable time before Lucius spoke again. Yesterday, you mentioned your inability to comprehend Wolf. Allow me to elucidate. Wolf's initial rejection of Bester's welcome was not born of arrogance. Rather, he sought to establish his authority, aiming to swiftly raise the banner of Black within Slytherin. What better way to achieve this than by vanquishing the old king? Bester, the Slytherin prefect for this year, already commands considerable respect among the Slytherin students. If I am not mistaken, his original plan was to defeat Bester last night, subsequently demonstrating his talents through his coursework, and finally challenging the formidable 7th year, Florisbach, thereby unifying Slytherin. However, something must have transpired along the way, prompting Wolf to alter his strategy, opting for the most primal and violent method to showcase his prowess and abilities. Indeed, experience prevails, and for Lucius, a political player who has navigated treachery in the magical realm for the better part of his life, Wolf's initially unremarkable plan appeared as a mere spectacle before Merlin, akin to a display of transfiguration before the basilisk. Although Wolf's scheme may seem rather simplistic, the strength of overt strategies lies in their inevitability. Unless a student surpasses Wolf in strength, all one can do is watch as his plan unfolds step by step. This is precisely what Lucius admires about Wolf. He consistently manages to exploit every advantageous aspect to its fullest potential. When facts favor Slytherin, they emphasize the truth. When rules benefit Slytherin, they uphold the regulations. When both facts and rules are unfavorable, the serpent bares its fangs and resorts to violence. Thus, you can always place your trust in the Sorting Hat. Leading the first-year students, Wolf strode towards the Transfiguration classroom after breakfast. Wolf cradled Fong in the lead, while Theodore followed closely behind, carrying a suitcase and leaving a gap that had once belonged to Draco Malfoy. The remaining Slytherins instinctively divided into two groups, trailing behind Daphne and Blaise, with no one whispering among themselves, each wearing a solemn expression and stepping in unison. The entire procession was orderly and silent. The sight of Slytherin's disciplined formation astonished students from other houses, who instinctively stepped aside to make way. Even Gryffindors, who typically held animosity towards Slytherin, found themselves momentarily forgetting their long-standing tradition of mockery. "Look, Blaise." Daphne nudged her companion, pointing towards the distant mountains. Her voice captured the attention of all the first years, who turned to follow her gaze. "My goodness, it's simply breathtaking. Merlin, have you finally remembered your canvas?" Exclamations of awe echoed among them. Wolf, still holding Fong, stood beside the railing, his gaze lost in the distance. The mist over the Black Lake had yet to dissipate completely in the morning light, as a gentle breeze stirred ripples across the water's surface. The rosy dawn light pierced through the shroud of fog enveloping the distant peaks, casting a golden hue upon them. The golden mist billowed towards Hogwarts, gradually enveloping the castle in a splendid veil, mysterious and majestic. Not far away, the cacophony of commands from the Quidditch pitch infused the ancient castle with a renewed vigor. Wolf paid no mind to the foolish Gryffindors as he led his group to the front of the podium. He inclined slightly before the tabby cat seated there, performing a courteous gesture of removing an imaginary hat. The other Slytherins, perplexed but respectful of Wolf, followed suit before finding their places to sit, distinctly separating themselves from Gryffindor. This prompted a moment of bewildered silence among the Gryffindor lions, exchanging glances as they struggled to find words. At that moment, Ron Weasley's voice pierced through the air. "You stupid snakes, have you been brainwashed by that black fellow?" Bowing to Professor McGonagall's pet, he scoffed. "Did you forget your brain in your wolf den this morning, Black?" Due to Wolf and the Slytherins lingering in the corridor longer than intended, Ron and Harry, who were supposed to be nearly late, arrived even earlier. Ron's remark elicited a burst of laughter from the Gryffindors. Just as Blaise was about to retort, Wolf intervened. He stood again, addressing the tabby cat. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I was captivated by the scenery while passing through the corridor, which delayed my arrival slightly. My classmates were merely waiting for me, and I sincerely regret this inconvenience." In the astonished gaze of the students, the tabby cat leapt from the podium, transforming mid-air into Professor McGonagall. "You possess a keen eye for beauty, whether in landscapes or magic. To be honest, no matter how long I stay at Hogwarts, I never tire of its magnificent sights." Draped in a resplendent emerald robe, with her hair meticulously styled, Professor McGonagall offered a subtle nod to Wolf. "Slytherin gains 10 points for your courtesy and Mr. Black's sagacity." Casting a glance at the pallid Ron Weasley, she felt a momentary weariness and decreed, "Gryffindor loses 5 points. To be frank, Mr. Black, your talents are unparalleled, far surpassing my own," she remarked with a complex expression directed at Wolf. The praise brought a gleam of joy to McGonagall's eyes, and the mere mention of today's transfiguration further elevated her spirits. "What a diligent child you are, given your exceptional abilities. Attending regular classes would be a mere squandering of your time. I can grant you an exemption from classes and assignments. However, I must conduct monthly assessments. If I observe any drop in your dedication, I shall revoke this privilege. Additionally, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my Transfiguration Club, convening every Wednesday evening from 6 to 8. It would be my honor." "Professor, I shall attend punctually," Wolf replied with a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude for her kindness. "Remember, Black." The chill of the dungeon seeped into the intricate patterns of the bronze cauldron, as Snape's dark robes sliced through the evening light. The last drop of essence falling from the eye socket of a desiccated African tree snake. 47 freshmen stood frozen before the granite workbench, witnessing flames split into cerulean serpentine flickers at his pale fingertips. Let the romantic fantasies remain within the greenhouse. As the black robe swept past the storage cabinets, the armadillo ball rippled within the amber vial. Suddenly, he appeared behind a trembling Gryffindor girl, his wand shattering the moonstone powder she clutched. The margin for error smaller than the brain capacity of a vixen. Neville Longbottom's silver knife glided across the surface of the fugu liver, as Snape's shadow loomed ominously behind him. "Mr. Longbottom, your whispers are colder than a basilisk's fangs. Are you slicing potion ingredients, or are you dissecting your own intellect?" The shattered liver burst forth indigo liquid, etching mocking visages upon the workbench. As emerald smoke billowed from Parkinson's cauldron, Snape's robe extinguished 3 flickering flames. "Cease your pitiable stirring," he suddenly proclaimed, raising a copper spoon belonging to a Gryffindor, its handle melting into a form reminiscent of a mollusk. Has no one noticed that the fusion of fugu liver and African tree snake essence will dissolve copper into a slime akin to mucus? Wolf Black's potion shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, and Snape's lips twitched into a semblance of approval. The next moment, Seamus's cauldron erupted in a violet mushroom cloud, and the potion's master waved his wand to freeze half of the splattered liquid. "Mr. Finnegan, congratulations on creating a new corrosive agent. Now, take your beloved suppurative potion to the hospital wing for a rendezvous." A malevolent gaze swept over the bubbling concoctions as Snape suddenly drew his wand to inscribe in midair, the silver script searing into the damp stone wall. "Precision is the last refuge of the coward." As Hermione Granger's potion released textbook-like spirals of steam, his pallid fingertip glided across her trembling parchment. "Excessive rigor, Miss Granger. Potions detest the rigidity of arithmancy and divination." In the fleeting moment before the class bell rang, all the cauldrons suddenly sank into the stone platform, and 46 potions hovered, quivering like amber orbs, as Severus Snape swept through the corridor in his black robes. The portraits of the master potion makers on the wall collectively opened their eyes, the eldest among them cleaning the mildew from his frame with basilisk venom. Slytherin gained 15 points, while Gryffindor lost 10. With a flick of his wand, Snape selected 12 successful calming potions, 9 of which belonged to Slytherin. Wolf Black, remain. The rest may leave. After everyone had departed, Wolf approached Snape. I have freed up time this Friday evening to attend my potions club, he said, as Snape, preoccupied with gathering his belongings, replied without looking up, I have heard that you are already part of Minerva's and Phileas's clubs? Yes, uncle. But it seems I lack any real talent in herbology, Wolf responded with a hint of frustration. In this world, there are no polymaths, Wolf. To excel in everything is to excel in nothing. On the morning of September 30th, Wolf deliberately donned a new wizarding robe. This marked the first birthday he had ever hoped to celebrate. Previously, whether at the orphanage or in the forests of Albania, Wolf had never experienced a birthday, let alone received well wishes and gifts. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Wolf's dormitory was rapped upon. Upon opening the door, he beheld Theodore, Blaise, Daphne, and Draco, who had been avoiding him for several days. After stepping aside to let them in, he closed the door behind them. Sir, happy birthday. May Merlin always be by your side. The four set down their gifts and bowed in unison to offer their blessings. Thank you, Wolf said, patting Theodore's shoulder in gratitude for their kind wishes. Theo and I have roughly sorted these gifts, Theodore stated as he stepped forward. The ones Daphne and I hold are from the headmaster and the 4 house heads, as well as the prefects. The gifts in Malfoy's and Blaise's hands are from our classmates. Wolf surveyed the pile with a mix of joy and mild exasperation. Come, let us unwrap them together. The unwrapping and sorting took over an hour. Most of the gifts from the Slytherin serpents comprised sweets, common textbooks, Quidditch player posters, and wand care kits. Among them, the most precious were those from Pansy Parkinson and Atlan Spurst. Spurst had gifted a Hungarian horntail dragon egg, accompanied by a note expressing the Spurst family's apologies. Pansy, on the other hand, presented Wolf with a Nimbus 2000, also including a note. Happy birthday, sir. You are forever a friend of the Parkinson family. Wolf glanced at the note dismissively and set it aside, remarking, pure-blood aristocrats and their self-important gambles. Sir, noticing Draco's awkward expression, Wolf made no indication that he need not address him so formally, instead maintaining an impassive gaze upon him. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Draco held out a pristine new robe, styled similarly to the one from the last banquet, but with added Slytherin elements. The materials used were notably exquisite. Wolf reached out to touch the skin of the 3-headed hellhound, marveling at the intricate embellishments resembling the charms of the Rui. Surprised, he glanced at Draco and expressed his gratitude to Lucius, referring to him as uncle. Upon hearing this, Draco let out a sigh of relief and produced a letter sealed with the Malfoy family crest. This is a letter from my mother for you. Raising an eyebrow, Wolf opened the envelope, revealing a single line written on the parchment, Black, forever pure. This was the family motto of the Blacks. And Wolf understood the implication behind Narcissa's words. The Gemifali set was a collection of multifaceted mirrors, unlike the typical one-on-one variety. This set could facilitate one-to-many or even many-to-many communications, comprising a total of 12 mirrors. Wolf extracted 3 from the assortment and, much to Draco's dismay, distributed them to Daphne, Theodore, and Blaise. David Selwyn, Shauna Rocher, and Michi Caro each received a letter as well. Wolf first opened the envelope stamped with the Selwyn family seal. The contents were straightforward and blunt. I, Court Selwyn, the current head of the Selwyn family, pledge allegiance to Wolf Black. The Selwyn family willingly becomes a vassal of the Black family, never to betray. An accompanying vassal contract was included, already signed by Court Selwyn, awaiting only Wolf's signature to come into effect. Reflecting on Severus's assessment of the Selwyn family, Wolf recalled the 3 generations of mediocre heads who had squandered the family's legacy as one of the Sacred 28. The current head, Court Selwyn, possessed bravery but lacked foresight, understood reason yet failed to comprehend human nature. The Selwyns had fallen into decline, clinging to the facade of nobility while desperately seeking a formidable ally to extricate them from their plight. After careful deliberation, Wolf took up a quill and inscribed his name, subsequently handing a mirror to Theodore to deliver to David. My aunt, Wenda Rocher, wishes to meet you. You may choose the time and place. Read the brief note from Martha Rocher, stirring a tempest within Wolf. Wenda Rocher, the right hand of the Dark Lord from the first generation and known as the Rose of France, sought an audience with him. Was this Wenda's desire or that of the one from Numengard? Sir, Blaise gently called out, noticing Wolf lost in contemplation. Wolf snapped back to reality, realizing he had been deep in thought. Let come what may, we shall discover the truth upon meeting. He offered an apologetic smile to Blaise, who presented a beautifully crafted staff. The shaft, forged from black metal, was adorned with serpent motifs crafted from mithril, which seemed to writhe and coil as if animated by an unseen force, exuding an enchanting allure. The top of the staff was encased in gold, sculpted into the head of a basilisk, its scales intricately carved from emerald, vividly detailed. The basilisk's head was raised, fangs bared, with eyes fashioned from cat's eye stones, exuding a cruel ferocity. Blaise gently tapped the feather atop the basilisk's head, causing the staff's tip to open. "Sir, you may insert your wand into the staff, and it will function as your wand." Wolf obediently inserted the wand into the groove, and after a series of mechanical sounds, the wand and the scepter fit together flawlessly. With the top of the scepter closing automatically, Wolf twirled the scepter around his right hand twice, then gently prodded the ground, successfully casting a perception spell that astonishingly enhanced the spell's potency by approximately 10%. After his surprise, Wolf became even more enamored with the scepter. His proficiency in silent, wandless magic made it his ideal companion. "Blaze, isn't this your family's heirloom? The last time I visited your home, you were so protective of it. How did your mother allow you to give it to him?" Daphne gazed in astonishment at the scepter that danced in Wolf's hand. "No. It now belongs to the Black family. It is the gentleman's scepter. It is also an honor for the scepter itself," Blaze remarked, his eyes shimmering with reluctance as he observed the scepter. Yet, he understood that one must sometimes sacrifice to gain, a lesson imparted by his mother. "Blaze, logically speaking, I shouldn't accept such a precious gift from you, but my fondness for this scepter is undeniable. What should I offer you in return?" Wolf placed the scepter down, crossing his hands over it. "There's no need, sir. Your appreciation is my greatest reward, and your trust is the finest compensation," Blaze replied. "Sir, this is a gift from both Astoria and me, along with a letter from Astoria for you," Daphne said, casting a playful glance at the ecstatic Blaze. As she cheerfully presented 2 boxes and a letter, Wolf cautiously placed the letter into his pocket. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered one contained a collar necklace forged from mithril, radiating a powerful aura of protective magic. The other held 3 clay figurines, meticulously crafted by Astoria herself. "Wolf, Astoria, and Wonkai, they are remarkably lifelike," Blaze commented. Feeling the warmth of their mischievous smiles, Wolf's cheeks flushed. Had he known, he would have opened them in solitude. He resealed the boxes, intending to place them in his trunk later. After donning the necklace, Wolf glanced at the 3 notebooks, a pot of colorful Roland, and a dog collar resting on the table, revealing a playful grin. "Old B, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Just you wait." On the evening of his birthday, Wolf hosted a celebration in the newly renovated Slytherin common room. Since it was his birthday and no adults were present, the younger snakes felt liberated. At the bar in the beverage area, the older students indulged in whiskey and red wine, creating a lively atmosphere, while the younger ones were limited to milk, lemonade, or butterbeer, engaging in games of tarot or wizard chess in the gaming area. "Happy birthday, sir." Amidst the chorus of well wishes, Wolf carried lemonade towards the designated clear space in the lounge. "Today, I sincerely thank you all. This is my first time receiving birthday blessings and gifts. I do not wish to utter grandiose words to placate you, nor do I want to make empty promises to win your favor. I simply want to declare that glory belongs to Slytherin. Glory belongs to Slytherin. Glory belongs to Slytherin." The young snakes echoed his fervent cries with wild enthusiasm. Wolf raised his lemonade high and proclaimed, "May Merlin bless you. Cheers. Cheers." In the following fortnight, he discovered not only his utter lack of aptitude in herbalism, but also encountered numerous mishaps during flying lessons. It was not that he was incapable of wielding a broomstick. Rather, he felt an inexplicable and profound aversion to flying in such a manner. After executing a flying charm in front of Madame Hooch, she graciously permitted him to forego attending classes. The Firebolt 2000, gifted by Pansy Parkinson, was subsequently transferred to Blaze Zabini with her consent. As he ascended to the 4th floor, the familiar prickling sensation surged once more. Wolf's magic surged within him. His eyes shrouded in crimson as he transformed into his wolf form and raced towards the sense direction. However, upon reaching the staircase, he realized that Voldemort was traversing through the walls, vanishing in the blink of an eye to the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, Wolf leaped, shifting back to human form midair, and unleashed an explosive spell towards the direction of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. He then morphed into a silver mist, pursuing Voldemort's retreating figure. It was only upon exiting the castle that Wolf discerned Voldemort had possessed a rat. Once again, he transformed into his wolf shape, trailing the rat at a cautious distance. At this juncture, Wolf had regained his composure, understanding that Voldemort would not manifest without purpose, even if he had inadvertently revealed his presence. It was improbable for him to be so brazen today. Moreover, as he sprinted towards the Forbidden Forest, Wolf felt increasingly convinced that an ambush awaited him ahead. "Follow him." Wolf suddenly heard Dumbledore's voice, yet he saw no sign of the man nearby. Internally, he scoffed at the old trickster, feeling like bait in a fishing net. Nonetheless, his pace quickened, driven by a singular desire to eliminate that vile wretch. A rat and a wolf, one pursuing while the other fled. They arrived at a small lake deep within the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, Wolf felt a sharp sting on his skin, prompting him to roll aside. Upon transforming back into human form, he quickly cast an ironclad charm on himself and invoked a sensing spell, beginning to weave unpredictably in serpentine motions. Meanwhile, A shadowy figure concealed within the tree's embrace unleashed a killing curse at Wolf. Had he not rolled away in time, it would not have merely resulted in a few severed hairs. However, after casting the curse, the shadowy figure vanished from Wolf's perception, along with Voldemort, leaving behind only a lifeless rat, drained of life, on the ground. Wolf refrained from calling out to Dumbledore. He was uncertain whether Voldemort was aware that Dumbledore was trailing him. It was prudent to keep this knowledge concealed, for it surely bore no disadvantage. Wolf's gaze lingered ominously on the deceased rat, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. "Your time is up, scoundrel. Your hand has been revealed," he seethed. "The tides of battle have shifted." Draco, noticing Wolf's disheveled appearance, with his robes caked in dirt and grass, approached with concern. "Sir, you." Wolf raised a hand to silence Draco, bypassing Slytherin to reach the Gryffindor contingent, where students were gathering in increasing numbers at the entrance, signaling the end of class. The increasing number of students seemed to bolster Ron's confidence. He remained haunted by the events aboard the Hogwarts Express, and even at the beginning of the term, he suffered nightmares for several days. "How is it that you, Black, can roll on the ground like a mad dog? Are we, the Gryffindors, not allowed to point out your mental shortcomings?" This time, Ron had learned a bit, beginning to verbally coerce his fellow Gryffindors. Meanwhile, the Slytherins had all drawn their wands, with even Theodore's eyes glowing ominously. Had it not been for Wolf's intervention, Ron might have been devoured by them already. Wolf regarded Percy with an expression of incredulity, and with a firm strike of his staff, he shattered the disarming spell Percy had secretly cast, sending him flying. Were it not for the older Gryffindors behind him, Percy would have surely found himself in the infirmary for a couple of days. "Why do you always provoke me when I am in a foul mood, Ronald Weasley?" Wolf bypassed Percy and his companions, standing directly before Ron. Harry, intending to interject, was immediately restrained by Wolf's magic, with a flick of his wand. Harry was hurled onto Neville Longbottom, who was watching from the crowd. Among all the Gryffindors, only Hermione Granger stepped forward to assist the two. Witnessing this scene, Blaise could not suppress a chuckle at the lion's plight. "I recall warning you on the train, Ronald, to watch your words. Harry Potter's reputation does not grant you immunity every time you stand before me." Wolf rested his hands upon his staff, gazing down at Ron from a lofty position, reminiscent of a wolf king surveying lambs destined for slaughter. Ron once again revealed his cowardly nature, trembling and unable to articulate a response. "Is this all you are?" Wolf found Ron's cowardice amusing, akin to a toad irritating his foot without causing harm. "Who gave you the audacity to provoke me?" Wolf's sudden roar sent Ron into tears. With a fierce thrust of his staff into the ground, Ron was propelled into the air, letting out a scream as he crashed into the corridor wall and rebounded once more. In the corner, Snape expressionlessly restrained Professor McGonagall, who attempted to intervene. "Minerva, Wolf knows what he is doing. Let that fool Weasley, whose head is filled with nonsense, receive a lesson. It may serve to stimulate his minuscule brain," Snape assured her. After a moment's contemplation, McGonagall agreed and ceased her advance. "Next time, I shall not be so lenient." Wolf smirked at the small clay figurine on his desk. Truthfully, Wolf felt an inexplicable affinity towards Astoria, much like his desire to approach and nurture magical creatures. Yet, facing a 10-year-old girl, he was puzzled by the origin of such feelings. He had even discreetly sensed her, finding no trace of enchantment about her. Snape, with a twitch of his lips and a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, assured him that he had certainly not ingested any love potion. Wolf stood by the small lake, observing with amusement as Wonkai bullied the newly arrived griffin. Suddenly, two horse-shaped water creatures leapt from the surface, splashing water as they swiftly swam towards him. Tom, his master, abruptly appeared before Wolf, bowing slightly to inform him that the food stored in their chest was running low, likely lasting only another week. The two newly arrived griffins had quite the appetite. Wolf nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing Tom's concerns as he resumed his playful antics with the horse-headed water creatures. Suddenly, two shrill calls echoed through the sky, and dark clouds rapidly gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Two thunderbirds, flapping their enormous wings, descended from the distant heavens, stopping abruptly just before reaching Wolf. They landed gracefully beside him, affectionately nudging him with their heads. Accompanied by Wonkai, Wolf conducted a brief inspection of the chest, feeding each magical creature he encountered. He also noted the birth of new members among the moonstruck beasts, sniffers, and tree-guarding roaches, as the population began to grow from an initial pair toward a thriving community. The maturation of other large magical creatures indicated an increasing demand for food, which posed a considerable challenge for Wolf. Wolf did not go to great lengths to adopt a monstrous appearance. Rather, he donned the elegant robe gifted by Draco and tidied his hair before stepping out of his dormitory. The silver robe, adorned with golden embroidery, exuded nobility and elegance. Thus, when Wolf descended the staircase adorned in gloves embedded with shards of enchanted stones and wielding a staff, he resembled a noble prince of the medieval era. Choosing not to lead the group personally, He entrusted Cloris Bach and Gemma Folly with guiding the small serpents to the hall while he carried a package to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Good morning. Professor Dumbledore, Uncle Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick. Wolf greeted the professors politely as he entered the room. Mr. Black, may I inquire why you have gathered us here before the banquet? Professor McGonagall asked curiously, her gaze fixed on the package in Wolf's hands, mirrored by the intrigue of the other professors. I discovered this in a remarkable room on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Wolf replied, presenting the package to Dumbledore. As Dumbledore carefully untied the fabric binding the object, Professor Flitwick suddenly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "Is this Ravenclaw's diadem? It bears a similar aura to the Slytherin locket." Wolf noted, his gaze unwavering on Dumbledore. "You possess Slytherin's locket as well." Flitwick, a fervent collector of historically significant artifacts, was visibly agitated. "You," Dumbledore interrupted. "Now is not the time for that, Phileas," he said, casting a serious glance at Wolf. "So, does this imply it is also a Horcrux?" "Horcrux?" Both Flitwick and McGonagall gasped simultaneously, their astonishment palpable. Merlin's excrement. How dare he, that scoundrel? Professor Phileas Flitwick was instantly taken aback, his face flushed with indignation. Though the two had not explicitly stated it, he was acutely aware that Slytherin's locket had undoubtedly been transformed into a Horcrux. "Now, calm yourself, Phileas, mind your language. There are students present." Professor McGonagall interjected, both a consolation and a reminder, while Snape's countenance darkened ominously. The pressing question remained. How many Horcruxes had he crafted? "At least 5, Wolf asserted confidently, prompting curious glances from all present, encouraging him to elaborate further. "I believe I may have encountered 3, Wolf replied uncertainly. "Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, given Voldemort's influence and power at the time, the Hufflepuff cup, and the Gryffindor sword are all likely victims of his malevolence. Additionally, the heirlooms of the Gaunt family and the great serpent in Albania, Nagini." "Nagini? The serpent you keep mentioning is Nagini?" This was the first time Wolf had witnessed Dumbledore in such a state of distress since their acquaintance began. Wolf nodded thoughtfully, recalling, in the forest. "I heard Voldemort refer to it as such on several occasions." After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore, striving to regain his composure, continued along the lines of Wolf's half-truthful analysis, stating, "Wolf's reasoning holds merit. Tom has always had an affinity for collecting items of sentimental value." As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze seemed to drift into a void, as if peering through time to the dimly lit orphanage, where a young boy resided in a shadowy room. The Gryffindor sword had long been a legacy of Hogwarts. Tom had not had the opportunity to claim it. Yet, the Hufflepuff cup was likely transformed into a Horcrux, which could also explain his motivation for applying to teach defense against the dark arts all those years ago. Professor McGonagall interjected suddenly, "Mr. Black, that is Ravenclaw's diadem. How can it possibly belong to you?" Observing the anxious expression on Professor Flitwick's face, Wolf calmly explained, "According to wizarding law, it belongs to me as a result of my explorations. I have the right to claim it. And what do you intend to do with it?" McGonagall was not particularly concerned about the diadem's ownership, merely intrigued by Wolf's unwavering desire for it. "You see, Professor, I have a fiancée, Wolf replied. Moreover, judging by the fate of Slytherin's locket, once this diadem is restored, it will merely serve as a decorative piece." Upon hearing this, McGonagall's expression transformed to one of realization, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. "Ah, love is indeed a beautiful thing." Dumbledore couldn't help but jest. "I agree, Wolf. I will swiftly dispose of the remaining soul fragments, and then ask Nick to restore it. By the way, what became of Slytherin's locket?" "It hangs around Creature's neck. A testament to his loyalty to my father," Wolf replied, rising. Black never neglected those who had aided him, regardless of their nature. The walls and ceiling of the Great Hall would be adorned with thousands of live bats, swirling in clusters above the dining tables, creating a low-hanging cloud that even influenced the flickering flames of the pumpkin lanterns, casting an enchanting play of light and shadow throughout the space. Hundreds of carved pumpkins, resembling ghastly faces, danced erratically in mid-air above the hall, occasionally appearing behind the young wizards, emitting eerie, sinister laughter. Many of the young sorcerers were startled, tumbling from their seats in fright. It was only when Dumbledore entered through the side door, accompanied by the 3 heads of houses, that the hall gradually fell into a hush. Let the feast begin. This marked the first time Dumbledore refrained from delivering a speech before a significant banquet, suggesting that the news of Nagini had indeed stirred the heart of this venerable wizard. Instantly, a sumptuous array of food appeared on the tables, a veritable feast for the senses. Wolf even spotted Ron Weasley, once again showcasing his remarkable ability to devour 2 drumsticks at once. Beside him, Neville Longbottom was scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. The twins chuckled merrily as they observed the flustered Percy, reveling in the success of their prank. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff exaggeratedly gestured alongside the younger Badgers, while the Ravenclaw table appeared notably quieter, with most students whispering conspiratorially, their heads bowed together. After Wolf finished the last sip of his pumpkin porridge, he took the drowsy Fong from Daphne's arms. Just as he contemplated an early departure, the grand doors of the hall were flung open with a bang. Professor Quirrell, disheveled and frantic, rushed in, his pale face obscured by a heavy scarf, revealing sheer terror. He repeatedly shouted about a giant, only to trip over his ill-fitting robes and tumble to the floor. The previously bustling hall fell silent as if a pause button had been pressed. All eyes turned toward the beleaguered Professor Quirrell sprawled on the ground. A giant. In the basement, his voice trembled, as if he were expending his last ounce of strength. You all know, don't you? With that, Quirrell fainted. The once tranquil hall erupted like a pot of boiling oil splashed with cold water. A cacophony of screams resonating so violently that even the bats clinging to the walls fell to the ground. The young wizard's uncontrollable fear spread throughout the hall, chaos reigning as bats and pumpkins flitted about in a panic. Unable to endure the auditory torment any longer, Wolf stood up and stomped his staff heavily. An overwhelming aura of authority enveloped the hall, abruptly silencing the screams, causing the frenzied bats and pumpkins to plummet from the air. Once again, a bizarre stillness settled over the hall as all eyes turned to Wolf, whose eyes glowed red with intensity. The surrounding Slytherin students began to tremble, sensing the ire of their king. This was undeniably thrilling. The twins gazed in excitement at Wolf, his robes billowing without wind, exuding a formidable presence, their eyes reflecting admiration. Harry Potter, ignoring the paralyzed Ron, fixated intently on Wolf, suddenly contemplating a thought of potential succession. Meanwhile, Cedric Diggory clutched his wand tightly within his robes, soothing the younger badgers nearby while occasionally glancing at Wolf, a mixture of envy and respect in his gaze. Truly, a man ought to be like this. Professor McGonagall, seated at the head table, cast an envious glance towards the relaxed and composed Snape, inwardly cursing the Sorting Hat for not placing such an exceptional student in Gryffindor. Should she knock Snape unconscious and whisk Black away to Gryffindor? Professor Flitwick, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment. This made Snape, who had been somewhat pleased with himself, feel a bit unsettled, prompting him to rein in his demeanor. Mr. Black, Mr. Black. As Wolf exited the great hall, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind the line. The entire Slytherin contingent came to an abrupt halt, turning to observe the panting Neville Longbottom rushing towards them. Do you truly wish for our king to risk his life to save a filthy mudblood? Pansy Parkinson exclaimed, her tone laced with shock and disdain, as if she had heard the most distasteful of jokes. Pansy, I do not wish to hear that term again, Wolf replied coldly. Bloodline does not define a person's worth. It is their abilities that truly matter. Mr. Longbottom, I had intended to speak with you at the beginning of the term, but other matters intervened, Wolf continued, not breaking stride. I deeply regret the harm caused to your parents by Black. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. You may call me Neville. Mr. Black, Longbottom said, halting his steps, his expression grave as he regarded Wolf. At that moment, Theodore and Daphne caught up with them. I can distinguish this from Black's actions. This is an issue from the previous generation, and she does not bear the Black surname, does she? Her name is Bellatrix Lestrange. Upon hearing this, Wolf and his companions gazed at Neville in astonishment, surprised by his unexpected clarity amid his usual bumbling demeanor. I accept you as a friend. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me. I will assist you if I can, Wolf said, patting Neville on the shoulder. Suddenly, an unpleasant stench wafted through the corridor, accompanied by heavy, labored breaths and the jarring sound of a club scraping against the stone floor. Daphne was about to say something, but Theodore grabbed her, saying, Do not trouble Mr. Longbottom, Daphne. Now lead the way. The immense pain drove the troll into a frenzy, emitting a tremendous wail. Wielding a massive club, it swung at Wolf, the barbs gleaming ominously in the torchlight cast upon the wall. Wolf transformed into a silvery mist to evade the blow, reappearing above the troll, raising his staff high, and striking forcefully upon its head, shattering it into fragments. The troll's head began to swell, a glint of malice flashing in its previously vacant eyes. With a thunderous explosion, its skull erupted, showering the vicinity with brain matter, blood, and shattered bone. As a copious spray of blood jetted from its neck, splattering against the ceiling, Wolf was thrown back by the sudden violence, but he managed to stabilize himself mid-air, sustaining no injuries. By Merlin's beard, what has transpired? Harry, gasping for breath as he rounded the corner, beheld Wolf suspended in mid-air, his silver hair billowing as though he were a deity. As Harry Potter reluctantly dragged Ron into the dungeon, they arrived just in time to witness Wolf obliterating the troll's head. As Ron, unable to evade, was splattered with brain matter and blood, he wiped his face clean. Wolf gazed at the slowly collapsing corpse of the giant, sensing that its life force had completely dissipated. After casting a deep glance at Harry and Ron, he transformed into a silver mist and soared towards the Slytherin common room. I assure you, Black did this on purpose, Ron grumbled, shaking off the remnants of the viscous substance from his hands in disgust. I told you we shouldn't have sought out that insufferable know-it-all. Harry, still reeling from the earlier spectacle, paid Ron no mind. The image of the silver-haired figure with crimson eyes, robes billowing as if caught in a windless storm, loomed in his memory. The aura of murderous intent, lingering from the recent carnage, enveloped the figure as it hovered above, surveying all beneath. Was he not, indeed, a deity? Though Harry did not hear Ron's complaints, Neville and Hermione, who had accompanied the professors, grasped the situation fully. Hermione's expression darkened as she surveyed the scene. After comprehending the unfolding events, she said nothing but turned sharply, pulling Neville along with her. Harry, why are you here? Professor McGonagall inquired, her voice taut with suppressed anger. Huh. Harry snapped back to reality, realizing he had come to inform Hermione of the troll in the dungeon upon noticing her absence from the group. Oh, so our savior wishes to take center stage once more? Snape interjected, his face impassive as he unleashed his sarcasm. Rescuing a sobbing classmate from the clutches of a 16-foot troll? How noble of you. No, that is not it, Professor. Harry hastily waved his hands in an attempt to clarify. Black has only just departed, has he not? Ron muttered quietly, a hint of indignation in his tone. Oh, Mr. Weasley, Snape glared at Ron disdainfully. I dare say if you possessed half the prowess of Black, or even a fraction of his intellect, Professor McGonagall would not be so anxious. At that moment, Dumbledore rose from beside the giant's carcass. In honor of the friendship between Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger, I propose adding 40 points to Gryffindor. He gestured dismissively at Professor McGonagall and winked at Harry. As for the two of you, Minerva has already rendered her judgment, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, Mr. Weasley, I must offer you a piece of advice. At this juncture, Dumbledore's gaze turned slightly colder. To conspire against fellow students is hardly the behavior expected of a gentleman. In truth, he harbored a twinge of regret for having chosen Ron as a companion for Harry's journey. Yet, recalling the loyalty of the Weasley parents, he was willing to grant Ron another chance. 50 points to Slytherin. For the bravery and fearlessness of Mr. Black, Dumbledore added, observing Snape's pronounced jawline and clenched muscles. With a derisive snort, Snape swept his robes and strode purposefully towards the Slytherin common room. Dumbledore, fully aware of Snape's dissatisfaction regarding his continued support of Ron, could only hope that Ron would rise to the occasion in the future. In the Slytherin common room, the young serpents did not continue the unfinished banquet, but instead settled into various corners, quietly awaiting what was to come. The atmosphere was heavy and subdued. As the stone door swung open, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Wolf paused momentarily at this sight, then, upon comprehension, offered a slight bow to the crowd, performing a gesture of gratitude. Sir, are you all right? Upon Wolf's entry, Blaze and others immediately approached him, having heard that the troll stood 20 feet tall. I'm fine. It's merely a troll, Wolf casually patted Theodore's shoulder, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Let us resume our interrupted feast. At that moment, Neville and Hermione, having just entered the common room, exchanged glances that conveyed a sense of mutual disillusionment. Strangely, it was not until they traversed the bustling crowd to the fork in the staircase leading to the dormitories that anyone noticed, or cared, about their presence. Ah, Gryffindor. Hermione sighed in disappointment, while Neville felt a twinge of regret, pondering if perhaps Hufflepuff would have been a more fitting choice. Neville, I fear that in Gryffindor, you will be my only friend, Hermione remarked, as she walked towards the dormitory, leaving Neville momentarily speechless. Just then, Harry and Ron entered the common room side by side. In the midst of the revelry, Jordan handed each of them a bottle of butterbeer and shouted, Come on, Harry, let us get wild. Drink. Frustrated by the loss of points and Snape's mockery, Harry downed his drink in one go. Damn the troll. Damn Black. Damn the know-it-all. Beside him, Ron, equally agitated, followed suit, unleashing his pent-up frustration. Hermione paused for a moment on her way upstairs, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing her ascent. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment in the basement corridor, when she had caught sight of Harry and Ron, she felt a flicker of gratitude. Yet now, that feeling had evaporated, leaving only silence in its wake. Neville, burning with anger, felt his face flush as he contemplated confronting them. It was Ron who had first belittled Hermione, causing her to retreat to the bathroom in distress, nearly encountering the troll in the process. It was Harry's tacit approval that allowed Ron to repeatedly wound Hermione with his words. In the basement, Harry had been stunned into silence, ignoring Ron. But to Hermione and Neville, this silence was a form of acquiescence. Enough, Neville. Hermione turned to him, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, she was just an 11-year-old girl, newly separated from her home and parents, navigating the unfamiliar world of magic, striving to prove herself. A surge of pain welled up within Neville. He truly felt for this girl. Hermione. Suppressing her sobs, Hermione wiped her tears away and forced a strained smile in his direction. It's fine, Neville. Perhaps the sorting hat was mistaken. I may not truly belong in Gryffindor. With that, she covered her mouth and dashed toward the dormitory, unable to hold back her cries any longer. Neville stared blankly at Hermione's figure as it vanished around the corner of the staircase. He turned his gaze towards the raucous common room, where Ron was caught up in the fervor of the crowd. Was this truly what Gryffindor was like? What then? Was the worth of his long-held anticipation? His thoughts drifted to Wolf, as well as to Daphne and Theodore, who had recklessly pursued him despite the dangers. Slytherin was not as dreadful as the adults had portrayed. As time slipped by unnoticed, December arrived at Hogwarts, bringing with it the first snow. In the early morning light, the snow atop the castle's towers shimmered with a pearlescent glow. The icicles hanging from the observatory dome resembled frozen harp strings, casting a spectrum of colors that danced upon the stone walls. A careless Slytherin's silver and green scarf was swept by the cold wind past the edge of the Black Lake, causing the thin ice on the surface to crack in a spiderweb pattern. A charming little bowtruckle, clutching a pine cone, tumbled from a fir branch, landing in the snow to form a perfect equilateral triangle. In the distance, the Quidditch pitch's goalposts were adorned with frost, resembling a musical staff crafted from icing by a giant's hand. Gryffindor Tower appeared to be coated in maple syrup. Fred and George had built 7 dancing snowmen in the courtyard, each adorned with a different colored wizard's hat. When the clock tower chimed the hour, the snowmen would form a circle and draw a flickering lion totem in the air with their carrot noses. The enchanted snowflakes drifting from the ceiling of the great hall carried the aroma of honey mead, and when they landed on the young wizard's robes, they would leave behind random patterns in golden hues. As the last snowflake touched Dumbledore's silver beard, the entire castle trembled slightly, and the frost flowers on the window panes burst into magical roses. The snowy scenes in the portraits along the corridors began to flow gently, as if hundreds of winters were awakening all at once. Dumbledore's pet, the Phoenix Fox, suddenly appeared in the room of requirement, interrupting Wolf's training. Fox tilted his head, observing for a while, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this bipedal creature. Wolf retrieved a parchment from Fox's beak, inscribed with the words Lemon Snowball. He understood this to be the password for Dumbledore's office. However, ever since the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Wolf had consciously avoided contact with Dumbledore, leaving him puzzled as to why this old wizard sought him out. After tidying up, Wolf arrived at the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Upon opening the door, he found Newt Scamander seated on the sofa, smiling at him, while Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a furrowed brow, gazing at the large serpent coiled before the sofa. Damn it, Wolf cursed, seizing his wand and stamping his foot, directing a spell at the serpent, only to have it intercepted by Dumbledore's hand. Wolf, calm down, Dumbledore urged, positioning Newt between Nagini and Wolf. Listen to me first. Wolf fixed a deep gaze upon Dumbledore, his eyes gradually regaining clarity as he stepped back 2 paces, retreating into the shadow of Snape. Are you familiar with blood-cursed beasts, Mr. Black? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. The Greengrass family is known to possess such a curse. Wolf remained silent, his grip on the staff unwavering, as he coldly regarded Dumbledore. You mean, this creature was once a person? Wolf's voice, slightly hoarse, emerged from the shadows. I do not concern myself with her past, nor do I care about what transpired within her. All I know is that I nearly perished at her hands. She is my adversary. Dumbledore did not engage with Wolf's remarks. The process of the blood curse turning orcs into serpents is irreversible. For millennia, only the Greengrass family has managed to weaken this soul-afflicting curse into a mere blood ailment. While the risk of beast transformation is eliminated, significant repercussions remain. Each generation of Greengrass women fails to reach the age of 40. You may inquire with your wife's family, should my research yield results. It would be beneficial for her as well. Since it is irreversible, why have you summoned me? To expedite her demise? Wolf's gaze was sharp, his tone laced with mockery. Should that be the case, I would be more than willing to oblige. She must die? Dumbledore felt a pang of frustration at Wolf's obstinate demeanor. Severus is an exceptional potions master, yet he is not without his flaws. Your uncle still works under my supervision. Were it not for his passion for teaching, I am certain that Uncle Snape would have a far more illustrious future and countless galleons. Aligning with you is a disservice to his talents. Oh, if you find yourself pressed for time, might you assist me in drafting a letter to Caius Greengrass? I wish to arrange a meeting to discuss potential superior treatment options. If I were to visit in person. Newt, meanwhile, stared in bewilderment at the banter exchanged between the two, feeling as though he understood yet was utterly lost. Pondering the vast chasm that sometimes exists between individuals, which could rival that between a person and a blast-ended scrut. Keep an eye on that long serpent. Should she appear before me again, I cannot guarantee that I will refrain from taking her life. With that, Wolf exited. His remaining trust and goodwill towards Dumbledore evaporated. Indeed, strength is the only true testament to power. Sir, Draco rushed into the common room, breathlessly exclaiming. Wolf, who had been engaged in a discussion about career paths with Bach and the 7th-year students, furrowed his brow. What is it, Draco? A dragon. A dragon. Draco leaned on his knees, panting, yet his voice brimmed with unparalleled excitement. I followed Scarhead and the Pauper to the hunting lodge, and I saw a newly hatched dragon. Are you saying Hagrid is raising a dragon? Does he not realize that privately keeping a dragon could land him in Azkaban? Bach exclaimed, rising abruptly. And it is kept at Hogwarts? In his ramshackle hut? What are your plans, Draco? Wolf inquired with keen interest, resting his hands on the staff. Regaining his composure, Draco sheepishly ran a hand through his disheveled platinum hair, a consequence of his sprint. I want that dragon. Heh. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled lightly and began to jest about Draco. Why not write to your father? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Wolf's eyes. Have Uncle Lucius bring this matter to the Ministry of Magic, and then convene a board meeting. I want that half-blood giant to suffer, even if it means not dying. Sir? Blaze looked quizzically at Black, while the other little snakes also pondered Wolf's motives. As for Draco, I recall your family possesses a dragon reserve. So, when the ministry begins to act, allow Uncle Lucius to apply for the custody of young dragons under the pretext of their protection. Understood, sir. Everyone rose and bowed to Wolf. The news regarding Dumbledore's order for Harry Potter to rear a dragon, intending to assemble a dragon army to assault the ministry, spread throughout every wizarding household, courtesy of the Daily Prophet. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts Board of Governors convened a closed-door meeting. During the meeting, Lucius Malfoy was the first to confront Dumbledore, while Coil Greengrass attempted to mediate. Ultimately, Kettle Selwyn insisted on handing the half-blood giant Hagrid over to the ministry for handling, demanding severe and stringent punishment. At the conclusion of the meeting, Dumbledore placed the Elder Wand on the table and vouched for Hagrid, which reluctantly silenced the governors. However, Felix Rosier still proposed a thorough investigation into the financial flows of Hogwarts and a 10% reduction in next year's budget, gaining the support of all the governors. As the White Lord began to wield force to maintain his reputation, the specter of unrest loomed nearby. After the meeting, the heads of the Malfoy, Rosier, Greengrass, Selwyn, and Caro families gathered at Malfoy Manor, sipping red wine. Wolf had once remarked that a gentleman could be deceived with reason. Dumbledore, in his self-righteousness, believed he had confined ambition within the walls of Hogwarts. So, why not provide him with a key and see if he dares to unlock the shackles and release the beast within? What if another Voldemort arises? Sigil Caro hesitantly inquired. Let us not forget, there is still one in Numengard. Rosier waved his hand dismissively. If it comes to that, we can always relocate. How long can he possibly last? Suddenly, Lucius Malfoy set down his wine glass. Wolf just wrote to me. By the end of his first year, he will surely ascend to the rank of Magus. Dumbledore sat in the principal's chair, observing the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, across from him. Rubbing his aching temples, Dumbledore said, Cornelius, do not mobilize so extensively over those baseless rumors. But that cursed half-blood giant rearing a dragon is undeniably true. Fudge bellowed in agitation. Everyone labeled him as a sycophantic minister, claiming his position was solely due to Dumbledore's backing. Initially, Fudge paid little heed to such remarks, even visiting the Hogwarts headmaster's office more frequently than attending meetings at the ministry. However, the sheer volume of gossip weighed heavily on him. In recent years, Fudge had diligently worked to diminish Dumbledore's influence within the ministry. Unbeknownst to him, he began to worry, fearing that one day Dumbledore might deem the minister's office more desirable than the headmaster's office, leaving him to ponder how he would navigate such a predicament. After much persuasion, Dumbledore managed to send off Fudge, and as he watched Newt emerge from the headmaster's lounge, a bitter smile escaped his lips. The little rascal's counterattack was far more intense than I had anticipated. I warned you, Albus, Wolf is not Severus. He is not someone to be easily manipulated. Newt, observing his troubled old friend, found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Perhaps you should find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with that boy. Dumbledore removed his glasses and carelessly tossed them aside. Enough of this, Newt. How is Nagini faring? Not well, I'm afraid. Greengrass's methods only work on those who have not fully beastified. Newt too felt a headache coming on. I have tried numerous approaches, even employing the soul-capturing spell. Yet I can sense nothing of Nagini's soul, only the instinct of her beastly nature. Nicholas wrote to me expressing his interest in Nagini. He wishes to ascertain her current state. Perhaps he may have some insights. As he spoke, Dumbledore handed Newt a note containing Nicholas Flamel's address, which also served as the incantation for the unbreakable vow. Without this note, you could press your nose against Nicholas's window and still fail to find him. Very well, I shall take Nagini there at once. Newt accepted the note, lifted his suitcase, and departed from Hogwarts via the office fireplace. The Christmas holiday arrived as anticipated. On the Hogwarts Express, Wolf sat in the Slytherin prefect's compartment. Engrossed in blood curses and souls, Theodore stood in the corner, toying with his wand, occasionally mimicking the spell-casting techniques from the magical notes Wolf had provided. A knock echoed on the door, and Daphne entered with Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. After exchanging greetings, Daphne comfortably settled beside Wolf, while Neville and Hermione took seats opposite him. I hear you are not particularly happy in Gryffindor. Have you considered transferring to Slytherin? Wolf closed his book and turned his gaze to Neville Longbottom. Huh, is it possible to transfer? Hermione was the first to voice her confusion. Miss Granger. Some rules were never meant for the privileged. Wolf replied with confidence. Neville pondered for a moment before speaking. Since the sorting hat placed me in Gryffindor, I must possess qualities befitting the house. He lifted his head to meet Wolf's steadfast gaze. I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Black, but I intend to remain in Gryffindor. However, this does not affect our friendship. What is deemed trash is merely treasure misplaced. Neville, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Just be yourself. Wolf produced an exquisite box containing 7 double-sided mirrors. Will you join me in my endeavors? It would be my honor, sir. As for you, Miss Granger, your name resonates widely. You are referred to as the eagle among the lions and are highly regarded by Professor McGonagall as one of the most promising Gryffindor newcomers. After Neville stood to respectfully accept the double-sided mirrors, Wolf turned to Hermione Granger, who sat nearby. You flatter me, Mr. Black. Upon hearing such a title, a faint smile of wry amusement graced Hermione's lips. As you have articulated, the eagle does not belong to the pride of lions, nor does it associate with the serpents. Does it not? I often converse with the students of Slytherin, asserting that lineage is not the measure of a person's worth. It is ability that truly counts. Miss Granger, your talents are on par with my own. As Wolf spoke, he tucked away the wooden box in his hands. Observing this scene, Hermione's gaze sharpened. A flicker of astonishment crossing her features, yet she quickly regained her composure. Nowadays, with the exception of a few staunch traditionalists, the majority within Slytherin have cast aside prejudices concerning bloodlines, embracing a philosophy that prioritizes merit. Wolf extended his right hand toward Hermione. Thus I cordially invite you to visit the Slytherin Common Room, where the collection of books rivals that of Ravenclaws. Likewise, you may seek my assistance with any issues you encounter. Hermione reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand. Thank you for your affirmation, sir. Once the two had departed, Daphne curiously inquired, did you not always hold Miss Granger in high regard? What? Not yet. Be patient, Daphne. The process of nurturing an eagle is a lengthy endeavor. Wolf produced a stack of pre-written invitations and handed them to Daphne. Daphne, please assist me in sending these invitations. I intend to host a soiree at the Black residence on Christmas Eve to welcome a distinguished guest. After Daphne left, Wolf leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, contemplating if anything had been overlooked. To be frank, he still harbored concerns about the impending visit from Dumbledore. Grindelwald's lingering influence weighed heavily upon him, and moreover, the tiger had yet to perish. It merely slumbered. Such uncanny premonitions had never led him astray. Thus, he opted not to meet alone, instead arranging a display to bolster his confidence. Wolf detested this sensation of being trapped by circumstances, yet felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, he required time to grow. Chapter 15. Wolf's Christmas. After more than 3 months, Wolf once again stood at platform 9 3/4, gazing at the waiting wizarding parents. A twinge of melancholy stirring within him. The adult wizards watching from a distance were filled with curiosity and astonishment. An elderly man, whose face bore the marks of countless tales, remarked to his son, the last time I witnessed such a scene was during that individual's time at Hogwarts. It seems Slytherin has produced yet another remarkable figure. As all the Slytherin students dispersed, Narcissa Malfoy approached and embraced the now considerably taller Wolf. It has been too long, my dear. Indeed, it has been a while, Aunt. Wolf gently returned the embrace. After dinner, clad in his pajamas and cradling the small, Wolf cub-sized fawn, Wolf settled on the sofa while Creature reported on the recent expenditures of the Black residence and the situation in the forest on the 4th floor. With a stoic expression, Wolf listened to Creature's report before gesturing for him to prepare for the banquet in 2 days. Carrying a suitcase in one hand and holding Fong in the other, he descended to the 3rd level of the hidden chamber, observing the fire ash snake coiled around the Hungarian horntail egg in the fireplace. Wolf retrieved the dragonhide gloves gifted by Cloris Bach. He gently parted the fire ash snake, inspecting the dragon egg, which had begun to display fine cracks. Wolf could not help but ponder the means by which Hagrid had hatched the Norwegian Ridgeback. It was unclear which tome had guided him, but it was evident that the author of that book was merely a dilettante, a pretender of half-formed knowledge. Thus, the Norwegian Ridgeback appeared to be in a state of malnutrition. Fire dragons never employ flames to incubate their eggs. They rely on their own breath and the perpetually warm environment of their lairs. Only when the shell manifests the slightest fissure does a fire dragon breathe a puff of flame onto its egg, not for the purpose of hatching, but to stimulate the hatchling, in hopes of inducing a mutation that might yield a more formidable creature. Incubating a dragon egg in flames would only result in a sacrifice of the fire dragon's potential, hastening the emergence of the hatchling at a great cost. A flicker of reluctance crossed Wolf's eyes, soon overshadowed by the ruthless resolve that comes with the understanding that failure leads to ruin. He cast the dragonhide gloves, embedded with shards of magical stone, into the fireplace. He then poured the precious blood of a Chelan, Phoenix, Nightmare, horned beast, unicorn, sphinx, and various serpentine magical creatures over the dragon egg. From a chest, he retrieved blood from a thunderbird, a bird snake, a nifflers, a griffin, and a kelpie, mixing them all together and drenching the dragon egg in the concoction. "May Merlin grant me favor," Wolf whispered a silent prayer, closing his eyes before drawing a small knife. With a swift motion, he made a deep incision over his heart, allowing a stream of blood to spurt onto the dragon egg. As the blood seeped into the fine cracks of the egg, it began to shake violently, erupting in a brilliant array of colors. With the infusion of Wolf's formidable life force, the wound on his chest gradually began to mend. Yet, Wolf paid no heed to his injury. Instead, he raised his staff toward the egg, his eyes shrouded in crimson, his hair transformed to silver. His magic surged to its zenith. "Fire god, clear the path." The fierce flames blazed in the fireplace, curiously adhering tightly around the dragon egg rather than spreading outward. The shards of magical stone, radiating a dazzling white light, melted into the egg, while all previous arrangements were reduced to ashes in the inferno. The flames encircled the dragon egg for a full day and night before finally extinguishing. Wolf and Fong waited by the fireplace without sustenance or rest for the entire duration. "Wolf, I sense an overwhelming vitality pressing down, a submission innate to the animalistic genes." Fong suddenly transformed to his normal size, struggling momentarily before once again prostrating himself. The cracks on the dragon egg widened until, on the morning of Christmas Eve, it shattered completely. Wolf, enduring the searing heat, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the fragments of the egg. Emerging from the remnants was a creature adorned with scales and spines, a large elongated head, a small snout, prominent eye sockets, a long pointed tail, and 2 wings sprouting from its back. Its scales were sharply uneven, the throat scales particularly lethal to the touch. As he beheld this being, which mirrored the illustrations in ancient texts and was intrinsically linked to his own bloodline, Wolf fell into a stupor of ecstatic disbelief, murmuring incessantly. Astoria, the ancient land of Eastern mystery, home to the 3 divine beasts, the Eastern Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Chelan. In the Western magical realm, only 2 are commonly known, the Phoenix and the Chelan. The tears of the Phoenix possess the miraculous ability to heal all ailments and poisons, while the Chelan symbolizes auspiciousness, bowing only to the sovereign. This method of selecting a ruler has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Had it not been for Grindelwald's cunning schemes, it is believed that this tradition would remain unaltered. For 2 months, Wolf scoured the extensive family library of the Blacks and the restricted section of Hogwarts, uncovering scant information from an ancient tome. The heart's blood of the Chinese dragon can dispel all curses and enhances both bloodline and magical aptitude. After consuming the eggshell, the little creature flapped its still delicate wings but failed to take flight. It wobbled over to Wolf and coiled around his right arm, gazing up at him with its large, watery eyes, murmuring, "Daddy? Master?" The little dragon's voice was adorably innocent. "Just call me Wolf, little one," he replied, joyfully tapping its small head with his finger. "I am not just a little creature. I am a Yinglong." The small dragon shook its head in discontent. "All right, little Yinglong. You shall call me Wolf, and I shall name you Tethys, shall we?" Wolf spoke in a tone befitting a child. He then pointed to the other creature lying nearby. "This is your brother, Wonkai. Address him as such." After accompanying Tethys until it could comfortably regulate its breath, Wolf led him out of the hidden chamber. For the time being, he wished to keep Tethys's existence concealed, allowing him to wrap around his middle finger, resembling a splendid dragon ring. Thus, a new legend emerged in the magical realm, suggesting that the head of the Black family harbored a peculiar fondness for consuming beast milk mixed with honey. The fresher the better. Chapter 16. Wolf's Christmas. Following a leisurely lunch, Wolf rested for 5 hours, only to be awakened by Creature at 4 in the afternoon. After freshening up, he donned his formal attire and reclined in the reception area of the banquet hall, perusing that day's daily profit. Around 5 o'clock, the house elf, Eats, ushered in the Malfoy family along with the solitary Theodore Knott. "Good evening, Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, and Theodore," Wolf greeted, setting down the newspaper to rise and welcome them. "Good evening, sir." Draco and Theodore bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Is there anything I can assist you with, Wolf?" Narcissa inquired, taking hold of his hand and surveying the banquet hall arranged by Creature, appearing quite satisfied. "There will be quite a few guests arriving shortly. I will need you and Uncle to help greet them," Wolf replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Lucius's eyes glimmered with approval, showing no signs of discontent at being tasked. For entertaining guests was a recognition of their close relationship with the master. "Wolf, Wolf, I'm here." A golden-haired little girl burst into Wolf's embrace, and he joyfully lifted her, spinning her around in the air. All present smiled at the delightful reunion, even Theodore, whose naturally stoic demeanor softened into a knowing smile. Only the corners of Koi's mouth twitched incessantly, as an overwhelming sense of loss washed over him, akin to a cherished violet, nurtured since childhood, suddenly whisked away. Pot and all, With the arrival of the Carlo family, Wolf released Astoria's hand, allowing her to follow Daphne in search of Draco. He then summoned Coy and Consolidating to join him in the private meeting room on the 3rd floor to receive the Carlo family. My apologies, Mr. Carlo, for not being able to pay you a visit for certain reasons. Once everyone was seated, Cleese promptly served each person a cup of red tea. Wolf cast an apologetic glance at the current head of the Carlo family, Ugel Carlo. Ugel, however, shook his head and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Mr. Black, I am still grateful that you have taken the time to meet with me amidst your busy schedule." After taking a sip of red tea, Ugel seemed to have made a resolute decision. Since Mr. Black's time is precious, let us be succinct. The current situation of the Carlo family is quite similar to that of the Selwyn family, yet I lack the boldness of Mr. Selwyn. Therefore, I wish to discuss with you what the Carlo family would need to offer should we choose to align ourselves under your banner and what we might gain in return. Mr. Carlo, your candor is quite unexpected, Wolf remarked, placing his teacup down, leaning slightly forward, his hands interlaced, gazing at Ugel Carlo with a hint of aggression. Loyalty has never been a bargaining chip in negotiations, Mr. Carlo. However, since you have posed the question, I shall inform you that I can extricate your family from its current predicament. I can elevate your family to new heights. More importantly, I can provide your son, Micah Carlo, with a broader horizon. Wolf's words, while somewhat vague, did not provoke Ugel to delve deeper, for he had already observed that since the Selwyn family declared their allegiance to Black, resources in the noble circles had gradually begun to tilt in their favor. Many ventures previously unattainable for the Selwyns now offered the opportunity for selection, a result that was not even orchestrated by Wolf. Furthermore, the Greengrass family had already ascended to the ranks of elite nobility solely based on an unfulfilled engagement. Yes, Wolf was merely 11 years old. Yet, one must not forget that 80% of the heirs in the British magical community hail from Slytherin, and considering the reproductive capabilities of wizards, aside from the unconventional Weasley family, the situation is rather complicated. At times, when a chosen leader reaches a certain echelon, the individuals beneath them naturally receive numerous intangible benefits. The exchange of interests often occurs without the need for overt signals from the upper echelons, transpiring silently instead. This is the essence of the saying, when one ascends, all associated rise. Ugel Carlo stood and approached Wolf with utmost respect, bowing deeply, presenting a contract, a vassalage agreement already signed, with terms binding the Carlo family even more stringently than those of the Selwyn family. I, Ugel Carlo, current patriarch of the Carlo family, do hereby pledge my loyalty to Wolf Black. The Carlo family willingly submits to become a vassal of the Black family, never to betray, Merlin, as my witness. Mr. Carlo, time will attest to your wisdom. Merlin as my witness. As a few individuals descended from the upper floors, all of Wolf's invited guests had already arrived. Upon seeing Wolf appear on the staircase, the young wizards bowed in unison and greeted him. Good evening, sir. Their parents and elders also nodded respectfully, silently offering their greetings. Good evening, everyone, Wolf replied as he descended the stairs, navigating through the path cleared by the crowd. In full view of all present, he handed Michi Carlo a double-sided mirror. The adults in attendance understood the significance of this mirror, casting complex glances towards Ugel Carlo, who merely nodded in acknowledgement without providing further explanation. Today, in this hall, I have only invited trusted friends, the Grindelwald family, the Malfoy family, the Selwyn family, the Carlo family, the Lombardin family, the Shabini family, and my friend, Theodore Knott. All eyes turned to the solitary Theodore, minds racing as they contemplated how to address the Knott family. Such a declaration in this context made it clear to everyone that the Knott family had but one representative, Theodore Knott, within the inner circle of Black, while the other families, apart from Malfoy, had collectively pledged their allegiance to Wolf. Today, we gather not only to celebrate Christmas, but also to welcome a guest, a distinguished guest whom I believe has already arrived. Just as Wolf's words echoed, the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing the house elf Monty. The direct descendants of the Rogier family, led by Wendell Rogier, strode confidently into the room. Wendell, appearing to be over 80, perhaps even older, had his silver hair meticulously styled into an updo. His green robe bore only a golden embroidered emblem of a saint, devoid of any other embellishments. Remarkably, despite his age, Wendell maintained a slight lift of the chin, his emerald eyes sharp and unwavering. She was a woman of nobility, elegance ingrained in her very essence, and a courageous, loyal warrior who never wavered once she set her sights on a goal. You could apply every commendatory term imaginable to her, and she would undoubtedly merit it. Wendell approached Wolf, deliberately breaching the social distance, arms crossed naturally, surveying him from a position of superiority, undeterred by the tension in the room, even as others drew their wands in apprehension. I wish to assess your worth, Black, to see if you are deserving of the Master's praise and of the title of Lord Rogier. Chapter 17, Wolf's Christmas 4. Wolf did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, eliciting a flicker of approval in Wendell Rogier's gaze. And how do you propose to measure my worth, Mrs. Rogier? Wolf's aura intensified, the pressure of a great magician enveloping the space. An impressive demeanor. At your age, your current strength is indeed remarkable, Wendell acknowledged, yet her words remained implacable. In an instant, the pressure from the great archmage bore down upon Wolf. Yet wizardly duels are not solely determined by magical reserves, Mr. Black. Defeating him means you become the master of Rogier, and I shall lead you to meet my master. Wendell, with a playful glance at everyone present, cast a lingering look at Wolf before gracefully making her way to the guest area, her enchanting figure undulating elegantly as she approached the three-seater sofa. She settled in the center, legs elegantly crossed and hands delicately folded upon her abdomen, exuding an aura of refined charm as the noble Black Rose of France. Oh, Wendell Rogier, the skirmish among the younger generation seems rather lackluster. How about I become your adversary? The grand doors of the hall swung open with a resounding crash, and Severus Snape strode directly to Wolf's side, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze intently on Wendell Rogier. Severus Snape. Wendell remained poised on the sofa, unwavering. Should you wish to engage, I shall be at your service after they conclude. Snape glanced at Wolf, uttered not a word, and took a seat on another sofa beside Wendell. Once Wolf and the young man from Rogier had taken their positions, Wolf leaned on his staff with his left hand while his right rested on his chest, performing a courteous bow. The young man across from him merely nodded, acknowledging the dueling etiquette. After Wolf rose, he unleashed a disarming charm directly at the young man. Yet, Wolf refrained from casting any spells, striding purposefully toward the young man, his hair gradually shifting to silver and his eyes glimmering with a hint of red. Just as the charm was about to strike Wolf, he tilted his head slightly, deftly evading the attack. With obstacles aplenty, yet another barrier charm was cast. The young man began to maneuver, attempting to distance himself from Wolf. Still, Wolf did not retaliate, sidestepping with ease. Seeing that his two spells had failed to hit their mark, the young man unleashed a flurry of magical projectiles, defying the fiery ring with two expansive spells. The summoned birds charged toward Wolf with unrelenting speed. Without casting any spells, Wolf stood unmoved as the birds halted abruptly half a meter before him, as if colliding with an invisible wall, cascading to the ground. Meanwhile, the circle of flames advanced toward Wolf. At this moment, most of Wolf's hair had turned to shimmering silver, his eyes radiating an eerie crimson. You lack the qualification to compel me to exert my full strength. I have had my fill. In the young man's astonished gaze, Wolf extended his right hand and seized the fiery circle, crushing it effortlessly. Then, with a mighty stomp of his staff, a crimson beam shot forth toward the young man. Undoubtedly, he was a remarkable contender, chosen by Wendell from the Rogier lineage. At that instant, Wolf approached the young man, seizing him by the throat and forcefully slamming him to the ground. The young man struggled to rise, yet it felt as though an invisible hand held him firmly in place. Wolf turned his gaze towards Wendell, who had risen from the sofa unbeknownst to him, her crimson eyes betraying no emotion. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he slowly lifted his right foot, poised to stomp on the young man's arm. Enough, Mr. Black. As Wendell's voice echoed, Wolf was rendered motionless, as if ensnared by a binding spell, while in that fleeting moment, the young man was yanked upward by unseen forces and hurled toward the direction of the Rogier family. Though Wolf immediately resumed his actions, Snape brazenly drew his wand and launched an attack on Wendell. The two engaged in a series of tentative exchanges before coming to a halt. Snape, if you do not wish to ruin today's banquet, I advise you to cease, Wendell remarked softly. Snape sheathed his wand, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Observing this, Wendell also sheathed his wand and addressed Wolf, stating, I shall return for you the day after tomorrow, before departing from the Black Estate, with only the young man following in his wake. As the grand doors of the hall were closed once more, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly, with Blaise and Draco quietly celebrating. At that moment, the remaining direct descendants of the Rogier family approached Wolf under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Leading them was Cyrus Rogier, the current head of the Rogier family. Cyrus sighed deeply and spoke to Wolf, though I am the head of the Rogier clan. As long as the individual from Numengard remains alive, Rogier will always bend to Wendell's will. I have advised Wendell to communicate with you in a more tactful manner, but as you can see, the outcome was not favorable. Cyrus shook his head in resignation, adding, if you do not mind, I am still willing to pledge my loyalty to you and become a vassal of the Black family. Whether you can truly win over the Rogier family depends solely on your abilities. Mr. Rogier, what I seek has never been the Rogier family, Wolf replied, his appearance and demeanor having returned to normal. Leaning on his staff, he gently patted Cyrus on the arm. I understand. Cyrus took a step back, producing a contract from his robes. I, Cyrus Rogier, the current patriarch of the Rogier family, hereby pledge my loyalty to Wolf Black. And the Rogier family willingly becomes a vassal of the Black family, never to betray. Merlin bears witness. Wolf took the contract from Tosiris, surveying the crowd before declaring, "Time will prove your wisdom, my esteemed guests." Merlin bears witness. With a sudden thrust of his staff to the ground, an invisible wave of energy spread outward, sending Neville Longbottom and Micah Carlo tumbling. Wolf's magical power surged to its zenith. His silver hair began to rise. His robe billowed as if caught in a breeze. And he gradually levitated into the air. The heads of families, sensing the moment, clenched their fists in excitement. Even Snape slowly broke into a grin that widened immensely. As a formidable aura radiated from Wolf, Snape finally laughed heartily. The first time in many years he had lost composure so thoroughly, tears of joy streaming down his face. As he exclaimed, "Let the feast begin." Thus, the youngest archmage in the history of the magical realm, an 11-year-old, was born. Chapter 18. Wolf's Christmas. It was a night of madness. Wolf sat on the sofa, cradling Astoria, watching as Mrs. Cortessel and the gentle Longbottom danced the waltz. Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini, meanwhile, took to the floor to perform the cha-cha. Neville Longbottom, Daphne Greengrass, Mickey Carlo, David Selwyn, and Shauna Rosier engaged in a spirited jazz dance amidst the exuberant melodies sung by Lucius Malfoy, Ulysses Carlo, and Tussie Rhys Rosier. The most astonishing spectacle was when Coy Greengrass, under the piercing gaze of Mrs. Greengrass, danced the tango with Mrs. Shabini. "Master, your Christmas gifts have been arranged and placed in your study," announced the sudden appearance of Cleacha, bowing to Wolf. Wolf unwrapped the gifts on the table, categorizing them into a mountain of candies and toys, a collection of peculiar magical trinkets, a plethora of books that could fill half a bookshelf, and magazines from the professors at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger had surprisingly gifted him a human skeleton from the Muggle world, which left Wolf bewildered, while Neville Longbottom presented him with a biting cabbage that he had nurtured himself, showcasing his remarkable talent in herbology. Following the dog collar from his birthday, Dumbledore's imaginative generosity knew no bounds, as he gifted Wolf a doghouse enchanted with size-altering and temperature-regulating spells, which Wolf promptly passed on to Fawn. Gemma and Blaise had already sent gifts to most of the little wizards in Slytherin, with the girls receiving mostly candies and hairpins, while the boys received an assortment of magical tricks. Wolf personally sent his magical insights to the heads of Slytherin's houses, Hermione, Theodore, Daphne, and Draco. For Neville, he included seeds of magical plants such as devil's snare, white moss, and mistletoe, which were relatively common and unlikely to cause Neville distress even if they perished. However, among them were 10 precious seeds of the golden silk ball orchid, which Wolf thoughtfully marked for Neville's attention. He also dispatched several rare copies from the Black Family Library to various professors, accompanied by his interpretations and queries regarding those books. Lastly, Wolf sent Dumbledore a collection of clippings celebrating his triumph over Grindelwald. Unlike many wizarding aristocrats, the Greengrass family had established their residence in the remote, untouched wilderness. Nestled among the majestic mountains, the estate emanated a potent aura of magic, and Wolf could sense the formidable protective charms, Muggle-repelling spells, and anti-apparition wards permeating the air. "Wolf, though we have been apart for less than 24 hours, I am still thrilled to see you," exclaimed Astoria, bounding jubilantly into Wolf's embrace. The little girl seemed to relish this greeting, her radiant smile making her utterly adorable. "Sir," Daphne interjected, offering a slight bow to Wolf. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Daphne," Wolf replied, nodding in acknowledgement while holding Astoria's hand. After dinner, in Coy's study, only Coy and Mrs. Greengrass, Sarah Bog Greengrass, remained at Wolf's suggestion. "Mr. Greengrass, have you heard of the legend of the Chinese dragon?" Wolf inquired directly. "Later, I heard tales of a mysterious village in America where a Chinese dragon, uprooted from its homeland to escape the ravages of war, resided. My father embarked on a quest that spanned nearly a decade, yet he could not even locate the village." With a complex expression, Kaois turned to Wolf and remarked, "If you wish to renounce the engagement due to the curse, I can understand. Concerning the unbreakable—" No, Mr. Greenglass," Wolf interjected hastily. "I have never contemplated rejecting the engagement, or rather, I have never considered turning my back on Astoria." Before Kaois could finish, Wolf continued, "Have you ever pondered the possibility of mutations in Western fire dragons at the moment of hatching? How could I not have considered it? We even ventured into the realm of magical creature breeding for this very reason." The course on protecting magical creatures at Hogwarts was established under the strong advocacy of Greenglass. Upon hearing that Wolf intended to honor the engagement, Kaois and Sharabo exchanged glances, both filled with profound approval for their future son-in-law, accompanied by a sense of relief as if a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. However, when they heard Wolf's subsequent inquiry, Kaois found himself ensnared in distress once more. For centuries, Greenglass had made countless attempts and even created the Chinese fireball dragon breed, yet to no avail. "What if I told you that I succeeded?" The tet hose, coiling around Wolf's middle finger and transforming into a ring-sized form, suddenly opened its eyes wide. a glimmer flashing through its amber vertical pupils. Flapping its wings, it spiraled above Wolf, gradually growing to over a meter in length. Finally, it landed on Wolf's shoulder. Emitting a dragon's roar, though not particularly loud, it carried an undeniable majesty. This was a member of the royal lineage of Chinese dragons, being long. Chapter 19, The Prisoner of Numengard. Then, Wolf, might you? Kaoyes looked at Wolf with hopeful anticipation, hesitating before speaking. Not just yet, Mr. Gringlass, Wolf replied, gently stroking Tethos's small head. Tethos is still too young. He needs to grow. Perhaps by the time Astoria reaches her 3rd year? Mr. Gringlass. The reason I am revealing Tethos's existence to you now is that I have a request. Go on, Kaoyes responded, his interest piqued. I have been meticulous about Tethos's diet, eschewing the common market offerings of raw meat and whiskey. Instead, I use fresh meat and milk mixed with honey. So I need Gringlass's breeding facility to pay special attention to this aspect. Rest assured, for the current Gringlass, Tethos's well-being is of utmost priority. If you require additional food, do not hesitate to mention it. Before Kaoyes could respond, Sharabo decisively interjected, if it could be complemented with fresh blood and flesh from magical creatures, that would be splendid. Wolf flashed a sly smile at Kaoyes. Indeed, that would be most beneficial. The following morning, clad in formal attire, Wolf stood at Grimmauld Square, gazing at the dawn. As the clouds danced across the sky, his anxious heart finding a measure of solace. Let us depart. The moment Vandaler appeared, he produced a beautifully crafted saint's emblem. This is the key to Numengard. Wolf cast a glance at the still proud Vandal without uttering a word, placing his hand upon the emblem. In an instant, Wolf felt as though he were ensnared by an immense force gripping his navel, subsequently thrust into an antiquated washing machine. Once he regained his composure, he found himself at the edge of a forest. In the distance, atop a mountain, loomed a dilapidated castle, legendary Numengard, originally conceived by Gellert Grindelwald as a luxurious abode. Numengard had once been revered as a sanctum in the hearts of saints, given Grindelwald's refined taste and aesthetic sensibility. The castle was celebrated for its picturesque vistas and opulent design. However, following the fabled duel between Grindelwald and Dumbledore in 1945, the castle was repurposed by the Ministry of Magic into a prison designed to confine him. Over the course of 50 years, the relentless elements had rendered much of the castle into ruins, yet the main structure still towered majestically atop the mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Much like the current plight of the saints, Wolf gazed intently at Wenda for an extended period, surprisingly perceiving the youthful allure of a budding maiden within this centenarian woman. Shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile, he pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. The staircase of the main building was exceedingly decrepit, creaking underfoot as if burdened by its own weight. Dust blanketed the floor, spiderwebs adorned every corner, and the pervasive scent of mildew filled the air, all indicating that this place had long been forsaken. Upon reaching the top floor, the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of cleanliness. Infused with the fragrance of lavender mingling with a subtle hint of tobacco, a most pleasant aroma. An elderly man clad in tattered prison garb sat at a desk, diligently inscribing something. His disheveled, graying hair was loosely tied back. From the side, he appeared dignified, with a prominent nose and sharply defined facial contours, though his thin lips diminished his imposing presence, rendering him somewhat forlorn. Please find a seat. I shall finish shortly, the old man stated without lifting his gaze. Very well, Mr. Grindelwald. While Wolf was intrigued by what Grindelwald was writing, he obediently took a seat on one of the 2 solitary stools at the square dining table. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Every item in the room was paired, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 2 stools, 2 sets of bedding. Yet one set appeared pristine and orderly, while the other was cloaked in dust, seemingly prepared for a master who never returned. Grindelwald methodically sealed the letter he had just penned, carefully placing it in an envelope, as though it were not mere parchment, but rather a cherished possession. He then turned to face Wolf. You flatter me, Mr. Grindelwald. Wolf responded with a slight bow, though his eyes remained fixed upon him. There is no need for such formality. I am but a centenarian stripped of my wand, Grindelwald remarked lightly, gesturing towards Wolf with an open hand. You possess the potential for greatness, yet refinement is essential, Mr. Black. You ought to aspire for loftier goals. Noticing Wolf's silence, Grindelwald continued unperturbed. I have no intention of dissecting the shortcomings of our existence within this cramped chamber, nor do I wish to debate the essence of life's pursuits. I harbor no desire to incite a new war through you. Wolf, I am merely a failure. With only 10 days remaining before the commencement of the Hogwarts academic year, I wish to invite you to reside here for that duration. After these 10 days, regardless of the choices you make, I shall entrust the saint to you. You are the one foretold in my prophecies, the unpredictable variable of the future, the beacon of hope for wizards. Starting from the 3rd day, the 2 began to exchange insights on magic. Grindelwald, a legendary wizard of old, found it effortless to guide Wolf, a novice in the art of magic. Nevertheless, Grindelwald steadfastly refused to touch his wand. By the 6th day, Wolf and Grindelwald had collaboratively transformed an empty room, liberating Wolf from his life of sleeping on the floor. On the 8th day, Grindelwald cleared a space on the castle's highest floor, where the two even took the leisure to cultivate vegetables. On the evening of the 10th day, Grindelwald presented Wolf with a notebook, its worth suggesting it was a relic from times long past. I have heard that Albus bestowed upon you the insights of the fire goddess path. Given your talent, you must have mastered it by now. This, then, is the knowledge of the fire shield for your protection. Treasure it as my parting gift, a token of my reunion with Albus. Wolf accepted the notebook, bowing deeply to Grindelwald. Farewell, my teacher. Farewell, my most exceptional student. Chapter 20, The Saint. As Wolf exited Nurmengard, Vindrel Rosiel awaited him at the entrance, flanked by 13 Centenarians and over 30 young wizards. Upon seeing only Wolf emerge, disappointment was palpable in every pair of eyes. Since our master has appointed you as the young lord of the saints, we shall comply, Vindrel remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the dim windows of the main building before addressing Wolf. Subsequently, Vindrel Rosiel led all members of the saints in a simultaneous bow. Young lord, I am not a slave master, nor do I require laborers to cultivate cotton on my estate. Thus, you need not address me as master. You may simply call me sir, as is customary in the British magical community. Wolf slowly positioned himself amidst the crowd, standing precisely on the dividing line between the elderly and the young. What I seek are like-minded friends, comrades who strive for a common goal, and brothers in arms with whom I can share life and death. My teacher has told me that the future of wizards remains shrouded in darkness, their fates fraught with peril, and their prospects bleak. We are the only warriors who grasp the truth in this devouring world, the sole flickers of flame that endure in this dark realm. Piercing through the mists that shroud the destiny of wizards, the singular light. Despite our past failures, we have at least striven for our ideals. We have fought for truth and for a greater cause. Grindelwald, standing on the balcony of Nurmengard, gazed at the impassioned Wolf and spoke to the newly arrived Dumbledore. You have lost, and so have I, Albus. He shall not be a second Dumbledore, nor a second Grindelwald. He is Wolf Black, the new king poised to ascend in the wizarding world. Watch closely, Albus. All that you fear will be addressed by him. Whether it be the rat lurking in the shadows or the relations between wizards and muggles. Dumbledore gazed pensively at the saints surrounding Wolf, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps he would be the answer of this era. May he, as you have suggested, resolve all issues. Gellert, I find myself quite weary. Upon returning to the Black Estate, Wolf summoned all the nobles who had sworn allegiance to him, arranging for their collaboration with the saints in commercial dealings. The saints shifted their focus from Europe to England, aiming to undermine the businesses of rival nobles and tarnish the reputation of Gringotts. He demanded that the saints, with the nobles' assistance, infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, gradually gaining the power of discourse. All of this was entrusted to Vindrel Rosiel, who was further instructed to take Daphne Greengrass as his apprentice. Wolf had no desire for his right hand to be a lunatic like Bella. He always remembered the words spoken during his first conversation with Lucius Malfoy. Loyalty is merely the price of betrayal. Therefore, Wolf could not place his trust in the newly acquired saints, who pledged allegiance to the old king of Nurmengard and espoused the doctrines of a bygone era. Only when Selwyn, Carlo, Rosiel, Greengrass, and the families associated with the saints formed a substantial bond of interest, supplemented by force, would Wolf become the Damocles sword hanging above them. It was then that he would begin to trust them, truly integrating them into his circle. Violence is the footnote of power. Self-interest is the foundation of the throne. As night fell, Bress Sabini, accompanied by Lady Sabini, paid a visit. Wolf, seated in the principal chair of his study with his pet, observed the visibly excited Bress and the slightly exasperated Lady Sabini. Sir, just as you said, the Soviet Union has indeed disbanded. We have struck it rich, Bress exclaimed, stamping his foot in excitement. Fearing her son's exuberance might lead to impropriety, Lady Sabini pulled him aside and, with a hint of apology, addressed Wolf. Mr. Black, I apologize. Bress has become overly enthusiastic and has been somewhat disrespectful. Wolf waved dismissively at Lady Sabini, indicating that it was of no consequence. Yet his gaze remained curiously fixed on Bress, encouraging him to continue. Before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the Malfoy, Carlo, and Fowley families, through currency exchange, conspired to short the Soviet Gringotts galleons, netting at least 3 million. Rosiel, Bach, Bursted, and Selwyn, seizing the moment amidst the chaos, jointly plundered the wizarding commercial street of Stalingrad. They are still tallying their exact gains, but rest assured, Mr. Black, Selwyn, and Rosiel led the entire operation. Low-value items were distributed or exchanged for galleons as per your instructions, while high-value items are secured by Countess Selwyn, to be handled by you once the dust settles. At this point, Lady Sabini handed Wolf a box that had been enchanted for discreet expansion. Wolf accepted it, but did not open it. Instead, He placed it on his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping as he fell into deep contemplation. Seeing this, mother and son dared not speak, and the study was enveloped in silence. Immediately notify everyone to withdraw. Take what can be carried, and destroy anything that cannot. Leave no trace of evidence. Now, at once. Madame Shabini, upon witnessing the unfolding events, hesitated not a moment longer. She produced a set of keys, and, accompanied by creatures' adept use of apparition, was transported to the exterior of the Black Estate. Subsequently, she employed the keys to make her way directly to the Soviet Union. Approximately half an hour later, all parties, save for the Bach family, had gathered at the Black residence, encircling the long table in the conference room, each taking their seats. Wolf surveyed the weary heads of the various families and turned his gaze toward Koisk-Lingras, silently urging him to elucidate the current situation. Together with myself, Koisk-Lingras, and Lamberton, we had amassed a collection of over 43,000 tomes in the library. Among these, more than 37,000 had already circulated widely within the British magical community, thus entrusted to Lehin Bookstore for processing, with anticipated earnings exceeding 15,000 galleons. The remaining 6,000 unique volumes are presently undergoing rapid duplication to be uniformly distributed, one to each family. That is unnecessary. As I propose, each family shall receive 300,000, with over 50,000 remaining. Consider it my contribution, Wolf interjected, decisively concluding the matter while casting his eyes toward Koetzelwyn. We plundered the wizarding commercial street of Stalingrad, and the total value of the goods amassed hovers around 2 million. Arrangements for urgent processing are already underway. Excluding the 300,000 for the Bach family, each household will approximately receive 170,000. Once Koetzelwyn concluded his report, Wolf rose, proclaiming, I believe these galleons will suffice to weather your immediate hardships. However, there is one matter that deeply troubles me. A sudden rustle of chairs echoed through the banquet hall as all heads of families rose in unison, bowing their heads in deference to Wolf's admonition. I care not for the means you employ. By tomorrow, I expect to read of the Bach family's demise in the Daily Prophet. Chapter 21. The Precarious Savior's Plan. You are my most trusted allies, yet Bach has betrayed my confidence. The 12-year-old Wolf leaned upon his staff, pacing the conference room, exuding an aura that compelled the nearly 50-year-old heads of families to bow in submission. Were it not for Headmaster Burst's timely release of that fierce fire curse, our identities would have been laid bare before one another. Wolf approached Tor, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Do you still harbor the delusion that your strength can rival that of an entire nation? Or that you could contend with the old bee residing within Hogwarts? Friends, we remain fragile. We are but newly hatched dragons, barely weathered by the elements. Great storms can drown, do you understand? I dread the day I must visit the Ministry of Magic to claim your bodies, shrouded in white cloth. Your wives or husbands may come to the Black Estate, weeping and inquiring about the fates of their loved ones. Your children may sob in the Slytherin common room. Steady yourselves and exercise caution, my friends. Finally, Wolf returned to the head of the table and resumed his seat. The Bach family is destined for extinction. This is both a warning and an admonition. With a gentle tap of his staff, Creature led Monty and Edis to serve a sumptuous feast to the heads of families. Feast, my friends. You have labored throughout the day. Once we have dined, there remain many subsequent tasks to arrange. After a simple dinner, the heads of various families sipped red tea and engaged in hushed conversations, some reflecting on the shortcomings of their recent endeavors, others boasting of their achievements, and a few expressing their admiration for Wolf. The atmosphere in the conference room was light and jovial. Now that everyone had dined well, I have some arrangements that require your cooperation. Wolf gently tapped the table to signal everyone to cease their chatter. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Wolf, their expressions respectful. Lucius Malfoy, I need you to visit the Ministry of Magic and leverage your extensive connections to ascertain the current situation in the Soviet Union, particularly whether there is concrete evidence proving our identities. Upon hearing Wolf's directive, Lucius promptly rose, bowed slightly, and exited the conference room. Madame Longbottom, Torbist, and Visser Phalai, the head of the Phalai family, I require you to speak with the editor of the Daily Prophet to ensure that our information does not appear in the newspaper, not even speculation. The three immediately stood and departed as well. Once the four had left, Wolf's demeanor relaxed considerably. The assembled were astute, recognizing that with the non-core heads dismissed, the true discussion was about to commence. The Bach family's shop in Nocturne Alley has been taken over by Greengrass, and the spoils extracted from their establishment will be evenly distributed among you. Wolf mused while caressing his scepter. With the influx of the Saints' business into England, we require a territory, a commercial street that belongs to us. I have my sights set on Nocturne Alley. What are your thoughts? Sir, Nocturne Alley has long been a haven for dark wizards, a hub for smuggling and illicit dealings. The underlying interests are highly intricate. Should we reconsider? Kais, feeling the pressure from the other heads, was hesitant to speak up, knowing he was related by marriage. If he did not voice his concerns, who would dare to? I have contemplated this as well. However, I propose that we harness our influence in public opinion to vigorously promote the notion that Dumbledore intends to establish the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix in Knockturn Alley, which would incite Fudge's suspicion. We can then stir him into action, prompting the Aurors to take the lead. Wolf tapped the table lightly, engaging in a fervent brainstorming session. Given that sycophantic minister's nature, he would undoubtedly react. He fears Dumbledore emerging to usurp his position. Cortesselwyn remarked with a mocking disdain, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the assembly. Once the laughter subsided, Tussulus Rosial suddenly inquired, if the ministry charges forth, and we coordinate from the shadows, we should be fine on the strength front. However, post-battle, those vile little clowns will surely emerge to vie for interests. How shall we address that? Shabini will take the lead, with Caro in support. Once we extract information from Bach, we shall muddy the waters, inciting distrust among them, ideally igniting internal conflict, Rosial suggested. Rosial and Selwyn spread rumors about Dumbledore, following the usual protocol. Let's be as distasteful to Fudge as possible, and do ensure the safety of Minister Fudge, keeping him securely seated in that magnificent chair of his. Such a remarkable minister is indeed a rarity. As Wolf concluded his remarks, another round of hearty laughter erupted, tinged with disdain for the sycophantic minister. As the crowd dispersed, each person set about their own dark intentions. Chaos was destined to reign that night. The Pig's Head Tavern, owned by Aberforth Dumbledore, the brother of Albus Dumbledore, stood as the sole establishment in the pure wizarding village of Hogsmeade, rivaling an entire street of establishments in its significance. It was a hub for the smuggling of magical creatures, the sale of dark artifacts, and the trading of forbidden tomes. However, due to Aberforth's reputation and his formidable prowess, the Ministry of Magic, even if they came to investigate, would simply turn a blind eye. Wolf, cradling his companion Wonkai, stood nearby with keen interest, watching as Dumbledore consumed a rather unappetizing dish that could barely be classified as food. Let us converse, Wolf, Dumbledore suggested, and as he finished, the plate vanished, leaving no trace behind. Wolf glanced down at the chair, its grease nearly as thick as the makeup on an elderly dame's face. Recently, Astoria has been overwhelming. My back is acting up, I'll just stand. Dumbledore, a man of countless years, faced Wolf's biting sarcasm with an expression devoid of embarrassment, instead revealing a hint of nostalgia. The matters between Gellert and myself cannot be distilled into mere words, Wolf. Should I then refer to you as mistress? Wolf quipped, raising an eyebrow in playful jest. Dumbledore finally cracked, his mouth twitching uncontrollably at the term, resembling someone afflicted by a seizure. Behind the bar, Aberforth, who had been feigning diligence while polishing glasses, erupted into laughter, shattering the cup he held onto the floor. Boy, from now on, your visits to the Pig's Head Tavern are on the house. Free. Ha ha. Enough, Wolf. Let us discuss serious matters, Dumbledore insisted, forcibly shifting the topic. After casting a cleaning charm on the chair and table, he gestured for Wolf to sit. What is your opinion of Harry? Oh, why the sudden inquiry? Wolf replied, somewhat taken aback. Nothing ulterior, merely a straightforward question. Arrogant, reckless, with a heart overflowing with empathy. Wolf blurted, stroking Wonkai's head. In his eyes, reminiscent of pickled green toads, there lay an unmistakable clarity of foolishness. If Severus were to hear your assessment of those eyes he so adores, I imagine he would hang you up and give you a good thrashing, Dumbledore remarked, his lips twitching once more. Oh, my apologies, allow me to rephrase. Those bright, captivating eyes. Have you not discerned a single virtue in him, Wolf? If you equate recklessness with courage, impulsiveness with bravery, and a bleeding heart with compassion, then Potter is a quintessential Gryffindor lion, replete with merits. After a lengthy contemplation, Dumbledore continued, you are aware that Tom is currently lurking within Hogwarts. I have set a trap for him with the Philosopher's Stone, meticulously crafted on the 4th floor. Yet Harry has yet to discover the stone. Snape is practically laying the clues at his feet, and he manages to overlook them all, failing to engage in the plan. However, only Potter possesses the capacity to vanquish him. I require your guidance to aid him. Wolf stared at Dumbledore in shock, as though he had just heard the most humorous joke of the century. Wolf, considering we share a common adversary, Professor Dumbledore, if prophecies indeed held any merit, you ought to be living blissfully with my mentor rather than leaving him to shiver alone in the frigid night of Nurmengard. Chapter 22. Influence. Dumbledore massaged his aching brow. Wolf, Grindelwald's prophecy merely illuminates the formidable power of Muggle technology. He is consumed by fear that Muggles will discover and annihilate wizards. Thus, he seeks to dominate Muggles through war, preemptively stifling their technological advancement. This is fundamentally different from Trelawney's prophecy regarding Harry, which speaks of the entanglement of fate. Grindelwald serves as a harbinger of the future, Wolf. This distinction is paramount. If you adhere to fatalism, then the entirety of your life's endeavors becomes but a jest. A sudden wave of pity for Dumbledore washed over Wolf. The old man's life resembled a tea table laden with tragedy, the loss of his mother in childhood, The death of his father in youth, the demise of his sister, and a bitter estrangement from his brother. It was the death of his sister that robbed him of his one true love. Perhaps it was these sorrows that sculpted the unparalleled Dumbledore of today. Yet they also shattered the beliefs and aspirations that lay beneath his resplendent exterior. Fatalism is neither absurd nor an immutable decree. The notion that humanity can triumph over destiny is the eternal aspiration of this world, the guiding principle for all who possess strength. I will persuade Potter to join your scheme, in exchange for your company at dinner with my mentor at Nurmengard. How does that sound? Very well, Wolf Black. Dumbledore murmured from the head of the staff table. Are you a tyrant or a saint? Beside him, Snape cast a complex gaze upon Wolf, who appeared nonchalantly to be enjoying his breakfast. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were busy soothing the irate Professor McGonagall, insisting that it was unacceptable for this to affect students yet to graduate. How could those fools, so obsessed with galleons, be so utterly dim-witted? Meanwhile, the garlic-scented Professor Quirrell, perhaps wary of getting too close to Dumbledore, stood with his arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face. The remaining three houses were abuzz with speculation regarding the demise of the Bach family and the conspiracies surrounding it. Ron Weasley fervently concocted a tale of how Wolf had been refused treasures and, in a fit of rage, had resorted to murder. In a corner, Hermione Granger had already gleaned the gist of the incident from Neville Longbottom's account, looking incredulously at Ron. When did this fool become so astute? Yet, not a soul expressed sympathy for the plight of the Bach family. To them, it was merely a tale of black-on-black treachery, a result of their own inadequacies. At the Slytherin table, however, a profound silence prevailed, with only the sound of the young serpents leisurely chewing their food. Educated in the ways of nobility from an early age, they perceived matters with greater clarity than their peers. Stealing glances at Wolf, who was partaking in his meal, they speculated on the connections this incident might have with their own leader. Yet, no one dared to inquire or discuss it further. The students hastened their dining pace, particularly the 7th graders, as the death of Cloris had vacated a prestigious position, presenting a genuine opportunity to draw closer to Wolf. After breakfast, Wolf pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and rose to approach the Gryffindor long table. As he stood beside Hermione, the usual clamor of Gryffindor abruptly ceased. Ron trembled in fear, clutching Harry's robe tightly, burying his head deep in the crook of his arm. Following closely behind Wolf, Theodore pointed a finger at Ron, glaring at him menacingly. Daphne, cradling Fong, mimicked her teacher, Vindaricule, with an air of superiority, her youthful face brimming with pride, though her words were directed at Percy Weasley. As a disgrace within the pureblood community, the Weasley family's finances were in dire straits, having long lost the dignity associated with pureblood lineage. Had it not been for the commendable eldest son, whose meager salary sustained the family, their very survival might be in jeopardy. Thus, as the most accomplished third son and the eldest Weasley at Hogwarts, one would expect you to comprehend the fragile state of the Weasley family, which cannot withstand further turmoil. Therefore, I implore you to keep your brother in check. Despite failing to see any noble qualities in him, he should not resort to such petty behavior. With that, Daphne turned on her heel and departed, leaving Percy and the twins, their faces flushed with shame, glaring at Ron, who had buried his head beneath the table, oblivious to the deep resentment simmering in Ron's eyes. Seated beside him, Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scar. Meanwhile, the Slytherin table erupted in raucous cheers, while the other two houses cast mocking glances at the Weasleys. The twins, often engaging in mischievous antics for amusement, were not disliked, but those lacking their sense of humor found it hard to harbor any fondness for them. Percy, ever vocal about point deductions, held the position of head boy with the authority of the student council president, which had thoroughly eroded his popularity among peers. As for Ron, who fancied himself as the savior's closest ally, his antics were more irritating than the weeping golden snitch. Dumbledore, do you not find Daphne's demeanor oddly familiar? Professor McGonagall whispered, turning her head. Vindaricule. Wolf waited briefly in the outdoor corridor on the 4th floor until Hermione hurried over, not even taking a moment to wipe the grease from her lips. Wolf glanced at Hermione, who gripped her handkerchief tightly in nervousness, and with a smile, said, I have a matter I would like to entrust to you, Miss Granger. Once Wolf clarified the situation, Hermione pondered deeply for a moment before looking resolutely at Wolf. I will handle it. Please trust me, Mr. Black. I have every confidence in you, Miss Granger. Otherwise, I would not confide in you so completely. However, I do not wish for you to put yourself in danger because of this matter. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Your safety is paramount. Wolf reached out to ruffle Hermione's fluffy hair, suddenly finding the texture remarkably pleasant. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to Daphne. She will ensure that everything is arranged seamlessly. Daphne inclined her head slightly towards Hermione. Miss Granger, I would advise you to consider Draco. There seems to be an inexplicable bond between him and Potter. Hermione lifted her chin, her smile both reserved and radiant. Chapter 23, The Radical Potter. It is uncertain what method Hermione employed, yet despite Severus Snape's evident disdain, which was almost written on his face, Potter remained oblivious. In just a day, Hermione managed to draw Harry's attention to Snape, who was eyeing the treasures in the forbidden area on the 4th floor with keen interest. Meanwhile, Ron persistently instilled in Harry the notion that Snape was Wolf's uncle, implying that he must be working for Wolf, who was the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Over time, Harry began to harbor doubts about Wolf. When Harry first entered the Wizarding World, he was a figure of immense public fascination, with countless admirers celebrating his achievements. Although Harry himself bore no prideful inclinations, it was inevitable for him to feel a sense of self-satisfaction. Thus, when he encountered Wolf Black, whose prowess overshadowed his own in every conceivable aspect, he found himself involuntarily comparing himself to Wolf, leading to a profound sense of defeat. Human nature, often inclined towards darkness, fosters a desire to tarnish Wolf's flawless image or, metaphorically speaking, to leave a blot of ink on a pristine sheet of paper. Such impulses are innate and unrelated to one's moral character. Harry exemplified this tendency, rendering him rather radical. Within a mere 2 days, he learned the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, who had just returned from a 3-month confinement in Azkaban, courtesy of the Ministry of Magic. However, given Harry's average academic abilities and Ron's lackluster performance, it was improbable for them to grasp the significance of Nicholas Flamel. Days passed as Harry searched aimlessly like a headless owl until Gryffindor claimed this year's Quidditch Cup. Speaking of Quidditch, Wolf's disinterest in flying on a broomstick rendered him indifferent to this sport, which captivated the wizarding community. Consequently, the enthusiasm for Quidditch among Slytherin students waned significantly, particularly under Wolf's insistence that victories must be achieved with style and defeats should retain dignity. The Slytherin Quidditch team underwent a transformation, abandoning their previously violent and aggressive tactics. Under the leadership of Flint, the team suffered consecutive defeats, ultimately managing only a single victory against the perennial underdogs, Hufflepuff. This disheartened the enthusiasm of the Slytherin Snakes. In the final match against Ravenclaw, not a single Slytherin student attended to spectate. However, Slytherin's reputation improved markedly among the 3 houses. Regardless of Draco's overt and covert hints to redirect their animosity and focus towards the 4th floor through mockery, these 2 remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that Draco merely sought to entice them into breaking school rules. Hermione, unable to bear it any longer, signaled Neville in the common room to deliberately clash with the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, agreeing to settle their conflict through a game of wizard's chess, wagering a high-quality imitation of a magical stone as the prize to capture Ron's attention. Thus, Ron Weasley appeared utterly dazed, as if his mind were stuffed with thistle, showing no reaction whatsoever. He even grabbed Neville, questioning where he had erred and where the knight ought to leap. Had he taken an umbrella when Merlin transformed wisdom into rain? Hermione, exasperated, felt a deep sense of inability to carry the burden and finally understood why Snape had cast the clues upon them only to have them evade capture. Ultimately, it was Harry's other roommate, Dean Thomas, who, during a pre-sleep discussion about Neville's imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, mentioned that Nicholas Flamel was over 600 years old, the current sole possessor of the stone. This revelation jolted Harry into realizing that the Philosopher's Stone resided within the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Stupidity is not a trait, Miss Granger. Wolf comforted the weary Hermione, gently ruffling her hair. Not everyone possesses the same abundance of wisdom as you. Perhaps what flows in their veins is merely the potion brewed by the Weasleys. However, Wolf had overestimated Harry and Ron, as they nearly perished in the second challenge, ensnared by the Devil's Snare without Hermione's assistance. Professor Sprout had emphasized the nature of the Devil's Snare repeatedly under the guise of revision before their undertaking. Wolf had even indicated that Draco had deliberately allowed himself to become entangled in the plant to demonstrate its properties. Yet, these 2 were so engrossed in their newfound knowledge of Nicholas Flamel that they had neglected to heed the lesson. Ron was too busy mocking Draco's predicament to care about how he had been rescued by Professor Sprout. Initially, Harry had been attentively observing, but Ron dragged him away to share in Draco's misfortune. Through a quarrel instigated by Snape with Quirrell, Harry, cloaked in invisibility, inadvertently learned of Snape's past as a Death Eater and Voldemort's desperate need for the Philosopher's Stone to regain his strength, igniting a flame of vengeance within him. Observing Dumbledore's machinations, Wolf couldn't help but marvel at the old wizard's cunning. Harry was completely manipulated within Dumbledore's intricate designs. Wolf empathized with Harry's perspective, recognizing that even he would only remain vigilant, ultimately compelled to navigate Dumbledore's carefully laid traps under the impetus of revenge. It was indeed exhausting, and with the intellect of these 2, Dumbledore must have run countless simulations, without a touch of wisdom added to their team. He could hardly foresee a scenario in which Harry triumphed over Voldemort. They had already crossed paths on the train, planting the seeds of friendship. They had established a foundation of camaraderie at the onset of the school year. It need not have unfolded this way. Wolf felt as if he were withering, waiting endlessly. With the academic year drawing to a close, if Dumbledore could not align with Harry, Wolf was nearing the point of intervention. Finally, the moment of confrontation was approaching. The impertinent fool. Chapter 24. As Wolf extracted his wand from the staff, he and Fong were halted by Dumbledore in the corridor outside the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Wolf, trust Harry, Dumbledore sighed deeply. His tone tinged with a hint of pleading. After all, you cannot kill Tom, can you? Let Harry hone his skills. Headmaster Dumbledore. Some matters cannot be articulated in such a manner. Wolf's eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue. Even if he could not vanquish that wretch, he would ensure he felt pain. Wolf's gaze was icy as it bore into Dumbledore. I am aware that Harry is protected by the magic left behind by Lily Potter. However, do not forget that this enchantment merely ensures Voldemort cannot touch Potter. It does not imply that Voldemort cannot torment, torture, or even kill Potter. Do you believe that if you delay any longer, Potter may perish? Furthermore, I have a foreboding sense that that wretch is waiting for me. Seeing the murderous intent emanating from Wolf, Dumbledore ceased his insistence and stepped aside to clear the path. Leave Fong behind. It is far too perilous for him. Wolf cast a lingering glance at Dumbledore, a silent reminder to protect Harry. He gestured for Fong to remain in the corridor and turned toward the forbidden area. Fong understood that he could not oppose the greater force and approached Wolf, nudging him gently, saying, Be careful, Wolf. I shall wait for you here. Wolf ruffled Fong's head gently, saying nothing in response. Wolf, do not let hatred blind your vision. Dumbledore sighed softly. Wolf paid no heed to Dumbledore, forcefully flinging open the heavy oak door. Just wait, Dumbledore. One day I shall transcend the legendary wizardry, and I will ensure you comprehend the lamentations of hell. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, barked a few times at Wolf before ceasing, its 3 heads and 6 eyes curiously observing Wolf and inching closer to sniff him. Gentlemen, please open the door. I need to pass, Wolf said, stroking Fluffy's central head. Fluffy hesitated, glancing at the door and then at Wolf, before shaking its head after a considerable pause. Seeing this, Wolf ceased his entreaties, withdrew his wand from his staff, and transformed the staff into a music box. Indeed, Wolf extracted his wand from the staff. He did not possess absolute certainty that he could defeat Voldemort solely through wandless magic. Although the staff augmented spells, its size ultimately rendered it less convenient than a wand. Once the academic year concluded, Wolf intended to consult Mr. Ollivander to explore the possibility of enhancing the staff with a charm of suitable size. Wolf shook the music box before Fluffy, saying, Could you do me a favor? Upon seeing Fluffy nod, Wolf continued, Please keep this safe for me. Regardless of its transformation, no one but me may touch it, understood? After receiving Fluffy's affirmative response, Wolf glanced at Fluffy with a hint of remorse before opening the music box. The subsequent challenges appeared to Wolf as mere child's play, with the time spent overcoming obstacles surpassing the time spent in transit, until he arrived at Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration chessboard. Observing the wizard's chess pieces restored to their original state, Wolf reached out to touch the back of the king piece. It seemed that Professor McGonagall had never intended to use this to impede Voldemort, for aside from the Transfiguration and Restoration spells applied, nothing else had been added, not even the most fundamental reinforcement charm. Wolf brandished his wand, sweeping it horizontally before him with a sudden flourish. An invisible blade sliced through the air, cleaving all the chess pieces in half. With an impassive gaze, Wolf surveyed the remnants, ensuring there were no survivors. He cast a fleeting glance at Ron, unconscious on the ground, yet chose to disregard him. Akin to merely encountering a fool on the street. Ignorance, he deemed, was the wisest course of action. Wolf strode confidently towards the next challenge. Upon encountering the fallen giant, he regretted not bringing a box. After all, such a 12-meter-tall mountain troll was a rare sight. Properly trained, it would surpass the 3-headed hellhound in guarding capabilities. Without so much as a glance at the potions and parchment laid out by Snape, Wolf advanced directly towards the fiery gate. He briefly assessed the so-called magical flames, which were nothing more than ordinary fire enhanced with a touch of ignition and gathering magic, giving it a semblance of grandeur. Wolf could not help but curl his lip. This was not merely a concession to Potter, but rather an open invitation akin to the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, wand in hand, he boldly stepped through the flames. You have finally arrived, Wolf Black. Upon entering the chamber, Wolf beheld Harry, bound like a dumpling, and the terrifying serpentine visage affixed to Quirrell's skull. As he had anticipated, Voldemort was indeed waiting for him. You are truly hideous, Tom Riddle, Wolf remarked, eyeing the snake-like face with a note of disdain. Voldemort had likely envisioned their reunion countless times, yet he could not have anticipated such a remark from Wolf, leaving him momentarily speechless. Impudent brat, Voldemort scoffed, though he refrained from elaborating. Those familiar with their own affairs understood that perhaps in his youth, Voldemort had been considered charming. But now he lacked even a corporeal form, rendering any further discourse rather futile. Black, I hear you have become the new king of Slytherin? Have you usurped my position? Anger seeped into Voldemort's tone. Wolf chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he waved his wand, relocating Harry to a safer corner and loosening some of the bindings. The throne is eternal, but a king is never so, Wolf remarked, gently rolling his neck. Tom, you are the worst king I have come to know. Voldemort's visage abruptly enveloped Quirrell's face, obscuring his features entirely. A feeble body. Voldemort spat disdainfully. Though my power is but a third, it is more than sufficient to deal with you. What are you waiting for, then? Wolf's eyes ignited with a crimson hue, his hair transforming into a silver cascade. Avada Kedavra, a curse that pierces the heart. They commenced their duel with a flurry of unforgivable curses. However, unlike Harry Potter, the fated protagonist, Wolf dared not confront Voldemort head-on. He deftly dodged to the side. They exchanged spells, each narrowly avoiding the other's attacks with remarkable agility. The room was left pockmarked from their fierce confrontation, yet both consciously steered clear of Harry's corner. Voldemort conjured a water serpent from thin air, sending it surging towards Wolf. Wolf thrust his wand sharply, and the water python instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, taking on the likeness of Tethys as it lunged toward Voldemort. Yet, it was not his own body, and after a fierce exchange, Voldemort began to gasp for breath, his stamina evidently depleted. With his legs trembling uncontrollably, a clear indication that Quirrell's life force was nearing its end due to Voldemort's draining presence. Is this all you can muster, Tom? Wolf continued his advance, unleashing spells upon Voldemort. Do not grow complacent, boy. The outcome remains uncertain. A fierce glint flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he drained Quirrell's essence, and then unleashed a deadly curse toward Wolf. Observing the impending threat, Wolf waved his wand, conjuring the Mirror of Erased, and rolled aside just as Quirrell's body became rigid. Heart-piercing. A direct strike from the heart-piercing curse hit Voldemort squarely in the chest, eliciting a chilling scream. You cannot kill me. I shall ultimately conquer death. Wolf unleashed a flurry of 5 heart-piercing curses, subjecting Voldemort to relentless torment. Look into my eyes, and remember my face. This shall be your nightmare for eternity. Wolf pressed his foot against Voldemort's face, mercilessly grinding it down. Bastard, let us perish together. Voldemort roared, and Quirrell's body began to swell rapidly. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had been watching from the shadows, waved his wand, pulling Harry and Wolf behind him. Casting a formidable shield, a blinding white light erupted from Quirrell's body, followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the entire room. Voldemort's soul burst forth from Quirrell, soaring toward the window. You cannot kill me, Wolf Black. Voldemort's anguished scream shattered the stillness of the night, echoing throughout Hogwarts. That night, the world knew that the new king had triumphed over the old. Chapter 25, Waiting and Revelry. The silver-green drapes cast serpentine shadows upon the stone walls. The flames in the fireplace flickered low, filtering the eerie light of the Black Lake into a swaying green. In the common room, a group of Slytherins awaited in silence, the only sounds being the dripping of candle wax and the occasional rustle of pages breaking the stillness. Draco Malfoy lounged against a high-backed chair, his fingertips impatiently tapping the armrest, his pale face illuminated by the flickering firelight. His gaze darted toward the stone door every few seconds, as if he could pry it open with his eyes. In a corner, Blaise Zabini quietly perused an ancient tome of magic. Though the pages had not turned for 10 minutes, his pupils reflected the candlelight, yet it seemed as if he gazed beyond the words into a more distant realm. Gemma Farley leaned beside the liquor cabinet, gently swirling the crimson wine in her crystal glass, the deep red liquid leaving slow trails upon the glass, reminiscent of an ominous omen. At her side, Atran Chabert sipped fiercely from a robust whiskey. Daphne Greengrass and her friend, Shauna Rosier, sat by the window, the shadows of the Black Lake dancing across their faces. Daphne's fingers unconsciously brushed over the silver embroidery of her robe, while Shauna remained quieter than the others, staring intently at her palms as if answers lay hidden there. Theodore Knott and Carlo Michi, unable to endure the turmoil within their hearts, exchanged a glance and made their way to the adjacent training room. Shortly thereafter, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of spell explosions. Amidst a sea of verdant green, 2 flashes of red abruptly emerged. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom also made their entrance into the Slytherin common room, with Neville even indulging in a beer. Hermione, typically stern, paid him no mind as she pretended to focus on Wolf's magical insights, although her peripheral vision frequently darted toward the tightly shut stone door. Suddenly, a faint click resonated from the serpent-shaped door knocker. All movement froze, even their breaths momentarily suspended. Draco's fingers hovered in midair, Blaise's goblet ceased its tremor, and Pansy's brooch glimmered like a serpent's fang in the flickering light. Yet, the stone door remained unyielding. The flames in the hearth surged suddenly, only to plunge back down, elongating and distorting their shadows against the stone walls, resembling a group of serpents poised to strike. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed through the stone walls, reaching the Slytherin common room. You cannot kill me, Wolf Black. The little snakes exchanged glances. Theodore and Michi dashed out of the training room. Malfoy sprang up from the sofa, causing Pansy's brooch to clatter to the ground. Gemma and a tranced goblets shattered on the expensive carpet, the crimson wine and amber whiskey mingling together. Blaze's right hand trembled, inadvertently tearing a page from the precious ancient tome. Daphne and Shauna abruptly locked eyes, with Daphne even twisting her neck in surprise. Then, an exuberant cheer erupted from everyone. Hermione and Neville embraced tightly. Draco leaped onto the sofa like a fool, twitching and dancing with abandon. Blaze, in a fit of excitement, completely ripped apart the ancient text, scattering the torn pages into the air. Daphne wept tears of joy. Farley and Atranch kissed passionately behind the bar. Their king had triumphed. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Malfoy Manor, beneath the stone-vaulted ceiling, the flames in the hearth whispered softly, casting shadows upon the oak walls adorned with ancient portraits. The beeswax on the candelabra melted slowly, the wax dribbling down like congealed blood. The air was thick with the bitterness of cigars and the richness of aged brandy. Mingling with the scents of leather and parchment, this was a cage crafted for power and patience. Narcissa Malfoy sat regally upon a velvet sofa, her fingertips gliding over the rim of a crystal glass, the amber liquid within remaining perfectly still. Her expression resembled a frozen lake. Only the emerald necklace around her neck occasionally glimmered in the firelight, akin to a coiled viper. In the corner, Tiberius Rossier leaned against the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a third glass of whiskey. His gaze never strayed from the intricately carved oak door, as if he could pierce through the heavy wood to discern the commotion beyond. Kurt Selwyn tilted his head back, pouring an entire bottle of tequila down his throat. As the liquid coursed down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbed, as if swallowing unspoken words. Uriah Carlo leaned against the fireplace, his silver cane resting at his side, the wolf's head at its top casting a fearsome shadow in the flickering light. He meticulously polished a pocket watch, its cover gleaming from repeated caresses. Yet the sound of the gears was particularly jarring at that moment. Wendell Roque was the only one standing, her back to the others, gazing out at the raging wind and rain. The smoke from her pipe curled around her shoulder like a ghostly presence. Her silence bore more weight than all the words spoken, reminiscent of the low pressure before a storm. Suddenly, the firewood in the hearth cracked loudly, freezing everyone's actions for a brief moment. Malfoy's pipe hung suspended in midair, Narcissa's goblet tilted slightly, and Cort's bottle hovered above the cup's rim. The lid of Eugel's pocket watch snapped shut, and Wendell's fingertips tightened against the window frame. Mrs. Shabini, her expression animated, raised the parchment in her hand and exclaimed, "Let the festivities begin, my friends." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, looking towards the jubilant crowd and the smiling Wendell Roque at the window. Lucius rubbed his left arm, where the faded dark mark had lingered for over a decade, recalling Narcissa's words to him, and finally resolved to join in the celebration. From that moment on, the Malfoy family had irrevocably aligned themselves with Wolf. Chapter 26. The examination concludes. The Slytherin students, maintaining their characteristic elegance, stood outside Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration exam room, awaiting the commencement of their final assessments. Daphne smoothed the wrinkles of her wizarding robe and adjusted her slightly askew brooch. Since she began studying under Wendell Roque, she had developed an almost obsessive dedication to her poise. Blaze leaned lazily against the windowsill, cradling his pet, while Theodore busily polished his wand, as if tenderly caring for a cherished possession. Whispers and animated discussions filled the air, yet no one seemed anxious about the impending examination. Until Wolf gently paused with his wand, prompting the little snakes to instinctively line up behind him, standing orderly along the corridor's sides. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Selwyn, Miss Parkinson, please enter the classroom for your practical transfiguration exam. Mr. Black, Mr. Knott, Miss Greengrass, please be prepared." As Professor McGonagall's voice echoed from the classroom, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. 10 minutes later, Malfoy emerged first from the classroom, informing everyone that the exam's task was to transform a button into a snuff box. The more exquisite the creation, the higher the score. This revelation brought a collective sigh of relief from the Slytherin snakes. "Mr. Black," Professor McGonagall smiled at Wolf, "I haven't seen you cast a spell in quite some time. I am very curious about your disarming charm." Wolf felt a flush of embarrassment. She was clearly teasing him about his rather forceful approach that had ruined her peace. Indeed, women are not to be trifled with. What might seem like a casual endeavor could lead to ruin if mishandled. "I was wrong, Professor." Wolf realized that any explanation now would be futile. Better to observe how McGonagall intended to deal with him. Professor McGonagall, with a playful glint in her eyes, burst into laughter and remarked, "What? In your estimation, am I merely a petty old witch? Certainly not." Professor McGonagall, in her prime, exudes elegance and charm, displaying both generosity and profound talent. Wolf, in response to her jest, joined in the light-hearted banter. "Very well, Mr. Blake, let us dispense with the frivolities. We have already lingered too long. Professor McGonagall gradually composed her smile. For you, transforming a button into a snuff box is exceedingly simple. As she spoke, she drew a large mark on Wolf's report card. Now, how about transforming this stool into Fong? The metamorphosis of inanimate objects into living beings involves complex principles of transfiguration, far beyond the scope of a mere transformation spell. One must possess a thorough understanding of the creature being transformed. Wolf's eyes suddenly widened. His crimson gaze fixated on the stool before him. His silvery black hair danced behind him as he stomped his staff and recited the incantation aloud. Gradually, the stool morphed, its wooden material disassembling and reassembling until it took on Fong's form. The eyes began to move, and as the wolf's lips parted, a droplet of saliva dripped down. Blaze, do you think Wolf has other wolves outside? Fong, who had been resting in Blaze's arms, opened his eyes at the sound of the howl and asked in confusion. When Wolf emerged from the classroom, Fong leapt from Selwyn's embrace, returning to his normal size and circling around Wolf several times, sniffing vigorously. Daphne, who followed closely behind, gazed at Wolf with a complex expression and remarked, "Sometimes, the disparity between people is indeed greater than that between a person and a blast-ended scrut." By the time they exited the stifling atmosphere of the History of Magic examination room, the academic year had effectively come to a close. The young wizards could enjoy a week of carefree play at Hogwarts until the results were released. As for who would rejoice and who would lament, that would be left to individual perspectives. Wolf and Daphne strolled by the Black Lake, engaging in discussions about the intriguing occurrences between saints and nobility. At this juncture, their relationship still basked in the honeymoon phase, devoid of any sordidness. However, the delicate balance of interest between them would depend on Wolf's skill. For ruling is never merely about wielding a wand. Mr. Blake, Mr. Blake. Wolf heard someone calling from the hillside and looked up to see a third-year Ravenclaw student. Breathless, the young wizard approached him. Mr. Blake, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office. Oh, and he sent a message saying he has recently developed a fondness for fizzing Whizbees. After expressing his gratitude to the young wizard, Wolf proceeded with Daphne towards the castle. What could Professor Dumbledore want with you? Daphne inquired curiously. Ultimately, a post-victory assessment is necessary. Daphne, Wolf contemplated Dumbledore's intentions, sensing that it was not merely a straightforward debriefing. As expected, when Wolf pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, he found Newt seated inside alongside a frail old man. Naturally, our Professor Snape remained ensconced in his customary shadow. Professor Dumbledore, Uncle Snape, Mr. Scamander, and this gentleman. Without waiting for Wolf to greet him, the elderly man trembled as he rose unsteadily from the sofa, extending his right hand towards Wolf, addressing him as Nicodemus. Upon hearing the name of this legendary alchemist, Wolf's pupils constricted involuntarily, and he hastily reached out to shake Nicodemus's hand. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. LeMay. However, with a sudden cry of pain, Nicodemus clutched his right hand and collapsed back onto the sofa, taking a considerable time to recover. This left Wolf bewildered, standing motionless in shock. Was it truly so casual to feign injury nowadays? He hadn't even exerted much force. There's no need for concern, Wolf, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. You must consider the frailty of a man over 600 years old. Nicodemus, accustomed to such situations, retrieved a vial of potion powder from his pocket and sprinkled it over his right hand. A flash of green light illuminating the room accompanied by the sound of bones realigning. This is the longevity bestowed by the Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Black. Thus, I have never considered myself victorious over death. Rather, I have merely stolen a moment from his list. Now, Wolf, the reason I summoned you here is to discuss two matters. Dumbledore changed the subject, pouring Wolf a cup of red tea. Wolf caressed the serpent-headed handle of his staff, pondering for a long while before stating, he is most likely still in the Albanian forest. Given his erratic nature, he would never seek out the Death Eaters. He cannot allow those who once crawled at his feet to witness his current state. Slowly, Wolf approached the window, gazing at the now dim forbidden forest under the setting sun. He must be there, consorting with beasts. Your speculation mirrors Albus's precisely, Newt interjected. However, we have searched extensively, yet found no trace. In response, Wolf shrugged, expressing his impotence in the matter. Yet, Nicodemus, observing a flicker of hesitation on Wolf's face, remarked, Mr. Black, I sense you possess further conjectures that you are reluctant to share. His voice bore the weight of age. How about this? I would be willing to grant you the Philosopher's Stone and assist you in creating an item in exchange for your information. The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange, is it not? Wolf suddenly voiced this thought, surprising himself. I didn't expect you to have such insights into alchemy, Nicodemus chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his smile brightening his aged features. Chapter 27. Spoilers, the Chamber of Slytherin. Nicodemus, have you considered? Dumbledore began, intending to persuade Nicodemus, but then hesitated, realizing that Wolf was the beneficiary. He pondered how this little rascal might twist his words should he interfere with the transaction. To this day, Tales circulate in the British wizarding community of his establishment of the Order of the Phoenix in Knockturn Alley, recruiting allies to prepare for an assault on the Ministry of Magic. Had it not been for 6 years ago, when you spoke of a child who escaped the prophecy of Grindelwald and stumbled into the magical world, I and Perennial would have embarked on a new journey long ago. Nicodemus said with a sense of liberation in his voice. He may not have triumphed over death, but he embraced it. Wolf was acutely aware that Nico was referring to him, yet he was astonished that his first magical upheaval, his crossing over, had been detected by his mentor, who subsequently informed Dumbledore. What do you think of my suggestion, Mr. Black? Nico gazed at Wolf with hopeful anticipation. Wolf couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. How could a man on the brink of death be so generous towards a complete stranger? Nonetheless, he was enticed by such an alluring bait. This was a calculated maneuver. I admire your caution and your avarice, Mr. Black. However, I can unequivocally assure you that Nico LeMay's eyes are filled with admiration, akin to a venerable elder beholding a promising descendant. He gestured towards Dumbledore and continued, I merely wish to leave a glimmer of hope for this wretched wizarding world, while also assisting that unfortunate old man. The Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, that is where my recent investigations have led me. Wolf hesitated before speaking, choosing to place his trust in this honorable elder. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened, resulting in the death of Myrtle. According to the records, Rubeus Hagrid was unjustly accused and subsequently expelled from Hogwarts. Wolf paused momentarily before continuing. When I learned of this from Lucius Malfoy, I recognized it as a grave miscarriage of justice. We may describe Slytherin as paranoid, obstinate, or even sinister. Yet we cannot deny that he was an unequivocal proponent of blood supremacy. To associate a giant, or even a half-blood giant, with the Chamber of Secrets and claim that he was its opener is, in itself, a ludicrous farce. I also discovered that Tom Riddle's name appeared on the student roster from that era. Thus, all the enigmas fell into place. The chamber was opened by Tom, the last scion of the Gaunt family, who unleashed the creature within and inadvertently caused Myrtle's demise. At this juncture, Dumbledore interjected, Why do you say it was an accident? Because he was an orphan. Newly introduced to the mysteries of the magical realm, he endured great hardships only to learn that he was a descendant of Slytherin. Thus, the seed of his ambition began to sprout. He could not allow Hogwarts to be shut down due to a student's death. That would mean losing his dominion, leaving him with nowhere to go. You seem to know him quite well? Newt inquired suddenly. Like him, I am an orphan, treated as an outcast from a young age. And it was only through bloodshed and conflict that I arrived here. Wolf realized his emotions were spiraling out of control, and though he had spoken more than intended, he swallowed the remainder of his words. Yet, Nico completed his thought. You all firmly believe that you shall ascend to power. This conviction is the wellspring of your greatest strength, the very foundation of your unshakable belief. As Nico's words echoed, an enveloping silence fell over the office. Everyone gazed at Wolf in rapt attention. With his hands resting on his staff, Wolf faced Nico directly, radiating an aura of authority, his magical prowess palpable. Even as the weakest presence in the room, he still exuded his essence. This was his conviction, as Nico had articulated, the source of all his power. Indeed, I shall ultimately become king. I came, I saw, I conquered. All present are undoubtedly distinguished individuals in their respective fields, possessing unwavering resolve that cannot be swayed by Wolf's formidable presence. Yet, even the indomitable Snape found his composure momentarily shaken. What discoveries have you made regarding the location of the chamber? After a brief silence, Nicholas inquired. Myrtle died at the sink in the lavatory. I have visited that very sink, which bears the emblem of Slytherin. That must be the key to accessing the chamber. However, despite my numerous attempts, I have been unable to unlock it. At this juncture, Wolf raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness toward Dumbledore. Parseltongue, Newt declared with conviction. This is a trait of Slytherin, as well as of the Dark Lord. Albus, the pressing question now is where you might procure a parcel mouth, Nicholas jested. Parseltongue and the ability to speak it are not synonymous. While many, including myself, can converse with snakes, Parseltongue commands them to obey human directives. Throughout history, aside from those of Slytherin blood and the descendants of he who must not be named, no one else has possessed such a gift. Thus, the conversation reached its natural conclusion. They had discerned the most likely hiding place of Voldemort, even uncovering the legendary Slytherin's chamber. Yet, they had only found the door, unable to enter. In truth, my teacher's adage is more fitting for you, Dumbledore. For the greater good, you must be willing to sacrifice everything, even your own life. This revelation compelled Wolf to confront his own sorrow, sinking once more into despair. It is time for me to fulfill my promise, Mr. Black. Do you desire any particular item? Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Nicholas slightly tilted his head toward Wolf and spoke. Wolf, disregarding Dumbledore and foregoing pleasantries with LeMay, handed the staff directly to Nicholas. This staff can accommodate a wand, yet when faced with formidable foes, its size proves unwieldy, making the extraction of my wand inconvenient and potentially detrimental to my timing in battle. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could enchant it with a spell akin to the expansion charm. After taking the staff and examining it closely, Nicholas tapped the serpent's head atop the staff. The head sprang open, revealing Wolf's wand within. Nicholas then regarded Wolf with a peculiar expression. Fate is often wondrous, and the unintentional consequences can be profoundly moving. Suddenly, all present comprehended the truth. It was likely the Black family that had expelled Errolhand from England long ago. Before the holidays, I will have Albus deliver the staff to you, Nicholas stated, withdrawing the wand from the staff and handing it to Wolf. I shall embed the Philosopher's Stone within this staff, transforming it into your emblem. I eagerly await the day you ascend to power. Should I no longer be among the living, in honor of this staff, visit my grave and pour a glass of tequila at my tombstone, and tell me. Chapter 28, The Year-End Feast. In the days that followed, Wolf's life finally returned to tranquility, each day spent in leisurely repose. On the last day before the holiday, Wolf, with the assistance of the little sprite Tom, fed the magical creatures in the box and transformed into a wolf shape, frolicking by the small lake with Wonkai and Tethos. It was then that Tom arrived, bearing a letter and a long, rectangular box, seeking out Wolf. My dear Albus, by the time you read this letter, perhaps the ashes of Perennial and myself have already been scattered by the winds into the Seine, and the Philosopher's Stone has transformed into the gem upon the staff. There is no need for mourning. 6 centuries of life have dissipated like a prolonged dream, and awakening now brings a sense of lightness. You once inquired why I ultimately chose to cease using the elixir of life. The answer is quite simple. We crafted the Philosopher's Stone to conquer death, yet we overlooked that death itself is the most exquisite alchemy of life. It compels mortals to cherish the morning dew, the setting sun, and the unfinished poetry, rather than wallowing in the endless yesterdays. The ruby encapsulated not eternal life, but rather hubris. It took me 3 centuries to comprehend that the true secret of transmuting base elements into gold lies in forging a fleeting life into something far more radiant than gold, such as the Order of the Phoenix you founded, or the sparkle in a muggle child's eyes upon receiving their letter from Hogwarts. That red-haired youth who once cornered me in the Busebaton library to discuss the 12 uses of dragon's blood has now become a beacon in the wizarding world. But remember, even the great headmaster was once a boy who secretly tasted mead. I have witnessed Grindelwald in the mirror of Ariste, and I have seen the bittersweet smile upon your face as you gazed upon the blood pact. Do not allow responsibility to bury your tenderness. Even for the sake of a greater good, I leave you the key to my old Parisian residence. Within the attic's crystal ball lies a vision of my final divination, snow falling upon the ruins of Hogwarts, while new shoots emerge from the scorched earth. Wolf Black stands with the staff, receiving the homage of the masses, surrounded by a multitude of bones and the bloodied remains of those he cherished. I witnessed his pain and regret, his violence and tenderness, his solitude and confusion. As Mr. Black has stated, equivalent exchange is the essence of alchemy. It is also the inevitable sacrifice on the path to kingship. I would also trouble you to deliver this letter to Mr. Black. I believe he will grasp my meaning. Wolf gazed repeatedly at this testament until he lay upon the grass, holding the letter aloft to shield his eyes from the scorching sun, only to notice Nicole May had inscribed at the bottom with shadow ink P.S. Apologized to Newt's Niffler for the gold coins it pilfered in 1412. They were but replicas I conjured with the Philosopher's Stone. A cheeky smile accompanied the note. Nicole, you insufferable old man. Wolf wiped away the tears that had unconsciously escaped the corners of his eyes. This man, who he had only met once, who had been engaging in a battle of wits with him just a week prior, had departed without warning. Wolf felt as though he had lost a dear friend. Are you urging me to be more understanding of Dumbledore, Nicole? Wolf pressed the letter to his chest, covering his eyes with the back of his hand, murmuring, Are you trying to tell me that the path to kingship is fraught with thorns, that the throne is built upon a foundation of bones? Exchanging emotions for benefits until one stands alone? But I do not believe in fate, Nicole. Wolf lay on the grass, deeply asleep. Wonkai rested beside him, silently watching. Brother, I will stay with you. Tethys uttered not a word, merely covering Wolf's abdomen with his wings. Wolf slept for a long time. Had it not been for Daphne discovering him in the box, he would have nearly missed the dinner. After washing up, Wolf opened the box that Nicole had sent him, revealing a beautifully crafted scepter, more exquisite and ornate due to Nicole's modifications. The most striking feature of the scepter was the head of a serpent monster at its tip. Roughly the size of a child's fist, its surface adorned with hardened bronze scales, crowned with a circlet of bony spikes. The serpent's gaping maw revealed dagger-like venomous fangs, and its eyes, once mere cat-sized stones, had been transformed into magical gems. Strangely, between the two fragments, a golden vertical line perfectly replicated the serpent's slit pupil. Embedded in the serpent's forehead was a magic stone the size of a pigeon's egg. As Wolf infused the scepter with his magical power, he began to perceive its intricacies. The scepter now amplified spells by a staggering 30%, while also absorbing the excess magic Wolf typically emitted. At the base of the staff, ancient runes symbolizing strength and size were etched in. Once he activated the scepter, the serpent-like patterns along its shaft appeared to come alive, and the serpent's eyes glowed a brilliant red, a truly wondrous and magnificent sight. He also tested its size-altering feature, which exceeded his expectations. Dumbledore tapped his glass, signaling for the gathering to quiet. Rising, he addressed the assembly. The new academic year has come to a close. I trust that all present have had their minds filled with a wealth of knowledge. Thus, I shall not delay your dining any longer. However, before we commence the feast, we have an important ceremony, the awarding of the House Cup. Currently, the points were as follows. Gryffindor in 4th place with 132 points, Hufflepuff in 3rd with 353 points, Ravenclaw in 2nd with 426 points, and Slytherin in 1st with 472 points. Upon hearing this, the Slytherin serpents could no longer maintain their usual composure, erupting into wild cheers. Black and Goyle even stood up, pounding the table and shouting. In contrast, the Gryffindor table was filled with awkwardness. The gap in scores was simply too vast. Soon, however, their anger turned towards the twins, Ron and Harry, the culprits behind it all. Since we can no longer experience extensive practical training, let Harry learn to grow amidst the rumors, Dumbledore reassured himself. Let us congratulate Slytherin on winning this year's Hogwarts House Cup. Dumbledore's voice resonated with excitement as he led the applause. Let the feast begin. Chapter 29, Farewell. Wolf observed an immense weariness etched on Dumbledore's face. Yet, considering the sudden loss of an old friend, the stagnant savior, and the looming threat of Voldemort potentially hiding within Hogwarts, it was indeed a cruel burden for a centenarian. However, this was of no concern to Wolf. He finished dinner amidst the excitement and joy of the Slytherin students. Observing Fong, who had returned to his normal size and was devouring chicken legs, he smiled knowingly and reached out to ruffle the furry creature's large head. Fong responded with a playful roll of his eyes, prompting Wolf to laugh heartily. Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy also set down their cutlery, partaking in the various meats on the table and joining Fong in his playful antics. In fact, Draco and Fong even engaged in a friendly tussle over a medium-rare steak. Nearby, Pansy Parkinson, with a look of disdain, remarked to her friend Daphne Greengrass, "Daphne, do you possess any eye remedy? I find myself in dire need of such at this moment." Daphne chuckled, covering her mouth. "My dear, love is always blinding. No remedy can aid you now." The two then playfully began to tease one another. Mickey Carlo and Davil Selwyn foolishly initiated a competition to see who could drink more of the pumpkin beverage. Shauna Rosier and Gemma Farley huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing at the silly grinning Ethelric Burstead and the stoic Theodore Nott, both lamenting their tumultuous romantic journeys. May everyone have a joyful summer. We shall reconvene in September. With the conclusion of Dumbledore's speech, Wolf rose, allowing his wand-like staff to slip from his robe, transforming into a 4-foot-long scepter. Leaning on the staff with both hands, he awaited the Slytherin assembly, remaining silent throughout. Even Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, the most ravenous of eaters, dared not linger their gazes on the banquet any longer. This incited a measure of indignation among the young Gryffindors. But reflecting on their inherent isolation and lack of friends in Gryffindor, they felt helpless. Hermione had even claimed a room to herself, resulting in numerous skirmishes with Neville in the Gryffindor common room. Particularly memorable was the instance when Neville, under the influence of the shield charm, served as a human shield while Hermione, hiding behind him, unleashed a barrage of spells, inadvertently breaking the nose of 7th-year Aldrich Pelleneval. Only Percy Weasley gazed pensively, deep in thought, yet glanced at his brother Ron, who was voraciously consuming 2 chicken legs, and shook his head in resignation. This damned family only holds me back. Meanwhile, Harry Potter's gaze remained fixed on Wolf. As one of the 2 witnesses of that great battle, he could no longer entertain any thoughts of alternatives. Only the fleeting green light on his scar and the unwillingness deep within his pupils seemed to herald a brewing storm. Wolf subtly cast a glance at Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, Rolf Scamander, grandson of Newt Scamander, and Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, as he walked gracefully out of the hall. In truth, Nico was not mistaken. At his core, Wolf was akin to Voldemort. If Hogwarts were Voldemort's Congo, then Wolf was its Huangpu Military Academy. Upon returning to the common room, Daphne and Blaise had already prepared everything. Ample drinks, exquisite snacks, and a variety of toys and tricks. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Wolf strode to the center of the hall, gently tapping his staff, drawing the attention of every individual in the lounge. This academic year has come to a close, and following this evening's festivities, we shall face parting. Even our friends from the 7th grade will temporarily depart from this lounge. Yet, I wish to convey to you that farewells pave the way for more splendid reunions. May you traverse countless experiences, ultimately meeting me at the pinnacle. The flickering flames in the fireplace illuminated the faces of all present. After leaving Hogwarts, you shall remain my friends. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to write to me or seek me out directly. This year has been vibrant and full of growth. I have witnessed your development and the transformation of Slytherin. The Quidditch team is no longer the villains of the pitch, though there is still room for improvement, as the current record is indeed a cause for concern. At this, Wolf couldn't help but chuckle, and the lounge erupted in good-natured laughter, save for Flint and the other Quidditch players, who lowered their heads in embarrassment. Once the laughter subsided, Wolf, resting one hand on his staff, continued. Upon stepping beyond the school gates, you will discover that Gryffindor is lauded for its bravery, Ravenclaw praised for its wisdom, and Hufflepuff admired for its loyalty. But what of us? We are met with trepidation. Some refer to us as serpents, labeling us cunning, cold-blooded, and obsessed with pure blood. Let them speak. For millennia, Slytherin has survived amidst scorn and prejudice, yet has consistently wielded the truest power, half of the seats in the Ministry of Magic, the keys to Gringotts vaults, and the fate of the magical realm. Yet, among you, there are still those who boast of their lineage, who take pride in being pure-blooded aristocrats. But do you know how many of the so-called Sacred 28 still exist? How many of those remain capable of sustaining their noble status? Like the Weasley family, crammed into a pigsty? Wolf pointed to Hermione Granger in the crowd. Our new friend, my most loyal companion, the Muggle-born Hermione Granger, whose magic surpasses that of all present, whose talent shines like the brightest star, whose wisdom is a fathomless abyss. If lineage does not confer power, then it is but a worthless piece of paper. Reflect on your elders still imprisoned in Azkaban. Contemplate your parents and relatives who perished under mysterious circumstances. Consider how many Slytherins have been shattered due to that damned ideology of pure blood supremacy. Blood has never been the measure of a person. It is one's abilities that truly matter. We are the future of the magical world. We are the ultimate masters of this realm. Friends, my most loyal companions, those to whom I can entrust my back, raise your goblets high, and let us drink heartily. After this, let us forge a new Slytherin. Let us build greater endeavors. Glory belongs to Slytherin, but it also belongs to us. Cheers. Wolf raised his goblet high and led the toast, downing it in one go. Glory to us. As the clock struck midnight at Hogwarts, the revelry in the Slytherin basement continued. Chapter 30, The Cleaning Plan for Knockturn Alley. In the secret chamber of the Black Manor, 12 high-backed chairs formed a perfect circle. The candlelight flickered upon the silver candlestick, casting shifting shadows upon the faces of the gathered attendees. Pray tell, my dear friends, what compels you to assemble here on this fine evening? Wolf inquired, observing the 6 heads of families seated at the round table, their gazes cast downwards, alongside the patriarchs of the allied families standing behind them. Among them were Lucius Malfoy of the Malfoy family, Crabbe family head Carty Crabbe, Goyle family patriarch Kevin Goyle, Avery family leader Vince Avery, Greengrass family head Coys Greengrass, Burstead family patriarch Tor Burstead, Flint family head Dwayne Flint, Shafik family leader High Shafik, Carlo family patriarch Ugel Carlo, Rogier family leader Cyrus Rogier, Madame Shabini of the Shabini family, and Selwyn family head Kurt Selwyn. Goyle and Crabbe had always been vassals of Malfoy, and recently, due to the impact of the Saints, Avery had also aligned himself with Malfoy. The Greengrass family, bolstered by Wolf's influence, had experienced a meteoric rise in power, nearly monopolizing the market of magical creature breeding. Furthermore, with the growth of Tethos necessitating more sustenance, Coys and Sarabob had ruthlessly suppressed their competitors and forcibly acquired their breeding farms. Cornered, the former members of the Sacred 28, Burstead, Shafik, and Flint, had openly declared their allegiance, opting for the sustenance of bread over the empty promises of milk. That old skirling has become far too audacious of late, Ugel stated, striking the ground with his wolf-headed staff. Last week, he dared to threaten me directly, demanding I disclose the relationship between Mr. Black and the Saints. Madame Shabini toyed with her emerald earrings, expressing her curiosity. What gives him such audacity? It is the ledger. Lucius Malfoy's voice commanded silence among the assembly. The crystal ledger that records all our transactions lies within that singing skull left by Bokenbach. At the head of the table, Wolf Black suddenly chuckled softly, his wand, resembling chopsticks in length, twirling in his hand, refracting eerie glimmers of light. Instantly, all present rose, bowing their heads in silence. Pray tell, how many incriminating pieces of evidence do you possess within the Ministry of Magic, my friends? He mused, his tone shifting as he forcefully thrust his enlarging wand into the ground, causing his voice to become low and distorted. Our plans must be expedited, for this is the first and last time. Conceal your tales, and those unable to do so shall have them severed. The innermost chamber of the broken cauldron was enveloped in a soundproof charm. Rufus Scrimgeour stared intently at the steaming cup of red tea before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. The scale of this operation is far too vast, Lucius. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is growing suspicious. Malfoy stirred his sugar cube with elegance, responding, my dear director of the Auror office. It appears the records regarding that batch of accidentally destroyed wolfsbane potions from 3 years ago are somewhat incomplete in the archives, are they not? Rufus tightened his grip on the rim of his cup. Are you threatening me? Merlin forbid, of course not. Lucius displayed a wounded expression. I merely wish to remind you that certain dust requires regular cleaning. The den of the overturned alley, the dirtiest tavern in the entire vicinity, echoed with the crisp chime of the doorbell. Fenrir Greyback did not lift his head, barking, if you wish to live, be gone. Given that you know how to ring the bell. Such coldness, even towards an old friend? Torvald Bester removed his hood, revealing the radiant smile of a long-anticipated reunion. Greyback's yellowed eyes narrowed slightly. The Besters do not forge friendships lightly. How hurtful. Tor poured himself a cup of tea. I have come to discuss business. We are willing to offer 3 times the price for your werewolf legion. Are you planning to take action against the Aurors? Greyback scoffed. Ask that little brat Black, who hasn't he even sprouted all his hair, if he knows the taste of whiskey. Tor sighed, setting down his teacup. What a pity. Mr. Black also mentioned wanting to provide you with a more comfortable gathering place, allowing you wretched creatures to walk in the sunshine. Greyback bared his sharp teeth. When did purebloods begin to care about the lives of werewolves? Tor slid a roll of parchment across the table. 50 galleons a month. Plus 3 legal habitats. All we require is your cooperation in the performance. The werewolf leader scratched open the contract with his claw, suddenly bursting into laughter. Willing to assume responsibility for Auror casualties? Do you take me for a giant? Of course not. Tor lightly tapped his wand, and the ink on the contract reformed. Now, take a look at the 7th clause. Greyback's red eyes scanned the newly revealed terms, his pupils abruptly constricting. Guaranteed special admission for werewolf children into Hogwarts? Sign here. Tor smiled as he handed over a quill. For the next generation, is it not? 12 accidental deaths within 3 days, far too conspicuous. Amos Boggins, head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, intercepted Tosiris as he prepared to leave. Tosiris adjusted his cuffs. Are you questioning the Aurors enforcement capabilities? Do not play with words. Amos lowered his voice. Boggins left evidence before his death. I saw that skull. Ah, that. Tosiris nodded as if struck by enlightenment. Unfortunately, evidence can be altered, just as you altered the Wolfsbane potion report 3 years ago, if I recall correctly. Amos's complexion turned pale. Tosiris patted his shoulder. Rest assured, the overturned alley is quite clean now. In the central square of the overturned alley, Cot Selwyn stood before a brand new notice board. The sycophantic smiles of the surrounding merchants amused him. The new regulations were straightforward. He tapped the Gilded Management Treaty, declaring that 20% of monthly profits would serve as a security fee, and all transactions must utilize the newly issued parchment from Gringotts. This is unfair. A hunchback which screamed. Previously, it was only 10% to Bach. Cot's smile remained unchanged. Previously, my dear lady, the overturned alley now emphasizes standardized management. As the witch sought to continue her argument, the teapot in her grasp abruptly transformed into a hissing silver snake. The crowd fell into an immediate silence. Any further inquiries? Kurt inquired gently. In the depths of the hidden chamber of Nocturne Alley, several shadowy figures gathered around the flickering candlelight. Is this how you yield? Rasped a masked figure. The hunched witch, now standing tall, withdrew a tampered contract from her sleeve. Yield? No, we are merely awaiting. The candlelight suddenly shifted to an eerie green, illuminating the hidden runes inscribed on the back of the contract. The eldest shadow emitted a hoarse chuckle. Soon the silver snake will consume the poisoned bait itself. Perhaps even the heavens favor wolf. In 3 days, it would be the night of the full moon. Shafik had captured a wandering witch and reported her to the Ministry of Magic. Tonight, the Werewolf Legion would assault Nocturne Alley, requesting aid from the Ministry. As Fenrir Greyback counted down to the 9th toll of the bell, his bony fingers crushed the teacup. The sounds emanating from the cobblestone streets of Nocturne Alley were not the familiar staggering steps of inebriated men, but rather the synchronized march of 12 pairs of dragon-hide boots. They have arrived. Prepare for action. The full moon hung high, casting darkness and wind across the night. A pack of transformed werewolves, muscles rippling and eyes glowing crimson, stood atop the residential building. Their long fur danced in the wind, and all the werewolves grinned menacingly at the Auror squad encircled below. The detector has reacted. The voice of the trainee Auror Collins trembled in the damp air of Nocturne Alley. 30 yards to the northwest, dark magic fluctuations reaching the level of a grand sorcerer. Captain White pressed the communication earring against his left ear. Attention all, assume standard defensive formation. Brown and Wilson, cover the flanks. Edgar, keep an eye on the rooftops. His oak wand traced a pale blue arc, conjuring 12 protective spells that formed a luminous net around the squad. Suddenly, the sound of shattered pottery echoed around the corner. Old Auror Brown's illumination flickered, barely revealing 3 pairs of crimson eyes within the beam. Werewolf ambush. 3 o'clock. Edgar's incantation was abruptly cut short. The cobblestones beneath him heaved, propelling him into the air. 6 werewolves leapt from the walls, as their claws tore through his protective robe. Droplets of blood traced perfect arcs in the moonlight. It's the wall of Transfiguration Alley. Wilson yelled, casting an explosive spell. but the incantation was rebounded upon contact with the wall. A white-furred werewolf grinned, licking its claw. Do you fancy the Ministry's newly developed rebounding gloves? White suddenly tore off the pendant hanging around his neck and hurled it to the ground. Unbreakable. In that instant of silver light, 11 beams of green struck the barrier from various angles, rippling waves crazily spreading across the protective shield. Communications are disrupted. The female Zhang attempted to release a paper crane, but was abruptly shredded by an incoming claw. She retaliated with a fiery serpent, a colossal python of flames ensnaring 2 attackers, only to extinguish upon contact with a third werewolf. Those filthy aristocrats, they provided these beasts with the Ministry's anti-magic devices. Collins's voice cracked with despair. His stunning spell struck the werewolf's chest, but the creature merely swayed, its neck adorned with a silver moon collar. Brown suddenly pulled the newcomer aside, saying, "Remember, for every 9 lives claimed by the werewolves, a blood ritual must be performed." Before he could finish, the chest of the old Auror was pierced by steel claws. The remaining 5 Aurors stood back to back in the center of the alley. Wilson's right hand was missing, yet he continued to cast stunning spells with his left. In my next life, I shall request a transfer to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Conserve your strength, Zhang advised, as his wand emitted golden ropes that ensnared the oncoming werewolf. Disarm your weapon. But the wand, barely airborne, was shattered midair by another werewolf's bite. White's Patronus, a silver hawk, suddenly materialized. The Ministry, he said urgently, the alley's walls will shift. The werewolves possess anti-magic gear. Those scoundrel nobles aim to draw us out. In the instant the hawk dissipated, Bloodfang's claws pierced his throat. Collins curled beneath a pile of corpses, peering through Brown's fingers at Bloodfang's approaching figure. Fenrir Greyback's nose twitched, and he grinned broadly. Do you smell it? The sweetness of fear. He deliberately scraped his claws against the cobblestones, whispering menacingly in Collins' ear. Inform your minister, we shall strike at the children's playground in Diagon Alley come the next full moon. The wolf pack erupted into chilling laughter, the sound of claws striking the ground fading like a funeral knell. As dawn broke in the alley, Collins noticed that the detector he clutched displayed that all the werewolf collars contained tracking chips from the Ministry's inventory. At the Black residence, in the parlor, Wolf toyed with a crystal skull, mockingly addressing Tussis Rosier, who stood beside him. Is this the ledger? Indeed, sir, Tussis replied, feeling the weight of Wolf's growing authority since his return from holiday. We have thoroughly searched Bach Manor and all possible hiding places for Bach's belongings. We can confirm there are no backups. Yet, Wolf pulled out an amber vial containing a fragment of memory from a nearby drawer. You led the werewolves to ambush the Auror squad searching Borgin and Burke's in Bach Manor, drawing out the last informant, their captain, Ronaldinho, and killed him. What was thought to be a flawless plan turned out to be a trap set by the werewolves. Had it not been for the last survivor of that squad fortuitously encountering a mole within the Ministry, do you think this memory would end up on whose desk? Wolf toyed with the amber vial, his expression inscrutable. I apologize, sir. It was our oversight. Wolf coldly tossed the amber vial to Tussis, stating, let me tell you one more thing. There is a rogue wizards association in Nocturne Alley. Inform Koyis to root out these vermin and eliminate them entirely. I want Nocturne Alley to be utterly cleansed. Tell him this pertains to our ultimate plan. I do not wish for our stronghold to harbor any mice. And also, burn Bach Manor down. That old fool has dealt with dark artifacts all his life. Wolf rose to his feet, standing at a height of approximately 1.67 meters, locking his gaze with Tosiris. Do not leave any incriminating evidence, my friend. Tosiris seethed, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed poised to erupt. Gritting his teeth, he replied, understood, sir. It is easy to imagine the fate that awaits that pack of werewolves. After Tosiris departed, Wenda emerged from a concealed door nearby. Should the Saints take action? You have only just arrived in England. Should you be discovered engaged in such violent deeds, your movements will be severely hampered henceforth. Wolf rubbed his throbbing temples. It had been half a month since the holiday began, and he had not experienced a single day of tranquility during this time. The Saints required expansion, and the nobility needed to be kept in check. The death of a Bogenbach had left such a considerable aftermath at that moment. Wolf found himself inexplicably understanding Voldemort's failure. Fortunately, Wenda had been a constant source of support. Otherwise, Wolf would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Once the nobility has thoroughly cleared Nocturne Alley, establish the headquarters of the Saints there. I need not elaborate on how to proceed. With your capabilities, you are undoubtedly superior to that pack of foolish, self-serving imbeciles. He added, by the way, please expedite the training of Daphne. Otherwise, I fear I shall perish not in battle, but at my desk. That night, the loyal hounds of the nobility were fully armed, launching a surprise assault on Nocturne Alley, sealing every entrance and exit. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, announced. All participants in unregistered transactions of dark magical artifacts are to be arrested. All fugitives are to be executed on sight. The dark wizards were caught off guard. Numerous shops were shut down, a hunchback which attempted to escape using a portkey, but was reduced to ashes by a precisely aimed incendio curse. The assailant was not an Auror but a mysterious figure wielding a wolf-headed staff. Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves, howled, rallying his subordinates to resist, only to be ambushed at the alley's entrance by a group of well-trained wizards, their wands glimmering with a familiar green light. Avada Kedavra. As Greyback fell, he recognized the face of the leader, Tobias. "You have betrayed us," Greyback roared. Tobias leaned down, whispering in his ear, "No, it is you who has betrayed us first, beast. Do you think after your insults to the master, I would spare you? I never anticipated you would leave evidence for the ministry." He concluded, "You truly deserve your fate." Fenrir. The clearing of Nocturne Alley lasted a full 3 days. Ostensibly, it was due to the deaths of a small team, which incited the ire of the Aurors. Enraging Rufus Scrimgeour. In reality, it was a reallocation of interests. The contraband seized by the Aurors was not destroyed, but secretly transported to the Malfoy family's underground vault. Ancient tomes, cursed objects, and rare poisons were divided among the pure-blood families. The shops in Nocturne Alley were legalized. Nearly 90% of the stores were sealed and subsequently resold by the Ministry of Magic. It was said that the Aurors spent an entire week merely handling the bodies. The new proprietors were all either pure-blood families or representatives of the saints. The black market continued to exist, albeit under the guise of legitimacy, with profits flowing to the upper echelons. Valuable rogue wizards, such as potion masters and curse specialists, were recruited, coerced into serving the nobility. This operation not only alleviated the concerns of the aristocracy and resolved the issue of the saints' residence, but also rendered Rufus a mere puppet of the nobles. In other words, the sharpest sword of the Ministry of Magic now rests firmly in the hands of Wolf. Chapter 38. Wolf, your mindset is flawed. The fading rays of the setting sun stained the snow-capped peaks of the Alps a sanguine hue, while the black spires of Nemenigard Castle pierced the orange-tinted clouds, resembling a sword pointed towards the heavens. On the terrace of the top floor, the evening breeze, carrying the fragrance of pine and the chill from distant glaciers, swept through. Yet it could not dispel the lingering heat of late summer. Gellert Grindelwald leaned against an intricately carved iron chair, his long fingers gently tapping the crystal glass, which contained now-cold red tea. He gazed at the mountains gradually engulfed by twilight, his silver lashes glimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunset. His mismatched eyes, one blue and one gray, mirrored the fiery clouds on the horizon, akin to two burning stars. "Wolf, what do you believe is the most formidable weapon of a ruler?" he suddenly inquired, his voice resonating like the deep tones of a cello. Wolf, seated across from him, set down his teacup, the ebony coaster producing a crisp sound against the glass table. He was markedly younger than Grindelwald, merely 12 years of age, and his understanding and experience could not possibly compare to that of the legendary elder who had weathered many storms. Yet, Wolf vaguely grasped why his mentor had summoned him to Nemenigard. "Is it Vanderosiel?" Wolf mused, frowning in contemplation as he sensed a disturbance in his thoughts. Thus, he resolved to express his feelings candidly. Violence is the annotation of power. Self-interest is the cornerstone of the throne. Possessing a sword begets authority, wielding it commands respect. In chaotic times, heroes will rise, the strong shall thrive, the weak shall perish. Vandar has informed me that since you vanquished the remnants of Voldemort, your prideful flame has only intensified, and your illusory might has grown ever more potent. Wolf, you are overly enamored with strength. Grindelwald's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile tinged with almost paternal pity. Power is merely a tool, my dear Wolf. The true weapons lie here. He pointed to his temple, and here. His fingers shifted to his heart. A silver hummingbird suddenly darted down from the castle's spire, hovering between them, its wings flapping with such rapidity that they became nearly imperceptible. Grindelwald extended his index finger, and the magical creature obediently alighted upon it, its ruby-red eyes glimmering with an eerie light. "Observe this hummingbird," he murmured. "I could command it to pierce your eye, which would be excruciating, yet you would survive. This is the method of a tyrant, subduing others through pain." The hummingbird abruptly turned, its beak aimed at Wolf's right eye. "But I could also instruct it to present you with a drop of nectar." The beak opened, and a golden liquid slowly dripped into Blake's teacup, embodying the way of a king. Wolf stared at the expanding golden ripples in his teacup, his brow furrowed. Poetic, yet insufficiently pragmatic. All great empires throughout history have been founded upon blood and iron. Transient empires, Wolf. Grindelwald rose, moving towards the edge of the terrace. His black robe billowed in the hot wind, reminiscent of a foreboding banner. Empires forged by the likes of Alexander, Genghis Khan, and Napoleon swiftly crumbled after their demise. Why is that? Because they understood only tyranny, lacking the essence of true kingship. In the distance, thunder rumbled faintly, and the stifling breeze began to carry a hint of humidity. Blake unfastened the top 2 buttons of his collar, revealing his flawless collarbone. "So, dear teacher, what do you consider a king to be?" I was imprisoned in Nurmengard for 50 years, until you tended to this garden for me. It was only when I beheld the seeds I had sown sprouting and maturing that I grasped this truth. Grindelwald turned. The dying rays of the sun casting a sanguine halo around him. A king governs through ideals, whereas a tyrant rules through force. A king inspires loyalty. While a tyrant compels submission, a king's aim is to transform the world, while a tyrant's sole purpose is to conquer it. The greater good we pursue cannot be realized through fear. Blake chuckled softly, lifting his teacup for a sip. Forgive my candor, teacher, but that sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Grindelwald's expression turned immediately cold, as if the temperature around them had plummeted. Albus, he murmured, savoring the name as if it were a bittersweet poison. He understood the ideals of kingship, but lacked the courage to enact them. This is why he ultimately chose to abandon our cause, to alter his beliefs, and to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. A fierce wind howled, echoing through the dilapidated castle like a lament, an amalgamation of confusion, anger, and resentment. The shadow of Nurmengard loomed over half the valley, while I, nearly on the brink of reshaping this world. The first raindrop fell upon the glass table, producing a crisp sound. Soon after, a torrential downpour ensued, yet oddly, the rain diverted just inches above their heads, as if obstructed by an invisible dome. Grindelwald's magic created a transparent barrier in the air, causing the raindrops to shatter against it, forming an ever-changing pattern of water ripples. Observe this rain, Grindelwald stated. A tyrant would strive to prevent it from falling, exhausting his strength in opposition, whereas a king would guide it to where it is needed, irrigating fields, powering water wheels, nourishing life. Wolf gazed thoughtfully at the tempest beyond the barrier. So, teacher, do you believe that true governance should arise from guidance rather than conquest? Precisely. A fervent glow ignited in Grindelwald's eyes. Wizards have wandered too far down the path of self-destruction, deluded into thinking themselves superior, stubbornly clinging to ancestral glory, resisting the innovations of the age, and resorting to slaughter for trivial gains. And then there is the most laughable of all, the statute of secrecy. They long sealed away, yearn to be guided, to embrace a higher order. What you must do is not enslave them, but save them, allowing them to willingly accept your rule. Wolf fell into a deep contemplation, reflecting, weighing, concluding. A flash of lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating Wolf's sharply defined profile for a fleeting moment. In that brief light, Grindelwald perceived something near divine, a blend of the compassion found in Scripture and the wrath from the Old Testament, demanding absolute obedience. It requires time, Grindelwald remarked with a hint of mockery, while your supporters yearn for more immediate results. In that moment, it appeared as though their identities had undergone a transformation. After much anticipation, Grindelwald found himself succinctly summarized by Wolf. Just as the legacy between a mentor and apprentice unfolds, everything Grindelwald had fought for throughout his life, his saints, connections, and even his experiences, would culminate in the greatness of Wolf. Suddenly, Wolf burst into laughter, a sound imbued with a metallic chill. Ah, politics. It is always a delicate balance between ideals and reality. He snapped his fingers, and a house elf materialized, presenting them with steaming cups of red tea. Let me impart a lesson. Patience is a virtue. True ambition is akin to winemaking. It necessitates the fermentation of time. As the rain began to subside, a few early stars peeked through the clouds. If you can indeed achieve your goals without resorting to large-scale conflict, Grindelwald's voice was nearly drowned out by the rain. You shall be remembered by history, and your descendants will bask in your glory. Wolf's crimson eyes bore into Grindelwald, his silver hair dancing in the air. Master, all genuine revolutions in history commence with the dissemination of ideas. As you have said, wands and spells are merely the final instruments. He raised his staff, the serpent-headed tip glimmering in the moonlight. When enough people believe in my ideals, victory will come effortlessly. Wolf slowly finished his tea. As he set the cup down, Grindelwald noted a change in his gaze, less pride, more restraint. I shall remember your teachings and embody them throughout my life, Wolf declared as he stood, adjusting his robe with a light-hearted jest. Though I fear Rosier and Selwyn would prefer a more direct approach. Grindelwald smiled faintly, a smile that sent a chill down Wolf's spine, reminiscent of the original Dark Lord who once stirred the tides of Europe. Then tell them that those who are willing to wait shall receive the rewards of kings, while those eager for quick results. He waved his right hand gently, and in the distance, a cliff suddenly crumbled, boulders crashing into the valley with a thunderous roar, shall face the harsh consequences of tyrants. Grindelwald remained on the terrace, the rain having ceased, yet the air still hung heavy with humidity. He gazed at the starry sky, as if searching for a specific constellation. Kings and tyrants, he murmured. My student, I eagerly await your choice. Chapter 39. The New Nocturne Alley. It was not until half a month later that Astoria wrote to invite Wolf to accompany her to Diagon Alley for school supplies. This prompted Wolf to emerge from the library, realizing that August had slipped away and that the school term was merely days away. The sunlight spilled onto the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, where amidst the bustling crowd, a glimmer of golden hair stood out distinctly. Astoria Gringotts stood at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, her fingers brushing delicately against the spine of standard spells for beginners, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the alley's entrance. "Are you waiting for me? Or for your book?" A deep and elegant voice emanated from behind her, laced with a hint of teasing. She turned and collided with a pair of amber eyes that glimmered with a subtle golden hue. Wolf leaned against the bookshelf, a slight smile gracing his lips, his black cloak accentuating his tall figure, while the silver family crest at his collar glinted coolly in the sunlight. "I had thought Mr. Blake would be more punctual." She arched an eyebrow, striving to infuse her tone with a semblance of indifference. "Being late is a privilege of the nobility." He casually retrieved the book from her hands, his fingertips brushing against her wrist ever so lightly. "Moreover, I must ensure my fiancé he has not been abducted." "Stop joking. We have a plethora of items to purchase." Wolf produced a velvet box from his inner pocket, the new brooch designed by Lady Shabine. "The first time I laid eyes on it, it reminded me of your eyes." Inside the box lay a silver brooch fashioned in the shape of an exquisite butterfly, its wings adorned with tiny emeralds. As Astoria's fingers grazed the brooch, the butterfly fluttered its wings gently. "Is it alive?" "It has been enchanted with a life spell." Wolf adeptly fastened it to her collar, allowing for only the simplest of movements, yet it was sufficiently extraordinary. When Astoria looked up, she found Wolf gazing intently at her face, an emotion in his amber eyes that quickened her heartbeat. She instinctively stepped back. "We should procure our wands. Mother insists we must not delay." After half a year apart, she had not only grown taller, but had also developed a sense of shyness, no longer the little girl who would bounce into his arms. "Shall we visit the renovated upside-down alley?" Wolf's lips curled into a smile. She pressed her lips together, recalling the rumors surrounding the alley's cleanup. "Did you truly drive everyone away?" Wolf paused for a moment, his sharp gaze locking onto her, scrutinizing. Fortunately, his magical perception confirmed that this was indeed Astoria, not some fool under the influence of a potion. "Did your father not inform you?" "He was a participant. He merely mentioned that you all had reorganized the alley." Wolf chuckled softly, thinking that Callus truly held Astoria in the palm of his hand, which explained the naivety of a girl born into nobility. "Would you like to see it with your own eyes?" The entrance to the alley was no longer a dim, narrow passage but a grand black archway, flanked by silver serpent statues, their eyes set with shimmering emeralds. "Welcome to the new upside-down alley." Wolf extended his hand, palm up, in an inviting gesture. Astoria placed her hand upon his without hesitation. As they stepped through the archway, the sight before her took her breath away. The street widened, paved with alternating black and white marble, and flanked by towering Gothic buildings. Showcases displayed exquisite magical artifacts, and crystal chandeliers floated in midair, casting a soft glow. Elegantly dressed wizards strolled about, engaged in light-hearted conversation, entirely unrecognizable as the former gathering place of dark wizards. "Is this truly upside-down alley?" she whispered. Wolf's lips quirked slightly. "Do you like it? What have you done?" "Cleaned it up." His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Disobedient shops were shuttered, black market merchants expelled, leaving only those willing to adhere to the new regulations to continue their trade. Wolf guided her toward a magnificently decorated potion shop. Upon encountering him, the shopkeeper immediately bowed in greeting. "Mr. Blake, welcome." "Miss Gringlass requires some shampoo potions," Wolf remarked nonchalantly. The shopkeeper, with a sycophantic smile, swiftly retrieved a row of exquisite crystal bottles. Astoria noticed a faint scar on his wrist, as if it had been grazed by something sharp. This was the handiwork of Carter Black and Kevin Gall. And this potion shop was one of the few in Upside-Down Alley that did not belong to the nobility or the saints. As they exited the shop, Astoria lowered her voice. "Did you threaten them?" She was innocent, but not foolish. "What about those who refused to comply?" His gaze turned cold for a fleeting moment before returning to a languid smile. "Leah, in today's Upside-Down Alley, 90% of the shops have been divided among the nobility and saints, including the Gringlass family, leaving only 10% for other factions. The proprietor of that potion shop belonged to the former Wandering Wizards Union. After Wenda eliminated the evil leaders, he kept them under our watchful eyes to prevent any unforeseen troubles." In the central square of Upside-Down Alley, a new silver serpent fountain had been constructed, with water columns intertwining in intricate patterns before transforming into a gentle rain. Wolf led Astoria to sit at the fountain's edge, his fingers lightly playing with the water's surface. "Will you fear me?" he suddenly inquired. Wolf recalled that night, when Malfoy had faltered. Astoria hesitated. "Why should I fear you? You are about to begin your studies. Coy will protect you well. And you have yet to encounter the dark and sordid underbelly of the world." He stared into the reflection on the water. "As for me..." She remained silent for a moment before placing her hand over his. "I know who you are, Wolf Blake," she said softly. "I do not care what you have done, nor do I wish to know why you have done it." He raised his eyes to meet hers, a flicker of surprise crossing his amber gaze. "Oh, we are betrothed. Albeit still young." Yet even before our birth, an unbreakable vow bound us together, Wolf. I know you would never harm me. Wolf chuckled softly, gripping her fingers in return. You are more astute than I imagined, Leah. I have always been clever, she replied, tilting her chin slightly. It is merely that those of the Black family often assume others are fools. Suddenly, he leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. The clever Miss Gringlass. Can you guess what I wish to do now? Her heart skipped a beat. I suspect you wish to kiss me. Wolf laughed, deep and joyful. Correct. The moment his lips descended upon hers, the fountain's water surged dramatically, transforming into countless silver sparkles that cascaded down like a meteor shower bestowed upon them. As they departed Upside Down Alley, the sun had already set. Astoria cradled her newly acquired potion textbook, and a silver-green ribbon adorned her wrist, which Wolf had personally tied for her at the Nightmare Silk Shop. Next Saturday, he paused beneath the archway, their essay banquet at Black Manor. Will you attend? She tilted her head teasingly and asked, in what capacity? As my fiancé, he replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. What else? Astoria smiled, adjusting the collar of her garment. I shall consider it, Mr. Blake. Wolf grasped her wrist and gently kissed the back of her hand, a rare tenderness glimmering in his amber eyes. Do not ponder for too long, Miss Gringlass, he murmured, for my patience is finite. The archway of Upside Down Alley slowly closed behind her, while Wolf remained poised at the threshold of shadow and light, watching her retreat. She had already distanced herself, and there were indeed members of the Gringlass family trailing behind her. Suddenly, Wendell Rosiel appeared beside Wolf. How enviable, she remarked. Wolf, guard that innocence closely. Wolf paid her no mind until Asteria's figure vanished from sight. Let us proceed to the true Upside Down Alley, he suggested. In sunlight, shadows invariably linger. Purity and filth are twin brothers. Chapter 40. Wolf's first speech. The Blake banquet, originally scheduled for August 18th, was postponed to August 25th due to the involvement of the International Wizarding Federation. Wolf had initially intended to invite only the esteemed families of the British magical community and the elite from various fields. However, upon learning of this, Dumbledore wrote to him, hoping that Wolf would allow members of the International Wizarding Federation to attend as well. In Wolf's study at the Blake estate, Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Mrs. Shabini, Wendell Rosiel, Caius Gringlass, and Cotswellwen were gathered, sharing tea and conversation. It appears no one can escape the charms of beauty. Can they, Uncle Lucius? Wolf remarked with a smile, glancing at Lucius Malfoy, who was savoring red tea beside him. Dumbledore? Beauty? A scheme? Mrs. Shabini put down her trinket, regarding Wolf with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his words. Then, Mrs. Shabini, what do you consider a beauty trap? Wolf inquired gently. Madam, a beauty trap is not merely about enchanting a breathtakingly beautiful lady to allure. He took a sip of red tea. If that were the case, my mentor would be utterly invulnerable. It seems the gentleman holds the culture of the great Eastern nation in high regard, remarked Cotswellwen, who, being fond of Eastern literature, understood the significance of Wolf's ancient poetry. Hogwarts is merely a millennium old, while that country boasts a history of 5,000 years. A glimmer of yearning crossed Wolf's gaze. 5,000 years, Selwyn. How ancient that is. What remains are the essences of thought, the treasures of culture, and the wisdom of our predecessors. In this room, they had contemplated for half a month. Wolf turned to face the others. Under the sun, there is nothing new. All that we have experienced, all our uncertainties, can find answers within the vast history of that nation. Sir, I fear that after the banquet, we may find ourselves at the center of a storm, Cotswellwen said somberly. It is time to reveal our fangs, Wolf replied. On the evening of August 25th, at 7 o'clock, the banquet hall of the Blake estate, lavishly remodeled at great expense by Malfoy, was ablaze with light. Preacher excitedly hung the long-preserved family portraits, ensuring they were presented in an especially spirited manner. The crystal chandelier illuminated the banquet hall as if it were daylight, with house elves darting between guests, and silver trays laden with champagne glimmering like gold alongside exquisite magical delicacies. Wolf Black stood at the apex of the curved staircase on the second floor, surveying the scene below, a tapestry of finely dressed figures. His slender fingers gently traced the rim of a goblet, his amber eyes scanning each attendee. Nobles led by Lucius and Coius congregated in small clusters with officials from the British Ministry of Magic, their restrained laughter punctuating the air. Most striking of all were the Reformed Saints, led by Wenda and Rogier, mingling with officials from the European Ministry of Magic, their presence, though few in number, exuding an undeniable gravitas. Mr. Black, it is almost time to commence, whispered to Cyrus Rogier, the puppet head of the Rogier family, who had donned the ceremonial robes reserved for family rituals tonight. The signet ring upon his hand glimmered under the lights. Esteemed guests, Wolf's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable resonance. I thank you for taking time from your busy schedules to grace the Black family with your presence. Today, we gather to discuss a matter of utmost importance concerning the future of all wizards. He descended the staircase with measured grace, his black robes trailing behind him. Each step seemingly synchronized with the heartbeat of the crowd. Gottfried von Krumm, the German representative of the International Confederation of Wizards, furrowed his brow, exchanging a wary glance with the French representative, Madeleine de la Cour. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Amelia Burns, the head of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, turned pale, her fingers instinctively reaching for her wand concealed within her robes. I understand that my words may come across as blasphemous, Wolf continued, his gaze sweeping over the faces reflecting shock and outrage, but I implore you to observe this. He unveiled a projection captured last week in London, clearly depicting a muggle using a camera to record unusual spatial fluctuations at the entrance to Diagon Alley, followed by blurred silhouettes of several wizards as they operate. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Wolf's tone grew somber and foreboding. Muggle satellite technology is advancing towards the ability to monitor every corner of our planet continuously. Their artificial intelligence is learning to identify traces of magic. Just last month, a research institution in the United States successfully replicated the effects of a simple levitation charm, not through magic, but through what they term quantum physics. More alarmingly, as Wolf descended the final steps to the heart of the crowd, he declared, while our children are still mastering the wand movements that dictate spell efficacy, Muggle children are already coding self-learning programs. While our healers cling to remedies from centuries past, Muggle scientists have deciphered the codes and are capable of curing diseases we deem incurable. He paused momentarily, allowing his words to resonate within the hearts of his audience. Assistant Minister Umbridge's face flushed crimson as she prepared to retort, but Wolf raised a hand to silence her. I am aware that some may assert, we have the Obliviate charm, we have concealment spells, and the entire might of the Ministry to protect us. Wolf let out a cold laugh, and then posed a question. Pray tell, what good is the Oblivion charm when Muggle nuclear weapons rain down upon us? What can a concealment charm protect us from when their genetic weapons are aimed at wizards? His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Old Nate, an extreme blood purist, rose with agitation, exclaiming, nonsense. Muggles can never. Behind Wolf, Theodore Nate murmured with a complex expression, Father, what can they never do? Wolf interrupted sharply. 70 years ago, they could never have flown to the moon. 30 years ago, they could never have cloned living beings. And today, they are exploring how to upload human consciousness into machines. He turned toward the representatives of the International Confederation of Wizards, asking, and what is our countermeasure? More secrecy? Stricter concealment? Burying our heads deeper in the sand? A stir began to ripple through the crowd. The young heads of families started to lower their gazes in contemplation. Look at the fate of those stagnant pureblood families. Wolf's voice brimmed with righteous indignation. The Black family once had 12 branches, and now only I remain. Along with the one imprisoned in Azkaban. The illustrious names of the Nate family, the Lestrange family, and the Rosier family have either withered or been forced to intermarry with those of Muggle descent to preserve their bloodlines. This is not coincidence. It is inevitability. Because we refuse to change, refuse to confront reality. Suddenly, Vinda Rosier began to applaud, and a few members of the order followed suit. The representatives of the International Confederation of Wizards, however, wore grim expressions. Rita Skeeter, editor of the Daily Prophet, had already drawn her quill, clearly prepared to record this dangerous rhetoric. My mentor Grindelwald foresaw all of this 50 years ago. Wolf's voice softened, yet became even more perilous. He stated that the war between Muggles and Wizards is unavoidable. But he erred in one regard. This is not a war we have initiated. It is a war we are losing, for we are even unwilling to acknowledge its existence. Enough. Gottfried von Krumm could no longer restrain himself and stood up. You are openly inciting a violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. What has the International Confederation of Wizards done? Wolf retorted with a cold smile. When Muggle nuclear tests shook the magical barrier, you were in meetings discussing Quidditch rules. When their internet began to document magical traces, you were arguing over the rights of house elves. Now their technology is on the verge of surpassing our magic, and you merely wish to silence those who speak the truth. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had become tense, with supporters and opponents naturally dividing into two factions. Lucius and Coys stood behind Wolf, while most ministry officials congregated around Director Burns. I am not calling for war. Wolf surveyed the assembly, his voice regaining tranquility. I am calling for awakening. We must either change proactively or be compelled to change. We must seize the initiative in merging technology with magic, or we will become mere exhibits in a museum. The choice lies in your hands. He raised his glass, toasting to change, to survival, and to the future of wizards. After a brief moment of silence, the shattering of a wine glass pierced the stillness, as Mrs. Umbridge furiously hurled the glass to the ground. This is treason, she screamed. The ministry will never tolerate such rhetoric. Change or annihilation. This was the choice he presented to the wizarding world. History, in due course, would reveal who was in the right. Chapter 41. The war has begun. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall trembled violently, the instant Wolf's words echoed through the air, as if the force of his declaration had shaken the very foundations of the magical realm. Standing at the center of the hall, Wolf absent-mindedly caressed the serpent-headed tip of his staff, observing the frozen expressions of the pure-blooded aristocrats, shock, fear, excitement, and an unmistakable ambition that could not be concealed. Wolf continued to drop bombshells. The statute of secrecy is the heaviest yoke upon our necks. 3 days later, on August 28th, retribution arrived with greater ferocity than anticipated. Wolf stood atop the highest tower of Nocturne Alley, regarding the flickering red lights on the streets below, a warning signal emitted from the Orus wands. Storefronts lay in ruins, shattered. As dark magical artifacts blazed in the street, their eerie green flames illuminating the cold faces of ministry officials. The seventh one came Winda's voice from behind him. Today, she was rarely seen without her signature rune-embroidered black robe, instead clad in a Muggle-style deep gray trench coat. The Malfoy family's wine cellar had just been sealed, under suspicion of illegally storing dragon blood. Yet the Malfoy family possessed their own dragon reserve. As Wolf turned, his cuff swept across a crystal vial on the table, spilling the purplish-red potion across the floor, reminiscent of the wine spilled on the Persian carpet that fateful evening. They had issued an ultimatum. Tussle Rosier strode in, his black robe still imbued with the chill of the night, declaring that all shops associated with Nocturne Alley must submit nearly a year's worth of transaction records by sundown. Yet it had been less than 2 months since the reconstruction of Nocturne Alley. Court Selwyn poked his head from behind, toying with a poisoned candle. My basement holds enough stock to lay 50 Aurors to rest, should you give the word, Mr. Black. Not now, Court, Wolf finally spoke, his voice calm enough to astonish even himself. Gather our people. We meet in the Black Estate's chamber in 1 hour. An hour later, 7 individuals, Grindelwald, Malfoy, Carlo, Selwyn, Shabini, and 2 from the Rosier family, convened in the innermost chamber of the Black Estate. The flickering candlelight cast uneasy shadows upon each face, and Wolf could even scent the pervasive air of fear and doubt. Lucius Malfoy was the first to speak, elegantly crossing his legs. I must say, Wolf, your radical rhetoric has left us all in a precarious position. He raised a gold-edged letter. I received an inquiry from the Board of Governors this morning. Winda scoffed, Malfoy, ever the same, thinking only of self-preservation at the slightest hint of trouble. She turned to Wolf, her eyes glinting with dangerous intent. We should retaliate, and let those bureaucrats know. Enough, Wolf said softly, but the power in his voice silenced them all. The staff lightly tapped the surface of the table, and a 3-dimensional organizational chart unfurled in the air. Arguing about right or wrong is futile. What we need now is survival and development. Wolf observed Lucius, whose brow unfurled upon seeing his position in the new structure. The political relations and external coordination afforded him a dignified retreat while fully exploiting his connections. Court Selwyn was assigned to oversee the Special Operations Department, evidently satisfying the noble's thirst for blood. From this day forth, all operations in Diagon Alley shall be conducted transparently. We shall support the League of Wandering Sorcerers and elevate them to the forefront. The tip of Wolf's staff emitted silver threads, reweaving the chart. Yujil Kuro was tasked with safeguarding the core industrial chain. Mrs. Shabini, I wish to know all the decision-makers involved in the Ministry of Magic's current operation. Koi's Gringlas was entrusted with internal scrutiny. Cyrus Rogier leaned forward eagerly. What about me? After the meeting, Wolf retained Koi's. When the last footstep faded down the corridor, Wolf retrieved a gold galleon engraved with peculiar runes from his inner pocket, a Veritas coin. He placed the coin in his palm, testing each shopkeeper in Diagon Alley, their suppliers, and your vassal lords. Koi's pupils constricted. Do you suspect there is a traitor among us? Their actions are too precise. Wolf glanced out at the sealed shops. This is no coincidence. A day later, Koi's returned with results. The potion supplier Grogan had left a burn mark on the Veritas coin. Wolf did not immediately expose him, but instead provided him with false intelligence. We will transfer the dark arts artifacts to Albania in 2 days. Mr. Black values your loyalty. Later, Koi's informed Wolf of what he had said to Grogan, promising him a stake in Diagon Alley upon success. On the afternoon of August 30th, an unfamiliar saint tracked Grogan to the leaky cauldron, witnessing him hand over information to an Auror disguised as a drunken patron. When 20 elite Aurors raided the abandoned castle in Albania, they were met with boxes of ferrets enchanted with a flatulence charm, releasing yellow gas that formed the words fudge is a fool in the air. It was reported that the Daily Prophet spent an entire week quelling this public relations disaster, which nonetheless inflicted significant harm to Minister Fudge's reputation and the ministry's image. As for Grogan, he was found drowned in his own bathtub, with the official conclusion being an unfortunate potion experiment accident. Wolf unrolled a parchment listing the names and weaknesses of 7 key ministry officials: bribery evidence, secret lovers, embezzlement of ministry assets, Yet he noticed Cord's gaze wavering between two individuals, as if calculating something. Meanwhile, the Saints infiltrating the ministry and the dark operatives of several prominent families commenced a series of intricate disturbances. The Flu network was paralyzed for 3 hours. The archives suffered water leaks. The Quidditch trophy transformed into a screaming gnome. These seemingly unrelated pranks were, in fact, Wolf's psychological warfare, sowing seeds of suspicion within the ministry. Just as the situation began to improve, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Coder Selwyn took it upon himself to cast a dark curse upon Latasket for penning a negative article about Wolf. That fool. When Wenda burst into Wolf's study, the strong scent of disinfectant still clung to his trench coat, while Latasket now lay in St. Mungo's. During the emergency meeting, Coy stood beside Cotter, his face ashen, while Cotter, despite his defiant demeanor, betrayed his fear with trembling fingers. Who granted you the authority to act independently? Wolf's voice was chillingly soft. Cotter raised his chin defiantly. That mudblood is slandering Mr. Lucius's cane struck the marble floor with a resounding thud. Mind your words. Skit is of pure blood. The issue is not bloodline. Wolf approached Cotter slowly, but disciplined. Selwyn, I admire your loyalty, yet we are amidst turbulent times. You must learn to exercise restraint. Lucius, steer the public opinion and pacify that illegal beetle. The cost will be borne by Selwyn. After the meeting, Coy spoke candidly. You are playing with fire. Wolf sipped his chilled lemonade. Cotter possesses a reckless courage that you lack. We need audacious, consequence-blind dark gloves. The execution of the plan proceeded remarkably smoothly and yielded significant results. The Ministry of Magic's raid slowed. Gringotts unthawed the vaults of all shops in Nocturne Alley. More astonishingly, Lucius managed to persuade Skit to write a positive article about the young pureblood reformists in just 3 sentences, promising publication in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. We know your secret, Beetle. Currently, the public's perception of Mr. is misguided. We need you to shift their view. At the celebratory banquet that evening, Wolf raised his glass in a toast, his gaze briefly meeting Wenda's in the corner. This was merely the beginning. The spider had already woven its web anew. Wolf's war had commenced. Chapter 1, A New Academic Year. Astoria Greengrass stood at the edge of the crowd, her fingers gripping the handle of her suitcase tightly, her gaze sweeping the platform repeatedly. Her sister, Daphne Greengrass, approached and squeezed her shoulder, saying, No need to wait. He won't be coming. He is caught in a storm. Astoria bit her lip, remaining silent. By the time they were halfway through the journey, Astoria was engaged in a discussion with Hermione Granger about the wand movements for first-year spells. In the same compartment, Daphne was playing wizard chess with Pansy, though the one-sided game was proving rather dull for her. At that moment, Fong, invisibly led by Tethys, flew in through the slightly open window of the compartment, only revealing himself upon landing. Fong, Astoria exclaimed excitedly, turning to look around. Stop searching, Wolf isn't here. I came on my own. Fong emitted a mournful sound as he produced a small velvet box, while Tethys silently coiled around Astoria's ring finger, transforming back into a dragon ring. Astoria scooped up the now pup-sized Fong, gently stroking his little head. How did you catch up to the train? Hermione inquired curiously from the side. Daphne and Greengrass were unable to disclose the matter of Tethys to Hermione, yet they did not wish to deceive her either. For a moment, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation regarding Fong. It was Fong himself who, with a playful glance at Hermione, quipped, Hermione, I can fly. Didn't you know? Hermione shot him a look of disbelief, retorting, You can fly? I think you're just blowing smoke. Being the astute individual she was, she quickly discerned from the expressions of the Greengrass sisters that this was not information she was meant to possess. Nevertheless, she felt a warmth within. For at least the sisters were genuine in their affection for her, choosing to face their own discomfort rather than deceive or dismiss her. Astoria, look at this. It must be a gift from your gentleman, Pansy exclaimed as she picked up a box from the floor and handed it to Astoria. Inside lay a delicate silver brooch in the shape of a nightingale in flight, its wings adorned with emeralds, accompanied by a note from Wolf. Forgive me, dear Leah. I began crafting this brooch last year, intending to present it to you on the train. I deeply apologize for the delay. The nightingale symbolizes fidelity. An emerald is the color of Slytherin. Although you have yet to be sorted, I firmly believe you embody the elegance and nobility of Slytherin. I shall endeavor to catch up to the dinner. Yours faithfully, your devoted fiancé, Wolf Black. Do you know why Wolf missed the train? Fong suddenly leaned in with a mischievous grin, his head close to Astoria's now crimson face. Astoria, flustered, pushed him away and carefully tucked away the letter, feigning nonchalance. I'm not bothered at all. Then I shan't say a word. It was difficult to imagine how such a wolfish face could manifest such a roguish expression. Daphne, nearby, could not help but lightly swat him. Oh, you're utterly insufferable, Fong. Astoria, unaccustomed to such teasing, stomped her foot in irritation, her ears glowing a vivid red. Hermione, Daphne, and Pansy exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Pansy even collapsing to her knees in amusement. Well, if you don't spill, Astoria might just burst into tears. Upon hearing Hermione's comment, Pansy lost her composure once more, shaking her head and exclaiming, "I can't take it. I can't, this is too much." Fong ceased his antics, revealing that within the box was a nest of bird snakes, ready to hatch today. Wolf discovered an ancient ritual in the Black Library and is currently taming them. He wishes to gift you one as a token for your enrollment. Just then, Fong seemed to recall something, casting a pleading glance at Astoria. "You mustn't say I told you. If you ruin Wolf's surprise, he'll hang me by my toes." As for Hermione and the others, they were not within Fong's sphere of concern. Sometimes, confidence could be so unabashed. "All right, Fong," Astoria declared, seizing Fong with a playful grip, affectionately ruffling his hair while her laughter chimed like silver bells. Outside the compartment, Draco passed by and caught sight of this scene through the window. Feeling a twinge of envy, only Astoria dared to treat Fong with such camaraderie. Originally, he could have, but now, unless he cherishes his life. Her pale golden hair shimmered like flowing platinum under the illumination of 1,000 candles, each step eliciting scrutinizing gazes from all the young wizards. To Slytherin, she was not merely a newcomer, she was the betrothed of their king. For the other houses, she was the fiancée of a noble leader who stirred the winds of change during the summer. Indeed, Wolf had already become her prefix, for although she had yet to enroll, she had been irrevocably branded with the Wolf name. As the sorting hat grazed Astoria's locks, the air in the grand hall seemed to freeze. The candlelight twisted into a pulsating azure within her silver-gray pupils, while the empty seat at the head of the Slytherin table resembled an unhealed scar. From the hat's curious brim, a hoarse whisper emerged, imbued with wisdom colder than ice and snow, yet wrapped in searing fear. "Let me see," the voice of the hat hissed, like a serpent's tongue caressing the eardrum. "What do you fear? Fear of never catching up to that boy forced into early maturity? Fear that when he stands amidst the ruins of Nocturne Alley, you will still be dozing in potions class?" Suddenly, the sound of shattering crystal echoed from the western side of the hall. Daphne Greengrass clutched a broken goblet, blood trickling through her fingers and staining Slytherin's silver and green tablecloth. Whispers filled the air, akin to a public execution of Astoria. "Silence!" Professor McGonagall's sharp reprimand rang out, and the sorting hat began to tremble violently. Oh, what a delectable contradiction. The desire to stand alongside him, the tremor of fear cast aside, is the purest form of serpentine venom. Astoria's breath hitched. This was her nightmare. Ravenclaw could grant you wings to soar, the hat's fissure nearly brushing her nose. Yet Slytherin would provide you with a poisoned dagger, enabling you to cut through all obstacles, including the widening chasm between you. Astoria gripped the nightingale brooch given to her by Wolf so tightly that it pierced her palm. Amidst the agony, she heard the hat's shrill cry, "Slytherin." At that moment, the grand doors swung open. Clad in robes of silver and black, Wolf appeared in Astoria's silver-gray gaze. He strode before her, amidst the gazes of the crowd, and removed the dust-laden sorting hat from her head. With one hand, he grasped his Leah, and with the other, he brandished the hat before him. "One day, I shall drown you in the toilet of the washroom." Hat. Wolf hurled the sorting hat onto a high stool, then took Astoria's hand. Bowing to Professor McGonagall as an apology for interrupting her sorting, he cast a glance at Dumbledore, seated at the head of the faculty table. He doubted that the hat would utter such words without cause, yet he also did not believe it was at Dumbledore's behest. It was too petty, akin to a child unable to procure candy, venting frustration on a stuffed toy on the sofa. Dumbledore understood Wolf's intent, his expression turning serious as he nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he would investigate. Shortly thereafter, the sorting concluded. Dumbledore rose, as per tradition, to address the assembly. "Welcome. Leah, what is that?" Wolf carefully extracted a bird snake, approximately 20 centimeters in length, from his pocket. "This is a gift to celebrate your enrollment." "Thank you, Wolf. I adore it." Although Astoria did not experience an overwhelming surprise due to Wong-Sai's earlier revelation, she was nonetheless quite pleased. Wolf, perceptive as ever, noticed this and cast a glance at Wong-Kai, who was nestled in Daphne's embrace. "Leah, I have forged a bond with this bird snake using your blood. It will comprehend all your commands." Wolf affectionately pinched Astoria's slightly chubby cheeks. "By the way, you must always wear the nightingale brooch I gifted you." Wolf surveyed the Slytherin long table and scanned the entire hall. Let us hope there are no foolish onlookers, even if their minds are stuffed with nonsense. That evening, Astoria became the most discussed newcomer among the young wizards before sleep, and she became the object of envy for many young witches. The potions classroom, nestled underground, was enveloped in a bitter mist when Astoria's silver balance suddenly transformed into a hissing copper snake. The surrounding Slytherin newcomers stifled their laughter as she noticed the eldest son of the Knot family in the front row discreetly stowing away his wand. Silence. Professor Snape's black robes billowed like bat wings. "Miss Gringotts, do I need to remind you that a balance does not spontaneously transform into a reptile? It seems someone requires a refresher on basic transfiguration. Snape cast a scornful glance at the blushing Nott. Gryffindor cunning could not survive a single episode in the Slytherin dungeon. Detention, Mr. Nott, and you shall clean all the cauldrons in the potions classroom. No dragonhide gloves. For a week. Every day? Astoria remained expressionless. Already somewhat accustomed to such occurrences, this was merely a relatively minor prank since the start of term. After class, Astoria found herself cornered in the corridor. One Slytherin, two Hufflepuffs, and a sixth-year student encircled her like a creeping vine. The leader, Blaise, used his serpent-headed wand to lift a strand of her golden hair. I hear the fiancé of the little bride intends to tear apart the Confidentiality Act? What a pity, a pure-blood wedding is better kept traditional. Like your sister's wedding to a mute? Pansy Parkinson ghosted out from behind a stone sculpture, her crimson nails caressing her wand. Shall I remind you all that Mr. Black's recently improved hanging bell spell lasts for 49 days? Why are you arguing with them? Theodore's cold voice emerged from the shadows nearby. Hanging bell, grinning wide. He then approached the 3 sixth years, who were suspended upside down and grinning foolishly. You should be grateful. This is Hogwarts. The crowd instantly dispersed. Just as Astoria was about to express her gratitude, Pansy handed her a stack of parchment stained with ink. The professor left Hogwarts with your sister to attend to some business matters after the term began. However, Leah, even if your sister pleads with you, please write a letter to the professor. The urgent letters he sent me have already burned 3 of my wizarding robes. As she spoke, she produced a tender green hairband from her pocket. Astalia unrolled the parchment, revealing Wolf's handwriting. If anyone touches Leah's hair again, I shall set fire to Parkinson Manor. On the reverse, a small note read, Cursed headband, to be worn by Leah at all times. However, this contradiction reached its zenith within the Slytherin library. When Astalia sought the necessary comprehensive guide to magical gestures, the book suddenly transformed into a shrieking flobberworm, which then exploded into a green viscous liquid evidently infused with dark magic. The slime splattered onto her wrist, and having just bathed, Astalia was momentarily careless and failed to don protective gear. In a moment of panic, she emitted a sharp scream as countless red rashes erupted upon her fair skin, beginning to spread across her body. Gemma Farley, upon hearing her cry, felt as though the sky was collapsing. In a fluster, she hastily applied an antidote to Astalia while murmuring, It's over, it's over. Her mind was flooded with the harrowing memory of last year when Wolf had gripped her neck, lifting her from the ground. And that overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged once more. It's all right, Sister Farley. I will inform Wolf not to take his anger out on you. Though Astalia's face remained pale, she valiantly suppressed her fear to comfort Farley. At that moment, Blaise, Draco, and Mickey exchanged bewildered glances as they arrived. Natasha and Pansy pushed past the dazed Gemma Farley, their hearts aching for Astalia. Leah, we must write to the professor about this. Pansy grasped Astalia's hand, meticulously examining it. Other pranks can be overlooked, but this time you nearly got hurt. We cannot remain silent any longer. Last time, when we concealed your near miss with Macmillan's fire, the professor was furious. This time, Leah, kindness cannot be entrusted to our enemies. Natasha, with a pained expression, gazed at the innocent and kind-hearted girl. In just a month, Astalia had endured countless pranks. This time, it had gone too far. If the slime had entered her eyes, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We cannot intimidate the stubborn offspring of those hardliners. You cannot continue to suffer in silence. Although the school year had only just begun, Astalia's innocence and goodness had touched many young wizards, transcending the boundaries of Slytherin. Even the typically cold and calculating Filch and his cat held a fondness for her, referring to her as the white rose among the serpents. It was not just Blaise and the others. Even the neutral young wizards found the actions of the hardliners incomprehensible. With capability and courage, one could confront Wolf Black, the instigator of this turmoil. To bully such a pure and kind-hearted girl is simply unconscionable. I shall write to Wolf and inform him of everything that has transpired here. Astalia felt a surge of anger and trepidation. A rose, regardless of its hue, bears thorns. Chapter 3, The Chessboard of Numengard. The stone crevices of the Numengard Tower oozed with frost that had never thawed. As Wolf knelt before the chessboard for the 3rd time, he finally discerned the scorched marks etched into the bricks, akin to the prisoner's diary inscribed day after day by Grindelwald. Within the desiccated bloodstains lay buried Grindelwald's once ambitious dreams. In the fresh currents of blood, a renewed hope flows. Over the past month, Wolf's proclamations have reverberated throughout the magical realm, captivating many young heads of families and visionary wizards. However, the rapidly expanding power has also given rise to numerous challenges that Wolf currently finds difficult to address. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. The once leisurely Grindelwald of Numengard has been conscripted by Wolf to serve as an advisor. The tides of power have shifted. With frail fingers, he nudges the Obsidian King, while Grindelwald's mismatched eyes glimmer in the shadows. When one places the blade of a saint against the neck of nobility, one must remember to adorn the hilt with jewels. An external saint and an internal king? Grindelwald's laughter grates like rusty gears. One might as well feed honey to a bear to entice it into a trap. While you adorn the saint with the gilded bridle of nobility, have you considered that the caged beast may turn upon its master? Wolf gazes upon the chessboard. Where the ruby queen is encircled by silver knights, it bears the newly designed family crest of the Nordic Sorrows. With Dwayne Sorrows insisting that a rose vine be added beside the saint's sacred emblem, snowflakes from the far north drift in, yet transform into ethereal blue flames before touching the shoulders of the ancient Dark Lord. They desire ancient glory. Thus, let them be given even older fears. Suddenly, Grindelwald overturns the chessboard, and amidst the flying shards, Wolf witnesses the fragmented pieces reassemble into a three-dimensional star map. Sirius ignites at Grindelwald's fingertips. The loyalty of the saint begins with the pursuit of a higher truth. The humility of nobility emerges from an insatiable greed for gold. You have adeptly drawn the pure-blood aristocrats of the North into the chess game of Britain, a move both commendable and perilous. Yet, do not confine your vision to Britain alone. Europe, America, and Asia may all serve as your chessboard. However, remember, do not provoke China. It is time for you to formally establish your own power, for as the wisdom of that nation across the sea states, without rightful names, words cannot align. Without alignment, deeds cannot be accomplished. During the fourth visit, Wolf unveiled the completed new layout of Overturned Alley, with the aristocrats gradually casting their gaze upon the long-neglected Diagon Alley. Under the guidance of Wenda, the saints have already lurked within all institutions outside the Department of Mysteries, methodically preparing for a bloodless takeover of the power center of the Ministry of Magic within a decade. You are not as ruthless as I imagined. Grindelwald caresses the newly scorched marks on the stone wall, reminiscent of a coiled Niven freedom. Shall the daughter of the Burns family wed the mute son of the Sorrows? Ultimately, it seems rather trivial, yielding slow results. Wolf lays the marriage agreement of Malfoy Manor upon the newly refurbished marble dining table. The immense benefits brought by the North have blinded the Ministry of Magic. The stubborn pure-blood aristocrats of Britain, like hyenas scenting blood, ultimately led to Fudge's betrayal of the Burns family. Were it not for Amelia Burns' advanced age, I would have arranged for Dwayne to approach her directly. The saints require a pure-blood anchor point. The nobility craves the sustenance of profit, and I need time. When their offspring can summon both skeletal knights and silver serpents as guardians, the ministry's secrecy laws will become a mere jest. So why not? Though Amelia approaches her 50s, she remains a captivating single matron. Grindelwald suddenly breaks into an unseemly laugh. The so-called positions and beliefs are, to them, mere fig leaves, easily stripped away in the face of self-interest. Yet, zealots like Audinot, with their pure-blood fanaticism, pose a lurking danger. In Wolf's amber eyes, a chilling glimmer flickers. Time passes amidst the flurry of activity. Wolf has received a letter from Astoria, revealing all that transpires at Hogwarts. He learns that someone has reopened the Chamber of Secrets, now wreaking havoc within the school. He pens yet another letter to Snape, filled with exaggerated woes and nauseating phrases, causing Snape's lips to twitch in irritation. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant regarding Astoria. Ultimately, Wolf dispatches 10 urgent letters to Pansy Parkinson, incinerating 6 of her robes in the process. On the winter solstice night, within the main hall of Nurmengard, Grindelwald tosses a frozen eye to Wolf. Through the crystalline iris, Wolf sees himself standing atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. Beneath him lies the burning parchment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, while the combined forces of saints and aristocrats practice the tail-biting serpent formation in the Forbidden Forest. Is this a vision, or merely bait? The tip of Wolf's wand lifts the icy orb as he glances at Grindelwald. The old Dark Lord's laughter shakes the snow from the window ledges, a Christmas gift for the wayward lambs. Yet it seems they have forgotten my name. My student. He suddenly tears open his prison garb, revealing the golden markings pulsating on his chest, a lifelong imprint left by the blood pact. Now, go and tell those trembling pure-blood children that the shadow of Gellert Grindelwald has never departed from Europe. As the Nordic traditionalists grovel in the dirt, Susan Bones and the mute groom's engagement ring bursts forth with azure flames, tracing flying ravens in the air. Gellert Grindelwald, with but a single name, has subdued all of Europe. What exactly did you offer to Olympus, the ruling body of the Nordic magical realm? Before returning to Hogwarts for Christmas, Wolf makes one last visit to Nurmengard, watching as Grindelwald etches the final runes into the stone walls. The Dark Lord presses his bloodied fingertips to Wolf's brow. As ice and fire simultaneously sear into his very marrow, on the blood-stained path to the throne, there must always be a madman to light the lanterns. The brilliance in his mismatched eyes gradually dims. Go forth, morning star of the Black family. Remember your own choices, externally holy, yet internally royal. As the iron gates of Nurmengard close for the final time, Wolf unfurls the runes imprinted from the stone wall. discovering they form the chronicles of the first emperor from the historical records of the Eastern great nation. Beneath the last line of charred text, small letters seep with blood. When you tear open the veil of the world, my raven will bring forth the crown. The Christmas banquet in the Hogwarts Great Hall is abruptly torn asunder by a cold laugh. The pudding on Astoria's plate suddenly contorts into writhing slugs. While the eldest son of the Nate family, Sid Nate, holds his wand, its tip still glowing with the remnants of a curse. Meanwhile, Draco, Theodore, and Blaze draw their wands in response. But in the next moment, the Grand Hall's doors burst open with a resounding crash, and the blizzard ushered in a shadowy figure. Wolf, whose dragonhide boots still bore the dust of Numengard. West's wand slipped from his grasp, disintegrating in midair into 28 venomous barbs, each poised ominously above the brows of students who had played pranks on Astoria. Suddenly, Richie Macmillan's scarf sprang to life, transforming into a great serpent that bit down on his wrist, the puncture revealing the very foul words he had inscribed on Astoria's desk the previous week. Blake, this is Hogwarts. Noldor Pruitt of Hufflepuff had just risen when his own robe ensnared his neck, the embroidered Pruitt family crest oozing crimson liquid. With a flick of his wrist, Wolf hoisted Noldor onto a nearby lamppost. Meanwhile, Cedric Diggory, also of Hufflepuff, restrained Rolf Scamander, who had intended to intervene, shaking his head slightly in warning. The candlelight cast eerie shadows across Wolf's face. Of course, I shall resolve this matter within the boundaries permitted by school regulations. He turned to the trembling West Knot. I have heard your father recently secured 3 potions orders from Northern Europe in Knockturn Alley. How unfortunate that the price of Norwegian slaves has risen. Therefore, your father must renegotiate. Astoria opened her mouth to protest, but found her voice muted by a silencing charm cast by Wolf. She watched helplessly as Knot's face gradually transformed into the color of dragon liver PT, the core ingredient from his father's apothecary. Percy Weasley frantically tugged at their sleeves, desperate to intervene. Then, with another wave of his wand, Wolf froze the scream of Micah Acrolis in her throat. Her wand flew into the air, no longer spitting curses but instead releasing the secret verses of her unspoken affection for Blaze Zabini, which now coiled around her wrist like barbed golden threads. Enough, Dumbledore's voice, though soft, rendered Wolf's magic ineffective. The old bee rose from his seat, declaring, Hogwarts forbids the use of torture, Mr. Black. Then what about Astoria when she was bullied? Are you blind, Dumbledore? Wolf's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, his silver hair swirling about him as his voice turned icy. The self-proclaimed stern and just deputy headmaster and Gryffindor head, Professor McGonagall, the professed merciful and compassionate Hufflepuff head, Professor Sprout, the self-styled wise and powerful Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick. Pray tell, while this young lady has been targeted, pranked, and bullied under your very noses for an entire semester, have your eyes been obscured by the wash water of the old bee? Ignoring the guilt-ridden expressions of the three, Wolf appeared akin to Snape, his eyes filled with disappointment. I wrote to you, Uncle. Do not forget, in the end, Leah shall also address you as Uncle. Suddenly, all the students who had tormented Astoria shrieked in unison. Blood-red raven totems emerged on the backs of their left hands, each movement causing a nail to fall away. Rapidly regrowing, the nails continued to shed. West Knot hastily sprinkled potion powder, hoping to counter the curse with a countercharm, only to find rose petals cultivated by Professor Sprout, stained with fresh blood, emerging from his throat. These marks shall dissipate under the full moon. Wolf gently lifted Astoria, delicately adorning her with a pair of pearl earrings, a Christmas gift from him. As I always uphold my promises, Mr. Blake, they have already faced their punishment. Dumbledore adjusted his round spectacles, yet did not intervene in Wolf's magic. With more than 20 days remaining until the full moon, could leniency be considered? Perhaps Dumbledore, burdened by guilt for his momentary oversight that permitted an innocent child to endure bullying for an entire semester at Hogwarts. Or perhaps the heirs of these pure-blood families required their haughty demeanor to be subdued. He did not propose deducting house points or imposing detention as alternatives to these students' punishments. However, as the headmaster, it pained him to witness his students endure such torment. So, is this the reason for your betrayal, Professor Dumbledore? Wolf's tone was resolute, unwavering. Of course, with your prowess, dispelling such magic is a trivial matter. Yet, I presume you understand this principle better than I do. One must acknowledge their mistakes. And when struck, one must stand firm. Dumbledore's expression, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, was a blend of regret and remorse. After a long sigh, he departed the banquet hall through a side door by the professor's table. Snape looked at Wolf, hesitating to speak, his lips twitching, ultimately swallowing the words that hovered on the brink of utterance, leaving in silence, accompanied only by a faint sigh. As the curfew bell tolled, the portraits in the Slytherin dungeon collectively adopted new lines. The bloody Baron brandished a fragment of Desi's wand, repeatedly intoning, "The raven, guarded by the hound, is a taboo of magic." Astoria discovered in the morning that all the textbooks previously defaced had been meticulously cleaned. Each book's front page bore ancient magical verses penned by Wolf, a series of love poems. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over her. As if the grievances accumulated over the semester had found an outlet, vanishing in an instant from her heart. She whispered softly, her fingertips caressing the words. This is love, in its most exquisite form. Blake's approach to tasks is thus. Either he does not engage, or he does so with absolute resolve. Chapter 5, The Headmaster's Office. Throughout the Christmas holiday, Wolf was fortunate enough to escape the petty squabbles of the adult world, granting himself a well-deserved respite. At Hogwarts, he spent time with Astoria, who remained at school, living the life befitting his age. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore summoned Wolf away from Astoria, and he regarded him with evident impatience. I apologize for interrupting your holiday with Miss Granger. Dumbledore lightly tapped the table and poured Wolf a cup of red tea, but there are matters we must discuss. Wolf lifted the teacup but did not take a sip. Oh, what sort of matter could compel the greatest wizard of this century to seek out a 13-year-old child for discussion? Wolf, we are deeply sorry regarding Miss Granger's situation. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with remorse. As you know, prior to the holiday, we speculated that Tom might be hiding in the Chamber of Secrets. Subsequently, this term, the so-called heir emerged and unlocked the chamber. Together with Snape and Flitwick, I have been searching for Parseltongue outside, while only Professor McGonagall and... Wolf gently set down his cup, interrupting Dumbledore. Regardless of the reasons, harm has undeniably been inflicted. In truth, Leah has persistently urged me not to direct my ire towards you. She even concealed from me her visit to Snape, liberating those two wretches from the Black Lake. Just look at how kind-hearted she is. Yet, should kindness be met with cruelty? To my knowledge, throughout this semester, apart from my friends, only Cedric Diggory and Rolf Scamander from Hufflepuff, as well as Cho Chang and Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, have extended their assistance to Leah. As for those who revel in her misfortune, there is no need to elaborate. The most nauseating of all is your cherished protege, Ronald Weasley, who, despite your diligent guidance, chose to remain a mere bystander while masquerading as a Slytherin, hurling dung bombs at a first-year girl. Should you not reflect on why this is so? Indifference and cowardice have inundated your Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the four house heads entered alongside Newt Scamander. Newt playfully waved at Wolf. Albus, Wolf is correct. We must indeed reconsider our educational approach, Professor McGonagall stated solemnly. Thus, when Lockhart proposed to reopen the dueling club, the four of us deliberated, considering it an excellent opportunity to foster student unity. That imbecile is the defense against the dark arts professor this year? Wolf gazed at Professor McGonagall in astonishment, then turned to Dumbledore, asserting that Hogwarts is a millennium-old esteemed institution. Just as you mentioned, Dumbledore retrieved a signed consent form from his drawer, handed it to Professor McGonagall, and gestured for them to exit. Trash is merely treasure misplaced. Students can always learn something from him, even if he serves solely as a cautionary tale. Chuckling at the awkward atmosphere, Newt sat beside Wolf and patted his back, saying, This time, I summoned you to the office. Though I had to address a minor issue with Hagrid, Wolf held a favorable impression of the elder who had brought him out of Albania. Thus he did not resist his seemingly clumsy displays of affection. However, I must insist that you remain calm, Newt said with some hesitation. Yet, thinking of his old friend's request, he steeled himself. Before Mr. LeMay's passing, Nagini's treatment had shown promising results. He had improved the Greengrass family's potion, successfully awakening Nagini's consciousness. Wolf raised an eyebrow, signaling Newt to continue. Observing Wolf's expression, Newt, relieved at the absence of any signs of anger, exhaled deeply. At this juncture, Wolf abruptly interjected. So what is Nagini's condition now? Nagini, having heard of her actions towards you in the forest, expressed her sincere apologies, despite her complete lack of memory. As Newt spoke, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, a chronicle of her experiences from the earlier part of her life, declaring it to be the only compensation he could offer you. Wolf accepted the notebook, casually flipping through its pages, only to stumble upon a startling revelation. However, being accustomed to a position of authority, Wolf expertly masked his surprise. So much so that Newt, who was observing him intently, remained oblivious to any sign of his reaction. Thus, I stood at an impasse with her. The office fell silent once more, and after a prolonged pause, Dumbledore finally inquired, Wolf, what is your perspective on the creature residing in the Chamber of Secrets? Oh, what do you believe it to be? Newt asked with curiosity. A basilisk, Wolf declared, drawing forth his wand and enlarging it. He then presented the wand's tip before Newt, revealing a serpent that had lived for a millennium. Are you intrigued, Mr. Scamander? Newt's eyes sparkled with understanding. It made perfect sense now. The basilisk traversed the castle through the plumbing, which was why it eluded detection. Hagrid's chickens had mysteriously perished, as the basilisk was terrified of the crowing of a rooster. Given that it was indeed a basilisk, it must require sustenance. Does this imply that the chamber harbors additional entrances? Dumbledore struck at the heart of the matter. Do not be deceived by the basilisk's formidable size. Once they fall into slumber, they need not feed unless awakened. They can remain dormant for up to 15 years at a time. And even if you discover the entrance where the basilisk feeds, do not forget, whoever the basilisk gazes upon meets their demise, Newt elucidated to Dumbledore. Newt glanced at Wolf's cup of now-cold tea, untouched. Albus, that child has utterly lost faith in you. Chapter 6, The Dueling Club. Sir, Professor Lockhart's dueling club is about to commence, Theodore not informed Wolf, who was in the Slytherin library, assisting Astoria with her homework. Let us observe what amusing antics that jester will present. Wolf chuckled lightly at Astoria, who had set down her quill, her face alight with enthusiasm. With a flourish of his lace-adorned wand, silver-blue fireworks erupted in the great hall, displaying the cover of his latest work. This meticulously crafted opening gesture, however, ignited the banner of Lockhart's dueling club that hung overhead. This is precisely why we need a dueling club, Lockhart proclaimed in a sing-song tone. Yet the spell he cast to repair the burning banner transformed it into pink bubbles, each containing a moving likeness of himself, reciting classic lines from Walking with Giants. Professor Flitwick turned his head away, unable to bear the sight any longer, while Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged glances, their lips twitching in discomfort akin to a toothache. Professor Snape's derisive snicker slithered through the room like a serpent across stone, as Lockhart attempted to demonstrate the disarming charm. Snape could endure the farce no longer. Rather than watch a clown's performance, one should learn how to truly disarm. His black robes billowed like bat wings as a crimson flash surged towards Lockhart's bejeweled lace wand. A dramatic scene unfolded. Lockhart's defensive spell transformed into golden butterflies upon contact with Snape's magic, enveloping the incoming crimson light. Just as he prepared to strike a victorious pose, the swarm of butterflies abruptly changed direction, pinning his peacock-feathered hat to the wall. What a splendid demonstration of counterspelling. Lockhart's facial muscles twitched slightly as he feigned arranging his hair, secretly employing a cutting spell to manage his singed hair tips. Now, let us invite two students to demonstrate, Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy. As Draco strode forward, the hem of his robe revealed a serpent-patterned lining, and his bow bore the shadow of some ancient ritual. The moment Harry raised his wand, Draco's wand, hidden within his sleeve, was suddenly thrust forth. A nearly 2-meter-long basilisk emerged on the dueling platform, rearing its menacing serpent head and hissing as it flicked its tongue at Harry. "Stay still, Potter," Lockhart exclaimed, advancing swiftly. "I shall handle it with a simple incantation." A flash of green light surged forth, sending the basilisk soaring into the air. From its original length of nearly 2 meters, it swelled to over 3 meters, thick as an adult's wrist, lunging directly at Lockhart. "Stop!" Harry suddenly hissed in Parseltongue, and the enraged basilisk halted in its tracks. Frozen in place, the hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Harry until Snape, regaining his composure, waved his wand and dispelled the serpent. "He is a Parselmouth." A small wizard's gasp erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of chaos. "He is the heir of the Chamber of Secrets." All the young wizards instinctively recoiled, even the Gryffindor lions gazing at Harry with palpable fear. Harry opened his mouth to explain but faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He turned to Ron for help, only to find Ron averting his gaze. In that moment, a flicker of despair coursed through Harry's emerald eyes. "Sir," all the Slytherin serpents bowed, while wizards from other houses lowered their heads. "Did I miss something?" Wolf inquired, approaching Blaise Zabini. Upon learning the situation, Wolf sneered disdainfully. "I have told all of you that bloodline is not the measure of a person. It is one's abilities that count. He is merely a Parselmouth. What? Can you not contend with a hairless beast?" Devil Selwyn interjected suddenly. "Sir, the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Thank you for the reminder, Devil, but to be frank, aside from being a Parselmouth, I have not discerned any traits in Potter that align him with Slytherin." Wolf glanced at Harry, then at the Slytherin banner. "If Potter is indeed the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, then, Devil, I would sooner believe you to be a direct descendant of Merlin." The Slytherins erupted in raucous laughter. Yet, amidst the confusion on the platform, Harry found that this laughter was not jarring. Rather, it brought him a strange sense of solace. However, reflecting on Ron's averted gaze, he felt a pang of disappointment. This friendship had undeniably begun to show signs of fracture. "Well then, Mr. Potter, how much longer do you intend to pose here?" Snape's icy tone, unusually tinged with a hint of concern, broke through the tension. Harry was forcibly removed from the stage. Yet no young wizard dared to approach him afterwards. "Let us proceed with the lesson." Professor Flitwick waved his wand, sealing Gilderoy Lockhart's mouth and casting him aside onto a nearby bench. "Mr. Black, it has been quite some time since you graced my class. I am most curious about your current proficiency in spellcasting." Wolf raised an eyebrow, released Astoria's hand, and with a sudden levitation, soared towards the dueling platform. His wand now reduced to the size of a wand, firmly grasped in his hand. Meanwhile, Snape cast a concerned glance at Wolf, instinctively taking on the role of referee. Let the duel commence. The sparks erupting from their spells illuminated the frost on Professor Flitwick's silver beard, and the entire hall felt the chilling effects of Wolf's freezing charm. Reluctantly, Professor McGonagall stepped forward to join Snape in erecting a formidable protective barrier, isolating the magical effects to the dueling stage. The once champion of dueling, Professor Flitwick, now danced upon the marble floor with the grace of a fairy, leaving crescent-shaped scorch marks in his wake. Wolf's serpent staff traced 3 arcs of crimson lightning in the air, each arc transforming into a venomous snake upon contact with the shield charm. A splendid splitting charm. Flitwick's hawthorn wand unleashed a triple shockwave, the remnants of his incantation crystallizing into the unique luminescence of fairy magic, shattering the serpents and launching a covert binding spell. Wolf's robes suddenly morphed into liquid mercury, reflecting the binding spell onto the chandelier of the hall's dome. The shattering prisms transformed into a flock of hummingbirds mid-fall, each beak shimmering with the violet glow of a stunning charm. The diminutive figure of the Ravenclaw headmistress fractured into 7 mirrored images, while her true form leapt into the air upon crystalline steps. 12 disarming spells rained down like a golden meteor shower, but Wolf planted his wand into the floor, causing thorny vines to erupt around him. The blood-red tendrils devoured the golden light before exploding into a swarm of ravens. These shadowy phantoms clutched fragments of spells as they collided with Flitwick, creating emerald ripples upon the shield charm. It is time to conclude this. A surge of potent magical energy emanated from the tip of Flitwick's wand, causing the floor tiles to rise and form a legion of gargoyles. Just as the claws of the gargoyles were about to graze his hair, Wolf transformed into a silver wolf, darting between the ranks of the stone creatures. After breaking through the encirclement, he reverted to his human form and swung his wand with fervor. A chilling breath swept across the hall, transforming into a storm laced with shards of ice. As the professor waved his wand to quell the tempest, the young man had already leapt atop the ice crystals to hover above him. 3 transformations erupted simultaneously. Wolf's robes morphed into spiked chains that ensnared Flitwick's wrist. The white mist exhaled from his mouth solidified into an icy blade poised against the professor's throat, while the fallen shards of ice transformed into a venomous snake that snatched away the hawthorn wand. The entire Hogwarts hall fell into a profound silence, save for the scorching, acrid scent of the burn marks left by Flitwick's feet. A tactical genius. Flitwick caressed the red mark left by the icy blade, while the healing potion that had quietly slipped from his sleeve pocket neutralized the snake venom. Albus mentioned you possessed numerous lethal spells. Why did you not employ them? Having stepped down, Wolf took Astoria's hand and bowed to Professor Flitwick. As you understand, this is merely a friendly exchange, Professor. Your efforts are deeply appreciated, and I, Black, shall remember them. The esteemed Professor, a champion of the Wizarding Dueling Championship for 8 consecutive years, elevated Wolf's reputation to unprecedented heights. In Chapter 7, Harry, compelled to fulfill the narrative, found himself in a tenuous balance with Wolf. Wolf reclined on the sofa in the Slytherin common room, observing the frenzied cheers of his fellow snakes, and remarked to his friends, in a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would merely be mutual destruction. Indeed, akin to that spell of duplication, even the briefest semblance of division had eluded my sight. Malfoy concurred from the side. My professor once shared with me his memories of his duel with Dumbledore. Wolf gently squeezed Astoria's small hand, emphasizing, that is the essence of magic. We have yet to reach that level. For a moment, silence enveloped their small circle, starkly contrasting with the jubilant crowd nearby. Sir, at that moment, Pansy Parkinson entered through the stone door. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the 3rd-floor restroom. The restroom? The group exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Has his taste become so extravagant? Mickey Carlo's astonishment prompted eye rolls from those around. Wolf rose, stating, in truth, I discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets last year, located in that abandoned restroom on the 3rd floor. This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless, with Astoria even emitting a soft gasp. However, I lack the ability to speak Parseltongue, thus rendering the entrance inaccessible. Now that we possess a ready-made key, I suspect Professor Dumbledore would prefer to avoid any unforeseen complications. After pondering for a moment, Wolf turned to Draco. Draco, you go to Hufflepuff and find Cedric Diggory and Ralph Scamander. Pansy, you head to Ravenclaw and seek out Penelope Clearwater. Daphne, you go to Gryffindor and locate Hermione and Neville. Everyone stood in unison, eager to witness the grandeur of the founders. When they gathered on the 3rd floor, Dumbledore was already there with Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Newt Scamander, and Professor Snape, who was holding a bewildered Harry at the restroom door. I am immensely grateful for your assistance with Leah and sincerely invite you to join us, Wolf said, glancing at Cedric, Rolf, and Penelope as they walked. Mr. Black, we Clearwater are not a family of great repute, Penelope replied with a smile. Penelope, my friend, Wolf paused, resting his hands on his staff. My consistent belief is that lineage is never a measure of a person's worth. It is one's abilities that truly matter. I value your capabilities, and your family shall gain honor through your choices. Then, I shall be in your care moving forward, sir." Penelope Clearwater formally bowed to Wolf. Wolf observed Rolf and Cedric, noting the conflict on Cedric's face, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "You need not rush your decision. Your families are far more complex than the Clearwater lineage. I am willing to grant you time for consideration." As they spoke, Wolf and his companions encountered Dumbledore at the entrance of the lavatory, where all the students bowed respectfully to the professors. "Mr. Black, is it not somewhat hasty to bring so many students here?" Professor McGonagall remarked, frowning at the sight of the assembled students, her voice tinged with discontent. Wolf smiled at Professor McGonagall, replying, "The fledglings must eventually learn to soar. Only by encountering the bloody sword can one become truly sharp." "Very well, Minerva, let us commence. I trust Mr. Black will take good care of them." Professor Flitwick, visibly eager, added, "This is a chamber that has remained hidden for a millennium." Upon entering the lavatory, Wolf pointed to a broken faucet above the basin. "Potter, speak to that faucet in Parseltongue." "But what should I say, Mr. Black?" Harry, still bewildered and struggling to grasp the situation, felt a surge of frustration. "Harry, say open." No one seemed inclined to explain further, and Dumbledore commanded directly. After several attempts, Harry found his voice only when Wolf transformed the faucet into a serpent-shaped handle, thus achieving success. As they gazed into the dimly lit sewer, Wolf and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, while Snape swiftly restrained the impulsive Professor Flitwick. "Phileas, do not act rashly. The antique is there, it will not flee." Dumbledore summoned Fawkes, instructing it to scout ahead. At that moment, Wolf interjected, "Professor Dumbledore, I desire a tail feather from Fawkes. A tear, and a drop of blood. What price must I pay?" "No price is required, Mr. Black. Once this matter concludes, we may converse in my office." With that, Dumbledore soared down the sewer with Fawkes. Professor McGonagall transformed into a cat and leapt down with Professor Flitwick. Snape, enveloping Harry, transformed into a wisp of black mist and glided downward. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, none daring to move first. It was Theodore who, gritting his teeth, made a leap, sliding down the wall of the pipe. "We cannot disappoint the professor." Daphne transformed into a silver mist. "I didn't expect the professor to teach you that spell as well," Blaise remarked, a hint of envy in his tone, before casting a levitation charm and following suit. One by one, they all exhibited their own unique talents to descend. At the entrance of the serpent-shaped door, Wolf looked on with satisfaction as the others caught up. "When fear ceases to be an obstacle, my friends, you have embarked on the path of progress." Thanks to Harry's Parseltongue, they swiftly arrived at the grand hall of the chamber, where they beheld the aged statue of Salazar Slytherin, yet found no trace of any heir. "Is this truly our founder?" Draco inquired, puzzled. "Shouldn't the statue reflect one's prime?" "Mr. Malfoy, not all seek eternal youth. According to ancient texts, Slytherin was already in the twilight of life when he constructed this chamber," Dumbledore replied softly. At that moment, Tethys transformed into a bird snake and flew towards Wolf. "Wolf, I sense a creature behind that statue, drawing me in. I sense that devouring him would significantly shorten my growth cycle. Potter, speak to the statue." Upon hearing Tethys's request, Wolf directly commanded Potter, "Professors, please step back and maintain your positions." All the young wizards sought shelter, closing their eyes to unleash their potent perception spells. Observing Dumbledore's slow nod, all the professors complied and retreated. The young wizards swiftly concealed themselves behind the stone pillars. "What should I say, Mr. Black?" Harry asked, bewildered. "Just say it." Wolf's eyes were now engulfed in crimson. His long black hair had transformed entirely to silver, and his staff had shrunk to the size of a wand, firmly grasped in his hand. Meanwhile, Tethys had maximized his size, morphing into a serpent avian over 7 meters in length, swirling in the air. By sheer happenstance, the ancient Slytherin statue slowly opened its mouth. A jet-black basilisk, approximately 20 meters long, slithered forth from the statue's maw. Fawkes, peck its eyes out. Wolf, with his eyes tightly shut, utilized his perception spell to sense everything around him. As the saying goes, there is an antidote within 10 steps of the heart. The basilisk's eyes were its greatest weapon, yet simultaneously its most vulnerable point. Just as Fawkes prepared to strike, a dark mist erupted from the basilisk's head. "You, lurking in the shadows like a filthy bug, come. Face me, Tom. Face me. Filth." As Wolf sensed Voldemort's presence, he plunged into a frenzied state. At that moment, Tethys was entangled with the basilisk, maintaining his serpentine form to avoid detection. Thus he was at a disadvantage due to the size differential. Fortunately, Fawkes the Phoenix provided vital assistance, incessantly distracting the basilisk. Otherwise, Tethys would have surely been exposed. Wolf transformed into a swirling mist of silver, entangling with Voldemort, wreaking havoc throughout the chamber, toppling numerous stone pillars. "You despicable creature, the Blacks are all traitors. I should have devoured you alive long ago in Albania." Voldemort snarled, his visage formed from black mist appearing particularly grotesque. Wolf's wand unleashed a fierce jet of fire towards Voldemort. Newt, witnessing this scene, gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic Dumbledore. You taught him that spell too? The other two heads of houses looked at him in disbelief. Only Snape's eyes gleamed with pride. Voldemort dared not confront it directly, veering aside, but the fire followed suit, twisting in the air to morph into a colossal fiery python, lunging viciously at Voldemort. Are you mad? Black. Releasing Voldemort in the state of fiery spirit within Hogwarts, he cannot unleash powerful magic. Consumed by rage yet helpless, he felt utterly frustrated. You filthy scum. I only want you dead. Wolf roared at Voldemort, teeth clenched. At this moment, Voldemort, hearing the basilisk's anguished cries, realized the tide had turned. When I return, I will flay you alive and nail your skin to the gates of Hogwarts. Tom, if you remain at Hogwarts, you will regret it. Dumbledore's voice echoed as it chased after Voldemort through the pipes. Voldemort momentarily faltered, taunting, "What can you do to me?" Yet, despite his harsh words, he hastily retreated into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Was Professor Dumbledore truly going to let him escape? Cedric Diggory inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Mr. Diggory, the time is not yet ripe. If we force his hand now, it is you who will suffer, along with the many innocent children above. Dumbledore responded, his silence speaking volumes as he plunged the Elder Wand into the earth, swiftly quelling the fierce flames conjured by Wolf, which gradually extinguished. Observing this, Professor McGonagall stepped forward to elucidate his actions. At that moment, the basilisk's eyes had been pecked out by Fawkes, while Tethys had firmly clamped down on its neck, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. As the creature's movements began to cease, Tethys' wings expanded dramatically, enveloping both the basilisk and itself. Fawkes circled above, emitting a triumphant call, while beneath the wings, horrific sounds of gnashing echoed. Come forth, Wolf called, returning to normalcy, beckoning all the young wizards to emerge from their hiding places. I sincerely apologize. I had intended for you to deal with the basilisk, but it seems you have become Tethys' meal instead. To have the privilege of participating in the chamber incident is already an honor for us. The gathering offered a slight bow to Wolf, including Cedric and Rolf. Witnessing this scene, Newt sighed deeply. Yet upon reflection, he thought, each generation will find its own fortune. Besides, Wolf is quite admirable. Rolf, know that your grandfather supports any decision you make, but do not lose yourself in the pursuit of ascension. There are countless beautiful things around you that hold far greater significance than power, status, or authority. Rolf Scamander gazed at his affectionate grandfather, remaining silent, merely bowing in gratitude. Go and explore. You may uncover astonishing discoveries within this chamber, Dumbledore suggested, gesturing for everyone to disperse, while Professor Flitwick could hardly contain his excitement. Already investigating room by room, as the crowd began to depart, Dumbledore seized Harry, compelling him to remain in place. Professor McGonagall accompanied the students, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Mr. Black, while the chamber has been resolved, the air remains elusive. What is your perspective on this? Dumbledore asked, observing Tethys devouring the basilisk, deep in thought. Voldemort has lingered here. He must have encountered the air, yet he has not departed. Thus, either the air is unworthy, or they have perished. Moreover, they need not be human. Your thoughts align with mine, yet the path remains obscured, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It is unlikely to be something of great value. If he had control over the young wizards, he would be unable to wield powerful magic and could only employ persuasive words. Hence, among that age group above, who could resist the urge to flaunt their newfound treasures? You possess the ability to see beyond the surface and grasp the essence. Snape understood the gist, while Harry and Newt remained perplexed, voicing, Riddle, leave Hogwarts. Sir, we discovered this beside the pool. Mickey presented an aged notebook. However, the notebook was already in ruins, emanating a foul stench. Wolf cast a disdainful glance, and with a wave of his hand, the notebook soared into Dumbledore's grasp. Tom Riddle's notebook? Harry exclaimed suddenly, drawing the attention of everyone present. I found it in the restroom at the beginning of the school year. It even spoke to me and showed me the scene of Hagrid's capture 50 years ago. A hush fell over the crowd. Even the usually composed McGonagall looked astonished at Harry. Mr. Potter, could it be that you are not merely a transformed pig? Wolf chuckled lightly. Mickey, the truth is often sharper than any knife, and can wound more deeply than lies. Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Harry, do not place your trust in any sentient magical objects, not even in a quick quill, for you cannot discern where its mind resides. Have you checked inside the statue? Wolf inquired suddenly. Indeed, there must be ample space within to accommodate such a large serpent. With that, Professor Flitwick eagerly darted towards the statue. Phileas, you remain as spirited as ever, Newt teased. Wolf, I require rest. This feast has been rather substantial. The majestic Tethys, having completely consumed the serpent, slowly folded its wings. Remarkably, despite devouring such a colossal creature, Tethys showed no change in size, nor a trace of filth or gore. Newt gazed at Tethys with curiosity. almost wishing to approach and examine it closely. Old man, while I sense no malice from you, your gaze is quite unsettling. With that, it transformed into a dragon ring that automatically slipped onto Wolf's ring finger. Wolf, I was merely observing, Newt stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Wolf smiled. Indeed, a talking serpent is quite captivating. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, foul curses erupted from the statue, laced with the slang of goblins. Moments later, Professor Flitwick emerged, clutching a stack of books. That wretched scoundrel has destroyed the true treasure of Slytherin. He set fire to Salazar Slytherin's experimental notes. I saw the ashes in the corner. Only these rare books remain. What a pity, Phileas, Dumbledore remarked, hinting at how easily some are beguiled by trivial gains, losing sight of what constitutes true treasure. Wolf glanced at the books and noticed that the title of the first one was inscribed in ancient runes, The Animagus of Transformative Magical Creatures. Chapter 9, The Birth of Stars. At the following evening's feast, Dumbledore announced that the Chamber of Secrets had been completely sealed and the monster eradicated, awarding Harry an additional 50 points for his efforts. Those privy to Dumbledore's incessant attempts to elevate Harry's stature had grown accustomed to it. Thus, the young wizards who had participated in the chamber incident refrained from contradicting Dumbledore. Nonetheless, Harry ultimately recounted the entire sequence of events to Ron, which meant that the entire Hogwarts community soon became aware. Though Ron has consistently attempted to diminish Wolf's presence, his clumsy tactics have only managed to fool the naive first years of Gryffindor. Even the Badgers of Hufflepuff are well aware of who truly resolved the mystery of the chamber. In contrast to Cedric's amiable demeanor, Rolf has little patience for Ron's antics. Prior to the Quidditch match, seizing an opportunity when Ron was alone, he hoisted him onto the Quidditch goalpost, displaying a banner that read Artist of Language, courtesy of Hogwarts' Grand Announcement System. In the headmaster's office, Wolf sat before Dumbledore's desk, playfully engaging with Fawkes. It appears the Phoenix has taken quite a liking to you, remarked Dumbledore, emerging from the upstairs lounge. However, I am certain that Dumbledore has no familial ties to Black. I have always enjoyed the company of magical creatures, Wolf replied, straightening his posture and meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore retrieved a feather and 2 crystal vials from his drawer. These are what you seek. I shall not inquire about your intentions. Simply promise me one thing, and they shall be yours. Wolf arched an eyebrow, surveying the meticulously arranged items on the desk, before returning his attention to Dumbledore. Rest assured, it will not jeopardize your safety or the well-being of your friends, nor will it contravene your principles, Dumbledore stated calmly. It is merely not the right time. When the moment arrives, you will instinctively know what to do. Wolf rose, sweeping his wizarding robe, and after securing the 3 items, turned to depart. As he reached the doorway, he added, Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps you might consider meeting my teacher. At the very least, 2 solitary souls could find solace in each other. The cold stone walls parted with a gentle rap of Wolf's wand, revealing the oak doorframe of the Room of Requirement, adorned with 12 raven carvings. When Neville Longbottom, the last to arrive, stumbled through the entrance, the multicolored lanterns suspended from the vaulted ceiling suddenly illuminated, casting light upon the neatly arranged dark robes on the long table. The table was already filled with individuals: Astoria Greengrass, Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabini, David Selwyn, Mickey Caro, Nasha Rosier, Hermione Granger, Penelope Clearwater, Cedric Diggory, and Rolf Scamander. Wolf stood by the window, his back turned to the assembly. As Draco Malfoy's fingers grazed the Slytherin's silver-green lining, the fabric undulated into serpentine shapes. We are neither a coalition of saviors nor the Death Eater reserves. Wolf's voice caused Hermione to pause in her examination of the robe's magical patterns. The young witch noted how the raven on his cuff was pecking at the lion's totem on his sleeve, reminiscent of the bronze eagle of Ravenclaw, seemingly pecking at Hufflepuff's golden cup. Penelope Clearwater stifled a giggle, her wand flicking to project an ancient mural of Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff sharing a tankard of mead. Suddenly, Cedric Diggory rose, the black and yellow waves of his Hufflepuff robe resonating with the herbal patterns on Rolf Scamander's collar. I am delighted, Mr. Black, that you have invited me to this gathering. I am willing to follow your lead. Wolf nodded at him, gesturing for him to take a seat, then surveyed the assembled guests, friends he had meticulously chosen. The sordid rivalries among the 4 houses lay buried like secrets in a swamp, long since decayed and fetid. With a snap of his fingers, the serpent eyes on everyone's cuffs simultaneously ignited with crimson light. Astoria, in tacit understanding, waved her wand, conjuring an image of Dumbledore delivering a speech at the opening feast. Fools, crybabies, detritus, twists. Wolf's staff swept across the dome, and the nebula lining transformed into an illusion of the 4 founders casting spells in unison. It took me a long time to grasp the meaning of those 4 words. To Ravenclaw, everyone else was a foolish simpleton. To Gryffindor, the rest were cowardly crybabies. To Slytherin, the others were lowly detritus. To Hufflepuff, everyone else was a pitiable twist. Daphne Greengrass caressed the serpent pattern on her cuff, catching a glimpse of ancient runes flashing within her robe. Thus, even the greatest wizards of this century never contemplated true unity among the four houses. Instead, they have only served to divide us. The upper echelons of thought often dictate the actions of the lower tiers. He had occupied the position of headmaster for nearly 50 years. Hermione's eyes revealed confusion, and Neville chimed in, pondering how many in these 50 years had discerned the meaning of those four words. A clap. Wolf placed the double-sided mirror upon the long table, the gem-encrusted frame suddenly projecting each person's zodiac sign. We harbor no intention of altering this phenomenon. We can only choose like-minded friends to join us. We gather here, not for the benefit of any individual, nor to realize anyone's dominion. Under the watchful gaze of the four founders, I hope we support one another, assist one another, and encourage one another to become better selves, to seek noble truths, and for the greater good. The room of requirement fell into an eerie silence, and everyone was lost in contemplation, until Rolf's guardian toad leaped onto the long table. As the small creature brushed against Nasalur's robe, the silver-green nebula of Slytherin suddenly enveloped Hufflepuff's yellow and black patterns. I hope we can become stars shining brightly in this dark world of magic, radiating brilliance in our respective domains. Wolf slid the 12-sided double mirror across the table, and two ancient runes emerged simultaneously in the mirror, starlight. Draco tightened his grip on the fabric of his robe, his gaze fixed intently on the double mirror before him. For over a year, he had regretted, at every moment, why he had felt fear on that fateful night of enrollment, why he had been afraid. When he lifted his head, tears streamed down his face. He offered a faint smile to Wolf, a smile whose meaning no one could discern. Perhaps it signified release, or perhaps anticipation. Starlight. Cedric suddenly raised his wand, and the yellow light cast by the Hufflepuff lantern formed an illusion of a running honey badger for a better self. Soon after, the colors of Gryffindor red, Ravenclaw blue, and Slytherin green flickered to life. The four symbolic beasts rejoiced within the room of requirement. For a better self, for the greater good. As the words for the greater good were spoken, all the wizarding robes fluttered without a breeze. Hermione was astounded to discover the serpentine dark patterns of Slytherin weaving through the gold-red lining of Gryffindor, while the silver-green nebula of Michi Caro blossomed with Hufflepuff's sunflowers. On this very night, as the stars began to rise, the moonlight filtered through Lockhart's fluffy golden hair, casting a distorted snake shadow at his feet. The professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts was adjusting his bow tie against the reflection in the muddy puddle when a golden feathered quill, pinned to his chest, suddenly pierced his skin, injecting basilisk venom into his veins. This was a specially crafted beauty potion from his master, Voldemort. His magical reserves were woefully inadequate, compelling him to enhance his abilities with the venom at the cost of his own life. Black, this is merely the interest. Tremble in the shadow of the Dark Lord. Voldemort's dark silhouette watched Lockhart, who appeared deranged, a terrifying smile emerging on his once menacing face. The Dark Lord never prepared but a single plan, and within this castle resided a vain fool, perfectly suited to become his vessel. Yet this time, he did not intend to get his hands dirty. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, he controlled Lockhart and spent months teaching him the blood curse. Now, as the academic year approached its end, the moment to act had arrived. Voldemort, with his scarlet eyes fixed upon Hogwarts Castle, mused, Dumbledore, Black, I hope you shall appreciate this gift. He then dissolved into black mist, disappearing into the shadowy firmament. It was time to pay a visit to our little friend. Lockhart flashed his signature smile at the putrid waters, yet his right hand, out of control, tore apart the wings of three seductress. As he hummed an off-key rendition of the compendium of Gilderoy Lockhart, making his way towards the castle. The decaying leaves of the forbidden forest mourned beneath his polished dragonhide boots, while spiders fled deeper into the woods. As the alarm crystal in the hospital wing shattered, Wolf was guiding Hermione and Penelope in their study of secrets of advanced dark magic using a two-way mirror. Suddenly, the mirror reflected a horrifying scene. Astoria, undergoing her monthly blood disease treatment, lay in a bed surrounded by copper instruments that had all melted into liquid, coiling on the floor to form an ancient magical sigil. The protective curse ribbon that Wolf had tied around her pale neck was rapidly igniting, sparks licking at her skin. Good evening, valiant warriors against the Dark Lord, Lockhart announced, theatrically pushing open the hospital door. With a wand flourish as graceful as a dance, he cast a spell that transformed Madame Pomfrey's white essence into a hallucinogenic pink gas. Shall we add some special effects for this young lady? Astoria's blood began to seep from her body, slowly saturating the entire magical sigil. Daphne, standing guard, unleashed an ironclad spell that shattered like fragile paper instantaneously. Lockhart, extending a finger toward Daphne, who was bound to a chair, made a shushing gesture. A performance requires an audience, and the audience must remain silent. Just as Wolf, transformed into silver mist, burst into the hospital room, he beheld a gruesome sight. Astoria's robes were torn asunder by white scales emerging from beneath her skin, and the blood she coughed up twisted in the air into the shape of a basilisk hatchling. Lockhart stood by Astoria's bedside, wand raised, casting a cold, sinister smile in her direction. The moonlight filtered through the windows of the medical wing, illuminating the decayed flesh beneath his sleeves. Daphne was bound to a chair, motionless, seemingly entrapped in some form of illusion. Is it painful? Lockhart's blue eyes glinted with a blood-red hue, filled with hatred as he fixed his gaze on Astoria, who yearned to struggle but found herself utterly immobilized. Your beloved fiancé has used fierce flames to destroy my master's treasures. Now it is your turn to repay with your bloodline. Wolf relentlessly attacked Lockhart, unleashing a torrent of magic. But all was thwarted by the formidable ironclad curse left behind by Voldemort. At that moment, Lockhart had completely succumbed. He leaned down and kissed Astoria's forehead, his tone reminiscent of a father soothing his drowsy daughter, whispering gently, "Do not fear, we are but one step away from a perfect finale." He cast a cold glance at the now mad wolf, scoffing as the tip of his wand plunged sharply into Astoria's wrist. A serpent, over 2 meters long and entirely white, emerged. When Professors McGonagall and Snape, led by the Malfoys, arrived, they witnessed this horrifying scene. McGonagall gasped, "By Merlin's beard, Lockhart, what have you done?" She sensed the magic Voldemort had left behind was dissipating. He was waiting, anticipating the moment the power waned to a critical threshold. Lockhart, having completed the blood curse ritual, slowly descended into a state of stupor. Those who conspire with a tiger seldom meet a favorable end. The magic he had amassed with basilisk venom began to fade alongside his life. Finally, Wolf thrust his wand fiercely, shattering the magical barrier, while Daphne collapsed into unconsciousness. "To die like this would be too lenient for you, scum." Wolf swung his wand at Lockhart. Under the horrified gazes of the Malfoys, Lockhart began to disintegrate into ashes from the head down, leaving behind only a pair of dragonhide boots, still gleaming in the moonlight, stained with Astoria's blood. "We will find a way." Nagini was lost for nearly 30 years, yet was awakened to consciousness. McGonagall stepped forward to comfort Wolf. He turned, his cold, murderous red eyes meeting hers, and asked expressionlessly, "Where's Dumbledore?" "Albus is not at the school today." Otherwise, McGonagall, filled with helplessness and a tinge of guilt, attempted to explain Dumbledore's absence. However, she faltered mid-sentence, unsure of how to continue. "Indeed, he is always absent, always negligent. I warned him that Voldemort was lurking within Hogwarts. Lockhart is nothing but a failure." Wolf did not roar or become hysterical, yet his icy demeanor instilled fear in all who beheld him. It was merely an accident. As McGonagall uttered these words, she regretted them, feeling their inappropriateness, as everyone turned to her with expressions of fury. Indeed, Dumbledore was fully aware that the manipulative Voldemort was concealed within the Slytherin's chamber, and he knew Lockhart to be a vain fool, yet still welcomed him into the school. To attribute this situation to mere chance was utterly indefensible. As the crowd descended into a profound silence, a piercing scream erupted from the medical wing's adjoining lounge. It was Madame Pomfrey, the dedicated healer who had devoted her life to Hogwarts, rendered unconscious before Gilderoy Lockhart's intrusion. "Wolf, I can save her." A feeble voice suddenly pierced the stillness. It was Tethys, her voice emanating from Wolf's fingertips, still faint. "You are too young, Tethys." Wolf gazed at the dragon ring on his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. "It is too late. You must sense it as well. Astoria's vitality is waning. She has been afflicted by a blood curse, though it has merely manifested as a blood disease." Tethys revealed her true form, slowly drifting before Wolf, locking eyes with him. Together, they had become a harbinger of her demise. "My lifeblood is no longer effective. Only a sacrificial spell can save her. You will perish, Tethys. Isn't this the very purpose for which you created me?" Tethys, undeterred by Wolf's silence, commenced the ancient incantation. This was the dragon tongue magic, inherited from the soul of the Eastern divine dragon, a sacrificial magic that calls for self-sacrifice to save the masses. Gradually, Tethys's dragon form began to swell, her formidable aura radiating outward. As a kaleidoscope of light enveloped her entire being, Tethys cast a lingering glance at Wolf. "I am deeply grateful, Wolf. You have introduced me to this splendid world. Please convey my apologies to Wonkai. Our pact remains unfulfilled. I hope he can accompany you through the grand tapestry of life." Tethys gazed wistfully at the heavens. Wolf, my greatest regret is that I never had the chance to soar with you among the clouds. Fly, she chanted. My soul, dispel the malevolence. My flesh and blood, reshape my form. Return, O soul, return. As Tethys's chant resonated, the vibrant light divided into 2 parts. A translucent dragon form merged with Astoria's body, while a spectrum of blood infused into the center of Wolf's brow. "This is my final gift to you. Farewell, my master." Astoria, still in a state of unconsciousness, began to rise gently from her bed. The blood curse gradually expelled from her body, morphing in the air into a serpent-like creature that, after a mournful wail, slowly dissipated. All the scars on Astoria vanished, her being transformed into a luminous and flawless entity. Yet, a faint dragon-shaped mark appeared on her brow. She had been blessed by the dragon god, destined to remain untouched by illness or poison, her talents unparalleled, and her life destined for tranquility and prosperity. However, Wolf's condition began to deteriorate. The crimson hue in his eyes overflowed from their sockets, and his silver hair danced without a breeze. An upheaval of magical energy surged within him, a sign of impending chaos. Clinging to his last vestiges of reason, Wolf fled the medical wing, escaping Hogwarts and plunging into an uninhabited primordial forest. At last, he could no longer contain it. He succumbed to the depths of his consciousness. His magical power began to surge violently, uprooting trees in waves. As all living creatures fled in haste, with those unable to escape being crushed to powder, a tattoo of a celestial dragon gradually manifested on Wolf, its tail winding around his left leg, its wings unfurling behind him, and its head resting over his heart, the horns extending to his right shoulder. Damn it! How could there be the aura of a dragon deity? In the depths of Wolf's consciousness, a familiar voice echoed. I knew you could not so easily dissipate. Which is why I refrained from using the wolf form lightly. You truly excel at hiding, great mouth, true god. Wolf's soul was enveloped by the ethereal tethys, and he coldly scrutinized the great mouth, true god, emerging from the shadows. Damn it, look at this fortuitous lad. A glimmer of envy and jealousy flickered in the Wolf's eyes of the great mouth, true god. Meanwhile, Wolf's body underwent continuous transformations. Phoenix, celestial dragon, Chelan, great mouth, true god, horse-shaped water creature, thunderbird, and others. Any creature whose blood he had infused during tethys incubation could be summoned. Furthermore, he also inherited the magical abilities of those beings. Wolf had been unconscious for 3 days, during which the formidable dragons might safeguarded him. Upon awakening, he discovered that aside from the new celestial dragon tattoo, there were no other alterations, and the previously obstructive sensation within his body had vanished, indicating that the great mouth true god had completely dissipated. He further discerned the changes in his magical power and realized he had touched the barrier of a grand sorcerer. And with the natural growth of his power, he could break through within a year. He also discovered a new instinct. He could transform into any creature whose blood he had consumed. Unlike before, when he could only shift into a wolf form. This reminded him of a person, one more legendary than the myths. Merlin. The ability to transform magical creatures had been a singular feat of Merlin since ancient times, marking him with distinction. Yet, Merlin surpassed him in that he could transform merely by having made contact, while Wolf required the blood of the other. In the Slytherin common room, all the young wizards were in low spirits. Their king had been missing for 3 days. Theodore and Michi, along with Davil, had locked themselves in the training room for 3 days, only emerging for meals and sleep. Blaze and Draco tirelessly utilized their networks to search for Wolf's whereabouts. Solbus. He will be fine, won't he? The serpent bird named Solbus gazed at its worried master, unsure how to comfort her, resorting only to licking her palm repeatedly. News arrived. Daphne's double-sided mirror suddenly emitted the jubilant voice of Rolf. My grandfather just wrote. There has been a large-scale, unusual migration of animals in the primordial forest east of Hogwarts. He sensed the presence of our master at the source of the upheaval. He should be arriving shortly. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of relief, and Astoria even shed tears. Theodore, unable to contain the surge of his magical power, inadvertently suspended Michi on a chain in the training room. The stone door of the common room slowly creaked open, drawing all eyes towards it. When that familiar figure emerged, a brief silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. Malfoy and his companions rose in excitement, their eyes ablaze as they beheld Wolf. Astoria leapt directly into his embrace, incessantly patting his chest. To hell with modesty. I only desire him. Wolf gently encircled her slender waist, reassuringly saying, I apologize for causing you worry, Leah. He then surveyed the jubilant crowd. May Merlin be with you all. May Tethys bless you. The following day, before Wolf could even savor the bread prepared by the house elves, he was forcibly restrained by a group of Aurors who burst into the great hall. Wolf raised a hand to halt Theodore, who was ready to act, and cast a cool glance at the leader of the Auror squad, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Not even a moment for breakfast? You cannot arbitrarily remove a student from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall exclaimed furiously as she rushed down from the staff table. Draco Malfoy smashed the plate before him, drawing his wand with a fervor. Open your eyes and see clearly who you are confronting. The other Slytherins also drew their wands, the younger students being less formidable, but the 6th and 7th years were far from mere child's play with their spells. The Aurors likewise brandished their wands, prepared for any potential assault. Wolf paused momentarily, raising his staff. Please, my friends, take your seats. Do not let a minor disturbance ruin your meal. As he handed his staff to Astoria, he addressed Kingsley. Put away your wands, Aurors. I will accompany you, unless you wish to become fodder for the mere people in the Black Lake. The bronze scales of the WizardingWorld suddenly tipped towards the Dementor sculpture as Wolf stepped into the dock, and a burst of red light erupted from all 53 jury seats. This was the welcome ceremony prepared for him by unseen adversaries. Wolf held his head high, surveying the scene with disdain. Even bound by chains and shackles, his starry robes continued to shimmer gloriously. He resembled a prince on a journey, with the uniformly clad aurors serving as his guards, an arrogant embellishment to his presence. According to a special supplement of the Daily Prophet, Umbridge raised her pink parchment with her saccharine voice, as her shorthand quill began to inscribe accusations. This hero of the Chamber of Secrets had publicly declared last August that Muggles had the right to know of the existence of magic. A cold laugh emanated from Lucius Malfoy in the audience. This seasoned politician, twirling his serpent-headed wand, understood that the true battlefield was never here, no matter how sound the defense. When did the WizardingWorld's trial require consideration of the defendant's previous statements? Ugjual Caro murmured. Or do you understand that this is a charade, merely aimed at targeting Mr. Black's prior remarks? A ripple of light laughter arose from the audience, inciting a disturbance. Silence. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, struck her gavel heavily. Her face, noted by Grindelwald for its enduring charm, was now etched with frost. Had it not been for her duties, she would have preferred to forego this farcical spectacle altogether. Mr. Black, do you have any additional remarks regarding the matter of your slaying of Gilderoy Lockhart 3 days ago? If the pursuit of justice against evil necessitates a guilty verdict, then I shall accept it, Wolf stated calmly. Close your mouth, you wretched toad, Wolf retorted disdainfully at Umbridge. Do you even comprehend the words you utter? This is WizardingWorld, a place that values evidence, not a venue where you can spout nonsense simply because you possess a tabloid. His words elicited a wave of laughter from the aristocrats, led by Malfoy, who cast scornful glances toward Umbridge and the pale-faced Cornelius Fudge sitting beside her. Furthermore, might you investigate whether your so-called witnesses were present at the time? Amelia continued, after casting a silencing charm on the irate Umbridge. Can you elucidate why, under such circumstances, you chose to confront Lockhart? He was performing a blood magic ritual upon Astoria. Yet, at that moment, he had already lost his ability to act. You could have easily left the matter to the Ministry of Magic. Surely, you cannot still be oblivious to the fact that he is a worthless charlatan? He may deceive the masses and even Dumbledore, but how can you believe he was incapacitated at that time? After an intense debate, Amelia cast a furtive glance at Fudge and Dumbledore, who was seated with members of the Order of Merlin, his expression somewhat unnatural. Wolf leaned back, finding a relatively comfortable position. The simple chair of the trial had taken on the air of a throne beneath him. Observing Wolf's sardonic smile, the ministry officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that juncture, Dumbledore rose to his feet. Esteemed members of the WizardingWorld, the jury, and distinguished members of the Order of Merlin, allow me to share a few words. As he spoke, he approached Wolf. Mr. Black, everyone is prone to errors. No one could fathom that an adventurer capable of penning such splendid tales could indeed be a fraud, plagiarizing the deeds of others. He then turned to the bench. Addressing the assembly, as Mr. Black has articulated, none can accurately ascertain whether Gilderoy Lockhart posed a danger at that moment. Similarly, if one of your beloveds were subjected to such a vile curse, I believe no one could maintain their composure. At least, I cannot. I urge you all to consider this before the verdict. At that moment, a ministry official hurriedly approached Fudge, whispering a few words, which only served to deepen Fudge's scowl. He slammed his hand upon the table, rising furiously to glare at Wolf. Do you truly believe this will compel me to yield, Black? You have miscalculated. Wolf exchanged a glance with Lucius, both perceiving disdain and mockery in each other's eyes. Observing Fudge's hasty exit from the courtroom, it appeared as though he was fleeing in disgrace. What a pitiful creature, Tashiris Rogier remarked with a languid sigh. Let us proceed with the verdict. After deliberation, Amelia Burns struck the gavel. Those in favor of finding Wolf Black guilty, please raise your hands. Wolf surveyed the room, counting 14 votes. Those in favor of Wolf Black's acquittal, please raise your hands. 35 votes. Therefore, I hereby declare Wolf Black not guilty and order his immediate release. Behold, 14 mice have scurried forth from the gutter. Accompanied by Lucius and others, Wolf strides toward the Ministry of Magic's hall. Lucius nods slowly. I know what to do, sir. Do not kill. You understand my meaning. Are we all prepared, my friends? Wolf surveys the noble figures surrounding him. Let us commence a new round of struggle. For the greater good. For the greater good. Everyone choruses, fists clenched, gazes resolute. The bronze dome of the ministry's hall looms low in the silence. As Wolf pushes open the gilded doors at the end of the trial corridor, hundreds of eyes turn toward him, magnetically drawn. The entire hall is enveloped in silence, devoid of whispers or familiar pleasantries. Only the rustle of the Malfoy family's ermine cloaks flows between the columns. All await, anticipating the youth who was just confined to the judgment seat. His very being brims with stories. And even a mere glimpse could elevate magazine and newspaper sales to new heights. Just 7 hours ago, I was accused of murder. And a repugnant toad sought to brand me a threat to the tranquility of the magical realm with a newspaper in hand. Wolf's voice cleaved through the stagnant air like a tempered blade. He raised his hand to halt the amplification charm offered by Lucius Malfoy. But now, I must tell you, the true threat is emerging from Muggle laboratories, gnawing at our world with their venomous fangs of what they call technology. Perhaps you are unaware, but last week, Muggle scientists at Oxford announced they had decoded the molecular structure of phoenix tears. Wolf extended his palm, as if cradling an invisible horror. Their microscopes discern every tremor of magical energy, while the Ministry still employs 14th-century secrecy charms against the Muggles' newfangled cameras. The sound of a quill snapping echoed from the press box, Rita Skeeter's crimson ink suddenly spreading on parchment into a symbol of nuclear radiation, eliciting an exclamation from her. At an opportune moment, Tussilus Rosial projected a magical image, Muggle scientists dissecting a tree guardian in a sterile laboratory. As the scalpel sliced through the magical creature's skin, the hall filled with gasps. Do you know what Muggles call us? Wolf's voice soared, his starry cloak suddenly adorned with the 4 emblematic beasts of Hogwarts, galloping and clamoring upon it. They have established a department for dealing with supernatural phenomena, with a budget 300 times that of the Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. With a flick of his wand, Eugil Carlo conjured a projection of classified documents from the Pentagon, one page circled in red highlighting the magical energy weaponization program. These are our people, who risked their lives to obtain this information from the American Muggle Research Center. The Muggles have begun to study magical energy and use it to create weapons. Wolf stepped into the crowd, shadows slicing him into geometric shapes of power. Threats loomed from all directions. With every word he uttered, a burst of luminescence erupted in the air. The Muggle quantum experiments are penetrating our anti-phantasmic barriers. Muggle computer algorithms decipher ancient runes at a pace tenfold that of the most erudite Ravenclaw. Muggle gene editing and cloning technologies have the capability to create monsters immune to petrification. Social media algorithms manipulate thoughts more adeptly than the Cruciatus Curse. One might inquire why a noble Slytherin does not indulge in the pleasures of life, but instead frets over the fate of the magical realm. Even if the magical world were to be exposed, we could still thrive in Muggle society, where monetary value reigns supreme. Wolf's voice suddenly softened as he loosened his collar to reveal the eye of Tethys beneath his clavicle, for when Muggle nuclear bombs illuminate the skies above Hogwarts, they will not distinguish between Slytherin and Gryffindor. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the magical world's sphere. We shall strategize and endeavor to establish a division within the Wizarding Council dedicated to Muggle technological responses. We plan to embed magical observers within Muggle's premier academic institutions. We aim to transmute the internet's firewall through alchemy. The sudden downpour from above was a magical rain curtain controlled by Vandaro, each droplet reminiscent of the countdown to the invasion of Muggle technology. Some claimed I was a student of Grindelwald, an heir to the saints. Yes, I confess, and I even take pride in it. My mentor, the man you refer to as the first Dark Lord, was the first to open his eyes and perceive this world clearly. Do not forget, my friends, that the prophecies of my mentor have all come to fruition. Consider the toll of the Great War and the Second World War on Muggle lives. The 2 atomic bombs dropped by Americans on Japan shattered the Onmyoji's barriers, directly obliterating their wizarding towns. Thus, you may question, fear, or oppose his methods, but you cannot refute his prophetic vision. Wolf observed Vandaro shedding tears in the corner, and many saints began to weep. This was their perseverance, a lifelong allegiance. Now, let all who are willing to fight for the magical civilization step forward, as he gestured towards the cracked bronze gates, sunlight slicing through the dim hall like a sword. Follow this light out, or suffocate in the historical gutter of secrecy. As the first ministry official crossed the threshold between light and darkness, the bronze scales of Wisingamot collapsed thunderously. In the shattered shorthand pen of Rita Skeeter, the last remnants of ink began to seep, leaving prophetic markings upon the ministry floor. The future. Applause erupted in the hall. Some bowed in contemplation, others cheered profoundly, while some bore expressions of terror. My dearest friends, your applause is not for me, but for yourselves. For the actions we undertake today are of the utmost honor. For a greater good. Dumbledore stood in the shadows of the corner, restraining the ministry officials and Aurors led by Fudge. Chapter 14. A Heart Full of Regret. Wolf sat upon the iron seat in Grimmauld Place, from the bustling crowd to the ascent of the moon. At this moment, his face bore none of the fervor from his speech at the ministry, nor the forced smiles offered before Leah, only an endless solitude and sorrow. This marked Wolf's first encounter with death. The departure of Nicolene was perhaps somewhat poignant for him, yet ultimately, she was merely a stranger he had met once. However, Tedhose was different. He had long since woven himself into the fabric of Wolf's existence. Initially, Wolf had intended to extract a drop of his heart's blood once Tedhose was strong enough to endure it, never anticipating that he would leave in the act of saving Astoria. Unbeknownst to him, a companion named Wonkai had appeared by his side, silently watching the waning moon until the cast-iron bench in Grimmauld Square grew cold in the night. As for Tedhose, Astoria had already revealed everything to me. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Wonkai's face. That foolish girl was still concerned that I might struggle with reading, so she thoughtfully sent me a double-sided mirror. Wolf, I do not blame you, nor does Tedhose. You need not feel guilty. He did what he was meant to do, and had I been in his position, I would have acted likewise. Wolf embraced Wonkai tightly, burying his head in the thick fur of his neck, sobbing softly. Wonkai too was already weeping profusely. When you drive that iron stake into the heart of that wretched creature, make sure to wait for me, so that I can deliver the final blow. In the study of Black Manor, Wolf sat in the main seat, quietly observing Lucius Malfoy and Wendell Roque across from him. Sir, this time we have compelled Fudge to yield through our financial control over the Ministry of Magic and our business dealings in the North. I fear he may act out of desperation. A flicker of concern passed through the gray eyes beneath Lucius's platinum hair. Wendell scoffed, Mr. Malfoy, your worry seems somewhat excessive. With Fudge's cowardly and inept nature, he is unlikely to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with us. Furthermore, his parasites are firmly latched onto us, draining our strength. Yet a toad on one's foot is still a nuisance, Lucius remarked, taking a sip of red tea. Wolf stroked Wonkai's head, nestled in his lap. Recalling a wise saying from a great Eastern leader, underestimate the enemy strategically, yet regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. He found great wisdom in this. Turning his gaze towards Wendell, he added, Wendell, sometimes excessive pride is not beneficial, though Fudge may be a bit feeble. The mere fact that he occupies that position means he cannot be dismissed as incompetent. After a moment's contemplation, Wolf suggested, let us take a step back. After all, we have just struck him with a blow. It is only fair to offer him a piece of chocolate to sweeten the deal. What do you mean, sir? Lucius inquired, slightly puzzled. Let us allow the transportation of the potion materials from the American deal that Wendell recently secured to be handled by the Fudge family. Wolf pinched Wonkai's plump little paw, a glint of coldness suddenly flashing in his eyes. If that is not sufficient, dear Uncle Lucius, the monkey from the Knot family has been bouncing around for quite long enough. Let this task be assigned to Selwyn, Wendell interjected suddenly. These little rascals have not had a chance to stretch their legs for a long time. Let them enjoy themselves. As the brilliance of the stars began to wane, the vibrant stars within Hogwarts were poised to take their place. In this dark night, there remained a group of individuals who continued to shine bright. The two who exited Black Manor did not hasten away, but instead stood in Grimmauld Square. Lucius raised his gaze to the twinkling stars above. Wenda, what do you believe the Master truly thinks? In truth, there are many moments when I find the Master inscrutable. He oscillates between maturity and childishness, embodying a profound contradiction. Wenda furrowed his brow, also gazing at the celestial expanse. Yet overall, the Master is an exceptional leader. Look around you, Malfoy. The earliest followers of the Master, Shabini and Selwyn, have risen to a stature that rivals your own, while Greengrass has ascended to a prestigious family merely through a marriage contract, with business interests spanning diverse industries. As Lucius listened to Wenda's musings, he spoke slowly. He is not like my previous master, who was consumed by a gluttonous nature, relishing in the torment of others. The Master is deeply influenced by Eastern culture, valuing communal joy over solitary pleasure. Yet, why do some remain perpetually discontent? Flint, what must I do to save you? Malfoy murmured. They were now vassals of the Greengrass family, a matter that ought to trouble Cows. After Wenda's remarks, he cast a stern glance toward the street corner where Cows was hurrying along. After exchanging nods, Cows, under Monty's guidance, entered the Black Estate. I hope the Master does not become overly enraged, for that could lead to unfortunate consequences. Are you suggesting that Dwayne Flint, under my name, has embroiled himself in the internal strife of the Soros family, and has been profiting extensively? Wolf raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a bitter chuckle. Cows, filled with a mix of fury and guilt towards Wolf, recognized the gravity of the situation, especially as it involved his own family's vassal engaging in such rebellious actions. Master, how do you propose we address this? He is your vassal, not mine. You ought not to direct this query at me. Wolf regarded his future father-in-law with a teasing glint, then, exhibiting a lack of enthusiasm, added, you may handle it as you see fit. I have but one stipulation. The spectacle must be suitably grim, yet without excessive casualties. And do confer with Wenda to ensure the overall arrangement remains undisturbed. Once tranquility finally enveloped the study, Wolf stood by the window, bathed in moonlight, gazing at the barren ring finger, marked by a stark contrast of a ring's imprint. Tethys. Chapter 15. The stars begin to shine over Hogwarts. The previous day, at Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement, all members of the Star Society were gathered to compile a list. With the arrival of publications like the Daily Prophet, Young wizards were made aware of Wolf's speech at the Ministry of Magic, which resonated with many. Hermione, how many students from Gryffindor have applied to join us recently? Daphne Greengrass inquired from her position, arranging the parchment before her. Hermione paused in her writing, glancing at the modest tally in her hands. Only 7 applicants. However, one individual will surely surprise you. At this remark, all present looked up with curiosity, and Neville even leaned closer to glimpse Hermione's list. Percy Weasley? Neville exclaimed in astonishment, while Draco, seated opposite, reached out to snatch the parchment from Hermione's grasp. Hermione, are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? Draco scrutinized the list multiple times, still incredulous as he inquired. How could he possibly wish to join us? His parents are members of the Order of the Phoenix. Staunch loyalists to Dumbledore. Could there be some hidden agenda? Beside him, Blaise took the list from Draco's hands and examined it thoughtfully. There should be no conspiracy, he remarked. Despite Percy being a Gryffindor, his ambition, thirst for power, and pursuit of wealth rival that of any Slytherin. The Weasley family has long since exited the aristocratic circles. Although they bear the title of the Sacred 28, they possess neither industry nor influence. Relying solely on ancestral shadows to secure Arthur Weasley a thankless position as the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. Daphne tapped her fingers rhythmically on the long table, her mind racing. Moreover, Ronald Weasley openly provoked Mr. Lucius Malfoy last time, resulting in Mr. Malfoy reducing him to a mere minion within that department. Cedric Diggory interjected, their family lives next to ours, so I have some insider knowledge. Everyone turned to him, urging him to continue. Mr. Weasley's salary has always been modest, and since his demotion, his earnings have dwindled further. Most critically, for reasons unknown, Gringotts has expelled the eldest son, Bill Weasley. I heard that recently. Mrs. Weasley sought my father's assistance, hoping to borrow some funds to purchase vegetable seeds and household items. Because, you see, he is currently under the scrutiny of various factions. Davenport Selwyn chimed in. It may have been convenient for Mr. Malfoy to suppress Arthur Weasley. But to the outside world, it signals something significant. They wish to ally with him, and the Weasleys serve as a testament to that. Oh, this is truly a case of the city gate catching fire and the fish in the moat suffering, Draco jested irreverently. So, he himself refers to the minister's secretary at the ministry as a toad. Astoria quipped, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. The summer breeze wafted through the forbidden forest, carrying the scent of foliage and stirring ripples across the lake, tousling Harry's dark hair. He gazed at the nearby Weasley family, who were embroiled in a heated argument. His own thoughts swirling chaotically. This is no mere game of make-believe between schools, Ron. Percy said impatiently, fixing Ron with an exasperated look. What Mr. Black is undertaking is a monumental endeavor to transform the magical world. Did you not read the prophet this morning? Monumental endeavor? Spare me your grand ambitions. Ron spat contemptuously at Percy's feet. Your so-called grand endeavor amounts to betraying the family's beliefs to ally with a despicable murderer. George Weasley, one of the twins, intervened. Mind your words, Ron. The Wisingamot has already declared Mr. Black innocent. We admire his courage to confront the brutal realities. Your inappropriate remarks have already brought calamity upon our family. Father has been demoted, and our brother has been expelled. Can't you silence your tongue for once? Fred Weasley, the other twin, chimed in to echo his brother's sentiment. So, is Percy truly going to join that wretched Star Society? Ron continued to shout, his neck taut with indignation. Ready to become a pawn for dark wizards? Percy, his ears flushed with anger, was about to strike Ron, only to be firmly restrained by Fred. George stepped in front of them both. Ronald Bilious Weasley, this is your final warning. Shut your foul mouth. The jovial demeanor once characteristic of George had vanished, replaced by a somber seriousness that made distant Harry think he had witnessed Snape under the effects of the polyjuice potion. The family was already struggling to make ends meet. Our elder brother is facing constant rejections in his job search. Do you wish for them to starve in that dismal abode? Thus, you choose to capitulate, even to collude in wrongdoing? Ron's voice rose in pitch, attracting the attention of nearby young wizards. Professor Dumbledore once said that truth is often held by a select few. But the prerequisite is possessing the strength akin to Professor Dumbledore. Unable to contain himself any longer, Percy delivered a punch to Ron, sending him crashing to the ground. You speak of ideals when basic sustenance is a concern. Speak of truth. Ron, be realistic. Ideals and love are merely games for the affluent. George and Fred shouted in unison, pulling Percy back. Ron staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. You may fall into depravity. I will never bow to that despicable Slytherin. With that, he turned and dashed toward the castle. Harry witnessed the entire scene and absorbed the Weasley brothers' conversation, his already tumultuous thoughts becoming even more chaotic. He did not pursue Ron, instead gazing pensively at the Black Lake. Harry could not comprehend the vast chasm that seemed to exist between people. Despite being hailed as the savior from the moment he entered the magical realm, and being the center of attention, He found himself in Gryffindor with no friends beyond Ron. Even Ron, he recalled with a pang, had evaded his gaze during the dueling club, hardly a true friend. A flash of green light flickered on Harry's forehead, causing him to gasp in pain. The primary flaw of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix lay in its excessive idealism. Its utopia had never accounted for practical issues, as ideals require a foundation in reality. Just returning from the Forbidden Forest with potion ingredients, Snape and Professor Sprout had witnessed the Weasley family's quarrel in its entirety. Wolf was correct. Self-interest is the cornerstone of power. It is the essence of all organizations. When they arrived at the room of requirement, Wolf had already prepared tea. Astoria was amusing herself with Wonkai and Solbus nearby. Come sit. Wolf gestured for them to take their seats, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. In fact, the reason I called you here is that I have a favor to ask of you. As he spoke, he filled their cups with tea. By the way, this is the Eastern red tea brought by the wandering poet, said to originate from a place called Ishing, which is quite renowned for its tea. You are quite the connoisseur. However, I am curious. By conventional standards, we Westerners generally do not drink tea. How did you come to know so much about it? In Wolf's eyes gleamed a spark of excitement, akin to a solitary traveler encountering a kindred spirit. Unbeknownst to the gentleman, my grandfather had an affinity for tea, an inclination that I have unwittingly inherited. Rolf spoke somewhat bashfully. Meanwhile, Neville raised his cup, and, like a cow voraciously consuming peonies, drained it in one gulp. Sir, I am not well versed in the art of tea. I find it rather bitter, and a touch of sugar would enhance it. Wolf chuckled softly, choosing not to expound on the intricacies of tea, but instead retrieving an unopened package of new tea from a nearby drawer to present to Rolf. Since Mr. Scamander enjoys tea, please send him a package on my behalf. Wolf then placed a box at the tea table, yet did not open it. I have always harbored a deep gratitude towards Mr. Scamander. Without him, I suspect I would still be in the forests of Albania, reliant solely on Wonkai for companionship. After all, who knows if the owls of Hogwarts could safely traverse the strait? Rolf and Neville, discerning the gravity of the moment, refrained from responding. Recognizing that their esteemed companion seemed to have encountered or comprehended something profound, his desire to express himself palpable. They merely needed to be attentive listeners, or rather, silent confidants. During those 5 years in Albania, apart from Wonkai, I possessed nothing and lived in constant vigilance against the sudden assaults of Voldemort, engulfed in turmoil daily. At that time, aside from my innate ability as an animagus, I wielded no other magic. Had it not been for the creatures in that forest, Wonkai and I might have long been consumed by Nagini. Astoria gently plucked the lute in the corner, while Wolf sipped his red tea, closing his eyes to listen, murmuring, "What a beautiful rendition of Greensleeves." Wolf showed no inclination to await their inquiries, continuing to speak to himself. Thus, I have always felt an inexplicable affinity and trust towards magical creatures. He turned his gaze to Rolf. Your grandfather once remarked that I possess an extraordinary talent in the breeding and taming of magical creatures, surpassing that of spellcraft. A fleeting thought seemed to cross his mind, as a charming smile graced his lips. I still vividly recall the first encounter with Mr. Scamander, when Wonkai was chasing that little niffler. Rolf, you may not be aware, but since my earliest memories, the first genuine respite I experienced was within your grandfather's suitcase, nestled atop the belly of a venomous tentacula. Hence, I posed to your grandfather a rather absurd question. Mr. Scamander, what must I offer to obtain a suitcase akin to yours? Wolf waved his hand to halt Rolf's impending query, and so I acquired this very suitcase. Its space no less ample than Mr. Scamander's. All the magic it harbors is bestowed by Mr. Scamander himself, enhanced by Dumbledore's blessing. I entrust it to you, Rolf. Please care for the creatures within. By the way, there is a house elf named Tom inside. He is a splendid assistant, and I leave him in your capable hands. Sir, this, Rolf stammered, glancing between the box and Wolf, momentarily at a loss for words. You have flawlessly inherited the talents of Mr. Scamander. I can see your genuine affection for magical creatures, a sentiment that surpasses even my own. Wolf, on the other hand, reclined languidly in his chair, as if freed from an immense burden, and gestured dismissively towards Rolf. In the realm of herbology, Neville possesses unparalleled aptitude, and thus I hope you can reserve a patch of land by the small lake near the box, allowing him to fully unleash his talents. It originated from Scamander, and today, I return it to him. Wolf slowly closed his eyes, murmuring softly. He then waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. Neville and Rolf exchanged a glance and rose together to bow in gratitude to Wolf for his nurturing support. Are you truly willing to part with it? I recall how much you invested in those magical creatures, said Leah. There is no question of willingness. Leah, Wolf slowly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the marble ceiling above. Astoria keenly observed the weary bloodshot veins that had long since overtaken Wolf's pupils. Leah, I am no longer that boy who yearned for freedom and boundless horizons. The development of the stars and the growth of constellations have drained me of far too much energy. Wolf gently grasped Astoria's small hand, tenderly kneading it. My original dream was to become a magnificent beastmaster, yet reality is often harsh. I have long been swept away by the tides of fate, and if I cannot persist in my efforts, maintain my strength, and showcase my abilities, Leah, whether we are stars or constellations, we shall be devoured entirely by those pure-blooded hyenas, even to the marrow of our bones. Wolf gently embraced Astoria, his gaze fixed upon the dragon-shaped mark on her forehead. Before bestowing a soft kiss upon it, he did not reveal to her that he had always been a selfish individual, afraid of the finality of death, particularly the loss of a beloved, thus shying away from embracing pure and fervent emotions. He had Wonkai and his Leah, and that was sufficient for him. Chapter 17, The Prototype of the Godfather. Wolf, in the adjacent lounge, enjoyed an unusually peaceful afternoon nap while Astoria quietly read beside him, cradling Wonkai in her arms. Suddenly, she felt the two-way mirror growing warm, and the voice of her sister, Daphne Granger, emanated from within. Leah, is the gentleman near you? Astoria hastily turned off the mirror, fearing her sister's voice might disturb Wolf's slumber. Yet, at that moment, Wolf had already opened his eyes. Leah, please invite Daphne over. After rising and tidying himself up, Wolf brewed another cup of tea, engaging in casual conversation with Astoria as he awaited Daphne's arrival. Before long, Daphne and Hermione entered the room of requirement in unison. Daphne directly handed Wolf a piece of parchment. Sir, here is the list of students who have applied to join the Constellation Society over the past few days. We have conducted a preliminary screening, and only 6 remain, among which Percy Weasley requires your assessment. Wolf took the parchment and gestured for them to sit, while Astoria poured each of them a cup of red tea. One might consider relaxing the requirements somewhat. Daphne and Hermione. Wolf cast a glance at the list on the parchment, casually setting it aside as he lifted his teacup to take a sip. What we are engaged in is not of a clandestine nature. You may temporarily classify the Starlight Society as a cooperative learning group. As long as they do not enter merely to cause disruption, we can welcome them. Daphne, your instructors should have taught you that no powerful organization is impervious to infiltration. Not even the Saints or the Order of the Phoenix are exceptions. Moreover, the Starlight Society is a relatively loose school club. Therefore, it would be wise to be bold, to broaden our horizons, to embrace first, then assimilate. Ultimately, regardless of their initial intentions for joining us, they will become true allies. Daphne and Hermione exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of uncertainty and admiration in the other's eyes. Hermione turned to Wolf. You possess a grand vision, sir, yet I find myself puzzled. If we are unable to assimilate them, would the Starlight Society not merely become a sieve, vulnerable to scrutiny? Wolf smiled, his gaze towards Hermione filled with appreciation, and he retrieved 2 books from his drawer, handing them to her. One was the Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government, and the other, Quotations from Great Men. I am heartened by your progress, particularly you, Hermione. Your keen political intuition seems as instinctual as breathing. If you are interested, this summer, I can arrange for Tassilius Rosier to introduce you to the political life of adults. In truth, Wolf had initially intended to arrange for Lucius. But considering Hermione's background and Lucius's still unresolved attitude, he reconsidered. Hermione respectfully accepted the books, expressing her gratitude to Wolf. He waved his hand dismissively. Daphne, Wenda Rosier possesses many admirable qualities. Her knowledge, poise, and political acumen are exemplary. These are the attributes I wish for you to learn from her, which is the reason I have encouraged you to take her as your mentor. However, she can sometimes exhibit excessive pride, a common flaw among her generation of saints, which you should be wary of. After some idle conversation, Wolf dismissed the 2, instructing Daphne to summon Percy Weasley to the room of requirement, where he would await him. Once they departed, Wolf penned a letter to Wenda, requesting her to arrange a suitable position for Bill Weasley. There was no need to overlook a talent capable of contributing to the curse-breaking work at Gringotts due to some trivial matters. It sufficed to keep him away from the core of the Starlight Society for now, allowing for the release of some amicable signals towards Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Good day, Mr. Weasley. Wolf observed the slightly breathless Weasley, who had rushed in, shaking his head with a gentle chuckle as he poured him a cup of red tea. Good day, Mr. Black. May I inquire as to why you sought me? Percy lifted the teacup and drank it in one go, his excitement at guessing the reason for Wolf's summons rendering him oblivious to the scalding heat of the tea. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Weasley. I noticed your submitted application and wish to discuss it with you. Wolf slowly sipped his tea and spoke softly, his tone devoid of pressure, akin to the casual pleasantries exchanged between old friends. Yet Percy abruptly straightened his posture, as if he were preparing for an exceedingly important interview. His face flushed with excitement as he rose abruptly, bowing deeply to Wolf. Wolf gestured for him to sit down, indicating that such fervor was unnecessary. I am most curious as to why you chose to join the Stars Society. You must comprehend my intent. For I do not refer merely to the simple act of mutual learning. Without hesitation, Percy blurted out his response, as though he had rehearsed it 1,000 times in his mind. For the greater good, sir, I wish to follow you and partake in this grand endeavor. To etch my name, Percy Weasley, into the annals of history. However, innovation inevitably stirs unrest, which stands in stark contrast to Dumbledore's philosophy. He seeks stability, a gradual reform akin to a frog slowly boiled in water. You may risk a rift with your family, or even your own life as a consequence. Sir, I have read the chronicles of history and understand that change is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. It is precisely because I grasp this truth that I am willing to follow you as a pioneer. Percy's emotions surged, his voice rising in intensity, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Sir, I am aware that many ridicule me, claiming I am enamored with power, obsessed with wealth, and unreasonably ambitious. A most impure lion of Gryffindor. Wolf observed the fervently uncontrolled Percy, momentarily lost in thought, as though he beheld a lion trapped in a quagmire, howling in despair and rage. Yet, sir, no matter how impure I may be, I remain a Gryffindor. I possess the courage to confront a bleak existence, the bravery to face the spattering of blood, and the audacity to leap into the roaring flames in pursuit of noble ideals. I shall restore the glory of the Weasley name to its former brilliance. I shall grant you an opportunity, Percy, as long as you do not forget your original intentions. Ambition is never to be feared. It is ineptitude that instills trepidation. Wolf rose, accepting the starry robe handed to him by Astoria, and personally draped it over Percy. Chapter 18, The Divided Weasley. Write a letter? What could one possibly convey in a letter that is not more directly expressed in person? Ron, hurry up and step outside. You are blocking the fireplace. Molly suddenly heard her youngest daughter Ginny's voice, and felt a twinge of confusion. However, before she could investigate, she spotted two figures approaching from beyond the fence, her husband Arthur and their son Bill. As Molly carried potatoes and vegetable salad to the table, she grumbled to her third son Percy. Yet, she failed to notice that her sons Percy and the twins were staring blankly at the meager meal laid out before them. Where's the meat? Mom, I want chicken legs. Fred and George, sitting across from Ron, erupted in fury, each grabbing a handful of Ron's hair and forcefully pressing his head onto the dining table. Percy, too, stood up, reaching across the long table to slap Ron. Chicken legs. I told you to eat chicken legs. Molly was rendered speechless with shock, while Arthur Weasley wore a grim expression. Torn between anger at Ron's thoughtlessness and guilt over his own perceived inadequacy, he devotedly followed Dumbledore and diligently worked at the Ministry of Magic, yet in the end, he could not even fulfill his son's simple request for a chicken leg. Bill drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the twins released their grip, while Percy, who attempted to retaliate, found himself immobilized in place. His tone revealed neither anger nor joy. He merely stated, "You have frightened Mother and Ginny." After Arthur had consoled Molly, he turned to Percy with a stern expression. "Brother, the new overturned alley will write to you. The gentleman assured me that he would arrange for an interview invitation. I have already received it, Percy. So it was you who sought out Black?" Bill raised an eyebrow, surprised to see his typically proud brother bowing his head voluntarily. At that moment, Ron, regaining his composure, erupted in fury. He has allied himself with that despicable, malevolent Slytherin. He has joined that damned Order of the Phoenix. Percy ignored him, as did the rest of the family, except for Ginny, who, startled by his sudden outburst, dove into Molly's embrace. It was not I who sought this. It was the gentleman who took the initiative. He stated that it was all a misunderstanding. And who would have thought that Malfoy's careless remarks would be misconstrued by the outside world? Arthur suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. His family faced such turmoil, forced to subsist on nothing but potatoes and vegetable salads, all due to someone else's thoughtlessness. George noticed his father's grim expression and gently tugged at Percy's robe sleeve. However, Percy paid him no mind, effortlessly freeing his robe from George's grasp. "Father, sometimes we must consider our family as well. Are Professor Dumbledore's ideals and the beliefs we once pursued overly idealistic?" Fred chimed in. "You risked your lives for him. Yet he never contemplated your survival. Professor Dumbledore stands too high. He only sees the grand aspirations from afar. He cannot perceive our struggles at the brink of survival." Seeing Percy and Fred speak up, George felt emboldened and directly addressed Arthur, whose face grew increasingly grave. Enough. Arthur could no longer suppress his anger, slamming his hand down. "Are you blaming my inadequacy? Or are you lamenting your birth into this family?" Percy stood up to face his father's fury, undeterred. "No, Father. We do not intend to blame you. We are grateful to you and Mother for bringing us into this world. However, Father, ideals cannot be eaten. Have you ever considered why, due to a 12-year-old's foolish words, we are forced to eat potatoes at home every day? Why has such an accomplished brother been expelled and unable to find work?" At this moment, Molly was reduced to tears, tightly holding Ginny, feeling both guilt and helplessness, along with a twinge of regret. She could only murmur repeatedly, "Please, stop arguing, stop arguing." Bill, who had remained silent, finally stood up, tearing at his collar to reveal a scar on his chest. "Father, this time I stand with my brothers. During my time in Egypt, I became acutely aware that as a curse breaker without influential connections, I was destined to charge headlong into danger, while those privileged offspring, those gilded individuals, could effortlessly reap the rewards of our arduous endeavors after we had traversed every obstacle, claiming the accolades and substantial bonuses that rightfully belonged to us. Father, awaken to the reality. This is a society where individuals devour one another." Ron, observing his father lost in thought, kicked the chair away. The once busy knitting needles fell silent, shattering as they struck the floor, and the partially completed sweater, emblazoned with bold letters across the chest, became utterly ruined, soaked by the potato soup that had been spilled earlier. "So, in light of these setbacks, you choose to collude with dark wizards and execute their nefarious plans? If we bow to the powerful over something as trivial as potatoes, wouldn't the Weasleys become spineless? Is Gryffindor, stripped of dignity, still that proud lion?" At that moment, Ginny broke free from Molly's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she delivered a fierce kick to Ron. "I've longed to kick you for ages. If it weren't for you, how could our family have descended into such disarray? If it weren't for your penchant for showboating and grandstanding, how could others target us so relentlessly? It's all because of you. It's all your fault." Suddenly overwhelmed, Ginny sank to the floor, burying her head in her knees, her quiet sobs echoing in the once vibrant living room. "You think you're so superior. You're so proud. You're incredible. You spend your days looking down on this and concocting tales about that, trailing behind Harry as if you are untouchable. Have you ever considered me? I'm just the poor little sister, labeled the braggart-esque sibling, with not a single friend to my name. Do you even realize that? Do you?" The family fell into a heavy silence, and Ron, who still wished to protest, was silenced by Bill's spell. All eyes were upon Ginny, who was crumpled on the floor, weeping uncontrollably, leaving everyone at a loss for words. "Father, I cannot interfere with your choices, nor can I alter your decisions. I no longer wish to be part of this. I have successfully joined the Star Society, and Fred and George have submitted their applications as well. You may disregard the honor of the Weasleys and choose to remain in that feudal department, but please, think of Mother and Ginny. I'm so sorry, Mother, for frightening you today. I truly apologize." With that, the two siblings emptied their pockets, revealing 3 golden galleons, savings they had painstakingly accumulated, originally intended for the development of new joke products. They helped Ginny to her feet and bowed to Molly. "Goodbye, Mother." As the trio's figures vanished from the fireplace, Bill stepped forward to embrace Molly. "Mother, the order provides accommodations. I will be staying there from now on, and I will send my wages to you." "I'm sorry, Mother." Suddenly, the clock on the wall, which displayed the whereabouts of the family, fell to the ground. Due to a momentary whim of power, the once united Weasley family lay in tatters. As for whether they could ever reconcile, only time would tell. Chapter 19. The Weasleys' Yearning for Home. "Sir, I find myself at a loss for words to express my current state of mind. I require your assistance." Percy languidly reclined against the back of his chair, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, resembling a lost lamb, helpless and adrift. Wolf gently tapped the table, signaling Percy to look at him, and then handed him an empty teacup. As Percy grasped the cup, Wolf began to pour tea into it, overflowing the vessel until the scalding liquid caused Percy to reflexively discard the cup. "Does it hurt?" Wolf inquired, his gaze unwavering as he studied Percy's eyes. "Yes." Percy stared blankly at his reddened fingers, seemingly grasping Wolf's implication, yet still hesitating. "Sir, that is my father after all. I cannot." Wolf interrupted him with a wave of his hand, turning his attention to George, one of the twins. "How much gold galleons have you invested in those tricks you study? And what profits do you anticipate upon success?" Fred and George exchanged a glance, their eyes glinting with excitement. They were baffled by Wolf's sudden act of scalding Percy. But while they might not have been able to interject on other matters, they could speak endlessly for days about magical tricks without repeating themselves. However, it has already yielded nearly 2 galleons in profit for us. Moreover, prank items like the skiving snack box have always been immensely popular. We can barely keep up with the demand. Wolf observed the enthusiastic twins, waving his hand dismissively before turning to the still-dazed Percy. "Percy, what do you think of their small venture?" "It is merely a child's plaything, sir. It hardly qualifies as a business." "Hermione, what is your perspective on the Weasley twins' magical tricks?" Hermione set aside her book, approached Wolf, and addressed Percy. She articulated her plans in one breath, then looked to Wolf, awaiting his assessment. "Percy, this illustrates the disparity in perspective brought about by one's environment. Although Hermione hails from a Muggle family, her parents run a dental practice, which has undoubtedly nurtured her capitalist mindset from a young age. While you perceive these as mere trifles, she can discern opportunities within them and propose scalable suggestions in a short span. In truth, I have delved deeply into the Weasley family. Aside from your parents, your elder brother Bill Weasley was once one of the most esteemed curse breakers in Africa's pyramids, yet has faced constant oppression due to his lack of connections. Your second brother Charlie Weasley currently toils in a dragon sanctuary in Romania, undertaking perilous work for meager pay. As for the 5 of you still studying, aside from Ronald, the other 4 possess extraordinary talents. Your political acumen is keen, rivaling Hermione's. The twins' ability to independently create such a diverse array of magical products showcases their alchemical prowess. To my knowledge, Ginny's talent in spells is also exceptional. Yet, you are all constrained by your circumstances. You resemble frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to glimpse the broader world beyond. Wolf observed the 3, now lost in contemplation, and sipped the now slightly lukewarm tea. The poverty of the Weasley family has stifled your potential. If one were to imagine, dear Percy, that you were born into an aristocratic family, that the twins had a genuine master of alchemy, and that Ginny possessed a wand perfectly attuned to her essence. Can you envision what you would be like in such circumstances? From the moment you entered this room, I have regarded you with admiration, at the very least. You are not devoid of compassion. However, the Weasleys, in their pursuit of ideals and the realization of their talents, require gold galleons. To discuss lofty aspirations detached from reality is to construct a castle in the air, destined to collapse. Wolf retrieved a small pouch from his drawer, charmed with an unnoticeable extension charm, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Percy. Inside were 100 galleons. Do not refuse it. Take it to acquire more books for yourself, to procure a suitable wand for Ginny, and perhaps a new robe. Noticing Percy's instinctive inclination to decline, Wolf swiftly gestured otherwise. The remainder is to be left for the twins as seed money for their research. The Weasleys exchanged glances. But ultimately, it was Percy who tucked the small pouch into his embrace. Sir, we will repay you in due time. This is not a loan, Percy. It is an investment. I have always believed in your potential. Were it not for our differing positions, I might have even visited your mother. For it is rare to find an entire family of such exceptional caliber, encompassing the entirety of magical history. Wolf reclined languidly in his armchair, closing his eyes as he spoke slowly. As for your father, Percy, when the teacup feels too hot to hold, set it down to cool before savoring. Do not let the foolishness of the previous generation hinder your own growth. The 3 rose and bowed in unison. Thank you, sir. In the time that followed, under Astoria's empathetic gaze, Wolf diligently addressed the issues faced by the Star Society in the request room. The incessant owls and two-way mirror meetings left him somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, Hermione and Daphne's rapid development alleviated much of his burden. Time passed quietly amidst the busyness, with Wolf residing in the request room until the evening of the year-end banquet. Wolf, this marks the conclusion of our second academic year together. Astoria nestled against him, her soft voice lingering sweetly in his ear. Wolf wrapped his arms around her gently, pressing a tender kiss to her pristine forehead. Astoria, we shall have many more years together before we bid farewell to this world. Chapter 20, Parting Ways. Before the year-end banquet commenced, in the Slytherin common room, Gemma Farley was mixing a cocktail, feeling quite jubilant. The wooden figure had finally come to his senses and confessed his feelings to her that very morning. Yet, recalling how she had been dragged from her warm bed by her friend Relisa, disheveled and bleary-eyed, only to find Atlantis burst kneeling before her with a bouquet of flowers. She felt a surge of irritation towards that insufferable girl. At that moment, Burst approached from behind Farley, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder. What are you pondering, my dear? Could you please pay a little more attention? The stench of romance is nearly unbearable, making it difficult for me to keep my eyes open. Well, you should also find someone. I fear you might be unwanted. Rueli accepted the cocktail that Farley offered, savoring it sip by sip, and shot him an exaggerated eye roll. The admirers pursuing me could line up from the dungeons of Slytherin all the way to the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. Do I really need to go out searching? At that moment, Beasley observed the 7th-year students streaming in from the direction of the dormitories and gently inquired, "Have you seen Marcus Flint recently?" Rueli and Gemma followed Beasley's gaze, and indeed, Marcus was nowhere to be found amidst the bustling crowd. Rueli took a sip of her cocktail and mused, while Gemma echoed her friend's sentiments. "It's rather foolhardy. I hear he has been amassing wealth in Scandinavia under the guise of Mr. Flint. I wonder how the Gringotts family ultimately dealt with it. All I know is that Dwayne Flint turned himself in at the Ministry of Magic." At that moment, Wolf entered, leading Astoria through the stone doors, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He released Astoria's hand, accepted the butterbeer from Theodore, and strolled into the center of the crowd. "My dear friends, we have arrived at the conclusion of yet another academic year. After this evening's feast, we shall part ways. Firstly, let us congratulate the 5th and 7th-year students on their outstanding achievements in their respective wizarding examinations. Come, let us raise our glasses." Wolf raised his goblet, surveyed the room, and drank deeply. All the students followed suit, lifting their goblets and cheering, "Cheers. To the graduates, I say, if your families cannot secure suitable employment for you, feel free to seek me out in New Turn Alley. I shall do my utmost to allow you to showcase your talents. And do not forget the annual graduate gathering in August." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with some of the more disheartened graduates from less prestigious or mixed families casting grateful glances at Wolf. Friends, let us raise our glasses once more. Let us celebrate. Here's to tomorrow. Here's to freedom. Glory to Slytherin. Radiance belongs to us. Glory to Slytherin. The Hogwarts Great Hall was lavishly decorated, and Dumbledore was delivering his end-of-year address. In the end, with a series of inexplicable points awarded to Harry, the House Cup was bestowed upon Gryffindor. This incited considerable dissatisfaction among the other houses, who began to protest loudly. Even Professor McGonagall, upon receiving the House Cup, cast a resentful glance at Dumbledore. However, Oldby was left with no alternative. If he did not intervene, Harry would soon become invisible within the school. Wolf's reputation was too formidable, his brilliance too overwhelming. Under Wolf's leadership, Slytherin had transformed dramatically from its previous image. United yet not blindly obedient, proud yet not arrogant, confident yet not conceited. They no longer valued bloodline over merit, but instead prioritized ability. They respected every formidable individual, regardless of strength or knowledge. No longer did they bully the weak. They would occasionally extend their help, not proactively, but they would not shy away when the opportunity arose. They have thoroughly embodied Wolf's assertion that the strong will only draw their swords against the stronger. Consequently, other academies no longer harbor dislike or fear towards Slytherin. And some audacious badgers have even attempted to forge friendships with the Slytherin serpents. Thus, even though Gryffindor faces isolation and hostility from other young wizards, Dumbledore is compelled to act accordingly. Harry requires his own foundation and fertile ground for growth. Wolf, seated at the head of the table, gazed upon the ever-expanding assembly. A smile gracing his lips as he tapped the table, causing a cup of red tea to materialize before each individual. The summer vacation is imminent, my friends. Yet we must not allow ourselves to become complacent due to the holiday. Sipping his tea, Wolf gently spoke, and all fell silent, awaiting his directives. Theodore, Devel, Mitch, you must seek out Cotselwen. He will arrange training for you, as your abilities necessitate enhancement. Neville, I have already asked Professor Snape to inform Professor Sprout. You will be spending this summer at her practical research base. Cedric, Blaise, Draco, you will accompany Lucius Malfoy. His exceptional diplomacy, if you can glean even a fraction of it, will be invaluable for your futures. Twins, you will apprentice at the Magical Artifact Factory in Knockturn Alley. Shauna and Daphne will continue their studies with Wenda. If there are no further matters, I shall remain in Knockturn Alley, should anything arise. Feel free to seek me out or contact me directly via the two-way mirror. As everyone listened to Wolf's arrangements, there was no dissent, for these were indeed opportunities for targeted personal advancement. Now, my friends, strive for a better self and for greater good. The assembly raised their teacups, substituting tea for wine, exclaiming, for a better self and for the greater good. Chapter 21. The Organizational Structure of the Constellation Society. Meanwhile, the core members of the Constellation Society, led by Wenda Rosier and Coyus Greengrass, had long awaited in the office. Everyone, please, Wolf said, brushing off the dust from the fireplace as he made his way to the head seat, whereupon the others rose to greet him respectfully. Please, take your seats. Wolf accepted the red tea brewed by Madame Shabini and addressed the assembly, turning to Wenda, who, through their prolonged collaboration, instinctively understood Wolf's unspoken inquiry. She retrieved a leather pouch and presented a document to him, simultaneously elucidating, in accordance with your directives, we have thoroughly integrated the saints and nobles, thereby constructing the overall framework of the Constellation Society. First, we shall establish a board of directors, with you as the chairman, alongside the heads of the 6 prominent families, Rosier, Greengrass, Malfoy, Shabini, Selwyn, and Carlo, who will serve as directors. Second, we shall form a secretariat. Due to your busy schedule, Madame Shabini and I will serve as your secretaries to assist in managing affairs, overseeing the financial transactions of the entire Constellation Society. Thirdly, the establishment of the Political Relations and Internal Inspection Department, abbreviated as the Administration Department, is to be led by Kais Greenglass as the minister, with Tusi Rhys Roser serving as the deputy minister. This department will oversee the Internal Inspection Division, Internal Management Division, and Human Resources Division. Fourthly, the formation of the Business Development and Product Research Department, known as the Commerce Union Department, will be headed by Uger Carlo as the minister, with Torbers de serving as the deputy minister. It will encompass the Market Research Division, Sales Division, and Production Research Division. Fifthly, the establishment of the Supply Management and Customer Service Department, referred to as the Customer Service Department, will be directed by Sia Shafiq as the minister, with Mrs. Longbadun serving as the deputy minister. This department will be responsible for the Supply Management Division, Legal Division, and Customer Service Division. Sixthly, the creation of the Security and Special Operations Department, known as the Security Department, will be led by Kotes Selwyn as the minister, with Vince Avery serving as the deputy minister. It will include the Guard Unit, Intelligence Gathering Division, and Special Operations Team. Seventhly, The formation of the Political Transactions and World Trade Department, abbreviated as the Foreign Affairs Department, will be headed by Lucius Malfoy as the minister, with Rogers Phalli, the patriarch of the Phalli family, as the deputy minister. This department will oversee the Foreign Affairs Division and Foreign Trade Division. Wolf listened attentively as Vanda elucidated the contents on the parchment, subsequently placing it into a nearby drawer. He exhaled deeply. You have spoken at length yet failed to address the crux of the matter. Is it fear of me or distrust that has rendered you so hesitant? Vanda and Lucius exchanged glances, refraining from responding, their silence palpable. I have no objections to the organizational structure you have constructed, nor do I dispute the personnel mentioned therein. However, I implore you to refrain from such subterfuge in my presence in the future. The distinction between the Star Society and the Saints, as well as the Death Eaters, lies in the fact that the Star Society is a commercial alliance formed by a collective of like-minded individuals. Unlike my mentor, who relied solely upon his charisma and noble beliefs to command unwavering loyalty from the Saints, I am not a Voldemort-like master, wielding a whip and feeding upon the Death Eaters. As a commercial alliance, we shall inevitably encounter profits and losses, which naturally pertains to equity distribution. Since you are reluctant to address this matter, allow me to articulate it. Wolf drained his cup of red tea and surveyed the assembly. Each year, we shall allocate 10% as seed capital for the upcoming year and another 10% as year-end bonuses for the employees. The remaining 80% will see 2/5 allocated to Blake and 1/10 to each of you. Do you have any objections? The 6 patriarchs exchanged glances, rising simultaneously to bow before Wolf. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. Upon exiting Wolf's office, Cotes Selwyn could not help but express his sentiments to Lucius. He truly is a benevolent man, and his trust in us is remarkable, especially without absolute control. Lucius cast him a meaningful glance, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Yet he remained silent, shaking his head and departing. Cote felt a chill at Lucius's gaze and pulled his friend Euger Carlo aside. Is it not so? Come now, Cote. You are the head of a family and have followed the Sir for so long. Why have you not made any progress? Euger sighed, gazing at the increasingly bewildered Kurt with a twinge of sympathy, and spoke to elucidate his thoughts. The gentleman is sufficiently generous and exudes confidence. Yet this assurance is rooted in absolute strength. Do you believe that a man poised to reach the level of a Grand Mage by the age of 15 would be concerned about us? To put it differently, as a board member of Hogwarts, do you think Dumbledore would worry about us forcibly deposing him from his position as headmaster? Do you dare? Euger cast a furtive glance at the door of Wolf's office. We merely need to perform our duties diligently under his guidance, avoiding the misguided ambitions that Flint harbors. As you mentioned, the gentleman is undeniably generous. He will not shortchange us. Kurt finally comprehended the meaning behind Lucius's gaze. It was a look reserved for fools. At that moment, only he and Wenda remained in Wolf's office. Wolf scrutinized another document handed to him by Wenda, pondering the robustness of the shops in Diagon Alley. Are the backers of these establishments truly that formidable? If we wish to establish a similar shop, we would have to source our goods from afar, inevitably raising our costs and leaving us vulnerable to their price wars. Wolf tapped his fingers lightly on the table, suddenly inquiring, how has Bill Weasley been faring at his job lately? Think of a way to obtain a photograph of Ron Weasley's pet rat and deliver it to my uncle imprisoned in Azkaban, Wolf instructed. Wenda looked perplexed and intrigued, furrowing his brow as he regarded Wolf. Remember to keep it discreet. We must avoid revealing our involvement. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Observing Wenda's growing confusion, Wolf couldn't help but chuckle softly. After Snape took me to meet Sirius Black, I conducted an investigation into his past, and I surmise he was likely wronged. The true culprit was probably Peter Pettigrew. Are you suggesting that Ron's rat is Peter Pettigrew? Wenda exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Wolf. Is the reputation of the Order of Merlin to be dragged through the mud again? First, there was the fraud Gilderoy Lockhart, and now a murderer in Peter Pettigrew? Indeed. Both are illegal animagi, one a black dog, the other a rat. I understand, sir. Once Sirius learns of Peter's survival, he will undoubtedly seek a way to escape from Azkaban. Even if his abilities are limited, we can offer some assistance. Once he breaks free, it will incite panic, and chaos will ensue. At that point, we simply need to lure him to Diagon Alley. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wenda's eyes, his face alight with joy. Wenda, you truly merit every commendation my teacher could bestow upon you, Wolf remarked with a gentle laugh, pouring Wenda a cup of red tea, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, it matters not whether Sirius himself appears in Diagon Alley. What is crucial is that the attack must be attributed to him. I understand, sir. Chapter 22, The Misfortunes of Fudge. The extensive personnel adjustments at the Star Society have drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic. The following day, Cornelius Fudge arrived at Knockturn Alley. Minister of Welfare. What brings you here without prior notice? Is this not a breach of etiquette? Wendell greeted Fudge and his entourage with a smile that barely concealed his true feelings. Fudge cast a wary glance at Wendell, then surveyed the group of Malfoys trailing behind him. Where's Wolf Black? Is he not here? Wendell maintained a facade of cordiality as he led the way, knowing full well that Wolf was in the office, observing them from the glass window. After all, no one could predict whether Fudge would make an unexpected move, particularly given his notorious reputation for sycophancy. An additional label of suspicion and jealousy would hardly trouble him. Thus, instead of responding defensively, it was preferable to wait in the office, where he could manage whatever schemes Fudge might devise behind closed doors. Upon receiving the signal that Wendell and his party had ascended, Wolf deliberately feigned just having emerged from the fireplace, brushing off non-existent dust from his robes. Minister Fudge, I must apologize for my lack of a proper welcome, he said, extending his right hand from several paces away. He quickly closed the distance, warmly grasping Fudge's hand and guiding him towards the tea table while continuing to speak. Your visit truly elevates this humble establishment. Wolf executed the customary pleasantries for receiving esteemed guests with aplomb. Fudge, seasoned in the ways of high office, was not easily swayed by such superficial formalities. He wore a polite smile in return and, following Wolf's lead, seated himself at the honored position. In fact, we have come specifically to express our gratitude to Mr. Black. Oh, what do you mean? Fudge's statement left Wolf somewhat perplexed. This is not merely a thank you for Mr. Black's removal of the malignancy that was Nocturne Alley, which has significantly alleviated the Aura's patrolling duties and spared us considerable inconvenience. Nocturne Alley still remains under the Ministry's jurisdiction. Minister Fudge, you jest. I possess no such power. It was merely the discontent of several elder gentlemen that prompted action. I merely invested a modest sum thanks to their patronage in order to earn a living. This sentiment is best shared with the pure-blood aristocrats. Mr. Black, you are too modest. To be appointed as chairman by Mr. Malfoy and his associates surely signifies exceptional merit. Moreover, I have heard that under your leadership, the society is flourishing, generating substantial profits. Do not attempt to mislead me. What is the purpose behind your extensive hiring? Is it not the case that with the recent reconstruction of Nocturne Alley, all sectors are in dire need of revitalization? Naturally, a larger operation requires more personnel. Besides, considering Nocturne Alley's history as a haven for dark wizards, even though most have been eradicated, a few pests still lurk in the shadows. It is prudent to remain vigilant. They are wary of you. Provoke them, and you may find the remnants of the past rising anew, causing you no small headache. At that moment, before Fudge could interject, Umbridge, clad in her signature pink fur coat, interjected sharply, pests in the shadows? And what do you call your extensive sheltering of remnants of the saints? As the words fell, the entire room seemed to be enveloped in a spell of silence. Fudge's eyes gradually widened to an almost round shape, and his mouth slightly agape. He could hardly fathom that such a foolish person could be beside him. Just because someone calls you a toad, must you truly become one? Wolf, Wenda, Lucius, and the others exchanged glances. Though their faces remained masked with astonishment, their hearts were already brimming with joy. Fudge had unwittingly handed the advantage to Wolf. Indeed, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. Feigning a return to composure, Wolf slammed his palm onto the table with such force that it even toppled the teacup before Fudge. Minister Fudge, what do you mean by this? Let us not forget that Wenda and the others have already undergone scrutiny by the International Confederation of Wizards and were deemed innocent. Even those who have suffered in Azkaban deserve a chance for redemption. What is it? As the Minister of Magic, do you hold us common folk in disdain? Wenda, playing along, feigned injury, abruptly rising from her seat to glare down at Umbridge for a moment before turning on her heel and departing in silence. Fudge couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew Wolf would seize the opportunity, but he had not anticipated such audacity. If Wolf Black was merely a commoner, then what did that make him, the Minister of Magic? A vagabond at best. Mr. Black, Miss Umbridge is still quite young. At times, her words may be overly impetuous. Surely, we cannot condemn good citizens who seek to mend their ways. Fudge had decided to go all in, stating that a 30-something woman could be considered young when addressing a 13-year-old. Wolf poured another cup of red tea for Fudge, gently sliding it across the table. This matter does not fall within my purview, but I believe Lucius, your uncle, must have numerous thoughts to share with Minister Fudge. He will undoubtedly pay a visit to discuss freely with the minister. However, I have an appointment with Rita Skeeter, the editor of the Daily Prophet, and I might mention how our minister is deeply concerned about the quality of life and income levels of wizards, which would surely enhance the minister's image. Fudge felt a twinge of irritation, glaring furiously at Umbridge. How could this little scoundrel spout such nonsense to the Daily Prophet? Could he continue to endure this? Of course, if Mr. Black could speak a few kind words on my behalf, I would be most grateful. However, I noticed that the layout of the newly overturned alley remains in disrepair. Therefore, let us exempt 1/4 of the taxes as my support for the reconstruction and development of the newly overturned alley. Wolf and Lucius exchanged knowing glances, sharing a triumphant smile. What a delightful surprise this had turned out to be. We are immensely grateful to the minister. Allow me to raise my cup in a toast to you, minister. Lucius bowed slightly as he honored Fudge with a toast. Fudge drained the cup of red tea and, rising, bid farewell to Wolf. There are still some trifles to attend to at the ministry, so I shall not further impose upon you, Mr. Black. Wolf, Lucius, and the recently emerged Wenda observed the retreating figure of Fudge, their smiles gradually fading. Wenda remarked with a hint of regret. If only we had encountered such fools back in the day, our master would not have had to confine himself in Numengard. Lucius shrugged. At least it is not too late now. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Wolf's eyes. Lucius, contact the Daily Prophet and lavishly praise our esteemed minister. After all, a quarter's worth of taxes, even if thrown into the water, should at least make a sound. Laughter erupted among the trio once more. Wenda, keep a vigilant eye on my uncle's movements. We must hasten our plans. Fudge may be a fool, but Dumbledore is no fool. Chapter 23. The Black Dog's escape. A week prior, Dwayne Flint had approached the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, confessing to the orchestrated murder of the Bogenbach family. The reasoning for his confession was absurd. Unable to bear the torment within, his only evidence was a seemingly flawless memory. Consequently, Amelia refrained from sending him directly to Azkaban, instead incarcerating him in an abandoned courtroom within the Ministry of Magic, in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Newly promoted employee Bruvius Garnett volunteered to stay late to complete a report concerning a wizard's use of magic before muggles from a few days prior. Incompetent. Trash. Fool. Damn wretch. Despicable leech. You barely have a hair on your body and dare to mock me. Bruvius, with a sneer curling his lips, clutched his freshly completed case report and strode purposefully toward the courtroom where Flint was held, the insignia of the saints glinting briefly in the dim corridor light. At that moment, the aura guarding Flint had been reassigned by their superior, Rufus Scrimgeour, under the pretext of needing personnel to track werewolves. Dwayne Flint, shackled with anti-magic cuffs, watched as Bruvius entered with an air of arrogance, his eyes reflecting a flicker of regret and despair. Surely, you do not intend to let me go, sir? Tomorrow, you will be sent to Azkaban. Our people will ensure you pass by Sirius's cell, find a way to get this photograph inside. It carries a message. If the task is accomplished, peace at home. After delivering his instructions, Bruvius turned on his heel, leaving Flint to ponder his fate in silence. After a prolonged moment of daze, Flint murmured softly, I understand, sir. The following day, Sirius Black glanced at the photograph that had slipped from Flint's prison garb, his pupils dilating. He scrambled to the bars, extending his hand through the gap, desperately attempting to grasp the photograph, but it remained just out of reach. In his fervent struggle, the rusty iron bars left bloodied marks upon his shoulder. Perhaps he believed that fate was on his side. As a gust of sea breeze wafted by, bringing the photograph tantalizingly close to his fingertips, Sirius grasped the photograph, scrutinizing its contents with great care. It depicted a red-haired boy, adorned with freckles, alongside a disheveled boy with raven black hair and striking emerald eyes, captured together in the corridors of Hogwarts. In an instant, Sirius recognized the dark-haired boy as Harry. He gently caressed Harry's face, whispering the name James, before his gaze fixated intensely on the mouse perched on the shoulder of the red-haired boy. Memories long buried began to assault his mind, and the weight of deep-seated regret gnawed at his heart. After a prolonged silence, a chilling whimper escaped his throat, reminiscent of a cornered wild dog. His eyes burned crimson, contorted into a visage of horror, as two streams of blood tears cascaded down his cheeks. Emotion swelled within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. You're still alive, you bastard. Coward. Just wait. The Death Eaters, including Bellatrix, were momentarily startled by Sirius's fury, their embarrassment quickly morphing into rage as they unleashed a torrent of vile curses. Yet Sirius paid them no heed. If anger could unhinge the mind, then an overwhelming fury sharpened his clarity. Once he regained his composure, Sirius contemplated the situation and discerned the underlying treachery that enveloped him, though he remained unfazed. Sometimes, when deeply buried obsessions begin to sprout, everything else in his mind became inconsequential. Whether it was to be used or to use, as long as he could achieve his desired outcome, all was acceptable. I care not who you are or what you intend to use me for. I shall make my escape today. Once free, I will serve your purposes. Sirius spoke with a chilling intensity to the air, provoking a fit of laughter from the Death Eaters, who mocked his sanity and deemed him utterly mad. From a shadowy corner came a leisurely sigh, followed by a murmured remark. Are all the blacks so clever? A flash of red light ensued, causing everyone but Sirius to collapse onto the ground, transform into a dog, and leave directly. There is a secret passage on the cliff behind the mountain. Without hesitation, Sirius summoned his dwindling magical energy to invoke his animagus form, transforming into a gaunt black dog. He squeezed through the iron bars and sprinted toward the exit. To his surprise, he encountered not a single Dementor along the way, prompting him to mutter, has that little rascal amassed such power? Indeed. Upon hearing the name Black uttered by the shadowy figure, he deduced that the orchestrator behind his rescue was none other than his nephew, Wolf Black. The figure had spoken true. Even with Bellatrix the madwoman included, the Black family had never produced a fool. The long-lost sunlight pierced Sirius's eyes, while the briny sea breeze tousled his already unruly fur, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After a moment of acclimatization, he continued his sprint toward the mountain's rear. Just as Sirius's silhouette vanished over the cliff, Cotseal and Bill Weasley appeared abruptly in a nearby clearing. Cot felt a pang of headache, mixed with trepidation. Bill, it seems I have once again caused trouble for the gentleman. Do you think those Blakes have been kissed by the goddess of wisdom? How can they all be so exceedingly clever? Bill, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, looked at his superior who had elevated him to the position of the leader of a special task force. Mr. Selwyn, let us leave the future matters to you. After all, the worst that could happen is a good thrashing. Eventually, one gets accustomed to it. Hey, you rascal, are you jesting at my expense? Go ahead and strike. Selwyn feigned a blow with the staff in his hand, though Bill easily evaded it. However, Mr. Selwyn, even if one Blake departs, another Blake remains. Court smacked his forehead, feigning a look of almost having overlooked a significant matter. Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Come, let us forget it all. By the way, Bill, when it's Flint's turn, let me handle it. I must give that old scoundrel a proper greeting. That wretched scoundrel dares to exploit your authority while failing to show you due respect. Bill, let us get him. The two made their way towards Azkaban, with Bill trailing slightly behind, observing Court's incessant chatter ahead. A warm sensation inexplicably coursed through him. This superior of his possessed an unexpected tenderness. All right, you may take the lead. Chapter 1, A Storm Approaches. On the night of July 8th, in the forsaken chapel of Godric's Hollow, moonlight streamed through the stained glass, casting shadows of gallows upon the desolate hall. A round stone table, out of place, loomed ominously, its presence forming a dreadful silhouette. In the dim light, the only sources illuminating the hall were the silvery moon and a solitary burning candle upon the stone table, its flickering flame rendering the 8 figures encircling it ghostly and ephemeral. The newly overturned potion workshop has caused a 60% drop in sales for Slaggy Gig's apothecary. A witch, reeking of potent potions, jabbed the ground with her serpent-headed staff, her voice thick with age. Her silver hair glimmered in the darkness, radiating a ghastly pallor. The half of her face that was visible bore the scars of a cauldron explosion, a network of wounds covering her jaw, and paired with her deep green pupils. She appeared most sinister. They have commissioned that half-breed giant to lead their collection team into the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. This leaves us with no competitive edge. Damn that Dumbledore. We have petitioned him countless times, only to be rebuffed each time. Yet now, that wildling receives his approval without hesitation. Does he not bear the name Black, but rather that of Dumbledore? A rough man spoke, his voice grating like gravel scraping against slate, harsh and unpleasant. A half-breed giant? Odinod emerged from the shadows, crushing a crystal goblet in his grip, blood pooling on the table, slowly forming the word taint. Those Malfoys, betraying their heritage, have sunk to such depths under the influence of that wildling. Conducting business between pure-blood aristocrats and half-breed giants, do they not find the stench of those filthy galleons revolting? The frail fingers of the old Norseman traced the pages of the sacred history of the 28 families, the bloody digits staining the yellowed pages with the word sacred. Eliminate that bastard. He has sullied the sacred legacy. The current predicament is far more dire than the backlash we faced from that cur, Voldemort, in our day. Voldemort? Merely a half-blooded wretch, brandishing his wand with empty bravado, akin to a baboon flailing a stick in the jungle. Supporting him is tantamount to feeding flesh to a ravenous wolf while expecting it to guard your home. A low, malevolent voice emerged from the shadows, filled with anger and hatred, laced with discontent towards the previous aristocracy. As the words echoed, silence enveloped the entire cathedral. No one dared to utter a sound. Yet the faint rustle of trembling garments against stone benches could be heard. The night breeze whispered through the arches, mingling with the unique chorus of summer cicadas, resembling the murmurs of phantoms or the seductions of demons. So, when shall the deed be done, and by whom? After what felt like an eternity, the old witch inquired again, her tone saturated with urgency and murderous intent. This matter is yours to decide. I bear no grudge against him, nor do I have any business with him. Besides, there exists a slight acquaintance between us. Her voice, sultry yet beguiling, danced like a soft feather, teasing the core of one's desires. Do not presume you can remain uninvolved. If the conflict escalates in Nocturne Alley, do you truly believe they will spare you? Do not be foolish. No one will regard Gringotts as a hot potato, even a newborn. The aged witch, leaning heavily on her cane, pounded the table in fury. The alluring voice turned frigid, laced with warning and disdain. Madam Malkin, your primary business is Hogwarts robes and attire for young wizards. Naturally, you feel invulnerable. The elegant wizarding attire shop only caters to high-end bespoke orders, remaining closed for 3 years, then profiting for 3. Yet our mundane clothing establishment offers affordable garments. Lacking your vast resources, A voice, attempting to mimic the tone of the elite, yet lacking conviction, echoed in the ears of the assembly. From his words, one could discern his identity as Edward Cully, the proprietor of the mundane clothing store. By this point, the identities of these enigmatic individuals became apparent. Primarily shopkeepers from Diagon Alley or their shadowy orchestrators. Before my arrival, I conferred with my employer, we shall not partake in any schemes against Wolf Black. Yet we shall not betray you either. Furthermore, should it merely be a matter of commercial rivalry, we shall cooperate. Farewell, my neighbors. Consider today as though I never graced your presence. The ignorant and short-sighted woman, along with her employer, refrained from confronting that bastard due to the fact that his daughter, Pansy Parkinson, had already established ties with Black, having grown up alongside the Malfoy heir. The Parkinson family had long secured their position, merely diversifying their investments now. Note, as the principal financier directly involved, unreservedly exposed the convoluted intricacies within. Let us proceed with a direct contract. Each party shall provide 2 representatives, and within a week, we shall seize the opportunity to act. Once Black is dead, the Constellation shall disperse. A middle-aged man, cloaked in shadow beneath his hood, spoke decisively. The only visible feature was a prominent scar gracing his chin. Note retrieved a peculiar parchment imbued with an enigmatic magical aura from his breast, along with a quill stained with dragon's blood, and inscribed his name without hesitation. This is the ancient magical contract scroll that Bogenbach sold to me. Let me state this clearly. This is a singular opportunity, and we must exert our utmost efforts. Furthermore, regardless of success or failure, any breach of secrecy will result in death. These stipulations will be documented within the contract, so consider your positions carefully. Upon concluding his remarks, he cast a menacing glare over all present, brandishing a silver dagger, which he used to deepen a fresh wound inflicted by shattered glass, marking it over his signature. May Merlin bless you all. The tattered boots swiftly transported Sirius to the forest near Hogsmeade. Wendell and his associates intended for him to be discovered in this rare bastion of pure wizardry within the British magical realm, subsequently reporting him to the Ministry of Magic. However, they underestimated the fervent determination residing within Sirius. This large black dog did not cast a single glance at Hogsmeade. After merely confirming his bearings, he resolutely headed towards the humble abode in St. Catchpole. Along the way, when thirst struck, he drank from the lake or dew. When hunger beckoned, he hunted small creatures, consuming whatever he caught, be it mice, rabbits, or snakes, without discrimination. As for why he did not pursue medium to large prey, one cannot expect a wandless wizard, long imprisoned and tormented for over a decade, to confront a leopard barehanded. Nor could they rely on the gaunt black dog to fell a wild boar. Thus, 2 days passed, causing great distress to Cot Selwyn, who, accompanied by Bill Weasley, scoured Hogsmeade twice over. Not a single soul, nor even a trace of dog fur, was found. Have you lost him? In the newly overturned alley, within Wolf's office, Cot hung his head, unable to meet Wolf's gaze from behind the desk. Meanwhile, Wendell and Lucius, sipping tea, wore expressions of amusement as they observed Cot. In truth, Sirius's whereabouts were inconsequential. What mattered was that he was no longer in Azkaban. His intentions, or whom he might seek to eliminate, were irrelevant. The key was what Wolf desired him to accomplish. They deliberately staged this scenario to tease Cot Selwyn. Having dealt with tedious administrative duties for several consecutive days, seeking a modicum of amusement in their otherwise monotonous lives, Wolf rose and approached Cot, gently patting his shoulder, his tone inscrutable. What shall we do now? He is the most pivotal element of our plan. We exerted considerable effort to extricate him from Azkaban. And yet you have misplaced him? Cot, how do you propose I handle this situation? Kurt's body visibly trembled, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Sir, grant me one more chance. I will gather my people and hunt for him, at most 2 days. No, just 1 day, sir, merely 1 day. And I shall certainly flush out that wretched wild dog. Observing Kurt's demeanor, the 3 erupted into hearty laughter. Malfoy clutched his wand tightly, fearful of committing an even more disgraceful act. This left Kurt bewildered, much like a startled deer caught in blinding light, his face a canvas of confusion, his eyes brimming with sheer, naive foolishness. Ultimately, it was Lucius who broke the silence, explaining, My dear fellow, we are merely jesting. Your mission concluded the moment Sirius Black left Azkaban. His whereabouts are of little consequence. What truly matters is where we wish him to appear. Thus, there is no question of losing him. Kurt remained perplexed, casting a quizzical glance at Wolf, then at Wenda, finally uttering a perplexed ah. This only incited further laughter from the trio. Wolf approached the bay window, peering through the gaps between the buildings at Diagon Alley. The mirth on his face gradually faded, revealing a predatory intensity. Lucius, attend to your duties. In 2 hours, I want the entire wizarding community of Britain to know that Sirius Black, the most dangerous and notorious murderer, has escaped after Voldemort's downfall 12 years ago. Furthermore, once the public uproar begins, direct their ire towards the Ministry of Magic. I cannot afford these vermin to intrude upon our plans. Winda, employ your old talents, spread rumors, and sow panic. Tonight, release the dark wizards we previously captured from Nocturne Alley. Whether by curses or potions, incite them into a frenzy, transforming them into rabid beasts that bite indiscriminately. Kurt. While the earlier jest was in good fun, the upcoming task allows for no errors. Otherwise, I shall flay you alive. Listen carefully. Select a few trustworthy individuals. No more than 4 or 5. Starting tomorrow evening, have them take turns launching random assaults on the shops in Diagon Alley. There is no need for excessive destruction. A few strikes to create a commotion will suffice. If they see anyone approaching, they must flee. Remember, prior to their actions, ensure they consume the potion infused with Sirius's hair. The atmosphere grew serious as the three stood upright. Kurt, too, wiped the foolish grin from his face, excitement igniting a fierce glimmer in his eyes. He bowed respectfully, declaring, I shall adhere to your arrangements, sir. Meanwhile, Sirius had found himself near a muggle farm. Overcome by hunger, his relentless flight and lack of proper nourishment had left him increasingly weakened. Were it not for the superior resilience of wizards, he would have long since collapsed. This dire situation compelled him to take a risk, contemplating the theft of sustenance or finding a secluded spot to rest. He lay concealed in the grass beside the farm, waiting from dawn until dusk, finally witnessing a muggle couple adorned in fine attire driving away, presumably off to some festivity. He patiently waited for half an hour, until the taillights of the car vanished from sight. Then, he could no longer contain his impatience and hurried towards the farm. Unlocking the gate with the unlocking charm, one of the few spells he had mastered that could be cast without a wand. Thank you, James, he thought. Recalling that his ability to perform the spell without a wand stemmed from a wager he had made with James Potter during their school days. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a sudden flurry of barks erupted, and a brindled dog came charging out from the kennel beside the house. Growling fiercely at him, poised to attack. Sirius, not daring to delay, immediately transformed into his animagus form, ready for combat. This sudden change left the brindled female dog bewildered. She gazed in astonishment at the creature that had transformed from a bipedal being into one of her own kind. Her already limited canine intellect seemed to malfunction. She retracted her aggression, curiously circling around Sirius, sniffing him intently. She thought this large black dog was quite handsome, albeit a tad lean. Perhaps due to the frequency and duration of his animagus transformations, Sirius surprisingly comprehended the expression in the female dog's eyes. This left him in a state of bemusement tinged with conflict, and after a moment of resolve, he emitted a characteristic canine courtship whine towards the brindled dog. Thus, relying on his masculine charm, nay, his canine allure, Sirius found himself enjoying a sumptuous dinner at this muggle farm, followed by a bath, and adorned with a neat set of clothing. When he finally departed, the brindled dog lingered, reluctant to part ways, which sent a shiver down Sirius's spine, solidifying his determination to keep this secret buried. Even if James Potter were to return, little did he know that his wanted poster had already been plastered across every corner of the Wizarding World. And ahead of him lay a web of intrigue. The entrance to Diagon Alley served as a crucial juncture between the British magical realm and the Muggle world. The bustling atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron, once filled with merriment and boastful banter, was abruptly shattered by the sudden intrusion of Aurors. The Aurors began to post wanted notices throughout the tavern, with Kingsley leading the charge, augmenting his voice with a spell to ensure all could hear. After pausing to survey the now silent crowd, he cleared his throat and continued. Currently, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban and is at large. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic has issued a bounty, a reward of 1,000 galleons for the capture or termination of Sirius Black. A reward of 100 galleons will be granted for any accurate information that leads to his capture. However, I advise you all, if you do not possess absolute confidence in your abilities, report to the Ministry at the first sign of Sirius. Do not engage him on your own. Remember, we are dealing with a ruthless, unhinged criminal devoid of conscience or reason. Seeing that his team had completed their postings, Kingsley disregarded the reactions of the assembled wizards, waved his hand, and departed. After a brief silence, the entirety of the Leaky Cauldron erupted into a cacophony of disarray. There were shrieks of terror, self-indulgent expressions of guilt, and predominantly, a torrent of furious curses directed at the authorities of the Ministry of Magic, who exhibited such gross negligence, merely seated in their comfortable offices, living a parasitic existence, utterly disregarding the lives of ordinary wizards. Such events unfolded across the entire British Isles, and with the insidious influence of Grindelwald lurking in the shadows. This chilling news swept through the wizarding community like a hurricane, shattering the psychological defenses of most wizards. It had been but a short while since the shadow cast by the man whose name was too fearful to utter had dissipated. Now, his most loyal servant had escaped from what was purported to be the most secure prison. The horrifying memories, buried deep within their minds, surged forth, ravenously consuming their still healing hearts. Panic spread like a contagion, infecting every wizard dwelling in Britain. The Ministry of Magic was inundated with a deluge of howling letters, the air thick with filthy curses resonating in every corner. All employees found it impossible to work with peace of mind. And even the officials who had once been relatively unconcerned began to succumb to a growing sense of dread amidst such an atmosphere. The following day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Diagon Alley, which had been bustling all day, was gradually returning to a semblance of calm. Shopkeepers were tallying their day's earnings while weary staff, exhausted from their labor, prepared to close up for the night. At that moment, a disheveled man, his unkempt hair obscuring much of his face, clad in a tattered black robe, emanated a foul stench reminiscent of years without bathing, mingled with various putrid odors. Passers-by wrinkled their noses and hastily distanced themselves from him, momentarily oblivious to his appearance and identity. This filthy man, with his head bowed in silence, approached the entrance of the Elops Owl Emporium. He produced a somewhat damaged wand from the sleeve of his robe and aimed it at the door. With a thunderous explosion, a blinding red light struck the glass-paneled wooden door, sending shards of glass and splinters flying in all directions, eliciting terrified screams from the onlookers, who immediately disapparated away. Other shopkeepers, initially inclined to investigate the commotion, hastily closed their doors and activated protective enchantments upon hearing the name Black. Sirius Black strode into Elops, his wand trained on the shopkeeper, Gilbert Howard, who lay incapacitated on the floor, his own wand having been forcefully disarmed. "Friend, the money is in the drawer at the counter. Take as much as you desire, it's all yours." As Gilbert's wand slipped from his grasp, a flicker of resentment and despair crossed his eyes, and his voice emerged rough, akin to gravel scraping against stone, an unpleasant sound. "Your voice is unbearable. It pierces the soul." In a fit of rage, Sirius unleashed a cruciatus curse upon Gilbert, the excruciating pain causing him to writhe on the ground, emitting desperate wails. What a delightful sound, Sirius mused. Sirius Black resembled a long-time smoker, suddenly taking a deep drag from a cigarette, and his entire being seemed to float in bliss. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, as if he were listening to the most exquisite music in the world. At that moment, a faint cough emerged from an unknown corner, snapping Sirius out of his reverie. He swiftly cast a stunning spell on Gilbert. As he hastily retrieved all the galleons from the drawer, he inadvertently caught sight of the magical creatures locked in their cages. With a flick of his wand, he forcefully opened all the iron cages and chains. However, the tamed magical creatures remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to their newfound freedom. The cough resounded again. "Fool! To the back warehouse." Sirius's expression shifted to one of realization as he turned and strode towards the rear, stepping heavily on Gilbert's face as he passed. Navigating through the crawling area, Sirius arrived at the fabled Super VIP reception zone. He cautiously opened the grand door, revealing a panorama of various magical creatures, some precious and others fierce. There were Zowu, night steeds, Neasels, and hippogriffs, and most astonishingly, in the innermost cage, was Avila. Without hesitation, he waved his wand, releasing all the magical creatures, and summoned all his magical prowess towards the entrance. With a thunderous explosion, a burst of fire tore through the wall, creating a vast passageway between the VIP area and the hall. He then glanced at the startled Vila. "If you wish to escape, incite these magical creatures to revolt, otherwise, you stand no chance." With that, he dashed towards the entrance of the Elops Owl Emporium. Just as he prepared to disapparate, the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, led by Rufus Scrimgeour, appeared in Diagon Alley. "Sirius Black, surrender now. Today you shall not fly free." Sirius flashed a sinister smile at Rufus, waved his hand, and disapparated away. Just as the Aurors planned to pursue him in waves, a cacophony of enraged roars erupted from the ruins of the Elops Owl Emporium. The Zowu and hippogriffs led the charge, followed by an array of magical creatures, their eyes ablaze, launching a frenzied attack on the Aurors, with some of the larger beasts even beginning to wreak havoc on other shops in Diagon Alley. All Aurors prioritized capturing these magical creatures. If necessary, eliminate them. Kingsley immediately sought assistance from the minister, urgently calling for reinforcements. "Quick, quick, quick." Rufus's anguished roar drowned out the collective growls of the beast horde, prompting all Aurors to spring into action. Meanwhile, Madame Malkin, standing before the large window on the second floor, gazed deeply at the scene, murmuring, "The Elops Owl Emporium is doomed. Gilbert, how will you face the wrath of the one behind you?" In another part of the alley, as Sirius materialized from his disapparation, he was immediately met with a fierce kick from Cotesselwyn, who had been waiting for him. The effects of the polyjuice potion were just fading, revealing his true identity. The young man who had faced off against Wolf at the Christmas banquet at the Black residence last year. "Damn it, I tasked you with portraying a deranged character, not to indulge in your true nature." You nearly jeopardized the matter at hand. If you were to flay my skin, I would not hesitate to extract your tendons. Kote's apparent fury was, in truth, a scathing reprimand. The young man, well acquainted with his temperament, remained unfazed, merely chuckling apologetically, though his demeanor lacked sincerity. Who's up tomorrow? In the eyes of outsiders, Sirius Black appeared to unleash chaos upon Diagon Alley over the next 2 days. The Elop's Owl Emporium and Slug-Jigger's Apothecary were utterly decimated, resulting in immeasurable losses. The rampaging creatures on the first day and the noxious fumes that pervaded the alley on the second left the Aurors scrambling, compelling other shops in Diagon Alley to temporarily cease operations for recovery. It was not until the third day that the Ministry of Magic deployed a small squadron of Aurors, which proved effective. Regrettably, they could only injure Sirius. Capturing or eliminating him remained elusive. Yet, in his escape, the detestable Sirius cast a fiendfire curse upon Flourish and Blots, successfully hindering the Aurors' pursuit, which ultimately became pivotal for his getaway. An unidentified passerby wizard remarked during an interview with the Daily Prophet in Nocturne Alley. Wolf stood before the expansive window, gazing at the now desolate Diagon Alley, stripped of its former bustle. Only hurried shoppers, compelled by the absence of essential items, and the Aurors on their regular patrols remained. Vandarl and Kote entered, with Kote's arm bandaged, prompting Wolf to furrow his brow. Kote, what have you gotten yourself into now? Kote bore an expression of lament, while Vandarl, already in the know, turned aside, stifling a chuckle. Sir, I saw those youngsters having such a good time that I wanted to join in. Little did I know the Ministry would resort to such underhanded tactics, laying an ambush with a squad of Aurors. Fortunately, it was I who went. Had it been those kids, they might not have made it out. Wolf, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief. He then gestured for the two to sit around the tea table, while Vandarl adeptly prepared red tea. Kote, let us put a pause on your antics. The Aurors are now stationed in Diagon Alley, and any further actions would be perilous. Besides, we have already achieved the desired effect, and there is no need to continue. Wolf accepted the tea from Vandarl, blowing gently on it before taking a measured sip. Shortly, you shall visit Madame Putafoot to collect 200 galleons as a reward to distribute among your friends. Kote nodded in agreement, sipping his tea. Wolf then turned to Vandarl, his eyes glinting with resolve. Vandarl, gather the shop owners of Nocturne Alley. Those not yet open should commence operations tomorrow, and those already trading should coordinate to offer some promotional activities. At this, Wolf glanced back at Kote. Ensure the security department's guards are all on duty tomorrow, dressed in their official uniforms and looking sharp. Sirius drained the cup of red tea and rose to bow to Wolf. I shall make the arrangements at once, sir. Wanda, meanwhile, sipped tea with Wolf, engaging in light conversation and casually reporting on the current academic progress of several members of the Starry Society before taking her leave. Meanwhile, Sirius stumbled along, even losing his way at one point, until he finally arrived at the village of St. Carcopole, transforming into a large black dog. He perched atop a small hill, gazing intently at the shabby dwelling not far away, a palpable fury igniting in his eyes. A gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees, stirring his fur like a lion poised to pounce on its prey. Sirius circled the dilapidated house several times, meticulously observing every detail within. Once he confirmed that only Molly Weasley occupied the hall, he could no longer contain the seething hatred within him. He resolved to strike first, planning to ambush Mrs. Weasley as she sat by the window knitting, occasionally lost in thought, and then seize her wand, allowing him to pursue that wretched rat with peace of mind. The plan was set, and the execution commenced. However, the large black dog, lying low to the ground, could not fathom how a mere housewife could respond so swiftly without the use of magic. The leg of the chair, slowly magnifying in his line of sight, alongside the clear bruises on his canine face, filled Sirius with a pang of sorrow, tinged with a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley, consumed by the anguish of familial discord, was thrust into a frenzied rage following her shock. For days, she had suffered sleepless nights, haunted by visions of her sons and husband embroiled in conflict. The pent-up emotions erupted at last, not simply a release, but a loss of control. Thus, a tragic tale unfolded. Without resorting to magic, Mrs. Weasley shattered 2 chairs against Sirius's form. Every time the black dog attempted to retaliate, she accurately struck him on his filthy dog face with the chair leg, akin to a casual beating of a goblin. Yet each blow was delivered with unyielding force. The anguished howls of the black dog reverberated through every corner of the shabby dwelling, even without the ability to comprehend the meaning behind magical creatures' expressions. One could discern the pain and injustice resonating in his mournful cries. Were Wolf to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly solidify his resolve to visit Mrs. Weasley. Indeed, one might mock the Weasleys for their poverty, yet aside from Ron Weasley, it would be remiss to label them inept. Ginny, who had been diligently completing her homework in her room, was startled by the commotion and cries emanating from downstairs. She hurried down the stairs, only to find, as she rounded the corner, her typically gentle and kind mother wielding a broken chair leg, fiercely pursuing and striking a filthy stray dog. Sirius, who had been desperately trying to evade capture, now noticed Ginny descending the stairs and thought to himself, I shall seize this little girl first, then use her to threaten this terrifying woman. Surely, I cannot be outmatched by a young witch who appears to have just begun her studies. Then there was no more to follow. After Sirius deftly evaded Molly's strike, he lunged towards the somewhat dazed Ginny. His expression transformed from fierce to astonished, then to fear. Ginny, seizing a baseball bat left on the staircase by one of her brothers, closed her eyes and screamed as she swung it fiercely at Sirius's canine visage. The force of her strike was so great that it surpassed even that of Mrs. Weasley, sending Sirius flying out of the window. Ginny indeed possessed a latent talent for batting. 2 canine teeth soared through the air, narrowly grazing Mrs. Weasley's head before embedding themselves into a nearby wooden table. Good heavens! Was this family not the Order of the Phoenix, but rather a pack of Death Eaters? Such bloodshed and violence. Were all the women in this household so formidable? Did Dumbledore know? Rita Skeeter, although often employing sensational language, was nonetheless lauded in the wizarding community for her audacity in revealing truths that other journalists dared not touch. Since being manipulated by Malfoy, she had become the mouthpiece of Wolf, yet in various matters, the Star Society had indeed provided her with numerous secrets. Thus, the article she hastily published yesterday, titled Our New Eden, created quite a stir, drawing considerable attention from wizards to the opening ceremony of the newly relocated Nocturne Alley today. Wolf stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, observing the bustling shops below as they prepared for the day's events. A hint of concern creased his brow as he noticed wizards arriving early out of curiosity or a desire to seize a bargain. Wenda, please remind Cot once more. Such a grand occasion will not go unnoticed by the inhabitants of Diagon Alley, and they might attribute Sirius's attack to me, given that he is my uncle. Ensure the guard is fully alert, monitoring the crowd's movements. Also, let the special operations team mingle among the throngs. Any suspicious behavior should be dealt with immediately, followed by a thorough investigation. Wenda cast a glance at the scene below before bowing slightly to Wolf. Understood, sir. I assure you, there will be no unforeseen incidents today. Wolf. Astoria, who had not been seen for several days, burst into Wolf's office, calling out warmly. Upon seeing that he was alone, she dashed towards the man she had been longing for, disregarding any pretense. This was her unique privilege, to enter Wolf's office without prior announcement. Leah, it's been too long, Wolf said, gently stroking Astoria's golden locks, his tone imbued with tenderness. Astoria buried her head deeply in Wolf's chest, her voice a blend of affection and mild reproach. Indeed, it has been 15 days since I last saw you. She then lifted her head, gazing at Wolf with hopeful eyes. Will you accompany me for a delightful shopping spree today? Wolf regarded her with indulgence, planting a soft kiss on the dragon-shaped mark on her forehead. Of course, he could never refuse his Leah, regardless of the circumstances. As the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, the grand opening ceremony of the newly established Alley of Reversal had concluded. Accompanying Astoria, Wolf refrained from taking the stage to speak, entrusting the proceedings entirely to Malfoy. They enjoyed a delightful lunch for 2, and afterward, Wolf purchased an ice cream from the newly opened parlor. Amidst the throngs of people, they leisurely savored their treat, taking turns with each bite. As evening approached, after bidding farewell to Astoria, Wendell Rosier, Lucius Malfoy, Kotzerwin, Eugil Carlo, and Siashafik all gathered in Wolf's office. Observing their jubilant expressions, Wolf gestured for them to find their seats while he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glance at the now somewhat deserted street below. Sir, today's grand opening was an absolute triumph. Statistics show that over 2,000 visitors graced the alley, with total revenue exceeding 13,000 galleons, Eugil, the Minister of Commerce, reported, his voice brimming with joy. Wolf raised his teacup in a toast to him, slowly responding. However, Eugil, you must understand that this is but a fleeting victory. Do not let sudden wealth cloud your judgment. Such crowds are not a daily occurrence, nor will there always be a Sirius stirring up trouble in Diagon Alley. When the dust settles, your true battle will commence. Focus on product development and collaborate effectively with Sia. Therein lies our core competitiveness. Eugil downed his tea, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he regarded Wolf, realizing that despite being nearly 40, he lacked the composure of a 13-year-old gentleman. I understand, sir. I will ensure my team remains diligent. Then attend to the closing tasks for today. Congratulations once more, my friend. After Eugil took his leave, Wolf turned his attention to Siashafik. Not one to be outdone, Sia promptly began his report. Sir, we received a total of 1,432 letters of commendation, predominantly praising the overall ambience, the staff's service attitude, and our safety measures. However, we also logged 248 complaints, primarily concerning supply shortages and excessively long wait times. Wolf smiled, raising his teacup in acknowledgement. Oh, A clever blend of praise and critique, my friend. You seek to garner credit. Sia, slightly embarrassed, raised his cup and took a hearty sip. As Sia excused himself, the office was left with Wendell, Lucius, and Cott. A flicker of anger had manifested on Cott's face. Noticing his demeanor, Wolf surmised the situation. How many did we apprehend? Cott. Sir, we captured 29 individuals, but one escaped, Cott replied through gritted teeth. He had anticipated some disruption today, yet the scale had surpassed his expectations. Had it not been for Wolf and Wendell's repeated warnings, the opening ceremony might have spiraled into the greatest farce in history. The expressions of all present turned grim, and a glint of coldness flashed in Wolf's eyes, his tone imbued with frost. Kurt, tonight pry open their lips. Lucius, wait for Kurt to compile the list. Those who need to be pressured should be dealt with, and those who must act, let Kurt arrange for the special operations team to intervene directly. Be cautious not to trigger any traps, yet ensure that not a single fly escapes. Wolf plucked a hair from his head and turned to Wenda. Have you brought the items? Wenda retrieved an amber vial from her handbag and handed it to Wolf. His voice suddenly turned icy, laced with menace. Get to work. The three of them simultaneously drained their cups of red tea, rising to take their leave. All the shops had already closed for the night, and the street appeared dim under the glow of the lampposts. Wolf strolled leisurely until he exited the gate of Upside Down Alley. At that moment, a chilling green light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Avada Kedavra! Wolf collapsed silently to the ground, and perhaps 3 minutes later, 14 figures emerged from the shadows, cautiously approaching to ascertain whether Wolf truly lay dead. Just then, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed from above them. You wretched fools! Wolf floated in midair, his hair tie having fallen away unbeknownst to him, silver locks billowing wildly as his eyes blazed with a terrifying crimson glow. The 14 shadows below hesitated not for a moment, unleashing curses towards the figures suspended in the air. Avada Kedavra! Thunderous explosions, heart-wrenching agony. Wolf, suspended in the air, evaded the lethal curses with his heightened awareness, while deflecting the rest with protective spells or deftly swatting them aside with his wand. Realizing their attacks were futile, the 14 figures scattered chaotically in all directions, resembling oil splattering in a hot pan, all the while hurling curses. That damned, despicable little wretch. He used Polyjuice Potion. Damn it. Someone has betrayed us. Damn it. The wicked beast has found a substitute for death. Who the hell cast the anti-disillusionment charm? Wolf looked on impassively at their frantic retreat, showing no inclination to pursue. He remained fixated on the figure lying on the ground. That was the dark wizard captured by Tosiris and his companions, controlled by Wenda with the soul-binding curse, who had ingested the Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Wolf and meet his demise. Wolf felt no sympathy for his fate, nor did he carry guilt for the strategy that led to his death. He understood well the principle that mercy does not lead armies. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why he could regard the loss of a life with such indifference. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. This phrase suddenly sprang to Wolf's mind. It was a quote from a legendary Eastern classic he had been reading recently, uttered by a warlord named Chow Chow in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Wolf's thoughts drifted for a long while, and no one knew what occupied his mind, but his gaze grew increasingly resolute, and the expression on his face became more solemn, as if he had solidified a determination or conviction. The 14 assassins had scarcely made their escape when they abruptly halted, each confronted by at least 3 members of a special operations team, lurking in the shadows and regarding them with derision. They cautiously retreated until they regrouped back to back, consolidating their defenses. Attack! Bellowed one imposing figure, prompting the others to launch an assault against their adversaries. In an instant, spells flew wildly, green curses of death, red disarmament incantations, and a myriad of formless, colorless hexes. The very stones at the alley's entrance and some shops in the diagonal street were ravaged by the magic, debris scattering amidst a cacophony of curses from both sides, equally foul-mouthed. Wolf deftly dodged a flying shard and gradually descended to the edge of the battlefield. Wenda, Lucius, and Kurt soon surrounded him, forming a protective circle. Several members of the special operations team brandished their wands, standing guard before them. Their earlier retreat was not born of fear, but rather a calculated maneuver to lower their opponent's guard until they formed a united front, preventing any surprise attacks from behind. Kurt's voice was laden with gravity and admiration as he turned his head towards Wolf, continuing his explanation. Such well-trained coordination and extraordinary combat prowess is comparable to the elite members of our security department. They strike with lethal precision, and if a blow fails, they retreat swiftly. These assassins were nurtured in this deadly craft from a young age. Lucius, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, spoke in a low tone. This is not the caliber one would expect from mere shopkeepers. It seems, sir, that those behind them can no longer contain their impatience and have chosen to intervene personally. By this juncture, casualties had begun to mount. Only 6 of the 14 assassins remained, desperately holding their ground, while the special operations team, benefiting from their numerical advantage, had sustained injuries but no fatalities. As the last 4 assassins found themselves cornered, Wolf abruptly turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling command: leave 2 alive to extract the mastermind behind this. I shall handle it personally. Let that rabble meet Merlin. Seated in his office, Wolf sipped tea with a grim expression, while Wenda and Lucius across from him dared not move an inch. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Wolf fixed his gaze upon the newcomer, his eyes narrowing, an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him, akin to a wolf king poised to strike. Kurt Selwyn, caught in Wolf's penetrating stare, froze in terror, paralyzed and unable to utter a word, merely nervously swallowing as his dry lips parted. Observing this scene, Lucius felt compelled to intervene for Kurt's sake, and stood up to angrily berate. Get out, you fool. This is not a place for you to barge in. Have your manners been digested by a dog? Wolf ignored the verbal sparring between the two, gesturing for Kurt to take a seat. Yet, just as Kurt's rear met the chair, Wolf's voice drifted ominously through the air. I was raised amidst the treacherous embrace of the forest, where danger lurked at every turn, forcing me to sleep with one eye open. Therefore, when you next enter my office, do remember to knock. I fear my instinctive reactions may lead to actions detrimental to both of us. Understood, sir. I shall remember this well, replied Court. At that moment, Windar timely presented 2 cups of freshly brewed red tea, alleviating the heavy atmosphere. Wolf accepted the teacup, gently placing it upon the desk, his gaze flitting over the somewhat disoriented Court. Speak. Have you uncovered any information? Court's reaction was intense, as he stood up straight, his posture rigid. No, sir. They bit down on the poison hidden in their teeth upon capture, committing suicide. Wolf sipped his tea, leaning back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Court. Desperate men indeed. They are quite willing to pay the ultimate price. Windar furrowed his brow, concern etched across his features. If this cat-and-mouse game continues, it will ultimately lead to ruin. A thief can only thrive for so long without being caught. Lucius instantly grasped the implication, setting down his tea with a hint of seriousness. The group from this afternoon largely confessed, but they all claimed to be employed by the Knott family. Upon hearing the name Knott, Wolf's expression hardened, his previously elegant brows knitting together slightly. Ode Knott, the staunch pureblood ideologue, had been a thorn in his side for quite some time. He had long wished to confront him. However, this entangled him with a figure from his past, a loyal friend since the beginning, Theodore Knott. Weary, Wolf rubbed his temples, burying his face in his palms. How am I to interact with you, Theodore, my most faithful friend? The following morning, as Theodore Knott arrived at the training grounds, he was gravely summoned to Windar Rocher's office by Bill Weasley. Until he knocked on Windar's door, he had not considered any shortcomings of his own. Thus, he gathered his scattered thoughts, setting aside any irrelevant musings. Regardless, he decided to hear Windar out and ascertain the reason for his summons. Windar sat at the head of his desk, having prepared red tea, suggesting he had been waiting for a while. With a warm smile, he gestured for Theodore to take a seat, personally pouring him a cup of tea, which only heightened Theodore's already palpable anxiety. Windar noticed Theodore's apprehension, but, in deference to his dignity, chose not to address it directly. Instead, he smiled gently and spoke in a kind, soothing tone. Do not be uneasy, Theodore. I called you here today to inquire about your father. Upon hearing this, Theodore felt a wave of relief wash over him, as it was not about himself. Yet, thoughts of his emotionally distant father caused his temples to throb, an indescribable sensation swelling within him. After a prolonged hesitation, Theodore finally composed his thoughts, crafting a response that aimed to minimize the infusion of his personal emotions. Ode Knott, my biological father, is a fervent pure-blood ideologue and an extreme egotist. He is cold-blooded, conservative, and mad. In his eyes, only profit matters. Everything else, even familial bonds, is of no significance to him. He carries with him that yellowed tome, the sacred history of the 28 families, worn from his incessant handling, still lost in the glory of a bygone era, unable to extricate himself. Wendell raised an eyebrow, took a sip of tea, and continued to inquire. What kind of being does he represent in your eyes? A demon. He is undoubtedly a demon. One who deserves to be imprisoned in the deepest abyss of hell. I am not the fruit of love. I am the spawn of crime. At a noble gathering, he fell in love with my mother at first sight. Subsequently, he proposed to my grandfather, but my mother steadfastly refused. He audaciously raped my mother. And when my grandfather saw the situation escalate, pressured by the power of the Nort family, he married my mother off to him. His infatuation lasted merely a month. After my mother confirmed her pregnancy, he grew exceedingly cold towards her, even forbidding her to dine with him. Not long after, he wed another woman, which plunged my mother into a deep melancholy, leading to her demise shortly after my birth. He fathered many children, yet regarded us merely as his pawns. Once our magical powers erupted for the first time, he locked us in a cellar, compelling us to fight each other relentlessly until only the strongest remained. Those deemed useless would be eliminated, for the bloodline of the Nort family cannot be sullied. Tell me, What feelings should I harbor towards him? Theodore opened his reddened eyes, filled with a chilling hatred, and retorted to Wendell. Wendell momentarily fell silent, uncertain of how to console the boy. Thus, she resolved to stop beating around the bush. After a long sigh, she steeled herself and addressed Theodore. Yesterday, Old Nort sent someone to disrupt the opening ceremony at the newly overturned alley, and allied with other factions to arrange an assassination attempt on the Master last night. How is the Master? Was he injured? Theodore grew anxious upon hearing this, for he knew the caliber of the assassins his family employed. If given a few more years to develop, perhaps he wouldn't be so agitated. Yet, under such unforeseen circumstances, it was indeed hard to say. Wendell gestured for Theodore to calm down. The Master is unharmed. We received advance notice yesterday and made the necessary preparations. However, the situation was indeed precarious at that time. Our point is that a thief can only operate for 1,000 days, while one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Nevertheless, the Master took your feelings into consideration and did not agree. Do you understand my meaning? Theodore certainly grasped her intent, but was taken aback that Wolf still considered his feelings under such conditions. This stirred ripples in his icy heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Theodore rose, his eyes filled with determination, and looked down at Wendell, declaring, "Tell the Master that he need not concern himself with my feelings. Like a venomous serpent concealed within the underbrush, it is imperative to eliminate it before it reveals its fangs and unleashes its venom. Hesitation or compassion must not be entertained." He turned away abruptly, yet as he opened the grand door to his office, he halted, his voice laced with coldness and disdain. "If necessary, I can serve as the guiding vanguard." After listening to Wendell's report, Wolf stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, silent and pensive, his mind awash with memories since his acquaintance with Theodore. The awkwardness at the banquet, the provocations aboard the Hogwarts Express, the unhesitant following on the night of enrollment, always resolutely shielding him with his slender frame. Theodore. Wolf let out a deep sigh, slowly closing his eyes to conceal the tumultuous emotions within. When he reopened his eyes, they glimmered with a bloodthirsty red. "Wenda, have Kurt assemble a team and instruct Lucius to ascertain the whereabouts of that scoundrel, Oddnot. Before we act, remember to inform Theodore. I believe my brotherhood would eagerly plunge a wand into the heart of that devil. As you command, my lord." Chapter 8. The Blood and Tears of Many. On the night of July 16th, the moon hung high in the sky, and stars sparkled like brilliant diamonds embedded in the endless night. A gentle breeze swept through an uncharted valley in the east, causing the grass to sway slightly and inviting fireflies to dance in the air. Wolf Black, under Theodore's guidance, appeared on a hillside, accompanied by 20 members of the Special Operations team, including Kurt Selwyn. "Is this the place?" Wolf placed his hands on his staff, gazing at the shadowy castle, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his amber eyes, which shone particularly bright under the moonlight. The staff in his hand gradually shrank to the size of a wand. His once black hair broke free from its confines, transforming into silver, swirling freely in the air. His eyes, now completely shrouded in crimson, fixated intensely on the direction pointed out by Theodore. Observing this spectacle, Kurt swiftly gestured with his left hand, prompting all team members to draw their wands, fervently channeling their magic, spells poised but uncast, a blinding orb of light gradually forming at the tips of their wands. It was only when Wolf unleashed a spell that everyone followed suit in releasing their own. Thunderous explosions erupted. 20 beams of red light streaked across the tranquil night sky like meteors, surrounding the relatively thick beam of red light emitted by Wolf. Ultimately, they twisted into a scarlet spiral in midair, precisely piercing the stained glass windows of the tower. Ancient defensive magic materialized in the void, golden runes coiling like a great serpent around the red light. Yet after a tense 3 seconds, they shattered with a resounding crash. The castle's outer walls began to collapse, debris tumbling down amidst the anguished cries of the watchmen into the moat below. Wolf soared over the ravaged moat, directing his staff to conjure an ice bridge from the rubble. His gilded staff felt scorching in his palm, and flames erupted from its tip, transforming into 3 monstrous hounds that incinerated the oncoming family guards. After rampaging through, the 3 hounds ultimately dissolved into a shower of sparks, igniting a widespread conflagration within the castle. Damnable bastards! A roar emanated from the top of the spiral staircase. Audinot's obsidian staff shattered the marble railing, releasing a torrential downpour of bone spikes propelled by incantations. Wolf waved his wand to conjure an arched barrier, and the bone spikes collided with the iron shield, erupting in dark purple sparks. With a swift motion, he sent the elder knot flying. "Do you recall the words you spoke at my mother's burial?" Theodore advanced across the icy bridge, leaping into the hall with a chilling tone brimming with fury and malice. "You said the knot lineage could not harbor weakness. You forbade me from shedding tears. She was my mother, and you failed to grant her even a proper funeral." The elder Knot's visage twisted in the firelight, resembling a demon. No longer speaking, he glared at his meticulously cultivated son, his proudest creation. He raised his staff to summon 7 ancestral statues, the eyes of those medieval warrior figures igniting with a crimson glow. Amidst the sound of stone, swords cleaving the air, 3 operatives from special task forces were caught off guard, cleaved in half, their intestines dangling from the knight statue's blade. Other team members, recognizing the peril of the confrontation, withdrew from the hall. Do you believe these toys can impede me? Wolf's voice surged like a conflagration from the fissures of the earth. The tiles beneath his feet melted into a crimson fluid, and as the statue warriors succumbed to the flames, they emitted mournful wails reminiscent of humanity. Hundreds of crystal ornaments on the grand chandelier shattered simultaneously. The shards of glass transformed into a deadly tempest under the enchantment of raging fire. The elder Nott raised his staff to unleash a formidable iron shield in defense, yet other servants and family members wailed in torment, meeting their painful demise. Pierced by shards of glass, Theodore charged across the toppled oak table. He observed his father retreating, the obsidian tip of the staff beginning to fracture. The heirloom, passed down through 13 generations, was slowly disintegrating. When he finally cornered Audinot in the family library, the U door locked behind them, and centuries of accumulated magical tomes trembled upon the shelves. Do you think that by killing me, you can erase the evil coursing through your veins? Your mother perished because of you. How many of your brothers have you slain to survive? Audinot leaned against the bronze bookcase, chronicling forbidden dark magic, panting as droplets of blood fell from the staff's tip, spreading upon the parchment. From the moment of your birth, your soul bore the mark of the Nott lineage. You are a natural-born scourge, my carefully nurtured scourge king. The tip of Theodore's wand coalesced into a dark purple orb, a manifestation of the rending spell he had mastered under the meticulous tutelage of Consolating in the training room of the overturned alley. He discreetly retrieved a small package from his pocket, an accursed crystal cup imbued with a deathly curse, left behind by Bogenbach in the warehouse of the Star Society. This was his meticulously prepared gift for the elder Nott, his ultimate trump card. The magical barrier between the shelves shattered under the clash of their powers. Ancient tomes swirling in the tempest, the yellowed pages torn into fragments by the residual force of the spell. My mother grasped my hand as she breathed her last. Theodore advanced cautiously, observing as her father's right hand, struck by the crystal goblet, began to carbonize. Flee quickly, before you become like him, she urged. Suddenly, the orb at the tip of Theodore's staff split into 9 chains, binding Odor to a bookshelf inscribed with protective runes. Old Nott erupted into maniacal laughter, thrusting his carbonized hand violently into his own chest. The floor of the library began to collapse, and countless ancestral spirits crawled forth from the fissures, their translucent claws reaching for Theodore's ankles. Let us perish together, Odor howled, crushing his black heart. The wails of the spirits intensified 100-fold, and Theodore felt blood seeping from her eardrums. At that moment, Wolf shattered the great door of the library, positioning himself protectively before Theodore. He cast a cold glance at the surrounding specters, and his wand expelled a burst of blue flames, tracing a perfect circle around him. Fire shield. The spirits emerging from the ground were thwarted by the azure flames. Unable to breach the barrier, they emitted piercing cries of resentment before reversing direction. Their transparent claws pierced Odor's body, as the ancestral malice coalesced into black flames enveloping the current head of the family. How do you wield such magic? Odor struggled within the flames, his skin peeling away in agony. His anguished screams echoed. My mother shielded the last sanctuary of goodness in my heart with her life force. Theodore watched as her father curled into a charred husk amidst the black flames. The true heirloom of the Nott family is not dark magic, but the enduring hatred that has persisted for millennia. When Kot and his companions stormed into the library, they found Theodore standing before the charred remains of her ancestor, surrounded by the remnants of the vengeful spirits. The young witch was removing the family ring from her father's carbonized finger, its dark silver surface reflecting the bright moon outside, as if capturing the tear of countless love and hate. When Rufus Scrimgeour and the Aurors arrived, the fierce flames had already extinguished, leaving the Nott estate a desolate ruin. The Aurors found no trace of clues nor survivors. Nott Castle had been utterly reduced to ashes. This incident became an unsolved mystery within the Ministry of Magic. But under Rita Skeeter's reporting, the blame was successfully pinned on the fleeing Death Eaters, coupled with the ongoing flight of Sirius Black. This further plunged the entire British magical community into panic. Wizards lived in constant fear, and the Ministry was once again inundated with howling letters. Business in Diagon Alley plummeted, forcing many shops to shutter their doors to mitigate losses. Similarly, the repercussions of the turmoil affected the newly established Nocturne Alley, though still within manageable limits. Moreover, under the relentless efforts of Malfoy and Ugle, advertisements for Nocturne Alley proliferated widely. Wolf exchanged all the items scavenged from Nott Castle for gold galleons, presenting them to Theodore. He promised her that he would always keep a room at the Black residence exclusively for her. After Wolf meticulously addressed all conceivable aftermath matters, He was just about to indulge in a well-deserved respite in his office when a knock echoed at the door. With a hint of perplexity, he gazed at the enchanting Mrs. Imogen, who entered following Wenda, momentarily puzzled as to why this captivating figure would pay him an unexpected visit. Long time no see. Mrs. Imogen, Wolf greeted her with a warm smile, inviting her to take a seat, while Wenda instinctively brewed some red tea in the corner. Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. Blake, Mrs. Imogen responded, elegantly twisting her slender waist as she settled across from Wolf. Her every gesture exuding the poise of a refined lady, showcasing her graceful figure in an utterly captivating manner. It was not the kind of affected charm that felt contrived, but rather an effortless allure that seemed etched into her very being. As she accepted the red tea from Wenda with a gracious nod, Wolf leaned back in his chair, intrigued, pondering the true intent behind her visit. Mr. Blake, I trust you have already heard the disconcerting news that Castle Knot has been utterly annihilated, she remarked with a hint of irony, her lush, crimson lips curling into a seductive smile. If I were to remain unaware of such alarming news, it would indeed signify that our star society is rather insular. Such a staggering coincidence, is it not, that you were attacked just the night before the Knot family was slaughtered? Oh, how did you come to know of my predicament, my lady? Mrs. Imogen chuckled softly, her hand covering her mouth. Do you recall that note, Mr. Blake? Wolf's expression shifted, the casual demeanor replaced by a serious intensity as he straightened in his seat. In that case, I owe you my gratitude, Mrs. Imogen. Noticing Wolf's unwavering gaze, she sensed his keen awareness of her character and decided to dispense with any pretense. In truth, the assassination attempt against you was orchestrated in collaboration by several shopkeepers from Diagon Alley, and I was present at that meeting. Oh, what then prompted you to alter your course of action? Or were you compelled to partake against your will? Wenda interjected, her curiosity piqued. Mrs. Imogen cast a surprised glance at Wenda, but recalling her youthful exploits, she offered a compliment. Ah, the Black Rose of France, still radiating the same charm as ever. To deduce so much from my mere words, you truly are a capable assistant to the Dark Lord. Wenda, seemingly unperturbed by the veiled praise, merely smiled back at Mrs. Imogen. With age comes wisdom. One learns more and understands better, particularly regarding the nuances of elegance and allure. Those ambiguous definitions often surpass the understanding of unscrupulous older men. Wolf suddenly found the trivialities and grotesque antics of the world around him utterly mundane, realizing that the subtle, intricate exchange between these two women was far more captivating. You call me old, I shall call you provocative. You deem me an assistant to the Dark Lord, I shall say you are shrewd in serving older gentlemen. Madame Imogen felt momentarily rattled by wind, yet her years of cultivation prevented her from resorting to outbursts of anger. Engaging in such verbal skirmishes, conceding defeat would only exacerbate her embarrassment. With a delicate tone, she turned to Wolf, her voice sweet and melodic. Mr. Blake, your subordinate's words are indeed sharp. I find myself quite impressed. Wolf's lips curled in a smirk, seemingly mocking Wind for following a mere child in his teenage years. Madam, you jest. Wind merely speaks candidly, and she is here to assist me out of respect for my mentor, he replied. Madame Imogen held a particular disdain for Wolf's propensity to issue veiled threats, making her swallow her retorts. If one were to contest this, they might as well confront Gellert Grindelwald. As Ms. Wind stated, I made it clear that I would not participate and left the meeting premises. Mr. Blake, that display of intimidation yesterday left the other executives unsettled, prompting them to commission me to discuss matters with you in hopes of reconciling our differences. Wolf and Wind exchanged glances. It was evident that they had softened, recognizing the futility of hostility. After all, the wealth amassed in secrecy by these individuals could sustain generations. The prospect of engaging in conflict with Wolf seemed akin to inviting disaster into their homes. Friends, while a few in that circle may be inept descendants of fortunate ancestors, the majority are demons forged in the crucible of bloodshed. There is no foolhardiness in conceding. As long as Wolf does not pursue total annihilation, they would be willing to accept a truce. After all, from their perspective, if Blake could produce one Wolf, could he not continue to do so for generations? It is wiser to look to the long term, for it is far better than annihilation. As for another attempt to eliminate Wolf, that would be folly. What if he survives and becomes the second Knot? Those who consider themselves shrewd would never possess the courage to fight back unless cornered. Wolf exhaled softly. Wind. It seems this tiger has been somewhat cowed. Wind Roque poured another cup of red tea from Madame Imogen, offering a smile that lacked warmth. Madame Imogen cast a knowing glance at Wind before shifting her gaze to Wolf, who reclined leisurely in his chair, feigning indifference. She sighed inwardly. This suddenly ascendant young man clearly intended to extract every ounce of advantage while compelling her to bargain first with the French Rose, allowing him to choose from a position of detachment. Her thoughts drifted to the heirs of the ruling families in Diagon Alley, and in comparison, the disparity between people seemed far greater than that between humans and the potty pigs. However, the crux of the matter is that, even beyond the British Isles, Within the entire magical realm, how many dare to believe their intellect and cunning surpass that of the woman who once dominated the First Wizarding War? Do they truly think the title of the Dark Lord's right hand was bestowed lightly? It was earned amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, forged through treachery and deception. Just as Madame Mokin steeled herself for yet another verbal duel with Wolf, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him. He retrieved a double-sided mirror from his drawer and announced, "Daphne, Hermione, Shauna, come to my office immediately." Right now? Madame Mokin furrowed her brow, her captivating eyes brimming with resentment as she fixed her gaze upon Wolf. The momentum she had gathered dissipated in an instant, her spirit faltering. From the information she had acquired, she was acutely aware of the roles these three young women were destined to play in Wolf's future plans. Was she merely being used as a free tutor? The negotiations for subsequent benefits had yet to begin, and already she felt thoroughly exploited. Wolf, feeling the weight of Madame Mokin's scrutinizing gaze, awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and let out a sheepish chuckle. Moments later, the three panting young women rapped on Wolf's office door. He instructed them to find seats and emphasized that they were to listen and not speak. Observing this from the side, Madame Mokin's resentment deepened, while Wolf's companion, Wendell, burst into laughter, breaking the tension. Wolf personally brewed fresh tea for Madame Mokin and Wendell, nervously offering an explanation. "You see, I've been swamped with trivial matters lately. I feared I might overlook something important, so I sought the assistance of these sharp-minded girls. Please don't take offense." He then raised his teacup in a gesture of respect towards Madame Mokin, casting a knowing glance at Wendell before reclining in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. This amused Madame Mokin, prompting her to roll her eyes dramatically before turning her attention to Wendell. "I won't beat around the bush. Our deliberations have led us to propose that the Star Society's security team be stationed in Diagon Alley, with a monthly fee of 300 galleons for their management services. What do you think? Madam, there must be limits to jest. Merely a security team may be insufficient. Let us not forget that Sirius Black still casts a watchful eye over Diagon Alley. However, we believe that as long as we forge a partnership, the Star Society possesses the capability to handle any unforeseen complications, do we not? Since you believe in the prowess of the Star Society, why not also entrust us with the management rights of the shops? We shall ensure the distribution of profits and foster synergy with the newly established Nocturne Alley, enhancing consumer engagement. After all, those capable should bear the greater burden. Wouldn't you agree, madam? Ms. Rogier, your insatiable ambition could very well lead to your downfall. Are you not concerned about overextending yourself? Do you think my sword lacks efficacy? It most certainly does not." After a series of exchanges, both parties gleaned a clearer understanding of each other's boundaries. Though one party aimed high while the other sought to settle for a more reasonable return, they could still discern certain truths. The interests represented by Madame Mokin, rooted in Diagon Alley, merely wished to pay a portion of protection fees, opting to avert calamity through financial means. After you traverse your narrow bridge, I shall walk my own broad path. The intentions of the Star Society become abundantly clear. They seek dominion over Diagon Alley. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. However, both parties are seasoned veterans in the arena of commerce and would not allow the silence to linger. After taking a sip of her slightly cool red tea, Madame Mokian's gaze shifted rapidly, revealing her signature insincere smile. "Madame Rogier, you must surely understand that our shops merely constitute a commercial circle surrounding Gringotts. Your focus ought not to rest on our trivial gains, should it not? You are far too modest, for how could you possibly be considered trivial gains? As I am aware, Diagon Alley in Britain is the most lucrative wizarding commercial street in the entire magical realm. To say it generates gold by the day would not be an exaggeration." Madame Mokian was attempting to redirect the conversation towards Gringotts, yet Madame Rogier remained unresponsive. Hermione softly explained the situation to the somewhat bewildered Shauna, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Wolf. Recognizing that Hermione had disrupted the ambience, Wolf seized the opportunity to interject and decisively declared, "Madame Mokian, inform your benefactors that I shall segregate the commercial department of the Stars Society to establish the Stars Business Association, with Eugel Caro as its president. I may allow them to retain their management authority, yet they must submit to the fiscal oversight of the association. We shall engage in business together, avoiding detrimental competition. Therefore, you must either present your ledgers or prepare for a confrontation. There exists no alternative. What cannot be obtained through wands, do you expect to acquire through mere words? Daphne, see them out." Madame Mokian gazed into Wolf's resolute and commanding amber eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment. With a long exhale, she complied, rising to offer her respects before departing alongside Daphne. However, upon reaching the threshold, she abruptly halted, a flush of crimson appearing on her face, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. "Mr. Black, you are indeed a man of compelling charm, utterly captivating. Alas, I lament that I was born too late for you, for you have come into the world while I have already aged." As night fell at Parkinson Manor, in the conference hall, following Madame Mokian's report. Reactions varied. Some were filled with righteous indignation, others bowed in contemplation, while some were inclined to acquiesce. The leaky cauldron has transformed remarkably. Business is thriving. Joining forces with them may not be a disadvantage. War. We must go to war. That wildling dares to threaten us. That bastard lacks any understanding of the survival laws among nobility, where one does not readily resort to extermination. But do we possess a surety of victory if we engage in battle? Madame Mokian observed the tumultuous assembly, where individuals argued passionately, their noble demeanor lost amidst the chaos. With a sigh, she gently rapped the table for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, should we go to war, we must draw upon our resources. Yet, let us not forget. Standing behind Wolf Black is that individual from Numengard. If we engage in a fair conflict, even should we emerge victorious, he would not raise an objection. But if we deploy our resources to overpower him, do you believe that individual would remain passive? Her words plunged the entire hall into a profound silence. What manner of man do you believe Wolf Black to be? Madame Imogen's eyes began to glaze over, and her legs involuntarily twisted and rubbed against each other. The young tiger and leopard, not yet adorned with their stripes, already exuded an aura of ferocity. I was born before you, yet you have already aged me. The next day, in Wolf's office, Astoria was nestled in Wolf's embrace, playfully poking his sturdy chest with her delicate, jade-like fingers while teasing him. This left Wolf feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation as he gently grasped Astoria's fingers and playfully nibbled on them. I shall eventually sew Daphne's mouth shut. Upon hearing this, Astoria gracefully freed herself from Wolf's hold, settled herself on his lap, and pinched his cheek. You dare. She is my sister. Just as Wolf was about to make a move, a knock echoed at the office door, causing Astoria's cheeks to flush instantly. She hurriedly climbed off Wolf, straightened her attire, and went to answer the door. Upon entering, Eugel spotted Astoria's rosy cheeks and wore a teasing smile, his eyes filled with the fondness of an elder for a younger. He remarked, Astoria, you seem to have applied a bit too much rouge today. Your cheeks are quite flushed. Embarrassed, Astoria stomped her foot and exclaimed, Oh, Uncle Carlo, how annoying. She then covered her face and dashed out. Wolf observed this scene with a smile. Reassured by the fact that they were at the headquarters of the Star Society, thus he had no concerns for Astoria's safety. Eugel took a seat across from Wolf after a respectful greeting, and Wolf poured him a cup of red tea. How did this morning's meeting go, Eugel? Eugel accepted the teacup with reverence, unable to contain his joy as he replied, Just as you anticipated, they indeed submitted to our authority. During this morning's meeting, aside from the Ollivander wand shop and the leaky cauldron, all other businesses have submitted their accounts. After sipping his tea, Wolf retrieved a document from a nearby drawer and handed it to Eugel. Do not let your guard down, my friend. Send someone to investigate their accounts. We must not fall into a trap without realizing it. Additionally, this is the organizational framework that Wenda and I devised for you. Refer to it as needed. The Star Business Association is now entirely in your hands. Do not disappoint me. Eugel rose and respectfully accepted the document, assuring, I will manage it well and will not betray your trust. The two then engaged in a discussion about the association's development and future before Eugel took his leave. Before Wolf could catch his breath and rest, Lucius Malfoy knocked on the door again. He brought news that was less than favorable. The Minister of Magic had begun to stir trouble once more. Fudge, for reasons unknown, had forcibly intervened in the Knott family massacre case, and, whether intentionally or not, had directed the blame towards Nocturne Alley. Were it not for Rufus's vigorous defense, Wolf might have already been summoned by the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Uncle Lucius. Every decision made by an adult carries its own intentions. Fudge cannot possibly target us without reason. Lucius sipped his tea, his brow furrowed in thought, and questioned. We have already examined his recent office access records and financial situation, and we have found nothing out of the ordinary. However, aside from these two aspects, I truly cannot fathom the motives behind his actions. Wolf squinted in contemplation for a moment, pondering how this minister, who could only dare to mutter a few curses behind closed doors when angered by us, had suddenly adopted such a bold stance. After a brief pause, Wolf continued, suggesting that either he had found a formidable new ally, or he believed he had seized upon a significant leverage against us, intending to hold us to account. Lucius, following Wolf's line of thought, began to reflect, hesitantly remarking, in the entirety of the British magical community, aside from the individual within Hogwarts, I can think of no one else bold enough to confront us directly. Yet, Dumbledore is unlikely to take a definitive stand or openly support him. Therefore, dear Uncle Lucius, let us commence a discreet internal investigation into Coys. It must be swift. Our minister is not a man of patience. He added, by the way, do take the time to visit Fudge's office. You might uncover unexpected insights. Just as Lucius prepared to rise and depart, Wolf suddenly recalled something and called him back. Meanwhile, in the minister's office at the Ministry of Magic, Umbridge remained clad in her signature pink wool coat, her voice oily as she reported to Fudge. Minister, according to the tip-off, We have confirmed that on the evening of July 15th, Wolf Black was indeed attacked in Knockturn Alley. Therefore, the annihilation of the Knot family on July 16th is undoubtedly the work of the Star Society. A smug smile crept across Fudge's face, as if he were conjuring some grandiose image in his mind, erupting into a raucous cackle, and then adopting a haughty demeanor akin to a self-proclaimed hero. If Lucius had been on the battlefield, he would have been utterly infuriated. What absurdity was this? Did Fudge's mind brim with nonsense? If one were to deem him foolish, he had nonetheless emerged in the tumultuous realm of political strife. Yet, should one consider him clever? It was baffling how he dared to confront the Star Society based solely on a tip-off that could only confirm Wolf's attack, coupled with dubious inferences. What a train of thought. What an utter blunder. What sheer incredulity. As evening approached, just as Wolf was preparing to accompany Astoria to the Greengrass estate for dinner, Cotseal, accompanied by Bill Weasley, entered with a look of guilt etched upon his face. Wolf suppressed his curiosity, suggesting that Astoria seek out Daphne first, and then, with a stoic expression, brewed 2 cups of red tea for them. Bill dared not sit, his head bowed as he began to apologize to Wolf. Sir, due to my oversight, you have suffered an undeserved calamity. Before even finishing a cup of tea, Percy Weasley, along with the twins, hurried into the office. Wolf gestured for them to enter and closed the office door behind them, pouring each of them a cup of red tea. Now then, Bill, what transpired? Bill, feeling a mix of shame and a rare flash of anger, kept his gaze lowered, while the other 3 Weasleys looked on with a blend of curiosity and concern for their elder brother. After a moment of hesitation, Bill finally gathered his thoughts and began to speak slowly. On July 15th, Mother brought Ron and Ginny to the dormitory to mend the rift between us. A matter you are all aware of. Fred immediately interjected, affirming that we were all present and nothing significant occurred. Percy tugged at Fred's sleeve, shaking his head, urging his elder brother to finish speaking. Bill slowly closed his eyes, his face etched with helplessness and confusion. Later, I learned that the mission was, in fact, to protect Mr. Weasley, and I sustained a minor injury during the attack. My right arm was grazed by an enemy curse, leaving me with a few bloodstains. At this juncture, Percy's complexion had turned ghostly pale, as his keen intellect allowed him to foresee the impending consequences. The twins, too, began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Bill's tone was now laden with despair for the family. On July 17th, Ron stumbled upon the news of the Knot family massacre in the Daily Prophet. Concluding that it was an act of retribution from Mr. Weasley, he noted that the Ministry of Magic had no evidence, while Rita Skeeter had pointed her finger at the Death Eaters. To my astonishment, he boldly pinned a whistleblower letter to the ministry. Percy furrowed his brow, still holding on to a shred of hope, inquired, Brother, how do you know Ron wrote the letter? Could there be some misunderstanding? Bill slumped helplessly in his chair, revealing that it was Ginny who witnessed it firsthand. She had wrestled with her thoughts all night before finally sending me a letter today. Despair enveloped Percy's and the twins' faces, leaving them uncertain of how to confront Wolf. Damn Ron, does he want his brothers to perish? George suddenly burst forth with indignation. Wolf had pieced together the sequence of events and, while lamenting for Bill, marveled at Fudge's foolishness. He drained his cup of red tea and surveyed the Weasleys seated before him. Bill, you ought to be grateful that this incident has not wrought significant havoc. Given your previous commendable contributions, I shall refrain from dismissing you. Upon hearing this, Bill's spirits lifted. He straightened in his chair, genuinely cherishing the camaraderie of the order and wishing to remain. The rest of the Weasleys also displayed expressions of astonishment. However, merit and transgression are distinct. I shall have Kurt relieve you of your position as group leader and deduct a month's salary. Do you acquiesce to this? The Weasleys exchanged glances and rose in unison, bowing in respect to Wolf. Thank you for your generosity, sir. We shall go through fire and water for you. In the ensuing 2 days, Wolf assigned all trivial matters to Wenda, instructing her to have Daphne and Shauna manage certain tasks, under the pretext of accumulating further experience for the future. Consequently, whenever Daphne saw Wolf, she donned a melancholic expression and even voiced her grievances to Astoria. As for himself, he devoted his time to practicing magic with Astoria, whose talents had blossomed into the elite tier, thanks to Teetha's blessing. Although Wolf had always indulged Astoria, he never slackened during training. They would only cease when her magical energy was thoroughly depleted. On the evening of July 21st, as the two emerged from the training room, they fortuitously encountered Theodore, who had come to deliver a message. Upon hearing this, Wolf could not help but furrow his brow, his mind racing with thoughts about why this old bee would suddenly pay a visit. Astoria, noticing his turmoil, gently clasped his hand and brushed his brow, yet refrained from posing any inquiries. Wolf offered her a reassuring smile, signaling that all was well, and proceeded toward his office under her concerned gaze. As soon as Wolf settled into his chair, with the tea yet to steep, Wenda arrived, accompanied by Dumbledore, who knocked on the office door. After gesturing for them to enter, Wolf did not initiate a greeting, but continued to prepare tea, pouring a cup for each of them before finally speaking. Professor Dumbledore, what brings you to my humble abode today? Dumbledore raised his teacup, savoring a sip before closing his eyes to fully appreciate the flavor. After a moment, he replied, Wolf, I am not in the mood for banter today. I genuinely require your assistance. Wolf exchanged a glance with Winda, both taken aback by the unexpected revelation. With a raised eyebrow, Wolf began to piece together the reason behind the old bee's sudden visit. Oh, you know, Headmaster, I typically do not concern myself with trivial family matters, but since you have broached the subject, I am inclined to listen, especially considering Ronald has caused me considerable trouble. Dumbledore cast a deep and knowing look at Wolf, letting out a sigh. He was aware that Wolf was not culpable in this situation and that he, too, was a victim. However, recalling Mrs. Weasley's tears from the previous day compelled him to continue. After taking another sip of his tea, Dumbledore continued, ultimately, Arthur has been protective of Ron, resulting in Ginny following her brothers away from the burrow. Molly came to me, even fainting in my office from distress. Wolf set down his empty teacup, glancing at Dumbledore. So, Headmaster, what exactly do you wish to convey by visiting me? Dumbledore hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. I hope you can intervene and counsel Bill and the others. After all, Wolf rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. I must decline, Professor Dumbledore. You should understand my position at that time. To be frank, this morning, Aunt Narcissa even wrote to me, admonishing me for my excessive leniency towards the Weasleys. But after all, Ron is still a child, and with your current influence, resolving these troubles should not pose a challenge. Should it? Can you bear witness to a once harmonious family fracturing? I am not a saint. I cannot repay malice with kindness. My restraint in not breaking Ronald's hands was my final act of forbearance. And you still implore me? He is just a child? Do not forget, Dumbledore, I am of the same age as he. In fact, he is merely a few months my senior. And what of Harry? He is the child of your beloved uncle's lifelong love. If Ron continues to grow up in such an environment, his mindset is bound to become warped, inevitably affecting Harry. That is not my concern. His name is Harry Potter, not Harry Snape, and certainly not Harry Prince. Wolf was infuriated by Dumbledore, his emotions spiraling out of control, his voice growing increasingly louder. Ultimately, this is all for your savior plan. I am not your pawn. I am not like my uncle. You cannot manipulate me. Dumbledore noticed the escalating tension between them and understood Wolf's temperament. If this continued, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. Hence he deliberately softened his tone. Wolf, I have already expressed Harry's significance to you. I must consider him comprehensively. Now that you are at Hogwarts, you wield considerable influence. You cannot deny that this is a concession on my part. For my sake, Wolf. Wolf rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a slight headache. Dumbledore was correct. Without his repeated concessions, the Star Society would not have flourished so smoothly. This was a reality he had to acknowledge. Black would never shortchange those who had aided him. Why not simply change Potter's entourage? Wolf calmed his emotions and moderated his tone. Your brilliance is too dazzling. Among this year's students, the most gifted ones have all joined your Star Society. Dumbledore sighed in resignation. Then train Potter. Let him become powerful enough to reign alone. Wanda interjected softly after listening for a while. Both Dumbledore and Wolf shot her a disapproving glance. If Harry truly possessed such talent, they wouldn't be experiencing this headache. Potter lacked not courage, but wisdom, a significant flaw. Then, Wolf rose, gazing sternly at Dumbledore. I have repaid your kindness. Do not trouble me with such matters again. I know you, old bee. Coming to me is never for anything good. They say the old grow wise, and the trees grow spirit. Often, one must admire Dumbledore's calm demeanor. In response to Wolf's unfriendly tone, Dumbledore calmly retrieved 2 sugar cubes from his pocket, placed them in his tea, and discreetly cast a silent heating charm to hasten their dissolution. Wanda's mouth twitched at this scene. She shot Wolf a questioning look that seemed to say, is he a fool? I couldn't outmaneuver such a character in Vine for Men. Dumbledore slowly sipped his tea, savoring it, and then contentedly turned his gaze towards Wolf. Let us not mention the Weasley family for now, Wolf. However, I have reviewed the course selection plan submitted by Minerva regarding your upcoming semester. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Wolf raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Dumbledore's implication. His selection of every subject was not due to an academic ambition, but rather a desire to experience the world's only time-related alchemical artifact, the Time Turner. Is there a problem, Professor Dumbledore? While I may not attend many classes, my grades in all subjects sufficiently demonstrate my qualifications and talent to study such a diverse array of courses. Dumbledore, satisfied, finished his sweetened tea and graciously requested Wanda to refill his cup. You need not feign ignorance, Wolf. I am aware that you are merely eager to witness the Time Turner. However, you must grasp one fundamental truth. Those who toy with time shall ultimately find themselves ensnared by it. Wolf gazed curiously at Dumbledore. Toying with time? Surely not. Each year, a handful of exceptionally gifted young wizards utilize it, yet none have encountered adverse repercussions. Behind Dumbledore's round spectacles, his slightly clouded eyes flickered with profound insight. Exceptionally gifted? Do you truly believe that? Wolf exchanged a knowing glance with Wenda. There seems to be a grand narrative, a significant secret here. Wolf, the essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange. You yourself have uttered this phrase. How then could you believe that employing a time-turner demands no price? Wolf furrowed his brow in contemplation, savoring Dumbledore's words. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured, lifespan? No, that cannot be right. He immediately dismissed his own conjecture. You mentioned talent. At this moment, realization dawned upon Wolf, and with excitement, he addressed Dumbledore. Unequal time, thus necessitating more lifespan. The admiration in Dumbledore's eyes was nearly overwhelming, yet he could not help but draw a comparison between Harry and Wolf. Perhaps it was best not to compare. It was exhausting. He then noticed Wenda, who also wore a contemplative expression, and again weighed the merits of the Order of the Phoenix against those of the Star Society. Better not to compare, it breeds envy. With a sigh, Dumbledore continued, you truly deserve every accolade. Your intellect, talent, and skill are of the highest caliber. At times, I struggle to reconcile your age with your accomplishments. Your deductions are not mistaken. In truth, if left unspoken, this principle may seem enigmatic, yet once articulated, it reveals itself to be rather elementary. Individuals of exceptional talent absorb knowledge and perceive truths at a rate far surpassing those of lesser gifts. Thus, while time appears equitable, granting each individual a mere 24 hours in a day, it is not absolutely fair. For there exists a select few whose days bear significance akin to that of 3 or 5 ordinary days. The sands of time within the time-turner represent a constant unit of measure, which brings us to standards. A fierce glimmer sparkled in Wolf's eyes. His amber pupils shone brilliantly beneath the light, a spirited youth brimming with vigor. Indeed, it is standards. The sands of time are calibrated against the average wizard, or even those of slightly lesser aptitude, and thus, as you have posited, this leads to the creation of unequal time. Dumbledore, too, felt a surge of excitement. It had been ages since he experienced such a harmonious exchange of thought, reminiscent of that summer in Godric's Hollow. Wolf continued in alignment with Dumbledore's thoughts. Precisely so, Wolf. Hence, this is what I mean. Those who manipulate time shall invariably be manipulated by it in turn. Given this, why do you still permit those young wizards to utilize the time-turner? Dumbledore swiftly reined in his emotions, adopting a demeanor of serene composure once more. In light of such a seemingly light cost, he reaped benefits that far exceeded his sacrifices. For him, it was undoubtedly worthwhile, was it not? Wolf gazed intently at Dumbledore, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment, a hint of disdain, and a certain dullness. You are far more fearsome than I had imagined. No wonder you are the one my mentor has cared for throughout his life. The darkness and ruthlessness within you rival his own. Yet, you conceal all of this beneath your facade of piety, buried deep within your soul. Beneath your noble and righteous exterior lies a heart that beats for even greater gains. Dumbledore refrained from rebuttal or explanation, instead sipping his tea and gently steering the conversation away. Consider this carefully. Should you remain resolute, you may come to my office, and I shall entrust you with the time-turner. With that, Dumbledore set down his teacup and departed with a quiet grace. Sir? Wanda gazed at Wolf with concern, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the mind of the man before her. Wolf leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced, and resting naturally on his abdomen. His brow furrowed, and his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Do those who toy with time ultimately become its playthings? And have you been toyed with by time, Albus Dumbledore? Fudge, due to his own foolishness, had once again become the laughingstock of high society, utterly humiliated by Lucius Malfoy at the Ministry hearing on July 23rd. After all, how could a mere letter from a 14-year-old boy hold any weight at such a hearing? Even Wolf's summons was effectively dismissed by Lucius. The crux of the matter was that he could not shift the blame onto Ron Weasley. After all, the latter's report clearly stated that Wolf Black had been attacked at the entrance of Knockturn Alley on the night of July 15th, while the massacre of the Knott family was merely speculated to be an act of retribution by the Starlight Society. And whose fault was it that he foolishly believed Ron's conjecture? As for attempting to pin the label of false evidence, did he think that Dumbledore, sitting on the Wisengamot jury, was merely there for amusement? It was utterly inconceivable. Fudge had anticipated that Umbridge would resign under the weight of the other wizards' disapproving gazes. To his surprise, the relentless Umbridge stubbornly persisted, even deliberately choosing to clean the hall during work hours, which served to further trample Fudge's dignity into the dust. Arthur's plight was even more lamentable. He was summarily dismissed by Fudge under the pretext of illegally modifying a Muggle vehicle, a blatant violation of the law. The problem was that every shopkeeper knew his son had reported Wolf, leaving Arthur unable to find employment. This effectively severed the last thread of economic support for the Weasley family, compounded by Bill and Charlie's refusal to contribute to household expenses due to Ron's actions. Consequently, they were reduced to a meager existence. Arthur's hair fell out in clumps, while Mrs. Weasley wept incessantly, and Ron, who had previously been somewhat plump, became visibly emaciated. After a week of relentless, high-intensity work, coupled with the alluring promise of a substantial bonus set by Ugel, the Galactic Business Alliance finally found its footing following a series of reorganizations. This development liberated Wolf from the confines of his desk. He entrusted all his responsibilities to Wendell Rocher and Madame Shabini, officially embarking on his holiday. The summer evening breeze dispersed the afternoon heat. Wolf sat in a pavilion atop the hillside of Gringrass Manor, gazing at the distant horizon where clouds danced gracefully, displaying myriad forms. As the sun's dying rays bathed the landscape in golden hues, it transformed into a resplendent rose gold. Suddenly, a majestic eagle appeared on the skyline, swiftly breaking through the clouds, tracing a perfect arc across the sky before vanishing beyond the peaks. In that moment, Wolf felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. The ceaseless torment of countless documents and reports finally eased. He stared vacantly at the clouds and the eagle that had appeared and disappeared in an instant. It was the essence of freedom, the taste of the wind. He realized that his original intentions were shifting. Fresh from the forest, he envied Newt Scamander's suitcase, yearning to be among those innocent magical creatures, like a free-spirited sprite. His initial dream had been to become a beastmaster, allowing his soul to transcend within the vocation he adored. What had transformed him so drastically? Was it the heavy dust of the Black Estate, the unblinking corpse of Regulus, the earnest hopes of the aged man in Newmungard, the heartfelt dependence of Astoria, the lamentations of Tethos before his passing, or the relentless pursuit of that wretched chaos over 5 long years? It was all too much, truly overwhelming. Gradually, he was swept away by the tide of power struggles. Stepping deeper into the vortex of ambition, he found himself compelled to seek greater strength, to strive to fulfill his innate talents, and to conceal the purity and kindness within his heart. In a world where the strong devour the weak, he aspired to rise above, to reign in this tumultuous era, and to safeguard his Leah and his brothers. The death of Tethos remained a knot in Wolf's heart. He could not show any particular vulnerability before anyone, especially Wonkai, for he knew that Wonkai bore a heavier burden than he. Clad in a yellow dress embroidered with violets, her hands clasped behind her back, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes arching into beautiful crescents. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and her figure, combined with the distant emerald hills and the evening glow, painted a breathtaking tableau. Seemingly perfect, Wolf gazed at her, his eyes gradually glazing over. He had never so loathed time before. How he wished he and Leah were already of age. Wolf spread his arms wide, smiling at Astoria as she jogged into his embrace. "Wolf, what are you doing here? Enjoying the scenery?" "No, I am waiting. Waiting for the wind, waiting for you, my Leah." The two nestled together, watching as the last rays of the sunset slowly faded. The flocks of birds returned to their nests, and the luminous moon ascended gradually into the night sky. Wolf gently lifted Astoria in his arms, kissing the dragon-shaped mark on her forehead. "Do you wish to fly, Leah? Let Tethys carry you through the skies." Astoria paused, yet trusting Wolf completely. She refrained from questioning him and simply murmured a soft agreement. "Leah, Tethys has always been here." Before her astonished eyes, Wolf's form began to elongate, magnificent wings sprouting from his back, transforming into the majestic figure of Tethys. Astoria gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before her, covering her mouth in astonishment. "My Merlin." Soon, at Wolf's beckoning, she climbed onto the dragon's back. Wolf, with tender magic, secured her in place and fashioned a wind shield. "Leah, we shall soar." That night, everyone at Gringotts Manor beheld the sight of their second young mistress riding a formidable yet graceful dragon, leaving a silhouette against the full moon. This moment became an indelible impression in their hearts. It was a miracle. Daphne stood by the window, watching Astoria cheer on the dragon's back, reveling in the freedom of the sky, as she gently wiped away a tear that had slipped from her eye. "I truly envy you, my sister." As Wolf soared through the night sky with Astoria, tears glistened in his draconic eyes, transforming into starlight in the wind. "Brother, we are flying together." Wolf set aside all to accompany Astoria on a tour across England, even venturing into the Muggle world to visit various historical landmarks. However, a small incident occurred during their visit to the British Museum. As Wolf beheld thousands of ancient artifacts, an inexplicable ache gripped his heart, a wave of sorrow flowing from within him, even causing a slight surge of magical energy. Fortunately, Astoria was quick to soothe Wolf, preventing any significant repercussions. Afterward, Wolf meticulously examined his own condition, finding no abnormalities, leaving him with a profound sense of mystery. As Astoria, laden with souvenirs from her travels, exited Wolf's office to share them with her friends, Wendell Rochel happened to knock on the office door. After a playful exchange, Astoria blushed and hurriedly exited the office. Wendell, smiling warmly, took a seat opposite Wolf and began to brew tea. "Sir, your carefree escapades have been rather thorough. You've been away for 10 days, and it has left those young ladies quite frazzled." Wolf sheepishly rubbed his nose, offering a smile as he attempted to divert the topic. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? Wendell poured a cup of freshly brewed tea and handed it to Wolf. Not much, really. Minister Fudge has visited twice, but missed you both times. He is quite vexed, believing you are intentionally avoiding him. Oh, did he mention what he wanted? Wolf inquired with curiosity. Wendell produced a copy of the Daily Prophet from his satchel. This is the edition from 9 days ago. Sir, in your endeavor to amuse Miss Gringlass, you have inadvertently stirred quite a commotion, akin to a seismic upheaval throughout the wizarding world. Wolf took the newspaper and perused its contents swiftly. Vinda was correct. During those 10 days of leisure, he had been utterly oblivious, wholly engrossed in Astoria, and had paid no heed to the happenings within the wizarding community. Once Wolf set down the newspaper and relinquished his teacup, Vinda, with a light-hearted chuckle, remarked, Sir, you are now hailed as the new generation's Merlin. You cannot fathom the frenzy that has ensued. Lucius and his cohorts are utterly beside themselves. At Malfoy Manor, they have hosted a 3-day banquet, inviting the entire Star Society and the elite of the British upper crust, and even the Soros family from the north has made an appearance. It is said that your recent exposure has unlocked their market across all of Europe, propelling the Soros family to the forefront of European aristocracy. As for the children of the Star Society, you have ascended to the status of a deity in their eyes. The rotund scion of the Lombard family has, astonishingly, convinced his grandmother to sever ties with the Order of the Phoenix and align entirely with us. The Parkinson and Folly families have also declared themselves vassals of the Black family, eagerly awaiting your return to finalize the contract. The wizards who previously expressed skepticism during your 2 speeches are now gravitating towards us, and the personnel department of the Star Society has been utterly overwhelmed. Coyce and Tussulus have been tirelessly clamoring for me and Madame Shabini to increase their salaries. The foot traffic in Nocturne Alley has surpassed even the day of the grand opening. Ugel estimates that over 60% of the British wizarding population has converged here. His commercial union has scarcely closed its doors, sustained solely by invigorating potions. The previous commercial vampires of Diagon Alley, having witnessed Parkinson's defection, have extinguished all ambitions. With establishments like the newly reopened Elop's Owl Emporium and Slug-Jigger's Apothecary relinquishing their management rights, insisting only on retaining profit shares without any other demands. As Wolf sipped his tea, he was astonished by Vinda's comprehensive report. He had not anticipated that his inadvertent actions would yield such profound repercussions. It appeared he had grossly underestimated Merlin's esteemed position in the hearts of wizards. This subtle manipulation had elevated him to such heights. Had he foreseen this, he might have simply transformed into a dragon and circled above Diagon Alley, roaring a few times, which would have sufficed to achieve the same effect. With a wry smile, Wolf shook his head at Vinda and continued, What reactions have come from Hogwarts and Nemontgard? The Master has written, requesting you to visit at your earliest convenience. But he did not elaborate further. However, Dumbledore has indeed ventured into the Muggle world to bring Potter to his side, embarking on an intricate cultivation that suggests a deeper scheme at play. Vinda's intuition was always keen, yet Dumbledore, that old bee, was as enigmatic as an abyss, weaving his plans with subtlety that eluded her grasp. Wolf furrowed his brow in contemplation for an extended moment, unable to discern the underlying motives. After taking a sip of his tea, he remarked, In this world, all things are interdependent. I fear only the Master may glean any insight into Dumbledore's intentions. The ancient love-hate relationship had become deeply ingrained within them, akin to the dynamic between Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao in the Investiture of the Gods, where only they could achieve true mutual understanding. Wolf tapped lightly on the table, his eyes filled with contemplation. He decided to set aside any concerns regarding the Ministry of Magic for the moment. Connolly Fudge's reputation had been nearly obliterated by his own actions, and he would undoubtedly require my support to restore the minister's authority. I instructed Lucius to seek out Rita Skeeter to manage the current public sentiment, tempering the fervor of the overly zealous wizards, ensuring that they do not elevate me too high, for I am not like Dumbledore, who can embody hypocrisy throughout his life. Those who lack virtue do not deserve their position and will inevitably face misfortune. I have merely just stepped over the threshold of becoming a grand sorcerer. If I were to be thrust into a divine status prematurely, it could very well turn into a farce. Merlin represents both belief and aspiration. Every ambitious wizard harbors a desire to surpass Merlin. I have now become the target of many, and I anticipate an onslaught of challenges in the time to come. Wendell, too, had come to his senses, furrowing his brow as he aligned his thoughts with Wolf's. There are always a few reckless individuals who consider themselves geniuses, daring to challenge those beyond their level. Wendell, I find myself in a rather precarious situation. Victory is expected, yet failure would render me merely a stepping stone for others to achieve fame. Wolf rubbed his temples and continued. The crux of the matter is that we absolutely cannot avoid battle. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, we must establish conditions. I cannot accept every trivial challenge thrown my way, lest I become exhausted by ceaseless confrontations. I will handle it, sir, But once you fully attain the Grand Sorcerer level, that battle will be inevitable. We must select a worthy opponent. As that great man once said, a single blow to open the fight prevents 100 from coming. I have a preliminary plan in mind. You may attend to your duties while I deliberate further. After Wendell rose to leave, Wolf leaned back in his chair, his head aching, his gaze silently fixed on the ceiling. Who could be more suitable than you? My uncle. On the evening of August 3rd, Wolf arrived at the gates of Numenor with Astoria. Holding Wolf's hand, Astoria curiously surveyed her surroundings, disappointed by the desolation and decay that greeted her. Wolf, is this truly the sacred ground of the saints? Wasn't it said that Mr. Grindelwald resided within? Why does it appear so dilapidated? Wolf gently squeezed her soft hand and guided her forward. If you perceive the current state of Numenor as a reflection of the teacher's inner world, then you will understand. After the pivotal battle of 1945, his heart became desolate. His body remains here, but his soul is absent. Astoria listened, only partially grasping the meaning. Yet she thoughtfully refrained from probing further, following Wolf as they ascended to the top of the main building. Young one, to speak so disparagingly of your teacher from behind is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Before Wolf could even push open the door, he was greeted by Grindelwald's distinctive voice emanating from within the room. With a beaming smile, Wolf swung the door wide, setting his gaze upon Grindelwald, who was comfortably seated in a rocking chair. Your ears remain as sharp as ever, dear teacher. It seems you can hear from quite a distance. Just as in the old days, he jested. Astoria, who had been somewhat anxious and hiding behind Wolf, cautiously peeked her head out, finally admiring the legendary First Dark Lord. His silvery hair was elegantly tied back in a neat ponytail, and his signature mismatched eyes sparkled under the light. His somewhat aged visage bore a warm smile, reminiscent of a kind, refined elder. Grindelwald noticed Astoria's tentative appearance and, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Ah, so you are Wolf's little fiancée?" Seeing his gentle nature, Astoria's apprehension dissipated. She composed herself and gracefully performed a curtsy, saying, "Good day, Mr. Grindelwald. I am Astoria Gringlass." Grindelwald rose from his armchair and approached the dining table, gesturing for the two to take a seat. "Let us partake in our meal first. We shall converse afterward." Once dinner concluded, Grindelwald led them to the open-air tea table on the rooftop, pouring each a cup of red tea. "Wolf," he remarked, "look, our vegetable garden has sprouted new produce. As long as the roots remain intact, the plants will continue to grow. However, I have been troubled lately by some foreign birds coming to pilfer the vegetables. I devised a solution. I captured one and impaled its carcass on a stake beside the garden, and since then, no more thieves have dared to approach." Both Wolf and Astoria turned their gazes toward the small garden, where indeed, a bird's corpse was seen impaled on a nearby stake. Wolf turned back, taking a sip of his tea. He understood that his mentor was subtly admonishing him regarding the incident with Nate. His approach had been rather crude and excessively harsh. Prior to their actions, Grindelwald had penned a letter suggesting he target only the malevolent leader while sparing the Nate family, thus allowing Theodore to take over smoothly. This would have been the more prudent course of action, yet Wolf, moved by Theodore's tragic plight, had been reminded of his own childhood. Once the sword was drawn, the desire to kill surged forth, and it was impossible to restrain. "Teacher, that incident was indeed rather rough," Wolf admitted, willingly acknowledging his mistake. "I should have heeded your advice. It would have been far more gracious." Astoria, glancing back and forth between Wolf and Grindelwald, appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of what the two were discussing. However, she sensed the gravity of the matter and refrained from asking questions, quietly sipping her tea and gazing at the distant scenery. Unbeknownst to her, this very action left a commendable impression on Grindelwald. At least this apprentice's fiancé was a person of discernment and understanding. Later on, whether by design or happenstance, you revealed your ability to transform into a magical creature, which significantly altered your image in the eyes of the wizards. Embrace this newfound advantage. It shall serve as your greatest ally on the path to sovereignty. Wolf, never underestimate Merlin's stature in the realm of wizards, even if he has been deceased for over a millennium. After savoring a sip of tea, Grindelwald gazed intently at his most exceptional pupil, gradually elucidating the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, Wolf continued with his inquiry. "What is your perspective, teacher, on Dumbledore's decision to keep Harry Potter close and mentor him with such care? Both Wenda and I sense a hidden agenda, yet we find ourselves unable to decipher it." Grindelwald, his hands resting comfortably upon his abdomen, closed his eyes and languidly leaned against the chair's back, savoring the evening breeze that caressed his face. "Dumbledore's thoughts are, in essence, rather simple, Wolf. Do you know who Merlin's master is? King Arthur." At that moment, Wolf felt as if he had spotted a lighthouse in the midst of darkness, finding direction amidst the fog. With clarity dawning upon him, a glint of lethal intent surfaced in Wolf's gaze, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Suddenly, the Navi Astoria interjected, "Mr. Grindelwald, King Arthur is not Merlin's master. They are the best of friends." Grindelwald opened his eyes and bestowed a gentle smile upon Astoria, finding a fondness for the innocent child. Thus, Wolf, Dumbledore will not allow you to claim kingship. Potter is the Arthur in his heart. He initially aspired to assume the role of Merlin himself. And now you have become his favored choice. He need not elevate Potter to be your master, or even your friend. He simply requires that, through his machinations, you are compelled to assist Potter, such as Albus Dumbledore. Listening to Grindelwald's analysis, Wolf let out a long sigh, exclaiming, truly, one wave has not settled before another arises, teacher. Astoria, sensing the sudden silence between the two, sought to break the oppressive atmosphere and asked, Mr. Grindelwald, why have you chosen to imprison yourself in Nurmengard? With your strength and renown, you could lead a life of great comfort outside. Grindelwald chuckled at the irony and gestured toward his heart. As Wolf mentioned, this place is barren. What difference does it make where one is? Not at all, Mr. Grindelwald. Astoria replied earnestly. Loneliness is the greatest adversary of the soul. Venture into a different world. Behold diverse landscapes. There will always be someone, something, or even a gentle breeze that awakens your heart and heals those wounds. Grindelwald gazed at Astoria, struck by her innocent yet profound words. Over the years, many had urged him to step outside, and even Wolf had subtly suggested it on several occasions, but he had never taken it to heart. Yet, this pure and endearing child had unexpectedly touched the softest part of his being. Although her words seemed ethereal, her clear gaze imprinted directly upon his heart. Rendering the eloquent man momentarily speechless, his soul stirred. In that moment, he contemplated that perhaps stepping outside might indeed be worthwhile. The following day, Gellert Grindelwald departed from Nurmengard. This news sent shockwaves through the nerves of every authority in the wizarding world. No one knows the whereabouts of Grindelwald. Some claim to have spotted him in America, others in Europe, and even more absurdly, there are whispers of sightings in Africa. Ultimately, no one wishes for him to tread upon their homeland. However, prior to his departure, Grindelwald sent a letter to Wolf, expressing his intent to explore wondrous places and pursue legendary tales, urging Wolf not to worry or seek him out. Wolf recalled his mentor, a legendary master of unparalleled prowess, and knowing him to be anything but stolid, he felt no concern for his safety. Instead, he was elated that Grindelwald had managed to overcome his psychological barriers and ventured beyond Nurmengard. Of course, Wolf harbored a secret. Somewhat mischievous thought. If only his mentor could persuade Dumbledore to accompany him, they could roam the world together, sparing Wolf a great deal of trouble. Yet, each time he prepared to act, an array of peculiar incidents would invariably arise, from unexpected creditors to well-meaning neighbors. Most harrowing was the day he found himself at the back door of the hovel, only to be startled by a throng of aurors from the Ministry of Magic bursting through the front entrance. He was so frightened that he nearly lost control. He assumed they had come to apprehend him and fled in haste. Fortunately, the aurors were there to investigate Arthur Weasley's unauthorized modifications to a Muggle vehicle, and he escaped unnoticed. Then he witnessed the complete disintegration of the Weasley family, and just as he thought this was a fortuitous opportunity to act, Arthur was dismissed from his position and remained home daily, causing Wolf to seethe with frustration. He knew his former colleague from the Order of the Phoenix all too well. Armed with a wand, he could barely hold his own against him, and now, well, if he dared to make a move, it would be akin to delivering himself to the slaughter. Finally, when the entire family had vacated the premises, Wolf successfully infiltrated the hovel. Upon entering, he was immediately overwhelmed. That wretched Ronald Weasley, you brainless oaf, he raged. That was a mere mouse, not your wife. Must you drag her everywhere you go? Have you consumed some potion of utter foolishness? For half an hour, Sirius, alone in the desolate hovel, unleashed every curse he could conceive in front of Ron's bed. As he grew weary and thirsty, intending to scavenge for sustenance, he was once again taken aback by the state of the household. The kitchen was cleaner than his own doghouse, devoid of even a single potato. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could he still catch that rat? Left with no other option, he resorted to masquerading as a stray dog, rummaging for food in the village of Sancaciopol. To his shock, he saw wanted posters plastered all over the village, accusing him of assaulting Diagon Alley, robbing the owl shop, and setting fire to Flourish and Blots. This revelation left him in a daze, but he quickly regained his composure. What on earth was that little wolf cub thinking? Was he truly driving his own uncle to the brink? If not for the deeply ingrained hatred and his steadfast obsession, he would have found it hard to endure. More than half a month passed, and it was not until the afternoon of August 4th that Sirius sat on a small hill, observing the dilapidated house. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged beside him, startling Sirius greatly. Just as he was about to flee on all fours, a familiar voice called out from behind, Sirius, the master wishes to see you. Wolf wishes to see me? You refer to him as master? A 13-year-old child is addressed as master? Countless questions surged within Sirius, who had merely speculated that Wolf's influence must be considerable, as he had so effortlessly assisted in his escape from Azkaban. However, the cautious Sirius chose not to respond. He had not forgotten that he was still in the form of a large dog and immediately turned to flee. Cotes Selwyn shook his head, exclaiming, "What is the need for this?" He then exchanged a glance with Theodore Nott and Bill Weasley. The three simultaneously drew their wands, casting stunning spells at the fleeing Sirius. But he evaded them with a series of agile twists. This left the initially confident Cotes somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to shout, "If you do not stop, I shall resort to more serious measures." Sirius paid him no heed, thinking to himself, "Is this person truly a fool?" Yet his pace quickened nonetheless. In the next moment, Cotes apparat directly in front of Sirius, muttering, "I will not allow you to escape." He conjured two ropes out of thin air, ensnaring Sirius tightly. Thus, Sirius found himself hanging upside down in a rather undignified manner. Cotes produced a smooth baseball bat, lightly tapping it against his palm as he approached with a sinister grin. A mournful howl, reminiscent of pain, echoed from the hillside, reaching the dilapidated house, and Ron curiously leaned out of the window to see what was occurring. After some time, Cotes turned to Bill, who wore a peculiar smile, and said, "So this is what it feels like to hang someone up and strike them. It is truly exhilarating. And let me tell you both, he did not surrender at the sight of us, and even attempted to flee. I had to intervene for his own good. Be mindful of your words in front of the master later, understood?" This declaration caused Bill to burst into laughter, while Theodore, who had maintained a stoic expression, began to twitch at the corners of his mouth and eyes, clearly struggling to contain his amusement. Finally, before dinner, Wolf encountered the neatly tidied Sirius in his office. Likely sensing Cotes' insecurity, as he had ensured Sirius was bathed and dressed anew. "My dear nephew, you have grown, Wolf." Wolf raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. "It is quite impressive that you remember my appearance so clearly after only one meeting. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, especially with your current hair color." Sirius seemed to disregard Wolf's comments, continuing to speak to himself. Wolf settled into his desk, pouring a fresh cup of tea for Sirius, and with a hint of jest, remarked, "I have heard that your relationship with my father was rather tumultuous in your youth." Sirius lifted his teacup, gesturing a toast, before continuing his narrative. "In truth, prior to our enrollment, it was I and your father, Regulus Black, who shared the closest bond. We were of similar age, and the affluence of the Black family meant we were spared the treachery and rivalry over inheritance." Suddenly, Sirius grew agitated. The long years spent in Azkaban, while not driving him to madness, had transformed him into a man of deep emotion. After all, who could endure such an existence for over a decade, upheld by a single thought, without becoming somewhat unhinged? He entered Slytherin and became brooding, cold-blooded, and brutal, ultimately aligning himself with the Death Eaters. Thus, we severed ties, and I resolved to extricate myself from that repugnant, decaying family, until the Dark Lord proclaimed his disappearance. We had no contact. I was not even present at his wedding to your mother, a decision I lament deeply. Had I not been so impulsive and extreme at that time, had I spent more moments with him, perhaps he could have found his way back. At the very least, he would not have met such a tragic end." Wolf gazed at the tear-streaked face of Sirius, momentarily at a loss for words. Witnessing his emotional appraisal of a deceased father should have incited anger. He should have intervened, yet Wolf found himself speechless. Should he reveal that his father was an undercover agent? Or should he disclose the fact that his father had secretly reignited his name on the family tree? Wolf deemed such revelations futile, offering nothing but further anguish. He forcefully suppressed his roiling emotions, striving to maintain a neutral tone. "Tell me, why did you take the blame for Peter Pettigrew, enduring 12 years in Azkaban?" At this juncture, Sirius had fully succumbed to his emotions, his state far more harrowing than that induced by a truth serum. If one were to follow his emotional outpouring, he would speak freely and exhaustively. "That scoundrel, that wretched rat, who ought to have perished in the filth. He deceived us. He betrayed James, leading to the demise of the entire Potter family." Sirius's eyes were bloodshot, fury radiating from his pupils, so intense that the corners of his eyes split, releasing rivulets of blood tears. Years ago, that despicable little rat had eavesdropped on Sybil Trelawney's prophecy outside the Hogshead Inn, relaying it to the Dark Lord. The boy who would vanquish the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July, to a family that had thwarted him thrice. The Dark Lord chose Harry, obsessively hunting James and Lily. In a bid to evade him, we resolved to use the Secret Keeper charm. Initially, I was undoubtedly the first choice for that role. But then, Sirius suddenly broke down, weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate another word. At that moment, a sudden sound emerged from the office lounge. Wolf's fingertips shimmered with a crimson light as he silently cast an impenetrable charm upon the lounge door. However, Sirius, steeped in sorrow, remained utterly unaware. In a moment of desperation, Wolf cast a calming spell on Sirius, which somewhat alleviated his emotional turmoil. With a shaky voice, Sirius continued, "I concocted what I believe to be an utterly brilliant idea at the time, but in hindsight, it appears remarkably foolish. I thought everyone would assume I was the secret keeper, making me the primary target of the mysterious one's wrath. Thus, if we were to discreetly switch the secret keeper, even if I were unfortunate enough to be captured, Harry would still be protected. If James was a fool, then the one who proposed this idea and successfully persuaded James, Sirius, was surely the fool among fools. They say there isn't a single imbecile in the Black family. No wonder I am the first Black in Gryffindor, truly unique. So, you replaced the secret keeper with Peter Pettigrew, who then used that as leverage to join the Death Eaters, utterly betraying the Potters. Wolf poured out the now-cold tea before Sirius and refilled his cup, inquiring, "And how were you captured?" Sirius's emotions shifted rapidly. The profound sadness that had enveloped him moments ago was now eclipsed by a tide of fury, emanating a palpable dark aura. After James was murdered, I knew that scoundrel must have betrayed them. After lending my motorcycle to Hagrid, I searched high and low, until I cornered him on a Muggle street. With his meager magical prowess, I thought I could easily squash him, but to my astonishment, the Dark Lord had taught him a powerful explosive curse. Seizing the moment of my distraction, he severed his own middle finger, using his blood as a medium to enhance the explosion. I believed he was dead, thus I offered no resistance. I have always thought it was my fault that James perished. Of course it was you. You foolish, arrogant, conceited waste of space. With a resounding crash, the impenetrable door to the lounge was blasted open, and Severus Snape emerged, floating as if propelled by unseen forces, his hurried steps reminiscent of a bat darting towards Sirius. Wand in hand, he thrust Sirius's head forcefully against the desk, shattering the teacup and sending shards slicing across Sirius's cheek, mingling blood with scalding tea, a second wound that made even Wolf wince in sympathy. Suddenly, the tip of Snape's raised wand unleashed an invisible wave, severing Sirius's left ear. You killed Lily. Through your foolishness. You are the reason she is dead. You imbecile, less intelligent than a troll. Filth. Sirius howled in agony, his gaze fixating on the severed ear, gradually regaining clarity. Ultimately, he succumbed to the pain, fainting from the intensity of his suffering. Wolf intervened, halting Snape from taking further action. Uncle, for now, he cannot perish. I still have some schemes regarding him. Likewise, your current target should be that rat hiding in the Weasley household. Severus Snape, indeed, is worthy of being a double agent between Voldemort and Dumbledore. He soon reined in his emotions and slowly stowed away his wand. Let this fool's head remain on his filthy neck for the time being. As for that rat, having waited all these years, an additional fortnight is of no consequence. It is truly splendid that you can think this way, Uncle. By the way, do not brew the Veritaserum so concentrated next time. Fortunately, I encountered a fool today, or I would have truly revealed myself. Your notion of not minding the extra fortnight merely entails dragging me from the office to the burrow. Wolf stood on a distant hillock overlooking the burrow, coincidentally the very spot where Sirius usually observed the Weasley family. Faced with Kurt's pleading gaze, Wolf could only shrug, indicating his helplessness. As soon as the two stepped outside, Wolf was seized by Snape, who then disapparated them to their current location. Enduring a moment of patience only fueled his anger. Retreating was not an option. I can no longer wait. I shall eliminate that pest today. Snape's eyes glinted with menace, his intent to kill palpable as he stared at the burrow. Wolf's forehead throbbed in pain. What a predicament this was. He forced himself to remain calm, striving to avoid being dragged down by Snape's fury. Thus, Severus, you must notify Dumbledore to come here immediately. I shall inform the Weasleys in the order. An explanation is necessary. After all, this is the Weasley family, not just any ordinary cats or dogs. Snape's eyes reddened. He was beyond listening, drawing his wand and transforming into a cloud of darkness, speeding towards the burrow. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Wolf retrieved the twin mirror from his pocket to contact Percy Weasley. By Merlin's grace, Percy happened to be using the mirror to discuss some missteps in the ministry with Hermione and promptly received Wolf's message. Mrs. Weasley opened the door, her expression one of surprise at the sudden visit from the grim-faced member of the Order. Severus, what brings you here unexpectedly? Snape, foregoing pleasantries, addressed Mrs. Weasley directly. Molly, hand over Ronald Weasley's rat to me. I shall explain the details to you later. As they awaited, Wolf reappeared behind Snape, smiling as he performed a courteous bow to Mrs. Weasley. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Weasley. To be honest, Wolf had always been filled with curiosity and a modicum of respect for this unassuming, somewhat matronly witch. She was the great mother who had raised 6 remarkable offspring. Molly Weasley gazed at Wolf in a daze. She understood that her family's fragmentation could not be blamed on this young man. Yet, ultimately, was it not because of him? This boy had done nothing wrong. It was merely that his brilliance shone too brightly. It was Ron's jealousy, Percy's admiration, and the twins' aspiration that had cost her the harmonious and loving family she once had. Deep within her heart, she harbored a desire to direct her ire towards him. However, her own conscience and reason admonished her against such an action. Thus, as she gazed intently at the resplendent youth before her for the first time, she found herself engulfed in a tumult of confusion and disarray. Disarm him. A crimson beam of light suddenly shot towards Wolf from around the corner of the staircase. It was Ron, who had just descended from his room with Scabbers in tow, having heard Mrs. Weasley's call. Yet, upon reaching the staircase corner, he spotted Wolf standing at the doorway. He was not his mother. Ron had always attributed all his grievances to Wolf. The pent-up frustration and long-suppressed animosity surged forth, overpowering his reason. Without a second thought, he drew his wand and cast a disarming spell at Wolf. The red light soared past Mrs. Weasley's terrified gaze, while Snape merely cast a disdainful glance before fixing his attention on the rat in Ron's other hand. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Ron's eyes. Wolf retained his prior smile, yet it was now laced with palpable mockery. With a casual gesture, he astonishingly caught the red light in his palm, examined it closely, and then discarded it as if it were mere refuse. The crimson light detonated upon contact with the earthen ground outside, creating a small crater and startling a goblin, which emerged from its burrow chattering angrily, though no one paid it any heed. Ron's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and Mrs. Weasley gazed at Wolf in shock. The act of catching a spell barehanded appeared exceedingly impressive. In truth, its principle was quite simple, merely employing magical energy to envelop one's hand. Yet, the crucial factor was possessing a magical power far superior to that of one's opponent. The hatred in Snape's eyes seemed almost palpable, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. "Weasley, hand over that wretched rat," he commanded coldly. Perhaps Snape's chilling tone intimidated Ron, for he hesitated to relinquish Scabbers, instinctively clutching the rat closer to his chest. He retreated step by step until his back collided with the windowsill, still shouting, "I will not surrender Scabbers to you, vile Slytherins. You intend to use dark magic against him. He is my friend, and I must protect him." Wolf displayed an expression of anticipated understanding, glancing at Snape, whose icy demeanor seemed capable of freezing the entire hovel, and at Mrs. Weasley, who appeared on the verge of explosive anger. Before Snape could interject, Mrs. Weasley reprimanded sharply. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ron, bring Scabbers here at once." At that moment, she began to grasp the reason behind Ron's fierce animosity towards Wolf. Where had this boy learned such hostility? They had never deliberately belittled or maligned Slytherin at home. Ron vigorously shook his head, ignoring Mrs. Weasley's command, and ultimately dashed upstairs, clutching Scabbers tightly. Just as Snape forcefully pushed Mrs. Weasley aside to pursue him, Arthur Weasley appeared in the courtyard of the hovel. He witnessed his wife being pushed down by Snape, and in an instant, his eyes brimmed with tears. The emotions that had long been suppressed due to work-related setbacks and the disintegration of his family erupted violently. He swiftly drew his wand and directed it fiercely at Snape, exclaiming, "Disarm." The serpent-shaped wand, reduced to the size of a wand, slipped from the sleeve of his wizarding robes into Wolf's hands. With a gentle flick, he intercepted the disarming spell aimed at Snape. Initially, Snape had been enraged by Arthur's sudden attack, but upon seeing Wolf willingly step in front of him, a flicker of gratitude coursed through him. "Uncle Snape, you go after that rat. I'll handle things here," Wolf said, retreating a couple of steps while ensuring Mrs. Weasley was within his protective range. Snape remained silent, merely nodding slightly. After casting a glance at the Weasley couple, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and ascended into the upper floors. "Is everything all right, Molly? What on earth happened? Why is Snape here at our humble abode?" Arthur Weasley inquired, bombarding his wife with questions as she rose unsteadily from the ground and approached him. "Arthur, you misunderstand. Severus was merely acting in haste. He didn't intend to harm me. They are here looking for Scabbers." "Scabbers? Ron's rat?" Arthur's face displayed astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. How could it be that a potions master from Hogwarts and the head of the Order of the Phoenix had come to their home solely to capture a rat? He kept his wand raised, turning to Wolf with an accusatory tone. "So, Mr. Black, you came to my house for a rat? Such a ludicrous reason. Do you think I'm a child?" At his words, Mrs. Weasley also quickly grasped the implication and drew her wand, casting a wary glance at Wolf. Wolf had never been one to passively endure provocation. If one spoke courteously, he would respond in kind, but if one resorted to threats, he was not one to tolerate such behavior. "Oh, so, Mr. Weasley, what is it about your ramshackle house, pieced together with a few planks, that I should find of any interest?" As soon as those words left his lips, Arthur's face flushed crimson with a mix of anger and humiliation. He felt as if his most significant secret had been brazenly exposed in a public forum. Mrs. Weasley's expression darkened considerably. The less one possesses, the more one fears the judgment of others. Though the Weasley family had always been somewhat impoverished, Arthur had held the title of a Ministry of Magic official, and his two already graduated sons had achieved a modest degree of recognition in their respective fields, allowing them a semblance of hope for the future. Thus, he had never paid much heed to the jeers of other wizards, appearing quite magnanimous and carefree. However, now that the Weasley family was on the brink of collapse and financial ruin, bringing up such matters felt like pouring salt into his festering wounds, striking a painful chord deep within him. It appears that you, the prodigy of magic and a rising star of high society, cannot shed your hypocritical arrogance without facing some adversity. With that, Arthur launched an immediate assault, illustrating the stark contrast between an adult wizard and an adolescent with delusions of grandeur. In true combat, there is no need to vociferously cast spells. Such a tactic merely signals to the adversary how to respond. It is the silent incantations that reign supreme on the battlefield. Wolf deflected Arthur's spell with his wand. Sensing the intensity of the magic coursing through it, Arthur was evidently enraged and attacking with all his might. Nevertheless, Wolf had no intention of employing overly lethal spells, at least until Bill arrived, and as long as his own safety was not at risk. Thus, he refrained from mounting a significant counterattack, relying instead on his heightened perception to evade continuously. When the irritation became unbearable, he would casually deflect Arthur's spells and cast a few leg-locking and disarming charms, with no intention of subduing them, merely aiming to delay. Is the illustrious King of Stars to behave like a coward, merely evading? Arthur roared in fury as he pressed his assault. He had never underestimated Wolf's prowess. Yet he was taken aback that even the combined efforts of himself and his spouse could not subdue him. You stand here, bellowing at me, and you ought to be grateful for your 4 fine sons. With that, Wolf sent Arthur flying and imprisoned Mrs. Weasley, addressing Bill, stating that these two would be left to him while he went to check on Snape, who had yet to resolve matters. Upon following the sounds to Ron's room on the 3rd floor, Wolf discovered Ron bound to a chair and silenced by a spell. Snape, clutching scabbers in his left hand and brandishing his wand, faced off against Dumbledore. Dumbledore, do you intend to stop me? Snape appeared to have lost his sanity, his grip on scabbers tightening. The rat wriggled desperately, squeaking in an attempt to escape. Dumbledore, observing the scene, swiftly waved his elder wand, causing Snape's left hand to jolt as if pricked by a needle, sending scabbers flying. With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore caught the rat effortlessly. After a meticulous examination, a look of realization dawned upon Dumbledore, his gaze toward Scabbers filled with fury, disdain, and contempt. He magically imprisoned Scabbers midair, rendering the creature's struggles futile. Snape, shaking off the pain from his left hand, completely lost control, his wand emitting a blinding white light as he launched an attack on Dumbledore. Observing Dumbledore's composed demeanor, Wolf felt compelled to test his own current strength. "Old B, count me in," he declared, brandishing his wand and joining the fray. Although Dumbledore was an esteemed legendary wizard, facing a deranged top-tier dark wizard and another formidable sorcerer on the verge of becoming one proved to be a considerable challenge. To avoid damaging the humble abode, Dumbledore transfigured himself to an open space outside, while Snape, heedless of the consequences, transformed into a swirling black mist in pursuit, closely followed by Wolf. It seems that without engaging in a brawl first, you cannot attain calmness. Severus. Dumbledore observed Snape, who had transformed into a swirling black mist, frantically casting spells around him. He comprehended the depth of Snape's turmoil. The death of Lily was an indelible scar upon his heart, compounded by the fact that it was he who had revealed the secret, whether intentional or not. This had ensnared Snape in a relentless cycle of guilt and remorse over the past 12 years, as he tortured himself day after day, moment after moment. Now that he had discovered the true murderer, how could he possibly remain composed? Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the poised Wolf beside him, offering a knowing smile. "Come now, Mr. Black, today shall be my opportunity to gauge your worth." Chapter 21. The hovel. Initially, Wolf did not charge forth with fervor. Instead, like a cunning strategist, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Dumbledore was preoccupied with defending against Snape's onslaught. Observing this, Wolf silently lamented, "Truly, you are my dear uncle, selling me out completely." Gripping his wand tighter, he steadied his nerves and approached Dumbledore with deliberate steps, bowing in an ancient and graceful dual salute. Dumbledore slowly opened his arms, slightly inclining his body, with the elder wand loosely held between his thumb and palm, exuding an air of elegance and composure. An invisible blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Dumbledore, who did not flinch but instead pointed the elder wand at the ground. The weeds below erupted in rapid growth, forming a shield before him that thwarted Wolf's silent curse. Simultaneously, Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a disarming charm towards Wolf. Aware of his limitations in countering Dumbledore's enchantments, Wolf relied on his acute sense of danger to evade while on the run. The exchange of spells intensified, leaving the ground pockmarked with small craters from the magical blasts. Wolf discerned that Dumbledore's offensive tactics relied solely on disarming and binding spells, while his defensive maneuvers were limited to transfiguration. As Dumbledore leisurely fended off Wolf's attacks, he imparted instruction: "You are overly fixated on the damage of individual spells, neglecting the synergy between them. Particularly, the combinations of certain spells can yield effects that far surpass those of high-damage singular spells. Observe closely." With a silent summoning charm, Dumbledore conjured a flock of sparrows that soared towards Wolf. He countered with a shield charm, But upon impact, the sparrows exploded, and the remaining few transformed into large serpents. Opening their gaping maws menacingly, Wolf was compelled to use apparition, suddenly appearing behind Dumbledore, casting another silent curse. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, employing the same technique to shift aside, then pointed the Elder Wand at the rubble on the ground. Under the influence of his transfiguration, the heap of stones morphed into numerous small creatures that charged toward Wolf. As he spoke, he emphasized the importance of utilizing the art of apparition to evade or launch attacks during battle. One must remain utterly focused, lest external distractions lead to the perilous risk of disjunction. Once severed, the outcome would likely spell disaster. Throughout the skirmish, it was imperative to remain vigilant of the battlefield's environment, for transfiguration could effectively disrupt adversaries while simultaneously creating opportunities for counterattacks or retreats. Wolf continued his relentless assault on Dumbledore, fervently absorbing the knowledge imparted to him and putting it into practice. Consequently, the battlefield became populated with numerous transfigured creatures imbued with spells such as the Stunning Spell, Cutting Curse, and Disarming Charm. He was actively experiencing the essence of combinatory magic through tangible actions. At that moment, Wolf discerned that the concept of gauging one's own capabilities merely served as a pretext for Dumbledore to impart practical combat experience. Undeniably, this notion struck a deep chord within Wolf, revealing the very deficiency he sought to overcome. He recalled the words of his mentor, Gellert Grindelwald, in Newmontgard, who, as the individual most attuned to Dumbledore's essence, had proclaimed that Harry need not become his master or even a friend. It sufficed that through Harry's orchestrations, he would be compelled to assist him. The Black family had never been remiss in rewarding those who had aided them. Had it not been for Grindelwald's foresight, Dumbledore's practical teachings would have quietly placed Wolf in a position of indebtedness to him. Even if one were aware of such machinations, what would it matter? Could Wolf, in good conscience, declare that this experience held no significance? It was inconceivable. A person steeped in deceit, unable to confront their own inner truth, could never truly command the unwavering loyalty of others, let alone aspire to dominion. This was Albus Dumbledore. When you were oblivious, every scheme would ensnare you into his intricate designs. Yet, once perceived, these machinations would transform into transparent stratagems, compelling you to willingly participate in his grand design. After exchanging practice with Dumbledore, the diminutive creatures in the vicinity had evolved into formidable magical beasts. Thus, when Bill arrived with the elite team and the Weasley couple in the backyard, they witnessed Dumbledore's conjured phoenix dispatching the Sphinx that Wolf had transfigured. He sighed deeply, recognizing the vast chasm between their abilities. Harry's incremental and painstaking approach paled in comparison to the mere suggestions Wolf had received in those fleeting minutes. Fortunately, Dumbledore was an unwavering paragon of intellect and strength, impervious to distortion or doubt. Otherwise, any other individual would likely begin to question their choices amidst such a stark comparison. Sensing that Wolf's magical reserves were dwindling, Dumbledore tightened his grip on the Elder Wand and, after careful contemplation, addressed Wolf. I shall teach you one final spell, a unique combinatory magic of my own invention. In exchange for your promise of assistance in the future. Imprisoned within the water sphere, Wolf made no attempt to resist. Instead, he gradually immersed himself in the intricacies of the enchantment. Dumbledore refrained from providing any explanations, merely maintaining the shape of the water sphere without augmenting its power or launching further attacks. In truth, if the sphere were to shrink just a little more, it would submerge Wolf entirely, constituting a lethal maneuver. After 5 minutes elapsed, Dumbledore released Wolf, who, upon opening his eyes with a sudden intensity, pointed his serpent-like wand at Dumbledore, enveloping him in an identical water sphere. When Dumbledore burst forth from the sphere, smiling and applauding Wolf, the latter promptly stowed away his wand and bowed respectfully. The water prison charm. I am deeply grateful, Professor Dumbledore. In the humble dining room, the flickering candlelight on the long table cast elongated shadows upon the mottled walls. The diminutive Peter was bound tightly by magical ropes, cowering in a corner, his mouse-like eyes darting about in search of an escape. The air was thick with the lingering remnants of battle and an imminent tension. Albus Dumbledore stood at one end of the table, his blue eyes unusually bright behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Severus Snape occupied the opposite end, his black robes swirling like ominous clouds, his pallid visage etched with suppressed fury. Wolf leaned lazily against the doorframe, intrigued by the tense standoff within. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, deliberately brought from Hogwarts by Dumbledore, sat despondently on the floor, having grasped the grim reality. Wolf gestured for Constellation, whispering a few words in his ear before signaling him to proceed with his task. He must die. Snape's voice emerged like a hiss through clenched teeth, his dark eyes ablaze with icy flames. Now, immediately, Dumbledore shook his head, his silvery hair shimmering softly in the candlelight. No, Severus. Peter shall face a public trial from the Ministry of Magic. If we resort to extrajudicial punishment, how are we any different from Tom? Furthermore, This is the sole avenue to restore Sirius's innocence. Innocence? Snape scoffed, his lips twisting into a derisive sneer. That foolish dog rotted in Azkaban for 12 years. Do you believe a trial could rectify that? Suddenly, he pointed his wand, and Peter emitted a piercing scream. He betrayed Lily. He must pay the price. At the opposite end of the table, Ron Weasley shifted uncomfortably, repulsed by the realization that he had considered this greasy middle-aged man a closest friend, even sharing baths and sleeping arrangements with him. Mrs. Weasley stood at the kitchen doorway, twisting her apron with her right hand while gripping her husband Arthur's arm with her left, her complexion pale. The thought that this accursed Death Eater had lived in her home for over a decade filled her with dread. A flicker of pain crossed the old headmaster's eyes before he regained his composure. I understand your anguish. You understand nothing. Severus Snape suddenly erupted in fury, sparks of danger erupting from the tip of his wand. For 12 long years, I have endured the torment within, refraining from personally dispatching that insufferably clever fool, allowing that black dog to languish in Azkaban. Now, having finally captured the true traitor, you tell me to wait? Peter began to sob in the corner. Severus, old friend. I am truly sorry. I was just too frightened. Please, silence. Both Snape and Harry shouted in unison, the fire in Harry's green eyes rivaling that of his potions professor. Dumbledore sighed and turned to Peter. Peter, you shall pay for your betrayal, but it must be through due process of law. This is not only for Sirius, but for all those deceived, including Harry. Law? Wormtail scoffed derisively. The law allowed my uncle to be thrown into Azkaban without trial. The law has let the Dark Lord roam free for so many years. Precisely why we must uphold it, rather than descend into the barbarism of vigilante justice. Dumbledore's voice grew stern, a rare edge of anger surfacing. Do not stoke the flames here, Wormtail. Your intentions are all too clear. Do not pretend to possess deep affection for Sirius. He then turned back to Snape, disregarding Wormtail's indifferent demeanor. You are not a murderer, Severus. Do not allow yourself to become one. Snape's features contorted as he swept his wand in a fierce motion, a red beam shattering the plate above Peter's head, fragments scattering. Do you think I care what I become? Ever since Lily died. Do not invoke her name to justify violence. Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice, his blue eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and regret. Lily Evans Potter believed in justice and compassion. She would not wish to see you like this. You have no right to speak her name. Snape's voice was a low murmur, yet each word was as sharp as a dagger. You manipulated my love for her, forcing me to serve you. Now you wish to use it to restrain me? Dumbledore's expression softened. Severus, I implore you. No. Snape erupted again. 12 years. For 12 years I have endured as you asked, waiting, playing that loathsome role. And now, when the true culprit is finally within reach, all I need to do is give my wand a mere flick, and I could avenge her. Yet you ask me to let it go? He turned sharply towards Peter. His wand pointed directly at his heart. Avada, disarm you. Dumbledore's incantation was swifter. Snape's wand soared into the air, caught deftly by the headmaster. The air stilled. Snape stood frozen, his empty hands trembling slightly, the fury in his eyes replaced by a deeper anguish. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet forcefully sealed. Give it back, Snape hissed. Dumbledore shook his head. I cannot allow you to do something you will regret. The only regret I have, Snape roared, his voice filled with pain, is that I did not hear the entirety of that damned prophecy that night. Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Dumbledore said calmly, yet his grip on Snape's wand remained steady. Peter would stand trial at Wizengamot, and the entire world would come to know the truth. Sirius would regain his freedom and honor. This was the outcome Lily would have wished to see. Snape's chest heaved violently, his black eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. Wolf could sense the magical tension between the two, as if invisible sparks were igniting in the air. What if he escaped before the trial? Snape finally spoke, his voice low and dangerous. What if he deceived everyone once more? He shall not, Dumbledore replied, casting a sharp glance at Peter. We will have the most stringent guards until the trial concludes. Allow me, a hoarse voice emanated from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Sirius Black, recently brought in by Cattermole, standing there, his gaunt face etched with fatigue, his mangled left ear still stained with blood, yet his gray eyes shone like beacons. I have the right to watch him until the trial is over. I shall personally drive my wand into his heart. Snape let out a cold laugh. How touching. Foolish guard of the traitor. Sirius disregarded his taunt and approached Dumbledore directly. Albus, I request this right. I swear on my life that he will not escape. Dumbledore scrutinized him, then slowly nodded. But at that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Sirius drew his wand, aiming it directly at Peter, Avada. However, his incantation remained incomplete. As Dumbledore swiftly reclaimed the wand, the hatred in your eyes rivals Severus's. Sirius, the moment you appeared at the door, I knew your intentions. Let Arthur escort him to the ministry personally. He then cast a cold glance at Wolf, clearly indicating that the current situation was largely his doing. Enjoying yourself, Wolf Black? This time, Wolf did not offer a cheeky grin. He genuinely felt an uncontrollable rage emanating from the White Lord, laced with hints of murderous intent. The wand appeared in his hand in an instant, and Wolf entered a heightened state of alert. The dining hall fell into silence once more. Mrs. Weasley finally stepped forward. Albus is right. We must adhere to the rules. Although Molly Weasley's voice was gentle, it was undeniably authoritative. The children are watching. Only then did Snape realize that Harry had been staring at him intently. He looked into those longing, emerald-green eyes. A wave of sorrow began to wash over him. As long-buried memories surfaced one by one, Snape's gaze shifted from Dumbledore to Sirius, finally resting on the sobbing Peter. His expression gradually transformed from anger to a cold, resolute determination. He knew that as long as Dumbledore was present, he could never personally kill the traitor. Very well, he finally said, his voice laced with venomous ice. But I shall take him today, and tomorrow let Weasley collect him from Spider Alley. Count me in, you snot-nosed brat, Sirius scoffed. Dumbledore regarded them sternly. It is permissible. Severus, your wand. He returned the wand, but added, remember your promise. Severus Snape seized his wand, lifting the quaking figure of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who seemed to anticipate the dreadful night that lay ahead. The headmaster observed their departing silhouettes, including the following Sirius Black and the leisurely Wolf. A flicker of complex emotion crossing his visage. As the door slammed shut, a collective sigh of relief seemed to envelop everyone within the shabby abode. Would he uphold his vow? Harry could not suppress his inquiry. Dumbledore turned to him, the weariness yet resolute gleam in his eyes behind the crescent-shaped spectacles illuminating the darkness. Severus Snape is a multifaceted individual, Harry, yet he has never faltered in his promises. The morning mist of spinners enshrouded the dilapidated streets like a veil of ash. Arthur Weasley tightened the collar of his robe, once again verifying the parchment given to him by Dumbledore. The sign at the Snape residence was so rusted it was nearly indecipherable. He raised his hand, hesitating for a moment before rapping on the weathered black door. Arthur furrowed his brow, tapping his wand against the lock. Alohomora. The door creaked open slightly, releasing a gust of air infused with the scent of potions and a metallic tang. At that moment, he suddenly heard a faint groan emanating from the basement. Arthur's wand immediately glowed, illuminating the narrow staircase as he descended. With each step, the metallic odor intensified. As he pushed open the basement door, the scene revealed to him caused his stomach to churn. Peter Pettigrew was suspended in midair by iron chains, his already sparse hair torn in patches, exposing a bloody scalp. His robe was shredded into strips, and his exposed skin was riddled with numerous wounds, some crusted and others still oozing blood. Most alarming of all was his right hand. Where the previously severed finger had been entirely removed again, the wound charred as if severed by a heated blade. My word, Arthur exclaimed, rushing forward to wave his wand and release the chains. Peter crumpled into his embrace, as limp as a sack of bones, his breath faint as a wisp of smoke. Trembling lips formed words that quaked with fear, his single eye filled with terror from enduring a night of the Cruciatus curse and turns. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Arthur whirled around, his wand pointed at the doorway where Snape stood, his black robes immaculate, his pale face eerily calm. You arrived 10 minutes earlier than I anticipated, Weasley. Snape's voice was as cold as a blade under the light. I still have some concluding tasks to attend to. Tasks? Arthur's voice trembled with rage. This is clearly torture. Merlin above, what have you done to him? Emerging from the shadows, Sirius stepped forth, his disheveled black hair framing gray eyes that glimmered with a chilling intensity Arthur had never witnessed. I merely allowed him to experience a fraction of what I endured daily in Azkaban for 12 years. A twisted smile curled on his lips, though he is a traitor. Oh, Arthur, my mercy in not killing him is considerable, is it not, Wormtail? Peter shivered violently in Arthur's arms, emitting whimpers akin to a frightened creature. Does Albus know of this? Arthur demanded sternly. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Do you think he anticipated this scene when he ordered me to take away this rubbish yesterday? Especially with that fool insisting on coming along. You have lost your minds. Arthur scooped up Peter and dashed towards the staircase. He needed medical attention. I must deliver him intact to the Ministry of Magic. If we delay, he will perish. Suddenly, Sirius blocked his path, his wand pressed against Arthur's throat. Do not forget. Arthur, James was also your friend, your comrade, and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Are you truly willing to let this traitor go? Arthur met his gaze unwaveringly. I am filled with rage. I harbor hatred, yet I am certain I will not descend into the same brutality as you. A suffocating silence enveloped the dimly lit basement. At last, Snape gently waved his hand. Let him go. We shall see if this rat has enough life left in him. Weasley, you have no more than 15 minutes. After that, he will not reach St. Mungo's and will surely die. It is remarkable that Dumbledore still places such trust in you, believing you will honor your commitments. I only promise that he will survive until the Ministry's doorstep. As Arthur rushed up the stairs, cradling the barely conscious Peter, he heard Sirius's low, mocking laughter behind him. Tell him, Wormtail. to inform everyone of the fate that befalls those who betray their friends. In the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge's round face had turned a shade akin to that of a pig's liver. For the third time, he dabbed his forehead with a silk handkerchief, glaring at the unconscious Peter sprawled on the floor, recently treated by a healer from St. Mungo's. Are you certain there has been no mistake? Black and Snape together? Umbridge stood nearby, her fingers pinching her nose and mouth in disgust. I heard it with my own ears, Minister. When I arrived at St. Mungo's, Arthur Weasley was sending a howler to Dumbledore. Furthermore, Peter bore the marks of at least 20 different curses, and, enough, Fudge suddenly bellowed, causing the little wizard clerk in the corner to spill ink in fright. This matter must not leak out. Consider this. We mistakenly imprisoned Black in Azkaban for 12 years. And now we let two wizards mete out vigilante justice on Peter? The Daily Prophet will eviscerate us. The office door swung open abruptly, and Dumbledore strode in, accompanied by Arthur Weasley, his robes billowing behind him like waves. The cold fire of fury blazed in his blue eyes. Cornelius, I have just been informed. Ah, perfect timing. Fudge's forced smile stiffened on his face as he attempted to interrupt Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age and professor of potions at Hogwarts. Accused of colluding with a fugitive to abuse justice. What a splendid headline. Dumbledore approached Peter, scrutinizing the wounds, his expression turning grave. This is indeed unacceptable. Yet, what is even more intolerable is the concealment of the truth. The truth? Fudge scoffed. The truth is that the ministry would become a laughingstock. I have ordered a news blackout. Peter will receive secret treatment. As for Black, what have you done? Dumbledore's voice suddenly became dangerously soft. Dumbledore's wand had somehow found its way into his hand, and the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. Cornelius, you have made a grave error. Sirius is innocent. Peter is the true traitor. Now you wish to invert right and wrong, due to their extreme actions? Extreme actions? Fudge exclaimed, pointing at Peter, this is torture. Even the most vicious dementors of Azkaban would not resort to such measures. And you believe that concealing all of this equates to justice? Dumbledore stepped forward, his gaze penetrating through the half-moon glasses. 12 years ago, you imprisoned Sirius without trial. Are we to witness history repeat itself? Fudge's face contorted. Do not preach to me. Dumbledore, the reputation of the Ministry of Magic is far more significant than your idealistic notions. He slammed his hand on the table. I have already instructed Umbridge to draft a statement, claiming that Black has been deranged since his escape and kidnapped and tortured Peter last night. As for Snape, he was evidently coerced into participation. A flicker of shock passed through Dumbledore's eyes. You can concoct such a lie? Severus will testify. Oh, he will remain silent. Fudge smirked slyly. Unless he wishes to expose his identity as a spy. Just think. Which side would a Hogwarts professor of Death Eater origin stand on in the court of public opinion regarding torture? Arthur observed Dumbledore's expression growing colder, as if he were donning a mask of stone. The old wizard spoke slowly. So this is your choice? To sacrifice innocence once more to preserve your pathetic political career? Fudge's face reddened further. Mind your words. I can convene an emergency meeting of the Wisingamot at any moment to vote to revoke your position as Chief Warlock. The office door was slammed open again, and Kingsley Shacklebolt rushed in, breathless. Minister, Black is not in Spinner's End. We have searched the entire area. Fudge turned to Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with accusation. You have concealed him. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I merely ensure that justice is not suffocated by political machinations. Sirius shall receive a fair trial. And so shall Peter. The laws of this country should not be your plaything, Cornelius. Get out. Fudge roared, his wand pointed at Dumbledore. All of you out. From this moment forth, the Ministry of Magic formally distances itself from you and your Order of the Phoenix. You will pay for your actions today. I look forward to it, provided you possess the strength, Cornelius. Dumbledore calmly interrupted him. Wolf, there is a saying that rings true. Violence is the hallmark of power. With that, he turned and departed, his silvery hair flowing behind him. Arthur hurriedly followed, lowering his voice in the corridor to ask, Albus, where is Sirius now? A trace of weariness crossed Dumbledore's eyes. In a safe place. Inform Molly, and reconvene the members of the Order. Fudge has chosen his stance. And now we must solidify ours. Behind them, Fudge's distant roar echoed. Issue a warrant. A bounty of 10,000 galleons. I want Black's head.